her options being plant mage, true mage, craftsman, and enchanter, all of them having strengths and weaknesses and all of them equally worthy of consideration. As he asked, though, her face fell, the question unconsidered when she'd thought she'd have had more time to decide for herself, while Ben gave a small chuckle at her reaction. It's an important choice, but it's not something you need to worry about too much. You can pick whichever ones you want, of course, but would you like to hear my suggestions? Please, craftsman or true mage? The first probably feels obvious. You're my apprentice after all, but since it will give you bonuses to both your crafting and enchanting, they make for a good choice. True mage, on the other hand, will give you bonuses to both your plant magic and your enchanting while ignoring your crafting. But as things stand, you can't entirely ignore your magic either when it's so important to your village and to how you'll enchant in the future as well. Tied to that, since we have Yuzu here, if we switch to training your plant magic, while she's around you might get a level out of it, which would give a nice little bump to your job level. And since I'll be able to start teaching you some more advanced enchanting techniques, that should increase your speed with going through that new job as well, although that point is true for either of those options. Enchanter wasn't a bad third choice given that it would give minor bonuses to everything, but it would only gain levels through the practice of enchanting skills, and from all of the jobs he'd now been through, Ben could honestly say that as nice as any sort of bonus was, minor bonuses really weren't worth much. Certainly not enough to be a deciding factor in taking that job. No, that would be much better taken once the other two options he presented were completed, with plant mage falling farther down to the bottom of the list, given that even if it was one she needed to practice, it wasn't one that was directly tied to her interests. Still, she gave it some serious thought as he made his points, and once it looked like she was ready, he took off and handed her his job crystal, saying what she wanted and watching as her eyes lit up. I want to take true mage. Notifications filled her thoughts as she gave voice to it, bringing another reason to congratulate her once it was done. A good choice, it looks like, Delaire. We'll start working on your plant magic tomorrow, so make sure you bring Sashel along too. She can help out. Can do. She couldn't help but beam, with the new job leaving her on top of the world, giving her not only the expected bonuses, but also helping her acquire the skill mana recovery rate enhancement. As a member of a naturally magical species, gaining a skill like that wasn't a surprise, but it was a boon nonetheless, giving something else he could force Yuzu to try and help the girl with while she was here, along with the small bit of experience gaining a skill gave a new job. Yep, all in all a good day. Now just to deal with my last bit of it. He waved the others off, asking Thera to walk Delaire home again and promising he'd be back soon, having only one last thing to deal with himself as he stood in front of his many gates. His talk with Nair that night had not been forgotten, and he still had experiments to examine. Walking through the gate yielded a pleasant surprise, no matter how small it might have been. Augult, who was still standing guard, appeared to have at least looked through the bits of entertainment he'd been left with since Thera had gone to check on her newest uncle, showing that perhaps some of her talk had been good for him. I'll have to tell her later, he thought before going over to the spirit, giving a happy smile as he did. Augult, I've come to check up on how things are going over here. You doing okay? Enjoy any of the stuff I left for you. I'm as I always am, but I suppose it has helped me pass the time, the spirit said. It was what are you doing? Trying to chat with you. No, the thing you're doing to space, what is it? What? Oh, I managed to get a new skill that helps me let souls pass on faster, he explained. I've been practicing it all day since I need to make souls constantly too. I guess I didn't realize that it would be noticeable. The Great Spirit stared at him in silence for a moment, not so much as moving until he finally spoke. It may not be my domain, and I may not be able to interact with them in such a way, but I can assure you, Ben, whatever you may be doing to souls is not helping them pass on. All right, you're the expert, so I'll trust your opinion here. The skill came with a bit of a sense for the space around me, though. If I'm not helping them pass, then what am I doing? A second, please. Continue on as you were, I shall try to understand. Dropping his human form, Augult returned to his natural state, becoming a dense mass of mana that flew around Ben, well within the range of his skill in a way that made him notice something. As condemnation had grown throughout the day, he could now feel the souls of people within his range as well. It was a realization that sent a small shiver down his spine, but he kept using the skill on the souls he created until Augult seemed done. He was still sure at least that he wasn't destroying the souls he made, but it seemed the Great Spirit had a different answer for him. You aren't releasing whatever souls you wield, but pushing them, specifically, down. He didn't immediately know what the Spirit was saying until all at once understanding hit him like a truck, with implications he wasn't sure he knew how to respond to, moving his thousands of thoughts at once. The universe he now called home was a layered reality. Some, like where the gods normally resided, existed in a higher plane, while others existed below, with one more notable than any others. The infinite hells, Ben muttered as the realization dawned on him, connections made all at once. Judge was one of the jobs he'd acquired after he'd closed the gate to hell, the connection to the skill inescapable, even if some parts of his thoughts struggled to keep up with what others had already figured out, the surprise great enough to bring disconnect and disorder to his mind. But how? A job like this, I pushed him into hell. No, let's be specific. I judged him worthy of hell. It was a choice I made, and I don't regret it, so I can understand why I got the job, but the skill. The ability needs to be forming in me to at least some extent for it to develop into a full-blown skill. How could I have been growing the ability to do this in my soul? My witness blessing. Possibly involved, but unlikely to be the main culprit. Although I got it around the same time, I got the job, so there's no guarantee the two are unrelated. But if I had to guess, there's something else I did that might have helped me form the potential for this. Namely, he built his failsafe in the event he himself was ever condemned to hell by the gods for some reason or another. He'd thought and he'd theorized, constructing dozens of potential spells that groups to pairs to even single individuals might cast to condemn him to the depths, figuring out methods that even the gods of the world might not have suspected for how to either open a hole in reality or banish a soul. And through all of that, something had been listening. The system was a tool, but it was also so much more. Something made to grow and learn and help the people of the world increase their strength, and through it all, acted as a record of all it had witnessed. The single piece of solar technology to exist, made from one of the very gods of reality itself, had been a part of him since he'd first been brought to the planet, but through that, it had also been present for all he'd done, fulfilling its role perfectly. Helping him grow and learn while at the same time doing the same thing itself, the only party fully privy to his theories, and able to further refine them down, taking the ideas he'd had for non-affinitied spells and whatever bits of affinitied magic could be applied to his available options, and shaping what spare bits of potential existed within himself, only needing the stimuli that was acquiring that job to shape it to its full potential, bringing forth a skill like no other. All of it was only a theory, conjecture based on the information he had, and the reading and study he'd done on the system itself, but it fit perfectly, or at least more so than any other explanation he could come up with, ending with his new power. Like any god of the world, Ben could now condemn a soul to hell. Hell, when the system was helping the ability form within me, maybe it even took some inspiration from however the gods pull it off. It would be conceited to assume it managed it based solely off of my own thoughts and theories, but this is a lot to process. He didn't know how to feel about having such a skill, nor using it. When hell opened up and the souls of the damned escaped, there was no avoiding just how many innocents had been sent there by their cruel and unworthy gods, and now he had the same ability, one that could just as easily damn others, one that may have grown enough that it could be used on the living instead of just the naked souls I can create. He needed to test it, and the good news was he was in the perfect place for it, a building full of his experimental materials with more than a few of his test subjects ready to be disposed of, but he held himself back, just for a moment. He was there to look at results and carry out more tests, and he would do that first. What happened after would be for them to worry about. Still, the discovery had left him with an obvious air of impatience that couldn't be denied as he went around the building, checking minds and souls and cards for changes and finding the results, immediately doing more tests as he went. The ones who had their soul modified 3 times showed no sign of mental recovery, and the pain they were under was still healing at a crawl compared to those who had only been modified once or twice, with the only estimate he could make telling him it would be months to years before they'd recovered enough to be freed from it. Those he'd modified once and then added a new modification a second time after they'd originally healed seemed to be recovering at a slower rate too, although doing the math for it made him think it was going to be at a similar rate to those he'd originally added 2 modification to, with some in that group almost completely free of pain. A result that made them excellent test subjects as he modified them once more, feeling the change within them and the torture it caused. Their minds didn't collapse like his original group that had been modified thrice, but that was likely to their detriment. The pain was unbearable for them, feeling as though their very souls were being ripped apart but not being granted the mercy of insanity that would let them escape, and given the recovery rates he'd already seen, it would be many long months until they were freed from it, same as those who had come before them. It was an important lesson, though, one that showed him what was by all accounts a fundamental limit. He may have known from seeing his god that it was possible to combine any number of souls without any major pain or detriment, but he didn't know how to facilitate that process. The method he had figured out could, based on his observations, only be used twice by the people of the world without being put into inescapable agony, therefore limiting the use of his discovery, at least to an extent. As it was, 2 modifications being done a month apart would be plenty for those who made their home on the planet, a perfectly acceptable result that told him his experiment on that front was done, leaving only to dispose of the dangerous materials that had been created in the process, a disposal and another test. Opening the door to the last he'd modified, a demon that had been trapped in an agony it couldn't even express from the enchanted collar hanging around its neck, freezing it in its place. Ben placed a hand against its chest, and welling the power he'd only just learned to use that day, condemned it. A cost to his mana incomparable to the mere points he'd spend doing the same thing on a naked soul, the power still worked, tearing essence from flesh and leaving nothing but an empty vessel, the same as any homunculus or clone he would work through while the implications of what he could now do hit him. Jesus. He had spent weeks torturing the demons he held in the name of his research, but somehow, doing that felt more unethical than anything else. He hadn't just killed the demon in front of him. In fact, he hadn't killed it at all. By all accounts, its body still lived. What he'd done was only steal away the thing that drove it with what that meant inescapable. To condemn a soul wasn't a power he thought the gods should have. He'd seen too much proof that it was an ability that went misused by too many in the broader universe, and yet, even feeling that, he knew it was one he'd still use himself. Condemning a soul that he himself had created, a blank, empty thing that lacked any sort of experience that came from life, couldn't exactly be viewed as the same as condemning an actual living creature. But more importantly, no matter the ethics behind it, it was a skill that could easily prove itself useful in the future in any number of ways, with the higher the level only giving him more options, and as much as anything else was a single fact. Ben could easily treat death lightly with total disregard to any creatures or people he felt nothing for, and when it came to the demons who invaded his new world, it was all the easier. He'd looked into their minds and souls and found them lacking, a race that would kill and destroy until there was nothing of value left, and he judged reality itself as better off. If killing them was an option, then it was one he would take, and if the judgment he'd give was one his homeworld would back away from in horror, then it was just one among many. So feeling himself resolve the emotions that discovering the function of the skill had created, he instead compartmentalized them away, only taking it as another tool to be used. Still, I was complaining the other day about not having any new evil or destructive skills, and I think this qualifies as both. Hell, a soul skill too. It's getting the trifecta as far as my inclinations go. This thing is going to grow like a dream. A fact the gods of the world surely would have flinched at, a mortal managing to claim another piece of their power, and one of the far more distasteful ones at that, but that was a separate issue. He was done testing his new power and done with his modifications. The only thing left was disposing of what was left. With the easiest way to do that being to put the very power he just dwelt on to use, going from cell to condemn the souls he found, leaving only harmless vessels to slowly die and rot away until he had a better idea, turning his attention back to the only one with him. Augult, he asked, have you ever killed a demon? How could I have? They were my captors, holding those in my charge. I knew well what the cost of rebellion would be. Then would you like to? The question brought silence, but Ben pressed further. After all you've been through, I won't make you, Augult. Whether you want to or not is your choice, but the ones I have here are going to be disposed of, one way or another, and if there's any part of you that wants revenge, this is as good a place as any to start getting your taste for it. The spirit remained silent in a way Ben took as him withdrawing back into himself, right up until he went to handle the rest of them himself. As he started to turn away, Augult got up and spent his power in a subtle way Ben could nonetheless feel passing through the building. The halls echoed with a sudden crunch, telling him the job was done. He didn't say a word, though, waiting for the spirit to react first, with him ultimately giving a small nod. You've given me something to think about, Ben. I'd like some time to myself if you don't mind. Of course. If it's too long, I'll be telling a bruise where to find you. A couple days at most, just a little more time. All right, then I expect to see you again soon when I pass through Analia. You will. With words exchanged and the implication of it given by the portal being opened, Ben picked up his gate there and brought it through to Analia, giving the Great Spirit his time alone. Okay, so I've got something to tell you guys, but let's do our best to not make this talk worse than it has to be. Empty skies, Ben, what is it now? His god asked, knowing well from experience that whatever his apostle was about to say was sure to be an absolute pain. Before that, let's all just also agree to keep this between the four of us. No need to let any other gods know about it. So it's worse than usual then? Hellori asked as she looked down at him from where she sat. This should be good, Ben, please just get to it. Okay, so I found out what my newest skill does. It's very unique. Definitely one I'm the first to get. Probably pulling from my three main inclinations, two which is honestly kind of neat. And also a poor sign given what two of them are, Nair muttered, with Myriad not having it in him to deal with his apostle's way of circling the issue. The point, Ben, in 10 words or less. Fine, I can send souls to hell now. Why though? Myriad asked as he crashed to the ground, leaving Hellori still hovering in the air, where she'd originally been sitting, which couldn't help but bring questions to Ben's mind about just what the point of their little chair play even was, holding himself back from asking in the end. While his god at least had something to say, the other two stayed silent, staring at him with a level of shock so extreme that even the knowledge goddess in the realm wasn't immediately pressing him for questions for once, too busy mentally examining the implications and consequences of what he just said. I have my theories. A lot of theories, in fact. I got the job that gave me the skill after both acquiring Witness of Chaos and then trapping Ather in hell and well. Myriad already knows this, but in the time since I've done some thought experiments on spell configurations that would let other hypothetical individuals open a portal to hell themselves, and the system in a growing tool, isn't it? It's bound to me so it's aware of my hypotheses on the topic, so my best bet is that it used whatever potential already existed within me and applied it, ending up with a skill that can pull it off. Ben, I'd just like you to know that, for the record, you are allowed to keep some things secret from me, Myriad told him, sounding like he wanted to escape from the things he'd just been told. Hell, you can keep things from the three of us just fine. There's really no reason to go out of your way to share all of these little details. I mean, I personally think it's good to keep you updated, so that if it ever comes up I don't need to give you a much longer rundown. I don't want this to ever come up in any way at all. I don't want to hear about this again. I mostly just want to forget you said it and move on with my day. Listen, it's not that big of a deal. It's not like every god on the planet can't do the same thing. Yes, but we're gods, and I've seen no proof that with all of that age and power is a guarantee for even a drop of wisdom. Relax, I don't plan on misusing this. I feel like any use of the skill qualifies as misusing it. It's really just going towards practicing on the souls I'm already creating, and maybe any demons I run into that I can't fight any other way. That's wait, with all of the jobs and inclinations, and probably even titles too with how many of those stupid things you have. What level have you gotten it to already? I mean, you were just saying something about the value of keeping some secrets. I changed my mind already, so tell me. A very reasonable, very cool 7. Hellori, just for my own morbid curiosity, what are the implications if my horrible monster apostle awakens this absurd skill? Just what might it grow into for this poor world and mostly me to have to deal with? I mean, that's really impossible to say, the goddess said, finally pulled from her thoughts enough that she came down to do what she would so frequently, plunging her arms into Ben's chest and feeling around. The most obvious result is that doing it will just get significantly easier. Ben, tell us a bit about how it feels to use the skill. Well, for starters, it looks like I can feel your soul now that you're in my reign. A statement that made the goddess jump back to Myriad's side before he could say another word, but still left him to continue. But I can already tell with my sacrilege that I can't use it on you in its current form, so you probably don't need to react so extremely, and for the record, even if I could I wouldn't. And any other details of the skill then? She asked, trying to keep what bit of dignity she could after that display. Well, I need the target to be within range of the skill, which is still only a bit more than a foot around me despite how much it's grown today, but for the souls I create the mana cost is negligible. A couple of points and that's it, which I can only assume would be the same if I were dealing with a proper ghost, but can't be sure of without testing. On the living though, well, when I did it to a few demons, I didn't look at the exact mana cost, but from the feel I would estimate it was maybe 100 points of the stuff to do, and it took longer too, but it's reasonable to expect that that will improve as it grows a little more. Considering the magic demons hold, it also wouldn't be unreasonable to think that they fought it a bit while I was doing it, at least on a subconscious level, which means it might be easier to do on a regular person, but since I won't be testing that I can't know for sure. Cheap, Hellori muttered as she listened to what Ben had already learned and theorized. That mana cost is nothing for such an act. Something like that shouldn't be so easy. Why not? Because condemning a soul to hell shouldn't be some easy thing, especially given that we're talking about a mortal piercing a layer of reality on any level. That's an outrageous achievement. It's what I do every single night I come up here for no mana cost. A fair point, I suppose. When you put it like that, I can't help but wonder if your already present talent in passing one way through reality has left it easier for you to do it another. Still, though, Myriad, Nair, both of you need to look at his soul. Why? Ben asked. Myriad's only done it to me once, but I cannot stress this point enough. I'm not into vor. Ben, as your god, I'm going to politely ask you to never describe my way of examining you like that again. And it's important because for years now, I've been the only one among us to look at your soul, Hellori told him. An extra set of eyes could make trying to understand all of the changes in it and discuss them easier. Fine, in that case, Nair, is how you do it going to be more akin to how Myriad or Hellori would? Hellori, oh thank God. Okay, get your looks then, but let's not make this a frequent thing. He let Nair plunge his arms into him and closed his eyes for Myriad opening up at the seams around him. His mind may have shut down the only other time his god had taken him in to examine him, but with all of the changes he'd been through since then, He didn't want to count on his odds of getting that same mercy a second time until finally they were all done. "So anything worthwhile then?" he asked. "Maybe we'll have to talk first," Hillary told him with a shrug. "For now, though, it's probably a good time to go down and talk with your ward. It will give us some time to talk among ourselves in the meanwhile." "Yeah, sounds good then. Let me know if you find anything interesting." He told them the main thing he'd intended to that night anyway, and with that he went down, leaving the three gods alone and not getting to see as two turned to the goddess in their midst. "Well, what was the real point of that then, Hillary?" Nair asked her. "You've never felt the need for us to examine him as well. I meant what I said. It's good to get a different set of eyes and opinions, especially for what I'd like to present now that you've both gotten the chance. Present, a question and a hypothesis. Is Ben still mortal? I'll admit, with all my apostle can do that's within our sphere, it may not seem like it, but he still hasn't passed the third tier, no matter how much closer he seems to be drawing on multiple fronts," Myriad said. "Unless that has to do with whatever hypothesis you're about to tell us." She nodded. "As far as we know it, there's a single path to godhood in this reality, but just because only one is known is no reason to assume there aren't any more, and as it stands, I'd like to hypothesize that the boy may be walking down a new one. Of course, given how likely he already is to reach the third tier, it may not matter, but as things stand, if he were to die today, I personally wouldn't be entirely shocked if he ascended as some higher being, not necessarily a true god, but some sort of lesser deity that hasn't been seen in this reality before. You wouldn't be shocked by what would absolutely be the most shocking event in this universe's history." Nair chuckled. "But what do you have to back up that claim? You both saw it as well, didn't you? Look me in the eyes and tell me the boy still has a mortal soul." Neither immediately responded, letting her go on. "Souls subtly grow and change all the time. It's why the ones used made such a perfect medium for the system, but there are some changes greater than others, as we all know. The change to the third tier is clearly the most obvious, granting a definitive path to godhood for all who walk it, but the change to a second tier is plenty significant as well, with Ben having gone through it 18 times now, with those changes growing and compounding with every new level he gets to them. Maybe he hasn't reached it yet, but when comparing his soul to any third tiers, the differences I see leave me confident in saying there has to be a certain number of alterations that could lead a mortal with nothing but second-tier options to some sort of ascension." "An interesting idea," Myriad admitted, "and maybe not impossible, but unless Ben dies, there's no real way to test it. I may not know what the previous record for mortals' awakening skills was. 14. But either way, the only way to know for sure is if Ben dies before he manages to reach the third tier, something I believe more and more each day he's going to succeed at, potentially even awakening at least one skill like he hopes before the third wave. Of course, if he doesn't and then all of our efforts aren't enough on top of it, I suppose we'll see one way or another as the world burns below, at least until we end up caught in that same fire." Sure, but as he continues to grow and change, that does leave two more things worth considering and trying to prepare for, at least before it happens. Which are, she held up a finger. One, a fact that the gods who don't know him, and don't know the exact number of awakened skills he holds, can't currently expect, if he does manage to awaken the two skills he wants, ignoring all of the complications that will come with the birth of a god of sacrilege. That still means he might have as many as 16 other significant divinities. Technically, all of an ascended mortal's skills would convert into realms of power for them, but the majority who made it to that tier would only have one from a tier 2 skill, with that being far stronger than any that sprung from a tier 1. Not near what was gained from a true third-tier awakening, but still something that would give them power enough that it let them play on the stage as equals to natural gods who held 2 or 3 divinities. Ben, though, holding 16 along with all of the other skills he gained that he still hadn't managed to awaken, would prove to be a significant figure by that point. If he did get a single skill to its third tier, all he had would comfortably leave him above any other ascended mortal, and likely any god who held only 2 realms of power, but if he instead awakened 2 skills to the level of godhood. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. Would that place him a bit above any of our kin with 3 then? Nair muttered as he considered it, with Hillary shaking her head. No, not just a bit. Consider what some of his lesser divinities would be, powers that come naturally to us that he's growing and raising as a mortal. Any god, natural or ascended, can actualize, but no mortal one had the skill beforehand. All of the levels he's gained to it in his time as a human are going to turn into a divinity, one that will place him above anything any other god can do with the same power. Same for his newest skill. Even if he doesn't awaken it, he'll still be inherently better than any of the rest of us at it by virtue of the fact that it will be within his domain. But let's not stop there. What if we win in the end? The planet is safe, or at least safe enough that we have some wiggle room to figure out what to do next. What do you mean? Everything the boy's accomplished, he's pulled off in a mere 5 years. An already outrageous achievement, which is only made more so by the fact that I genuinely believe he has a chance of claiming the 2 awakenings he wants in the months we have left, no matter how tight it might be, but that's operating on a scale of months. From what he said of his own lifespan, if he gets those 2 awakenings he's looking for, the bonuses might be enough to let him live another, 2 or 3 centuries after accounting for how it should have already grown. Do either of you actually expect him to stop growing further in that time? Both were silent, thinking over the implications of just what that meant. That was all the growth Ben had managed with the bonuses through jobs and blessings and titles he currently had, but he would only ever get more of them, compounding the already unbelievable speed he could grow at, while Hillary went on. With that much time available to him, I have no doubt he'll awaken at least one mind skill, and his material manipulation is practically a certainty given that it's benefiting from the ridiculous bonuses from his world killer job. And Nair, I know you believe he has an excellent chance of getting there for his other crafting skills, but with that much time, consider any other skill he might gain. In the short time he's been on this world, he's completed around 60 jobs now, and even figured out a way to finish any new ones. He gets even faster so long as he can keep acquiring options once he inevitably completes his list. But if we just look at the pace he's already gone at, if he keeps finishing 60 jobs every 5 years, then in 200 years from now, he'd have over 2,000 done, plenty of them being second and even third-tier options. Hell, maybe even another fourth-tier one. With all of those bonuses bound to his soul, how much of a threshold would reaching the third tier even be by as little as a century from now? You're saying you think that if we win, Ben might turn into a being with dozens of third-tier skills, Myriad said, with Hillary again shaking her head. In a roundabout way, but it more circles back to my main point. After all of the times I've examined him, I believe enough second-tier skills might be able to compound to create a being that might still ascend, in essence being just short of what we consider godhood but still being a god. But what about a being beyond that? Someone whose soul isn't being altered by the mass accumulation of second-tier skills, but instead third-tier ones. I'm asking, if we win and your apostle gets to live a full long life, what will we have if he somehow steps beyond godhood? With the question the realm fell silent, all of them left to ponder the question. It was something that should have felt impossible, and yet somehow seemed all too likely. None of them doubted Ben would be able to make it to the third tier if he had the time, but Hillary was correct. Getting to that tier would give him decades more to enjoy it, and he wasn't one to take it easy. Even if he somehow didn't get the dozens or even hundreds of third-tier skills they thought might be possible if centuries waited for him, he'd undoubtedly get a number of new second-tier ones, and for all intents and purposes, that would still put him above any god of that world or any other. Letter 213 letter FF41, letter wen defo wen bash. It was Myriad who broke that contemplative silence, sounding more tired than anything else. Well, for now it's only a theory, one I hope the two of you will do me the favor of not spreading around. PFFF, you don't need to worry about that, the goddess reassured. I like the boy enough that I wouldn't want any of the misguided idiots up here thinking it would be a good idea to try and deal with him before he might truly become a problem. He might welcome that, Nair laughed. Turn a situation like that around, and he suddenly has yet another chance to try and awaken his sacrilege. And no bringing that idea up with him either, Myriad groaned. He causes enough trouble, we don't need to add entrapment to the list. Everything Hillary had said was worth remembering, but for the time it was only a theory. With months still left before the world might end, they all did their best to tell themselves that even if the future presented itself in such a way, that could only be a later problem. All right, you guys are officially adequate enough that we can move on to the next stage of enchanting, Ben told the two as their lessons progressed the following day. You can place your spells as well as anyone, and now you can both kind of sort of use the 3 systems I've shown you. Now you just need to combine them. Why does it sound like he doesn't really think we learned it? Jake asked, leaning over to Thera to whisper the question in a way still very much intended for Ben to hear, and left him to sigh. Look, you guys really are doing fine, but even with me boosting your learning rates, I'm trying to convey skills and techniques that took me years to learn and master in a way that will get you just good enough to move on to the next step. Doing my best to manage both my desire to get this done as fast as possible with the fact that even if neither of you intend to ever use what I'm teaching you here, I don't want to be leaving you guys with a shaky foundation either, since everything else I'm going to teach is built on the fundamentals of those 3 systems. You're both doing fine. This just isn't the way I'd ideally train anyone. The combination of their skills with how he could make them both learn meant that they were doing well, but if he had all of the time in the world, then he wouldn't have moved them on for another week at least. All of it was a balancing act, but with the time frame he wanted to finish within, it wasn't going to be easy. But it's fine, I'll make it work. Complaining wasn't going to make things move any faster, so he began outlining how to combine any two of the systems, getting them to try doing a couple enchantments, before moving on to the main goal of enchanting with all three at once, and immediately getting to see them fail. Alright, looks like Jake is getting a couple more minds added to his circlet, and Thera can no longer escape wearing one. Both groaned, but he had them on them before either could do anything else, feeling their minds split to ease the burden that was working with his complex system. And despite how rough it all seemed, he could tell it was working. Slowly, to the tune of hours, improvements were made and efforts rewarded as their skills in that regard slowly grew. Not perfected, far from it, but enough that he was comfortable saying that they'd be able to move on to the next stage the following day, even as Jake complained. Why is this all so boring? Excuse you, this is literally what I do for a living here. And it's boring. Can't we do something cooler for a bit? Teach us to make swords or something, that would be neat. That also wouldn't be training your magic. Jake, you're never going to get anywhere if you don't focus. You have 10 tower blessings, and more importantly, you have your wife helping you. Getting your 4th level of non-affinitied magic should be easy if you just put in a little effort. We have very different definitions of a little effort. My point still stands. But doing the same thing constantly is just so boring. Can't we at least take a little break for something else? I'm sure there's some other applications of the magic you could help us with, right? Was there? The request actually forced Ben to think about it for a moment as he considered the options. He didn't think there was any point when it came to using their magics in the same way as he would use his material manipulation. By all accounts, it was a straightforward skill, no matter how rare, and the two could already use those aspects of their own power fine. On the opposite end of the spectrum, Soul Source was as different as things could get. Another of his more esoteric powers that was qualified as a magic. If he could get either of the two to use it themselves, then he was sure they'd both get their levels, but there was a key issue with that. Neither of them would be able to materialize a soul by themselves, meaning it might only be possible if he lent them some mental power by blending into their minds, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was that he had higher ambitions for trying to get any non-affinitied mage to use that skill. Creating his first soul had unlocked him a Tier 3 job, a positively insane accomplishment for anyone to pull off, which meant helping the two of them do. It would surely be enough to gain their levels, and maybe even unlock the same jobs for themselves, but there was a deeper implication hidden in it. If creating a soul was an accomplishment worthy of gaining a job at that tier, then there was a very real chance that doing it with a proper non-affinitied magic might be all it would take to force that branch into the 3rd tier as well. Letter 1E5D, letter 1033D, letter 1D40E, vet umlaut letter 1E65. It was actually something he'd wanted to test, having to hold off for the simple reason that, until they completed the tower, nobody would be at the level where it would be worth the attempt. Vasta was only one short of being a contender for her skill, but when she got there, he fully intended to see if he'd be able to push her further beyond, the same as he'd done to awaken so many who held physical magics at the 2nd tier, but to waste the sort of potential that might awaken a skill to the 3rd on just a level instead felt nothing more than wasteful, which meant that only left the alternative of trying to teach magics he didn't hold. It wasn't exactly impossible. He had spent the first day filling Jake's mind with information on different magics at least, but it wouldn't be easy either. He had neither the practice nor the skill to convey the hands-on learning on those topics that Jake and Thera would need, leaving both better suited to going to Vasta for advice on the topic. Unless, of course, there's a magic that neither of them nor Vasta have any experience with that I could try my best to teach based on what I know, and I am aware at least of a few rare non-affinitied options that even a mage at Vasta's level might not be familiar with, but what would make a good choice to try and add to the curriculum here, except for a particular magic he actually wanted to possess one day himself. A magic so rare he'd only met a single holder of it in his time on the world despite how constantly he checked the skills of the people around him, and the only other entirely crafting type magic he was aware of, and with a grin coming to his face, his mind's raced to figure out just how he might get the two to learn it. Jake, I'm taking over part of your body for a bit, try not to panic. Wait, what is that supposed to mean? It means everything's going to be fine. I just need to try something for a bit, so keep practicing your enchanting until I'm done and try not to get distracted by this. He was already using his hive mind on the other, not taking him over entirely, but instead conquering a single one of his split minds, making it his own while taking over his left arm as well to begin some tests as he used Jake's soul to materialize a knife, taking control of the other's magic just as he'd done when he'd been forced to improvise on his rank 1 quest. He could feel a small part of Jake panic as he picked up on what was happening, but did his best to forcefully soothe his friends' minds with his own as he got to work, using all of what he knew about the magic he wanted to use and began trying to apply it, trying to bestow a spell to the thing he'd made. Bestowal was rare, unreasonably so, and the worst part of it was that it didn't seem to be a skill one could really train to gain. It would come as a bonus skill, with an awakening or else something that might be acquired when one got lucky after taking a job, but there was no evidence it was something a person could properly work towards, a fact that made it all the more valuable in his eyes, with that application of magic able to do things that something like enchanting couldn't. While less complex than enchanting, it was a power that saturated an item with a given spell or skill instead of placing it on it, meaning any item that was bestowed on could be enchanted on after without adding any additional magical weight, increasing the amount of power that could be placed into it without causing the base material to break, and in addition to that, didn't suffer the sort of decay that normal enchantments might go through over the decades so long, as a bit of mana was run through it from time to maintain it, making them essentially permanent if just a bit of mithril or white mana crystal was baked into any design that had been bestowed upon. Of course, the second point was a bit less meaningful to Ben since he'd learned of the ring system and applied it to his work, with stability being one of the core features of that particular system, and allowed items that were enchanted with it to hold their effects for upwards of thousands of years, based on the few examples of it he'd seen, but that didn't make the first point any less valuable. If he just practiced with Jake's skill a bit until he got the hang of it himself, he'd then be able to teach them and even use them after they learned it to help with some of his work. And maybe, if I'm really, really lucky, getting this bit of experience using the skill through Jake might help me get it for myself. That would both be very possible and very cool, right? It was something he was willing to hope for at least, even if the odds seemed slim. Still, the fact it felt like a chance at all to one day gain that rare and elusive skill without needing to get Xandil's help in the matter meant it was more than worth it, and with that bit of greed in his heart he got to work, trying to bend Jake's mana to his will until he got his first success with it. The 20 spatial rings on his fingers were all masterpieces given that they were items unlike anything else that had existed in the world before that point, and at the stage he was at, the fact that each one held 2 cubic meters of space for items was already incredible, but it was a volume that would only grow with that new power applied, so taking some of the pile he'd used Jake to materialize on that first day together, and the day prior as well. He shaped them into new rings before getting him to bestow on them, finally taking them into his own hands to add what enchantments he could, with the results being incredible. Each of them was ranked as high legendary items, but that was practically irrelevant when compared against how they each turned out, with the volume the new rings could hold increasing by a factor of 10. As he transferred items from his old rings to his new, he was left wondering just how he'd use all of that new space, but that question was one he could take any amount of time to mule over. While he had Jake to do it, he upgraded all of his old rings from there and made new ones beyond it, needing some to give away to friends for the convenience they'd bring, while others would be kept as backups to be used. It was only as he was finishing up, and he was left asking just what else he might be able to do with the skill, that a solution appeared in his thoughts to a different problem he'd had, only needing the time to do it, time that would need to wait the following day. Training the two in their magics while interacting with the rest in the shop to whatever degree he'd needed to had taken up enough of their time that it was time to call that one to its end, with dreams of just what he'd be able to accomplish the following day dancing in his head the entire way home. Small capar a tilde new letter 22f, letter 162, Iagonek s Sedilla. With the new day came new lessons, as Jake and Thera's split minds were put to work. Both of them were materializing, and both of them were enchanting, with learning both the enchanting modifier he'd found within the archive, as well as a few of the mana modifiers discovered within the 2 great spells he'd been studying being the priority for that day. But on top of it from there, he was now also getting them to learn to bestow, with one in particular feeling free with their complaints. Ben buddy, I know I asked for something different, but I meant instead of enchanting, not on top of it. You'll thank me when you get your level. I really won't. Okay, you'll thank me when I take you with me when I challenge Craftsman's tower later. Wait, what? So you're doing it in the end? Yeah, and luckily for you, you make it to the list of people it might make sense to bring along, so since I'm going to be doing my best to get you another free level after this one, focus a bit before I make something that will make you. That small bit of motivation actually managed to get him what he wanted, with Jake showing a renewed level of effort that Ben hoped would last at least the day. He meant it though, it made sense to bring him. At some point he was going to have to talk with Nair to figure out just what would count as a crafting skill to figure out who would be best to take, but given complete non-affinitied magic could enchant, bestow, and shape materials, he felt certain it would fit the bill. Of course, when it came to who else would benefit from it, he still wasn't sure, but that was a problem for the future. He still had a completely different tower to manage first and things to make before then, with the focus being on just what Amy would be getting by the end of that day. Among all of his bodies at work, 3 were busy creating weapons of all sorts while Amy stood nearby, giving them a few test swings or shots depending on what was made to be sure they felt okay, giving confirmation each time. Okay, at this point it's a little freaky how perfect you can make all of these feel, she said as she held a sling in her hands. How are you doing this? It's called being a master craftsman. I'm just that good, and since these all seem to be working, it's time to start handing off some of these to my real body. Another Ben came over to where the 3 were making, dragging certain items to the original where he'd be able to use his magic, adding the enchantments each one needed and whispering to the items before putting them away into a ring, leaving the workspace a constant flow of making and movement, with all there was going on within it as the project slowly progressed further. The goal was to ensure that each item that went into the ring would be ranked as at least lower legendary, a challenge that still managed to be hard enough that a few things needed to be remade after the applied enchantments failed to push them to that level, but all in all it was easier than it had any right to be to pull off by that point in his skill. His trifecta of unending crafting, divine enchanting, and deep connection worked in perfect harmony to create masterpieces, with his mind skills only helping him succeed as the hours wore on until before he knew it, everything he'd wanted to store within it was done, leaving only the ring itself to finish. A goal that, in one way, made for one of the more interesting parts of that project. All of the spatial rings he'd made already had a bit of a mental element to them, letting the user know what they stored, but he was trying to build upon that with other skills he held within his status, incorporating aspects of both his crafting and enchanting as well before it was finished, leaving only to test it in the end. It was a design that had been created to make it even easier for Amy to pull whatever item she'd need to when the time came, with each item having their own particular mark to make pulling the correct one at any given time easier than if it was left to trying to mentally extract the single form she'd be looking for, and feeling satisfied with the results, he tossed it over to her, watching as she tilted her head at it. You know, I'm not sure how I should feel about the fact that I've gotten more than a few rings from you by this point, and not one from Jake. Well, you'll keenly notice I make sure any I give you aren't sized to your ring finger, so try to push the point on him if you need to. More important, though, my rings are both cooler and more useful than anything he might find you, and given how much effort I put into it, do me the favor of trying it out. At his prompting, she slipped it on, instantly noticing the change from the rings he'd made yesterday with the added feature to it, but only scrunched her eyes as she noticed one particular option in the lot, pulling it from the ring to have it seamlessly sit in her grip as she looked over one of the guns he'd put in with the rest. Is this a way to get a repeat customer then? Give a gun so I keep coming back to the one guy who can make ammo. While I may be shrewd in some business dealings, I'm far less so when it comes to friends. Take some shots and see how it feels. He materialized a thick steel target as he said it, applying some quick enchantments to dampen the sound for what was to come before giving her the go-ahead and watching as she took her shot, hitting the center target with ease. A result she couldn't deny felt good. She may not have ever held a gun on Earth, but she gained experience in fighting with all of the other weapons her new world held. It wasn't hard to figure out. More than that, though, it gave a bit of a feeling of power that using a bow just couldn't manage. There was no escaping her upbringing. A gun just felt inherently more dangerous, even if magic and augmentations and other skills helped to level the playing field. But as she was left mulling over her thoughts, Ben prompted her to go for another shot, and another from there, and so on and so forth, with her not understanding the point at first until she kept going, never once needing to stop and reload. He was already grinning by the time she stopped again, knowing that he'd surprised her, but she still gave him what he wanted. Okay, I'll bite. How am I not running out of ammo? Materializers built into the gun itself and stored in some voidstone, he explained happily. A bullet gets spent and a new bullet takes its place. It's actually an effect you'll find on any of the other ranged weapons I've got in there, with bows that make their own arrows and slings that make their own shots too, plus some javelins and discs and other similar things that will be replaced when thrown, though those were both harder to make work. It basically materializes brand new ones each time you throw one, but if you do too many at once then the mana cost may need a minute to keep up. All she could do was blink as he explained, looking at the new ring on her finger and then back to him. I feel like I can't actually begin to guess how rich you must be by now. Here's a hint, all of the weapons in the ring are at least low legendary, and the ring itself is high. I could probably buy a small country if I wanted to, but what would I even do with something like that? Much better to hoard my wealth until something fun enough comes along. What could possibly come along that you can't just make for yourself? Assuming I don't die a tragic demise, I'm planning on bothering Xandil to get him to teach me each and every skill that he has. That seems interesting, and some ingredients are harder to come by than others, which raises the price. Plus, I've got a few employees, and if some of the research I'm having them doing ever needs a cash investment, then I'm happy to pay it. And all of that sounds like a fraction of what it would take to buy a country. Okay, and maybe I just like having it. I'm at a point where I couldn't spend all of it if I tried. There's not much to do, but either keep it or start giving away my services for free, and the latter sure as hell isn't happening. Still, he hadn't considered it before, but there was a very real chance he was the richest of the summoned on the planet by that point, and regardless of how it may have sounded, considering how the positions had been reversed when they'd all arrived, he couldn't help but enjoy that fact a bit. To his two students' misfortune, Ben's impatience only grew the next day as their circlets were modified, not only splitting their thoughts like they'd been originally designed to, but now speeding up their thoughts as well, letting them cast all forms of magic they were training in even faster to squeeze even more out of the day. Of course, his favoritism was still clear in how he did it, Thera's time only doubling while Jake's quadrupled, with the other man acting like his day had grown far longer than a mere 4 times, giving the impression that he'd instead been given a death sentence. A reaction Ben happily ignored, keeping his eye on the prize instead, and on that day getting his first result, even if it wasn't the one he really needed. I got my level. Thera cheered, ripping the circlet from her head the second she had it in pure zeal. Sorry, Jake, looks like you're on your own now. The comment got her a look of pure betrayal that she didn't so much as glance at, even as Ben gave his own reaction, gently clearing his throat in a way that brought her back to reality. So then, what did you think of enchanting and bestowing? He asked her. Honestly, fine, but not really my thing. Still, it's nice to see that I've gone from destroying any enchantment I touch to being able to make them, and I'll admit that finishing something up could be a little satisfying, but I don't think you'll be seeing me doing it in my spare time. Ha, well, just saying, by virtue of the fact that you've got your awakened magic and you've been taught my personal enchanting system, you can now probably count yourself among the best enchanters on the planet. Something to consider if you ever want to retire from adventuring and or show off somewhere. Ben, look at me, there's already plenty I can show off if I want to. What's your secret, Thera? Jake cut in, talking fast because of the effect he was under and looking desperate. How do I get this stupid level? I just want to be free. Sorry, but I'm not sure what to tell you. I think I was probably just pretty close, she shrugged. Every affinitied spell I used is enhanced with my non-affinitied magic, so it's always getting practice, but with that done. Hold that thought, Ben told her before she could go and run off. You remember what I said when you first joined for this? No, I mentioned that I might be able to force you up a level, and while that's still technically true, it's the sort of thing that's going to be a lot more likely to succeed the more experience you have before attempting it. You don't mean? It's your choice, he shrugged. You've got 1 level, and as long as we beat the tower, then you'll get another. But if you want 1 more as well, then you know what I'd suggest. Still, if you're not interested, then it's all good. I know you have your work and all. The comment left her weighing 2 things she really didn't want to do. As much as she loved him, training under Ben was dreadful, at least when it was under the goal of getting her to level up as fast as possible. But despite that, it really did manage to be a decent break from the endless healing she needed to help with, and from there, it moved to comparing skills. She was doing her best to try to awaken her life magic to the 3rd tier, and every bit of practice she got on that front would be experience towards that goal, but even if she was doing her best for it, she couldn't deny she still thought it was basically an impossible hope for such a short term. Leveling her non-affinitied magic once more though, especially when Ben felt he had a way to help her get an extra level, that felt distinctly possible. The decision made, with a look of defeat on her face, she put the circlet back on, feeling its effects alter her mental structure and prepared to get back to work, even while Ben did his best to reassure her. It's only until Jake gets his level. Who knows, he might even be done by today. That feels optimistic, he chimed in. It shouldn't be. You've got 10 tower blessings by this point and a soul mage lowering your leveling thresholds, and just as importantly, you're training under me. You're officially one of the better enchanters on the planet for learning from me as well, I'll have you know. Make me proud. That sounds hard, Gana Pass. It literally could be easier. Delaire and Mora are both making me proud because they're both doing their best. The two had been exceptionally well behaved under the guidance of his clones, learning the finer details of crafting from him to the best of their abilities. Even then, while he listened to Jake complain, the two were working together at the forge, with Mora taking a turn at trying to make a pot, while Delaire practiced some of the basic enchanting spells on it once he was done, with simple projects like that having made up what they'd been doing ever since Ben had taken up trying to level the other two. Letter 1E5D, letter 2115, letter 22B, omlet, letter 1S6 Still, even if this might take another few days, I'll make this work. After all, even if it takes a little while longer, Jake should be able to get this before long, and if he's not confident at it, well, that just means I need to increase how much his mind is splitting and the speed he's thinking at. And if that's still not enough, I can go a few days without sleep and his stamina should be. Hey Jake, how high is your stamina? I'm afraid to answer that. Just tell me. Around 5,000, why? Yeah, that tracks. He came with a high level of it and not only got a god potion and my growth potions, but he's also been under Yuzu's spells pretty much since he'd arrived. Hell, when I think about it that way, he really should be significantly higher in it, but it was enough that it really meant he could work Jake a bit harder without any real issue, at least as long as he gave him the occasional break, and that fact was there to only ruin Jake's day, as Ben spoke up the instant his thoughts were in order. All right, seeing as how you aren't enjoying this, that just means we need to get your level as fast as possible, and there's an easy way to speed that up. We're just going to both give up sleeping until you get it, so until then you're with me. Let's both do our best here. He ignored as Jake's face fell, instead focusing his thoughts on teaching and figuring out any other way he might make the task even faster. Despite the notification, no smile was brought to Ben's face. He'd been keeping track well enough to know that he'd be finishing things that day, getting it was expected. No, the issue was that, despite it having been 3 days since he or Jake had last slept, there was still no notification in the other's head, with Jake still needing his level. He saw Yuzu perk up at the notification though, with it being the first time she'd completed a job since she'd arrived on the planet, the signal for it having been both as unexpected as it was exciting, and he took off his job crystal to toss it to her. Well, does it look like you got any advanced variants? He asked as she went over her options, with her shaking her head after a moment. Doesn't look like it, so I guess I only have first-tier options, but what should I take then? I can offer some suggestions if you don't mind me taking a peek. A peek. He tapped the side of his head and she got the point as he connected to her, looking in her mind to find all of the options she had, with her options being slimmer than he expected, not that that was the biggest surprise. She'd been focusing on her magic since she'd arrived. There had been no need to grow her list of skills when her main one was so valuable to the planet. Still, there was one it made more sense to take than anything else as he brought up to him what seemed the obvious choice. Why not just take Apprentice Mage and see what other options that lands you? You should be able to finish it with a single soul spell, and from there, you'll probably be able to get to the Master Path basically just as fast if you'll get a Master Path. Not actually sure. The fact that she'd come to the planet with the skill instead of growing it herself could have easily affected some of her options, and some of the other things he understood about jobs could just as easily affect what sort of second-tier jobs she might get as well. As far as he understood it, if he ever took High Destruction Mage, he wouldn't be getting Master Destruction Mage because the magic had merged into Material User when it had awakened. Likewise, if Thera ever took any of her Tier 1 non-affinity magic jobs, she wouldn't be getting Master Branches for them because they'd joined together into a unified whole that had received its own job options. With how unique Yuzu's situation was, there was really only one way to find out, and it seemed she at least was happy to give it a go, giving voice to the job and taking it before casting a single spell to finish it, immediately checking her new options. With her numbers ballooned after that single one, gaining her not only the expected true mage and giving her access to both life and death mage as well, but also specialized options he'd only seen on the Demidmans. Until then, with access to both mage jobs again, only marked as being specialized for souls. He could feel the excitement in her mind at it all from there, having just learned the joy of finishing a job and letting her keep at it as she worked through her new ones while he focused back on Jake, like the man was a problem he needed to solve. He had to be close to getting his level, with all Ben had put him through. To think otherwise was practically impossible, which only left getting him there. All right, bad news, Jake, but I'm officially impatient enough that we're going to do our best to force your level in the next hour, while the gods finish setting up my next job groups. My guy, I don't think I'll be able to survive any more than this. His mind split into 16, the pain and strain that should have come from that only being suppressed by a combination of light, life, and dark enchantments. With most of them being forced to move at 10 times the speed of the real world, the burden placed on him to get him to finish had slowly been growing as the days passed, exhausting the other in the name of progress that just wasn't coming and leaving him to wonder just how worse it could get, even as Ben shook his head. Relax, you've got plenty of experience at this point. All that's left is trying to pay it off, so for now, we're going to try and repeat the last time I got you a level. He merged parts of his mind into the other as he said it, filling those sections with the knowledge Jake would need to begin materializing as the man spent his mana, creating a seed. It was what Ben had made him create the last time, but unlike then, it didn't earn him a new level, not that that should have been a surprise. It may have been enough once, but he needed a new push, a greater challenge if they were going to attempt to cross that threshold again in the same manner, and with that goal in mind, Ben changed to providing all of the necessary information about far more challenging substances, forcing the creation of both the plant and animal cells Ben knew structurally, and feeling it work only after going beyond them, creating a configuration that utilized both structures at the same time. It made something wholly unappetizing by the end, but it got its result, leaving Jake to sink to the ground and look up at him in clear betrayal once his level finally came. You mean we could have just done that this entire time? No, materializing may be good for experience, but you can't just depend on it to get you your levels all of the time. If I tried it right at the beginning and it didn't work then, I would have been stuck doing nothing but teaching you and forcing you to materialize constantly from there. Better to pull that card after you'd gotten a more solid foundation. It had been nothing but days of suffering, but what mattered was it was done, freeing Jake at last and letting Ben focus on what would come next, with one task more immediate than the others. Letter 25 B small capen O beta E. But first, it feels good to progress, doesn't it? But now that we're all done, that means we can move on. You guys go tell Vasta that we're all set to go out tomorrow. Or you could give me just one single day to relax before we throw ourselves at a new tower. Jake begged, leaving Ben to pause before ultimately giving in. Fine, tell Vasta that we'll go the day after tomorrow, but for now I need to okay new plan. Before I head off, I need someone to watch Delaire and Mora while I'm helping people with their jobs. Any takers? I will, Thera told him, more than happy to get the break as well now that Jake was done, freeing her from her own training while he nodded. Perfect, in that case, see the rest of you in a couple, but for now, gotta deal with this. Losing Yuzu meant slowing down his soul creation again, but getting that level earlier evened it out enough that he could handle the small loss, especially since without her around, he'd no longer have the motivation that came from being able to put in all of the extra work knowing his soul would be safe. Hell, if I want my soul in top condition for the tower, then I should maybe take a break tomorrow too, maybe just go a bit easier than I usually would. I don't need to overfill my soul at all, I can just make what my normal pool can create, that should be plenty. Okay, plan made, that leaves the only question being just what jobs I'm going to take now. Available JOBS. Trap user. Craftsman alchemy path. Craftsman artistic path. Craftsman blacksmith path. Craftsman cooking path. Craftsman stonecrafts path. Craftsman sewing path. Mathematician. High tank. High marksman. High destruction main. Beginner puppeteer. Holy adversary. Title master. Multiversal material made. Outsider. Body user. Assassin. Cycler. Beginner dancer. Entry. King of intelligence. Soul creator. Beneficiary. God-defiling gardener. Expert. Master actualizer. No new ones, huh? Oh well, it would be kind of nice to get this list a little more manageable. As for what to take, though. He was still thinking about it, he couldn't help it. He was going for his more unusual jobs, but he couldn't guess what most of them would give him in the first place, leaving him to practically hope at what might be good, or at least interesting to take if he wasn't going to go for any of his more obvious choices. Screw it, awakening sacrilege is a goal, and there's at least one job there that will give me bonuses to it. Who knows, maybe that will finally be the one to push me over the edge. I'm taking Holy Adversary. Whatever, good enough. It's not like I actually expected it to be enough to awaken my sacrilege anyway. With that tiny bit of hope crushed, though, he rushed through it until he got the notification telling him it was done, letting him move on to his next choice as he considered a few that sounded interesting before ultimately going for one that held his curiosity, with whatever outcome out would bring left as a mystery to him. Title Master. Okay, that's a new one. No bonuses to anything, but instead just strengthening the effects of something he already held. A system notification. He was sure he was the first to ever hear that didn't feel nearly as disappointing as he'd expected. Sure, it wasn't the bonuses he loved that were constantly letting him grow even higher, but it was interesting, and just as importantly, would likely still improve the growth rates of skills he cared about. All of his enemy titles were giving him bonuses to his sacrilege, along with the ones he'd gained when killing the forbidden gods, and his very first title, Apostle of Myriad, should have been giving bonuses to connect as well. On top of that, he had ones like his Skill Learner that let him learn more uncommon skills, and Awakener that both helped him awaken others as well as awaken his own skills to the second tier, and those were just the most obviously useful ones. He was sure all of his destined holder titles would play their part too, with one in particular almost certainly being responsible for getting him his actualization and hive mind levels there, and he also held such interesting ones as Destroyer of Worlds and Creator of Life. Yeah, screw it, no matter how some of them look. They're all useful enough that strengthening their effects to any degree is a win. In that case, it just leaves what I should take for the next one. Once it was done, he joined his last group, finding a single adventurer there left waiting, with the woman's memories telling him that the rest of her party was entirely aquatic, along with the third tier she'd brought in to ensure that side of the word benefited from some of the growth he could provide as well. Something he was expecting to do more of, as well as he slowly made his way through all of the highest-leveled skill holders on the terrestrial side of the planet, but not an immediate concern as he focused on his last choice, and what he'd be working through for at least a few more days himself before it was time to change again, taking his final option for the day. Oh, what the hell, that one sounds like it might be something useful. I'll take beneficiary. Okay, that's a bit of a letdown. 2 jobs with no attribute bonuses was a lot more than he'd been expecting, and the only level for the last one going towards raising his least desired skill felt like just an extra kick in the teeth. All he could do was tell himself that it might be giving bonuses to some of the many skills he'd either already raised or else the ones that would be hard to. I mean, my inclinations, along with Defiler of Ambrosia and my modifier compatibility, all probably count as growth skills, right? My enhancements too. This is definitely going to do more for me than just make me tastier, right? It was what he told himself at least, but it couldn't help but end things on a bit of a sour note, leaving him nothing else but to go back now that he was done. Returning to the shop, the kids were still at work while Thera watched from the side, wearing a subtle but complicated look that the other two didn't spot as he made his way over to her, catching her eye. So how did that go? Mostly fine, I'll tell you about it later, but what's going on with you right now? Something wrong? Just realizing what an absolutely awful guardian I am, she groaned as she slumped over, resting her head on Ben's shoulder. Why, what's going on? We're going to be going away for at least a day, maybe more. Yeah, and that means we need to find Mora a babysitter. All right. CH793. CH793. Let's see, I guess Sonya might be out. She has her work, and this would be a little last minute to spring it on her, but what about your parents? Ben suggested. That way Lux and Funa will both be around too. They'll probably be able to look after him pretty well, all things considered. I'd rather not use them as our first choice. He's never met them before, and I have no clue how they're going to react to the birth of a whole new type of spirit, and I know they need to meet eventually, but I really want to talk to them first, and then actually be there for when everyone meets just in case. I need to clear the air like I did when they met Inja, and as far as introductions go, leaving him with them for a couple days is going to be a lot. Plus, they all have work that keeps them busy too, and since my mom is going to be busy trying to run the country, that only leaves the staff, Rit and Ogult, to actually look after him. Okay, is there anyone you're thinking of then? I don't know. I don't want to leave him with anyone he hasn't met before, but he really hasn't met that many people, has he? I mean, it's not the best choice, but there really isn't a reason Auntie couldn't bring him with her to the hospitals. She's been working it like I've been, but she's already so exhausted all of the time, but I don't know. Okay, give me a second. Another option, another option. He looked over at the boy as he muttered it, finding his answer right beside him. Got it, someone he knows that he can be around. It won't exactly be the one looking after him, but that should be fine. She owes me a favor anyway. Okay, now's a decent time to finish things today anyway, so let's go tell our babysitter she's got the job. Oh, Ben, Thera, what do I owe the pleasure? Fontesh asked as the four of them walked through the gate to her living room. Delaire's been behaving, I hope. She's doing great. Couldn't be prouder of her progress so far, but I'm sure she's caught you up on all of that, and it's not why we're here anyway. Long story short, after tomorrow, me and Thera are going to be away for a few days, so lessons are going to be cancelled until we're back. We just have one little hitch. We need a babysitter. You briefly met Mora. I did. Hello again, she said, smiling at the boy. Delaire's been telling me a lot about you. Mora didn't respond to that, only quietly standing to the side in a way Ben chose to view as shyness, letting him go on. So anyway, you up for the job? Plus maybe again another week or two from now. Of course, I owe you that much at least. Feel free to drop him off whenever's convenient. Fantastic, appreciate it, Fontesh. In that case, we'll see you later, and Delaire, we'll have your last lesson before the break tomorrow too, but while we're away make sure you're training your plant magic until we're back. You should be close to a level, and that little boost will be great for your job progress. And if anything happens to us, you can get Sashel to go to my family, Thera added. They should be able to help from there. All right, how likely is something to happen? You know how it is, Ben shrugged. We haven't died in a tower trial yet, but there's a first for everything. Wait, you're taking on a no, I guess that makes sense. In that case, please try to be safe. Always try. In the days since they'd taken him in, the two had thought they'd been making slow but steady progress with Mora. The boy had been talking a little more with each one that passed, and seemed at least to be trying to interact a bit, even if it was still limited. But on the walk home that day, he was completely silent in a way that left both Ben and Thera to quietly look at each other until one broke down and broached the topic. Mora, is everything okay? Thera asked him. You seem a little withdrawn. If there's a problem, we can talk about it. It seemed at first as though the boy was going to keep quiet from there, regressing to his first day with them before ultimately speaking up. Are you getting rid of me too? What, sweetheart, no. Is that what you thought was happening? Wasn't it? Me and Ben are just going to be away for a couple of days, that's all. We don't want to leave you on your own, and since you already know Delaire, we just wanted to leave you with her and her mother while we're gone, so we know you'll have someone to spend time with, but that's all that's happening. We'll definitely be back. Then what were you saying about getting other people to help if something happens? That's... She trailed off, looking to Ben for help, and he took over, trying to figure out the best way to describe a situation where they'd be putting themselves in danger to a child and ultimately going with honesty. What we're going to be doing isn't the safest, Mora. Anything can happen, so there's always going to be some risk involved, but the two of us fully intend to make it home, and when we do, we'll come pick you up from Fontesh, and all of us will go home together. We've done this sort of thing a few times before, so try not to worry, though, and focus on having fun while you're there. The entire Dryad village is nice. I had to work my ass off for them to accept me. No, it will be fine, Mora's a kid. They won't be so standoffish with him, and Fontesh and Delaire will help keep things smooth. It'll be fine. You'll be able to have some fun with them and spend some time seeing a new place. It will be great, so try not to worry, okay? He held out a hand as he asked it, and after looking at it for a moment, the young spirit took it. Okay, great, now let's head home. Gotta rest well for what's ahead. Uog Bean, I'm so bad at being a guardian, Thera complained into his chest as they lied down. Uog, of course he'd think that's what was happening. Gods above, I'm so bad at this. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. I didn't think about it either, and I'm the one with thousands of minds to consider these things. Yeah, but you didn't really get a choice about taking him in. I decided this. I can't be making these stupid mistakes. We're both going to make mistakes. That's just life. What matters is proving what we said. I don't think we can stop him from feeling insecure about us leaving. We just have to show him we were telling him the truth by coming back. Okay, yeah, you're right, but Oog. They're there, we'll make this work, and we'll figure it all out. He gently rubbed her back, trying to help her relax while he did his best to manage his own bit of stress about how that talk had gone until her breathing slowed, telling him she was asleep and leaving him alone to deal with his other tasks for the night. While a few of his minds were still on Mora, and however they might continue to try and help the boy warm up to them, it couldn't be his only focus. Growing his strength in whatever ways he could was always of value, and with that bit of time he intended to attempt it by claiming a new awakening. Myriad, you around. I am, but are you not just coming up for the night? I will in a bit, just going to attempt to send a snack your way first. What is that supposed to mean? You'll know when you get it, so just try and be on the lookout for when it arrives. With warning given, Ben's focus turned to the souls he was creating and his newest active skill, the condemnation he'd been using ever since he'd acquired it, and tried his best to expand its function. Ogult had said it was a skill to push souls down, but why was that the only direction he could push them? With the bit of sense that had come with it, Ben could feel all of the space around him, and he already knew the direction of a different layer of reality. He just needed to combine the power with the path to see if such a thing could be achieved, and he began spending his mana to make it happen. With no word from Myriad and no notifications in his head to go along with it, he had no choice but to assume his first attempt ended in failure, but that wasn't one to stop him. With a mana pool now above 7,000, creating and condemning souls was easy even without his coat to aid him, even as he poured more and more power into trying to get it to work, only stopping when he got a reaction. Ben, did you just force a soul into my realm? So it worked, but it wasn't enough to awaken this stupid skill. Lame, that was my only real idea for it. Okay, well, first of all, what the hell did you mean you were sending me a snack? I don't eat SOULS, Ben. Debatable, you take them in and they become a part of you. That sounds a lot like eating to me. I seriously need you to not go around giving me such bad press. Excuse you, have you seen how many of my incredible and valuable items I've slapped your name on? I'm 100% of your good press by this point. No matter how much more devout Sashel and Valeria are, there's no way they can compare to my pure marketing power. It's still rude. Okay, fine. But did you or did you not absorb it or whatever? No, why not? Why would I? To see what would happen if you take in a soul made by your corest of core believers, and how that might affect an artificial being like you. Fine, send up another then. You got it. Having succeeded once, doing it again still felt easier even without an awakening to go along with it, as Ben paid more attention to the subtle difference in how the space around him felt when sending them up instead of down, with Myriad's reaction being a reward. Suppose it could be helpful if you sent enough, his god admitted begrudgingly. There's no obvious harm, and while I've told you before that absorbing my believers' souls won't change who I am, there's a couple potential exceptions that could change that, no matter how rare. Getting these would future-proof me against them. Okay, exceptions such as, if I ever get another full planet of believers and they all die at once, I wouldn't expect to be radically altered by it, but it would be enough to change me a bit. Taking in souls without any experiences, though, ones that wouldn't add their memories and life to my own, would in essence allow me to encroach on them, making them more of myself. The more of me that there is, the less I can be shaken if I receive an influx of millions or billions. A bit optimistic to think you'll get there, buddy. Or maybe it's a bit pessimistic to think you'll get there and then lose them all again. And yet, it never hurts to be prepared. All right then, I'll start condemning them your way. The mana cost is only a little higher, so it's not the end of the world, but is there anything else you can do with them? Not that maintaining your sense of self isn't grand and all, but I'm going to be honest. I was kind of hoping for a little more. Well, it's not like there isn't, but I'll tell you when you're older. What, why? Just tell me now. No can do. It's God stuff, and just as importantly, I can already tell you're going to be annoying about it. I swear to God, when I reach the third tier, I'm pulling every one of those secrets from you, whether you like it or not. Then I'll be awaiting that day. CH794. CH794. I'm still surprised you didn't prepare anything. What's there to prepare? Unlike the last couple times, I don't have the slightest clue about whatever we're going to have to deal with, and more importantly, for the first time taking on one of these stupid things, I'm actually in my element. My magics are all non-affinitied, same with all of my skills. I mean, sure, none of the affinitied enchantments I can make are going to work when we get to the higher floors, but I'll be able to enchant with anything within my status, and probably the non-affinitied enchantments on my rings as well. Plus, I'll be able to materialize. If there's anything I need in there, I'll just make it on the fly. I'll take some comfort in the fact that you're at a high level in all your magics at least, even if you don't have the complete non-affinitied skill. What? Don't tell me it's necessary. I will happily take any and all spoilers. Oh, don't worry, I'm never forgetting that. Still good and traumatized from my time in Galwaxes. And yet you're still looking at taking on another tower after this one is done. Myriad sighed. Excuse you, I have it on the highest authority that Craftsman's tower doesn't kill people, meaning I'm probably ending on my safest note. Probably. I mean, if it comes down to it, I'm going to challenge another if I really need to. I'll talk to you guys about it when the time comes. Ben. Oh look, the tower's in view now. Hold whatever thought that is for later, Myriad, and wish me luck. Just don't go getting yourself killed. Promise. It seemed they were the first ones there, leaving them time to stare at the entrance, with Ben pushing his mind to try and interpret what he was seeing. All of the magic towers had their doors marked to give a clue as to what trial they would contain, and that one was no different, being covered in dozens of squares, numerous lines, 5 distinct points, and a central circle as he tried to interpret what they meant with that limited bit of knowledge, and continuing that thought while they talked, with a question on Thera's lips. So how are you feeling about this? As ready as I can be. What, Ben? Okay, you got me. I'm maybe a little excited, he admitted despite himself, even with the danger they were going to face and the lingering bits of trauma he hadn't escaped from past trials. This is the first tower we're doing that I actually suit is all, you know. I guess it will just be a little interesting to see how things go when we actually step in there. How about you then? Feeling okay? Worried, she admitted, it's possible one or both of us will die in there. A risk we've had for every tower we've taken on. Yeah, but now there's a child we'll be dumping even more trauma on if either of us does. You've really taken to the whole mother role. Cousin, a completely different branch of family. Superior too, given that even if I'm not stronger, I'm morally better than his actual mother. Ha, your guardian role then, and if you want to pass on this then I won't stop you. No, I want the extra strength, no matter what. I'd still be a pretty terrible guardian if I died during the third wave. I just didn't expect this extra bit of stress when I first agreed to do this with you. True, it's been a hell of a couple weeks for now though. Guys, Jake yelled out as Amy and Vasta spotted them from the distance, giving them a wave while they waved back. For now, let's do our best to focus on this and then worry about anything else after we've safely escaped. And to start that off, let's have a little rundown with everyone first. They waited for the others to join them from there, Vasta being the first to speak once they were at their sides. You all feeling ready, as we can be. You, of course, she laughed. I've long been waiting for this day. It will be good to finally see it through. Cool, and Jake, are you all rested and recuperated? I'm still dreaming about chemistry because of you, but you're sleeping through the night? Well, yeah, then you're fine. That doesn't even count as trauma at that point. Now though, a few things before we start. He pulled a few bracelets from one of his rings as he said it, handing 2 to each person to take as they looked them over. I'm sure you guys have heard about these by now, but these are mana and buff bracelets, with the first capable of rapidly filling your soul with it if you're running low at the cost of just a bit of pain, and the second being a bit more pleasant, giving you a boost to all of your stats equal to about 5% of my own, at least for the first effect on it. As you can see though, there's 3 crystals on that one, so you can activate all 3 at once, even if the effect of each additional crystal halves. Still not sure why they do that. Souls are weird and complicated, and I'm pretty sure I could spend decades studying the topic and not learn everything, especially when it seems like not all functions of them are going to be relevant to a given universe, considering all of the summoned had affinities and resistances despite that being completely irrelevant to life on Earth, but I digress. Put them on and give them a spin. Okay, makes sense, but still trade them out. Both effects they give are based off of my own attributes, and the ones I made this morning will be better than ones I made days or weeks ago, and if we're taking on a tower, I want you guys using the best. Accepting the argument, the rest took what he offered as they put on for the full effect, even if Thera eyed his own arms. All of those rings and bracelets, but I don't see any of the ones you're handing out. Hey, you know my rules, I try not to use souls like that outside of the shop. For taking mana from sure, but the buffs, MMH that was walking a fine line. The difference wouldn't be so great for him that it would be the end of the world, and it was having a soul acting on him instead of him acting on one. But it was still a crutch he couldn't depend on if he was going to have to try and face off against what was going to be the most powerful god in the galaxy. But I don't really want to have that discussion with everyone right now, and it looks like if I don't then they're going to force the issue. Whatever. Fine, he said, pulling the raw materials from his rings to shape and enchant upon before applying the souls and slipping it on his arm. He had no intention of actually using it, but could tell well enough that it would make everyone more comfortable if he had one, giving them that bit of satisfaction before they started again. Now, let's talk the first. Got us some inside info? Jake asked, perking up for whatever bit of ease they could take and falling as Ben shook his head. God, I wish. All we have to go off of is the door and a few assumptions. See those 5 points all around it. I've got to assume that's us. It matches the maximum number of challengers at least, which means we're probably being split up when we go in there. From there, I'd assume the circle at the center is going to be where we're supposed to go to meet up, which only leaves the lines and squares. Now, I'd assume the lines are going to be some sort of attack, and they're being used to denote movement, but I could also be way off mark, and I can't begin to guess for the squares. I'm willing to take any ideas on those I can get. Not one offered a suggestion, leaving him to sigh. Yeah, that's fair. Either way, just do your best to be prepared for some sort of attack, especially if we're split up. If we're not, then I'm wrong, and we can try to re-evaluate together as we progress through it. Sounds good, Vasta nodded. In that case, is everyone ready? A round of agreement went up among them, and the older non-affinitied mage pushed open the doors. In that case, let's all do our best to get through this. The instant he stepped through the door, Ben found himself alone, just as he'd predicted, which did give a certain air of comfort to things. He may have been by himself in a place designed to kill him, but he'd seen it coming, at least to that point. With the warning given before they entered, nobody would be too disoriented by that turn of events, leaving him alone to be taken completely by surprise over what came next. A strike hard enough to knock him down and a burst of blood that followed. In the first fraction of a second he'd been in the trial, something tore through his jacket and all of the enchantments placed on it to give it a tremendous level of defense, and kept going from there, stopping as his back rib as a baseball-sized object destroyed his heart. CH-795. CH-795. Time froze for him as it happened, his thoughts moving in a blur as he was knocked down and having an answer as to what had by all accounts killed him before he even hit the ground, cursing the gods, even as he struggled to find a solution. Magic nullification of all things on the first floor in the first freaking second. You absolute assholes. God, I want you all dead so freaking much. It was the only explanation, even if it was already a bad sign for how that floor would go. He may not have been wearing the Church of Myriad, but the defensive enchantments he'd placed on his new jacket should have been able to stop any regular attack, not shoot right through both them and the better part of his flesh, leaving only the question of how he was possibly supposed to survive that in the time he had left. He didn't know how long a person could live without a beating heart, but by all accounts, time had to be short for him. There was nothing to pump his blood, nothing to circulate the vital oxygen his every cell needed to live, with options feeling slim. He could stretch seconds into minutes easily enough. All it left was finding a way to deal with it using the time he had. Yeah, I'm just going to casually deal with the loss of one of my vitalest of vital organs. I'm sure this will be fine. Myriad, if you're listening up there, make sure you avenge me for this awful bullshit. It was only one mind complaining, though. The rest in his head had other, more important tasks. The pain was tremendous, but experiencing and suffering through, it was regulated to only 10 of the ones in his head, letting the rest focus on how he'd overcome the present situation, as all of the things he knew were pulled from his memories to try and arrange in some useful order. Hoping for help was instantly out. While other magics wouldn't be blocked off on the first 3 floors, meaning either life or light magic could have potentially saved him, Thera was likely way too far away to get to him in time to help, even with Bind showing her the way, and Jake would need to teleport practically randomly to find him, meaning the 2 healers were out as options. Then what about healing myself? He still had his necklace, his failsafe for both death and hell, but he'd already activated it, and all it would do was slow down the rate he'd die. It wasn't something that could be used to regrow an entire missing limb, let alone a major organ. Which means I'm adding, research how to improve the effectiveness of life and light enchantments, to my very long, ever-growing list of tasks, but until then, I need another option. If healing himself wasn't an option, then what about remaking himself? He could materialize meat and plant cells. Could he make himself something to act as a functional heart in place of the one he'd lost? At least until he could get some real help. Closer, but still impossible. My body would reject it instantly, or would it? I already have one integrated body skill, and I've already seen from the chimeras that getting one based around homunculi is possible, which means if I do that, then it might actually properly integrate into my body. Could that be something? No, damn it, that won't work either. I know the structure of a single animal cell and only a couple plant ones. Even if my body could take them in, I don't think it would be possible to arrange them in a way that would replicate the workings of a proper heart. I wouldn't be able to make it process the proper stimuli. At best, it would only delay my inevitable death for a moment. God freaking damn it. Who fires a shot the second a person enters the trial, you goddamn stupid freaking idiot? Another mind regulated to being angry at the gods with a few more joining it, even if others focused in on that one's original line of thought. Making a proper, living heart was currently impossible for him, but who said it needed to be a living heart? I know people would occasionally get artificial hearts back on Earth if they were in enough danger and waiting for a real transplant. Who's to say I can't manage the same thing? Something that will just pump the blood for me until I can get this fixed. After all, he actually knew the structure of his body to an almost unnatural degree. He'd been disassembled in the Life Tower, and with deep connection, he'd been able to see through the eyes of others who'd looked at him, both in there and beyond. Thera, the occasional light, life, and death spirit that would hang around her, and even both Lux and Vividus themselves when he'd been around either of them to train his skill a bit against their particularly alien and powerful minds, or get some healing. He may not have known how he was built on a biological level, but on a purely structural one, that was easy, which left him with a potential path forward and bringing the new question of how he'd actually pull it off. He could tell that whatever had struck him had disappeared out of his flesh, either being teleported away if it was a true piece of matter, or else collapsing if it was the structure of a spell, but that left him to take stock of himself the best he could, finding the results far from pleasant as he did his best to do a mental evaluation based on the pain he was in. The front of the ribs had been destroyed as they passed through them, but it looked as though the back had been left practically untouched, with whatever caused the damage vanishing before they could do any harm going out too. A small blessing, but one that didn't extend to the damage sustained. Blunt force trauma wasn't some simple thing. Having a ball pass through his flesh was likely worse than having a knife with the way the damage would present itself. There were no clean cuts, only tears and a crushed pulp of meat and bone fragments left in its place, not the sort of thing he could use as a foundation when trying to make himself an artificial organ, meaning if he was going to do it, he needed to clean it up first. Nope, don't like that option. Think of another one. Think of another one. Come on, brain, what's the point of having so much raw intelligence if I can't think of another one? Freaking fine. Stupid freaking no good freak gods and their stupid freaking trials, and how the hell am I always treated like the bad guy when they make shit like this? Goddamn it, when I get out of here I'm doing whatever I need to awaken my freaking sacrilege. A new mind lost to focus on hating the gods of that world, while the rest did what they had to. If the wound as he had it was too messy, then that just meant he'd need to clean it up to the best of his abilities, and to do that, a lump of steel was pulled from one of his rings, its shape taking on the form of a hollow cylinder with a razor's edge, and before he could lose another microsecond to his anger and hesitation, he plunged the metal into his chest. Strengthening it to cut away the damage that first attack had caused and reshaping it, as it reached the correct depth to scoop away what had remained of his heart and ribs, regulating 10 more minds to deal with the additional pain, all of them giving cries about when he'd finally gained pain resistance as a skill. Cries the still rational part of him ignored, focusing on the task at hand, as mithril and more materials were pulled from his rings and shaped under his magics, made to imitate the parts he was aiming to replace and enhancing them in every way he could with the rapid enchantments he'd constructed, and all of the magic materials he had to power it, forcing the end product into its place as it clamped down, slowing what bleeding there'd be to trickle while holding still the rest of his muscle and sinew. Not freeing him from the damage he'd taken, but at the very least ensuring he'd live, even if the quick job had left his left arm a loss. Too much in that area was damaged beyond his means to be able to use it, but I'll live for now, he sighed to himself, now to just survive this and then go get myself a new heart. His minds were still swarming, ideas connecting to one another in a constant flood of connections, with one made in particular at the thought, nearly making him yell out. No, no, I'm not doing that. That's absolutely insane. It was what he told himself at least, but through the denial, something different within his subconscious mind instead sent an appeal. His desire for power and strength, and how, no matter how insane it might have been, losing his heart could potentially act as a new path to both if he was only willing to take a risk and experiment a bit. Damn it, fine, I have plenty of time to think about it. I just need to survive this first. The trial had already fired one deadly shot. He just needed to get through whatever would come for him next. CH796. CH796. He forced himself up, his guard unable to be raised any higher than it already was as he took his first real look around, not just for any new attacks, but to get a lay of the land, taking in all he saw. It was an empty, white space, one that looked like it went on forever, with the only thing it obviously contained being hundreds of square pillars jutting up into the sky within his immediate line of sight, all of them gently gliding and moving about in a way that was constantly obstructing his vision of anything that might come his direction, but no more attacks to be seen, at least not yet. But then, who says they'll be coming head-on? He muttered, looking behind him and finding a long, almost straight wall, with a curve so gentle it would have been easy enough for anyone without the eye for it to miss, telling him that they were at least contained without the risk of someone going backwards, giving no option but to go in. But while the attack came from in front of me, there's no reason to assume that they aren't fired from the wall, nor that I won't be shot at from behind once I start going in there. It was the exact sort of scenario where having clairvoyance would have been ideal, but even if it wouldn't be perfect, it wasn't like he didn't have options to fall back on himself, with mana to be spent as he materialized a few small mirrors and kept them suspended in the air around him, giving him a constant view of his back as he started to move forward, going to the closest pillar. Like everything around him, it looked white, but on closer examination, that was because the structure itself was translucent, making what shone through the other side of it indistinct and fuzzy. Another way to obscure attacks then, he thought as he knocked on it with his one good arm. But the pillars, these are definitely mana constructs. If there's a bunch of magic nullifying attacks flying around, then aren't these going to break pretty fast, unless they were built to be immune to them? MMH not liking this, let's get going already. Despite the pain and injury, with the way he was constantly swearing at every god that world held in his thoughts, he was getting the full benefits of his ill intent, the skill buffing his attributes significantly and letting him race through that floor of the trial as he started to move, watching the pillars pass in a flash and only stopping when he saw something else zip by him. It was the only thing that had any color in that white world, appearing as a bright red, and as he examined it while it passed a few feet from his head, the world froze in the face of his thoughts. The most immediately obvious aspects were that no matter how fast it was moving, it wasn't more than he could react to, and even more importantly, it wasn't invisible, with those 2 points combining to a single fact. If it had been within his line of sight before he'd been hit, he should have been able to react to it. Which means the millisecond I came into this stupid freaking place, it had to already have been right at my chest, which is why I didn't see it. And how the hell was I supposed to ever defend against a stupid surprise attack like that, you stupid freaking, no good freaking asshole goddamn idiot? Another mind lost to being angry at the gods, while the ones he had left instead continued their examination of the ball that was trapped in his frame of reference. He'd been correct about the size it seemed, being about as big as a fist, and leaving only the question of what he'd be able to do about it from there, with the first option that presented itself feeling the most likely. While it may have been made to nullify magic attacks, and despite the empty nature of the floor he found himself on, he could pull off something far more physical, and he materialized a metal pellet to test it, shooting it at the red ball and watching as it disappeared under the power of his blow. That was easy. That was so freaking easy. Oh my freaking god, why was there one literally right in front of me the second I got in here? I hate THS stupid freaking planet so freaking. With a simple solution for dealing with them, getting through the rest was going to be a breeze though, despite the growing cacophony in his head only ever becoming louder as he did his best to control his more vindictive thoughts. While he had his blind spots that were admittedly going to be at a small risk, even with his best efforts, it was all something he could manage and let him continue on through with confidence, moving through the floor until he saw something else to make him pause after only a few minutes more. A pillar missing one of its 4 sides. Okay, I get what's happening here. The pillars don't just obstruct us, they also protect us to an extent, and when they get hit the protection ends. And given how few shots I've seen so far, I have to assume they'll build up with time, which means the longer we're in here the easier it will be to find the exit, but the harder it will be to manage all of the shots around us. Okay, whatever, this is manageable. A very large part of him continued to grumble that it would have been even more manageable if the trial had played fair, but he did his best to ignore that constant nagging thought as he went on, already knowing he could handle what was left. It was after over an hour of running that he judged there were half as many pillars as they started with, or at least that was around what it worked out to with all of the partial ones that remained. He was seeing plenty that were just one or two walls still standing, likely adding some protection, but not a significant amount, while the amount of attacks only grew, with at least 9 of them in his sight at almost all times by that point, all of them being destroyed by the shots he'd fire. He didn't know how long they'd go on for, but leaving them potentially meant allowing them to continue on and hit one of his friends, making destroying them the easy choice as he continued to go through, not slowing his pace even when he found the door out with Vasta already waiting there. CH797. So I'm second then, darn. Third actually, Vasta laughed. Jake's teleportation isn't restricted on this floor, remember. As much as it annoys me to admit it, he got here first and only ran off to try and find the rest of you after I arrived, though it seems he's not been having the best luck at it. Okay, good to know. And then does this look like a safe area? A few meters around the door there was a small ring of light to mark it, and nothing seemed to be going their way, with it being confirmed when Vasta nodded. Seems to be, nothing's gotten through since I've been here and it's been around 20 minutes now. Damn, how did you get here so fast anyway? The trial itself gave a hint. I'm assuming you noticed these are all barriers. I have. Well, if the trial's own magic nullification could get rid of them, there was no reason I couldn't as well. I essentially had a straight line here, I just had to walk to it. Something Thera should have been able to manage as well. She really should be here by now. Oh God, don't say things like that, you're going to stress me right out. Just an observation considering I spent a span training her, I'm sure she's fine. On that note though, were you hurt? She could see the giant hole in his jacket, but with the metal filling the gaping wound in his chest, she took it to be armor. Concern in the question was directed entirely towards his limp arm, looking at it with worry as Ben tried to downplay it a bit, at least until everyone else was there so he wouldn't need to repeatedly have the same conversation again and again. A bit, I was hit the second we came in, but I'm pretty sure I'll live. What? Poor luck, I didn't see any attack for the first 3 minutes. It felt more like a shifting maze than anything. Awful freaking evil no good GODS on this stupid freaking. Is that so? He said diplomatically, trying to contain his immense jealousy. Lucky you. On a completely different note, do you have any idea how much a person might have to go through before they gain pain resistance as a skill? Hurts that bad, does it? A little. Well, you seem to be taking it well. Anyway, when it comes to passives, it really depends on your compatibility with that branch of skill, doesn't it? Obviously, you can improve your likelihood with the jobs you take, but one person could get it after stubbing their toe, while another will never see it even after days of torture. Yeah, that sounds about right. How many days of pain and torture have I been through by this point? If overfilling my soul would count towards getting pain resistance, then it's going to be a lot. He almost started counting every pain he'd been through since arriving on that world, both major and minor, but the thought was broken off by Jake's arrival, bringing Amy with him. It was obvious she was hurt. It was clear from the look on her face and blood pouring down her arm, while Jake, for his part, looked in a panic, barely acknowledging the other two as he looked around. Thera isn't here yet. She's not, his teacher told him. But might I remind you that 2 types of healing magic in the spectrum that exists within your skill are just as capable of managing it. Yeah, but part of her bicep is missing, and I'm not as good at regrowing things, and I'm also panicking. Vasta could only sigh. Get her under control then to the best of your abilities before you go off looking for our last member. You know which direction I came from, and Ben came from that way, so when you're done, look at what area relative to the door you and Amy would have come from and go searching for Thera in whatever big gap is left. Right, good plan, thanks Vasta. Jake began healing her the best he could, and while he did it, Ben both connected with him to try and forcefully calm his mind while also pulling food from one of his rings, forcing it into Amy's good hand. Here, eat. You're going to need something in your stomach for when Thera gets here. For neither yourself nor Ben from the sounds of it, Vasta chuckled, content to treat it like a learning opportunity since the girl's life wasn't on the line, and only asked another question once Jake had done all he could before rushing off to find Thera amid the growing swarm of attacks taking place outside. So how did you end up in this sorry state? I was hit in my blind spot early on, she admitted. But it's not like I have eyes on the back of my head. I'd been doing my best to keep a lookout. Well, I suppose I can't fault you for that. Taking on a tower with only augmentations is certainly going to carry more risk than a proper magic, all the more so when even the gods hadn't seen an example of a non-affinitied one until you arrived. And what took you so long then? Vasta asked, resuming her role as her teacher in a way that made Thera straighten up. I still struggle with clairvoyance, so trying to make sure I was aware of attacks at my back slowed me down, until I realized that having 4 layers of barrier up around me was enough to be sure nothing would get through. And did you not notice the attacks were breaking the pillars? I did. but it didn't occur to you that you'd be able to nullify them yourself, leaving only a straight line to go through. Thera blinked as Vasta said it, taking a moment to mentally yell at herself before answering. No, I completely failed to consider that. Well, it's always important to consider. Lessons later maybe. Amy is still hurt, Jake yelled, pulling their attention back to the place he thought mattered while his teacher nodded. Fine, I suppose we can deal with that first. And with all of us here, it looks like the door will open now. I suppose if any of us died, it would have accounted for that, but at the same time, what a depressing way to learn our numbers have diminished. Fun musing, I'd still like my girlfriend healed, please. Coming, Thera told them as she made her way over, inspecting the wound as they went through before she began healing the other woman. Wow, this really tore through you with a lot of force, Thera muttered after getting to work, watching flesh grow and rebuild itself under her power. But lucky you, I have loads of experience healing one particular human at this point. This is easy. That other human has an injury as well, Vasta chimed in with Thera nodding. Yeah, I see his limp arm. Dislocated, I'm assuming. An easy fix, I'll get to you in a moment when I'm done here, Ben. Oh, take your time, he told her, not sure if he was ready for the reaction the actual severity of his injury was going to cause, and happy to put it off just a little longer until all too soon, his girlfriend nodded at her current patient. Done and good as new. You'll have no issues using it, although Jake, I'd personally recommend getting Ben to fill your head with as many life and light spells as possible while we take a break, and then when we're out of here, consider working some shifts at a hospital to get you more hands-on experience with healing. If you couldn't fix this, then you need the practice. Yeah, okay, I'll do that, he agreed, his love for Amy trumping his desire to avoid Ben's mind ever again, while Ben, for his part, had a different take on the suggestion. Are you just trying to get another awakened healer working? I can be doing multiple things at once. It's a good suggestion no matter what the underlying goal might be. Now let me get at your arm instead of calling me out. If it's just dislocated, then it's an easy fix. She stepped forward and he stepped back, getting a funny look while he returned it with an uncomfortable chuckle. Okay, so see, here's the thing. My arm isn't dislocated. He watched her eyes narrow as he said it, with her catching on from how he was acting that there was something more at play without it being enough to make the other three suspicious. Then what is it, Ben? Okay, well, you know how some of the gods of this world think I'm a heartless monster. Yes, and they're currently a bit more correct than usual. CH798. CH798. Ben, as your primary healer, tell me how you're hurt already unless you want to become even more so. Is it appropriate for healers to threaten their patients? I have terrible bedside manners. Now out with it already unless you're going to make me prove I mean it. Okay, fine, just nobody panic. Two words that were certain to cause their fair share of stress, as the other four watched Ben carefully slip off his jacket, with Thera getting a slight sense of the extent of his injuries, first from the metal plate that was under his shirt. What the others took for armor, what she herself took to be something he materialized for some extra safety when she'd first noticed it with her earth sense, clearly went deeper than that, and instead of letting Ben take off his shirt himself, she used her magic to reduce it to dust, the bloodstains on it speaking of a real injury, and his bare chest telling enough of the rest of the story from there, as one in the group gasped, with Thera in particular pulling off a face that screamed her mixture of shock, horror, and just a hint of annoyance as that last aspect poked out. You have a hole in your chest the size of my fist, and your first instinct when explaining it was to make a bad joke. I was trying to lighten the mood a bit, given I kind of figured reactions would be intense. Okay, whatever, forget about it. How bad is it? When I said I was closer to being a heartless monster, I meant it. The attack straight up destroyed my heart. Dude, how the hell are you even still alive? Jake asked, his eyes practically popping out of his skull as he looked while Amy seemed like she wanted to be sick. Ben, you could have mentioned that before I was treated, you absolute psycho. Okay, so first off, there's no need for name calling. Despite how it looks, I've got myself sorted pretty well. I'll live. Second, I built myself an artificial heart with some of the materials I have on hand. It's pumping itself, but I can personally increase the speed if need be, so it was able to keep myself alive during that floor. How did that even happen? Well, you see, the world is currently ruled by these stupid freaking no-good awful bastard Ahum. The gods of the world apparently didn't think it was necessary to fire a warning shot first when designing this thing. As soon as I stepped through the door, it was already in my blind spot. I didn't notice the attack until it was tearing its way through me. Considering how easy it was for me to deal with the trial otherwise, needless to say, I'm a little peeved. A little was putting it mildly. He was reaching a point where he could no longer allow more minds to indulge themselves in their anger without actually limiting his mental prowess, giving him no choice but to begin trying to calm a few down, while Thera's thoughts were instead focused on how to begin fixing that. Okay, how it happened doesn't matter. For now, lie down. Jake, you're in charge of casting a time spell. When I tell you to, slow reality down for Ben as much as you're able to, and pull from the bracelet you were given if you have to. Take everyone else's too. Ben, I know you'll be able to think faster than whatever effect Jake can pull off, so connect with my mind to speed my thoughts up. No, just give me a circlet. I don't care how much it splits my mind. Just make sure it at least increases the speed I perceive the world by a factor of 10. And while we're doing this, focus on materializing a constant stream of biomass directly into your stomach. I'll be enhancing your digestion as well to start healing you. And on top of that, actually, I do want you in my head after all, because you're also going to be in charge of trying to regulate my emotions a bit so I can stay calm, because this is going to be my first time trying to regrow anything like a heart, and needless to say, I'm kind of stressed out right now just thinking about trying it. Yeah, she's really not going to like what I'm about to tell her. Okay, so here's the thing, and I want you to know I have a very good reason for saying this, and I definitely won't die, but please just heal the muscle damage and ribs, leave the heart as is. She was grabbing his face as soon as he said that, taking a few deep breaths before looking in his eyes. And why exactly do you want to do something as insane as that? Well, you see, there's something I want to test when it comes to replacing my heart when we get out of here. More stares until she closed her eyes and took another deep breath, trapped in the midst of a growing migraine as she thought she knew where he was going with that. You're going to shove something in there to try and get a new freaking partial body skill, aren't you? You're going to try and become a chimera. He had the very good sense to not mention that he was already technically a chimera, instead focusing on the meat of the question. Not exactly, it's a little complicated, but I'm going to be trying something similar to see if it lands me a bit more power. More stares as the grip on his face began to get painful, not that she seemed to notice how hard she was squeezing until she ultimately sighed. You are so very stressful to love, you know that. Genuinely, whenever I die isn't going to be a good benchmark for how long half-spirits can live, because each time you do something like this I lose decades. Yeah, sorry about that. If what I'm thinking works, though, it will probably be pretty cool. Shockingly, cool doesn't really matter to me right now, but whatever. Take whatever bits of metal you don't want out of you then, and I'll heal what's left. Yeah, you got it. He had the sense not to say more when he fully understood just why she was mad, as part of him questioned if his quest for power was really worth going so far, with a larger part acknowledging that even if it was insane, it was all for the goal of not only his, but the world's long-term survival. If what he was thinking would work, then there'd potentially be more than one benefit beyond himself as well. He'd just need to survive to test it. These cuts are a lot cleaner than Amy's, Thera muttered once there was nothing left in him but his metallic heart, instantly spotting the difference as she began rebuilding his bone and muscle. It was pretty easy to tell I was going to need to clean the rest up if I wanted that to work, so I cut everything else away. Yeah, you're no longer allowed to disagree when people tell you you're insane. Hey, there's nothing insane about performing life-saving surgery on yourself, no matter how impromptu. The insane part is not getting it fixed after to, by the sounds of it, experiment on yourself. Yeah, no good argument for that. I wonder if Myriad is screaming about it up there while he watches. If you're buddy, I want to make it clear that I never would have considered such a thing if you guys hadn't punched a hole in my chest. He was ready for some sort of comeback for that, but with the voice of his god blocked off like it was any time he took on a trial, what he got instead was silence, at least from his cube. Instead, the voices in his head came from a different source once Thera finished rebuilding his chest, telling him that if nothing else, he'd gotten just a bit of progress for his suffering. Blood regeneration level increased. Acquired skill vitality enhancement level 0. Acquired skill vitality regeneration enhancement level 0. CH799. CH799. No, that's right, Thera told him. No matter what notification went off in your head to make your eyes light up like that, you're not allowed to look so happy when you currently don't have a heart. Okay, but in my defense, they were really good. I'm sure, she said dryly. You can tell me all about them after you have something proper beating in your chest, but for now teach Jake all of the healing spells you can in a quick break, and then we're rushing through the rest of this as fast as possible so you can do whatever crazy thing you're planning on. Alright, yeah, sounds good. Jake, your brain is with me. He pulled a circlet from one of his rings and tossed it to the other man, with a grimace being the reward for it. How much is this going to suck? Honestly, a fair bit. It's not to the extent of what I taught you for non-affinitied magic, but I really do know a lot on this topic as well. Light and life magic, along with the death spells that would intersect with the latter and some other, more esoteric death options as well, but he'd also read countless ways that different affinities could be combined with those two traditional healing types to enhance their effects. Something that Jake, as one of the world's 2 archmages, was uniquely capable of taking advantage of. Not just the expected spells that would come in the form of blessing magic, but also far more complex things, like managing a patient's body temperature with fire magic, or controlling their breathing with air. Water could be applied to plenty of spells, as a way to keep most races from bleeding out from wounds or rebalancing biological systems in the event of illness. Then there was dark to manage pain, space to manage obstructions, time to just give any healer more room to provide treatment, and so much more beyond. With the entire history of the planet directing its focus to the present day, in the throes of the invasion that had doomed so many past worlds, healing arts had been deeply explored, at least to the best the planet's technological level had allowed. And on top of all of that, since a low form of soul magic exists as proven through the existence of the demons, that means that as a 9th-leveled archmagic holder, Jake should actually be capable of a handful of soul spells as well, shouldn't he? Okay, that will make the cut for these lessons too. Never know when you'll run into someone who needs their soul healed after all. With his friend pulled into his mind for what was going to feel like days of learning ahead, that left Ben's real body to pull items from his rings to get to work on what he viewed as just as important for everyone. A snack before they went off to the next floor, and with that frame of mind, he began some light cooking. Ben, you can't be serious, Amy told him in disbelief. How are you thinking about food right now? Who knows how long the next section is going to be? Gotta get a bit in us while we can. You don't have a heart right now, but I still have a stomach. What's your point? The fact that you're so relaxed is deeply uncomfortable. That. Good news for you then, I'm not. You just can't hear all of the minds in my head being regulated to swearing revenge against the gods for that deeply unfair level design. Speaking of Nair, we're having a long talk about how that was even possible when I get out of here. He yelled at the ceiling, getting no response, but at the very least felt confident the god heard him. This stupid place is supposed to be a test of skill, not luck. On the right track, but I'm still not sure that's really the right reaction, she muttered. I don't think there's one correct reaction to that. Okay, but you're definitely proving there's a wrong one. Hurtful. And just what do you plan on replacing your heart with instead of having a new one grown? Vasta asked, adding her own thoughts and getting a few moments of silence before Ben gave any sort of answer. In the spirit of not overcomplicating my life until it's too late for anyone to try to stop me, I can't say. Oh yeah, that's so reassuring, Amy told him with a roll of her eyes. Why, it's complicated. I can show you when it's happening if you want. Trust me, it will be great. The gods had only just gotten in his way when it came to finishing his jobs, and even if he'd worked it out somewhat with them in the end, he was going to give them no room to interfere again if any of them so desired. There'd be no explaining what he had planned until it was too late to stop him, with the only priority to getting there being to finish the tower first, as he was left wondering just how bad it might be. On the one hand, objectively, he should have had an easy time with the first floor than he'd gotten. He could think faster than any attack would come, and once he'd figured out the gimmick of it, getting through it had been simple. If that was the case, there really was no reason to worry too deeply about anything else. Except he also knew from past experiences that how hard any tower would be could vary wildly in quality, meaning the level of challenge wasn't necessarily going to be consistent, and even worse than that was how the trials he'd had to face had broken for him before. Both trapping him in an in-between place from the transition of the rest area to the actual floor itself, or leaving him fully conscious in a torturous experience where he should have by all accounts been knocked out, there was always room for them to go wrong around him, with the structure of his mind being enough to confuse some of the building's functions. But I can't plan for that, so I'm stuck hoping for the best. He sighed to himself, feeling that thought firmly stuck in his head as he finished cooking and handed out bowls to the rest of them. Which means I just need to be aware of it and plan for the best. If I get stuck between floors again, I should be able to repeat what I did last time to get out, and if a mind effect doesn't properly activate for me well, maybe I can cross my fingers and hope that whatever's going to go wrong will actually work in my favor a bit. That could happen, right? It was a nice thought at least, no matter how unlikely it felt, but after an hour passed and Jake was freed from his mind, it was time to go on, with the 5 of them standing in front of the door to the next trial, ready to go in. CH-800. CH-800. All right, let's stop focusing on how many organs I may or may not currently have and get this over with, Ben told them as he pushed open the door, letting them into the second floor of the tower waiting just beyond and finding a far simpler space than the last one. While the area itself was broad, there really wasn't much to it. The first thing they saw going in was a new door in front of them, closed and locked with the way out being both obvious and far grander than that first sight. A mountain of keys sitting behind it. Oh, this is gonna take a while, Jake muttered as he and the rest put 2 and 2 together. The fact that they were going to have to find the correct key to get out seemed blatantly obvious while Ben looked up to the sky before commenting. More like 2 hours, he told them while pointing up, with a countdown already going. In that small span, they were going to need to sort through a pile of keys so large it towered into the sky above them, waiting to be dug through to find the presumably single one that would let them out. A needle in a haystack, Amy muttered, with Vasta in agreement. Then no time to waste figuring this out. Let's look at the door first, see if there's any clues to narrow this down. Ben was already walking over, feeling motivated as he examined it, and gave the details he could see to the rest of them since it was already falling within his specialty. There was magic built throughout the door blocking their exit. Branching, intersecting paths of what he was seeing matched a handful of enchanting systems he knew, only placed almost nonsensically, with most of them overlapping where the central key was going to want to go, with that already being one of the first clues. The keyhole itself was thick enough that any of the smaller options would be automatically out, meaning they could already judge by eye if they wanted to if there wasn't instantly a better path to pursue. The way these enchantments are all meeting in the middle, they all look incomplete, Ben muttered, thinking out loud but still getting the attention of his companions. From the way it's built, I'd say we're looking for a key that has the missing segments on it, meaning that any keys without any placed magic are going to be automatically out. It's a start, Vasta nodded. Thera, Jake with me. We'll start sorting this pile. Ben, for now, stay on the door and see if you can figure anything else out. Amy, stay with Ben in case he needs any help. Instructions given, the three non-affinitied mages moved, with swaths of keys flying through the air as their magic and mana sense were used in tandem to try and quickly sort that gargantuan pile while Ben continued to stare at the door itself. Well, is there anything I can help you with? Amy asked while he just shook his head. Not sure yet. Give me a couple minutes. This feels solvable. If the key needed a lock, then why not just make one? Their structure was typically simple enough, and even if this was a trial made by the gods, he doubted it would be unpickable, and it was with that thought he materialized some iron before shaping it with his magic and sliding it into the waiting lock, swearing the instant he did. Oh, son of an idiot, he cursed as he jumped back, shaking his hand while Amy was immediately put on alert. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. My hand's just numb. Stupid freaking gods booby-trapped it. I just got a hell of a shock for trying that. That's okay, I can work around it. He didn't need to hold the end of what he was making after all. Controlling it entirely with his magic would work just as well, and he relied on exploring the keyhole through his senses instead, picking up every bit of resistance as he poked and prodded at it, while a minute went by until he was confident he had the correct shape to turn it, pulling it out to give the final product a look. With 4 teeth and a cylindrical blade that tapered out as it went from its head to tip, the shape was unique enough to be distinct, even if it was still easily recognizable for what it was, and created something new for them to search for as he materialized 2 more and tossed them all to Amy. Here, this should be the shape we're looking for, so hand it off to the other 3 for me. I'm just going to try a couple more things here in the meantime. Got it. As she ran off, he kept his focus on the lock, already materializing a new key and trying to turn it, feeling it failed despite the confidence he had that he'd found the right shape. Of course, just because it was correct didn't mean that would be enough when it still needed magic of its own applied, but that was something he could solve too, and with just what it needed looking obvious, he spent his mana to fill in the gaps. Present were examples of laying on the totality of a spell as well as the weave system, but as for the other 2 he used in his work, both were absent. The blending system was something he'd made together with his god based on the principles of ritual magic, and the ring system had been a lost art until he'd revived it. But even though that left examples of systems he didn't personally make use of in his crafting, that didn't mean he was stuck. He couldn't call himself an expert of his field if he wasn't even aware of them, and while each other option had drawbacks large enough compared to how he already worked that he wasn't willing to apply them for the few benefits they held, he could still create them when push came to shove and place those bits of magic down to complete the enchantments in a way that would line up with the door, and with that done, once more tired to turn the key, and failed. He was sure he had it right, sure he had them perfect, but there was still something missing. Some quality to the key that just wasn't correct, leaving only the question of what. But what could I still need? I've got the shape, I've got the enchanting structure, what else could there be? Is the door somehow examining the key itself and finding that I've got something wrong? If that's the case, then what could it be judging unless? Idea, one that led him to walking over to the others as they frantically sorted, feeling every second of their time limit despite not even 10 minutes having yet passed, as he went to the pile of discards that held no magic and felt them all with his material sense. So it's their makeup that's the difference, he muttered at what he'd felt. Every key there was the same complex blend of materials, unique enough that he couldn't immediately identify what they were supposed to be, but that didn't matter. He practically had an endless supply before him as he grabbed one and reshaped it, applying the correct enchantment fragments once more and with confidence, slid it into the door and felt the lock give as he turned it, the way out of the second trial opening up to them. He was beaming with the success, waiting for reactions from the others that never came and forced him to look back to the other 4, still focused on finding whatever original key the trial held. Hey guys, you can stop that now. What Vasta asked as her and the rest of their eyes were pulled to him, getting a far more surprised reaction with what she saw. What? Made a key. It wasn't too hard, he shrugged. You just made a key. That was good enough to get out of this. Yeah, I mean, even if the gods who rule over non-affinitied magic gave their input in designing it, from what I understand it was the crafting gods who actually made the towers. Is it really so surprising that a few of the floors give options where you can make your way out of them? He'd even experienced a floor like that in the past as well, back when he'd finished the 5th floor of the Earth Tower by sculpting a statue of Helori, but he still enjoyed the look of dumbfoundment the older mage was trying to hide. Well, I suppose when you put it that way it seems reasonable. I was just prepared for that to take a bit closer to the end of our time limit. Then I'd say what we got counts as a win. Now come on, we basically just had our last break, so we all should be fine to go into the next floor, right? CH801. CH801. With how fast the second floor had been to finish, there was no need to delay. As soon as they left it, they opened the door to the next, ready for whatever new trial that one was going to hold, and found a completely empty area that time, with the only thing to indicate it wasn't endless being the 4 towering walls around them. So that looks like, what, 200 meters across both ways. Plenty of room to move if it comes down to it then. No ceiling though, and as for ground. He tapped his foot against the floor below, finding it solid enough with no obvious markings, and nothing at all in the general area to tell them what they'd have to face for that section, giving them no choice but to wait for whatever was going to come to start while they kept on their guard. A wait that wasn't long. Before anyone could question what they were meant to do, the attacks came. Dozens of constructs of mana, all shaped like spears, flying at them with force, and all of them being stopped by Thera as she raised a barrier around them. Well, that makes things easy, Vasta muttered. I suppose this is more of a combat floor than a puzzle one, but if all there is to it is waiting it out, then that won't be a challenge with you here. But is it just going to be a matter of waiting? Thera asked. There's no countdown in this one, at least not when I can see. You don't always get them, Amy shrugged. We're pretty sure it's a psychological tactic. Countdowns to create additional mental pressure, knowing you only have so long to finish something, and then ones without to wear on you, not giving you the chance to say that you only need to survive for however many more minutes. Both types suck. Still, if we can just stand here and relax for however long, then I'll be happy to take that for once. It seemed to be a sentiment that Jake and Vasta felt as well. With all of the towers they'd done together by that point, easy floors were always welcome, all the more so when it meant getting some extra breathing room. It was something Ben was happy to take too, even as he continued to stare outside of the large barrier Thera put up, seeing the attacks continue on. Once the first round of spears stopped, there was what seemed to be a pause. Even as his mana sense told him, there was still something going on beyond the walls of Thera's barrier. But after that the attacks changed, looking more like an application of barrier magic rather than mana crystallization, as thin sheets of mana flew at them like discs, once more failing to get through. With the start feeling like a good sign for the rest of that stage, that impression only dropped as the attacks transitioned once more, his and everyone else's mana sense screaming at them that whatever was coming next was inside of the barrier. All of them moved at once, but it was again Thera's reaction that mattered as a new barrier went up within the old, just above their heads in an attempt to block whatever mana effect was coming down on them, succeeding with no harm done. So what just happened? Jake asked, looking up while whatever aspect of magic continued to push against Thera's power while she explained. It feels like it's pushing down against me. I'm pretty sure this would count as an advanced application of telekinesis. I'm not sure if we'd be crushed by it, but we'd definitely be knocked down. So a defensive floor then, Vasta muttered, and one where it seems the attacks could potentially come from anywhere. I suppose this will be a bit more of a challenge than it initially looked. Everyone be on guard. We don't know what else might be coming. They'd only seen applications of raw mana to that point, which made it feel safe that was going to be what they'd be getting for that floor, but the fact that attacks could come from anywhere added a new dimension of danger, with Ben's mind immediately flashing to what had already happened to his heart. If something appears right in front of my chest again and impales me before I could conceivably react, if I live then I'm going to destroy this tower. That might finally get me my sacrilege, and from the sounds of it, nobody else is likely to take this one on before the third wave rolls around. It would be worth it. It was a little promise to himself in the event he was forced to deal with what he saw as nothing but unfair level design, but also a future concern. Once that attack stopped, there were a few more rounds of different ones, taking place outside the barrier Thera had up, once more giving them some breathing room, until the totality of the space around them was filled with mana once again, in an application Ben had never before experienced. The air became dense with grain-sized globules of the power, with the mana not crystallizing like in earlier attacks, but instead taking a liquid form, droplets of it filling every available space until they moved at once, centering in on each of them to smother and drown the five in their power as Thera blocked it once more, creating smaller, more personal barriers around each person to protect them with only the little bit that was already nearby getting through to press against their flesh. Leaving Ben to analyze the attack that came. They're pressing pretty hard against my skin, which isn't bad for a few drops of mana, but I can't imagine how dangerous all of that would be if it got in, he thought as he looked at the thick condensate that was wrapping around the barriers, obscuring his vision of the others with just how much there was, but more than that. Heads up everyone, the time between different types of attacks is getting shorter. Are you sure? Vasta called back through it all. Positive, each round of attacks is about a second shorter than the last one, which means as time goes on, we're going to be having to switch what sort of attack we deal with faster and faster. Things are going to get tight. Great, he heard Jake mutter at the same time the mana around them vanished. On the plus side, if we assume it's going to stop around whenever the attacks start coming every second, then that actually is a good thing, he told them, trying to be positive as a new flurry of blows came from beyond the bounds of Thera's barrier. If we assume they'll stop around then that means we have less than 2 hours left. That's a rather big if, Vasta pointed out while Ben just shrugged back. Maybe, but there's nothing else to go off of, so for now I'm just going to hope for the best. Who knows, maybe it will work out nice and easy like that. CH802. CH802. An attack that came from under them, designed to throw them in the air, was thwarted by Thera, placing a well-timed barrier beneath their feet, using her magic to keep them firmly on the ground, while Ben continued to count and observe before yelling out to the rest. After the next one, we'll have passed the 1 hour mark. With the increase in attack variance keeping up with his predictions to that point, the rest of them could feel the pace had increased as well, with attacks down to below 90 seconds before they'd changed again, with plenty more to go if Ben was right. If it really is going to be another hour of this after then, that means there's still a lot to have to deal with, but so far it seemed manageable. Thera had been carrying them for that floor, using her mana to protect the lot of them from everything they faced and leaving things easy for the rest, even if it left the question of how long that could keep up. Attacks were getting more violent, and the changes were coming fast. Eventually it would become a matter of reflex more than careful consideration if it went on long enough. But no, Thera's got this. There was a lot that could be solved by putting enough mana to a problem, and she had that in spades. Even if it came down to it, she could potentially handle that floor and keep the rest of them safe by wrapping each individual person in a barrier and piling layer on layer of it to simply not create room for any attack to appear in what limited space there was, and it left a feeling of confidence, right until the 1 hour mark finally passed and the structure of the trial changed. All at once they were divided, walls of mana coming down and breaking through what Thera had up, not just separating them from one another but moving them as well, trapping them each in their own little bubbles with only a few meters of space to move, while the new barriers that held them began to shift on their own, sliding them across the floor and away from each other. And that's not ideal. It didn't feel like he was moving, at least not from the individual space he was in, but that was going to be from the barrier keeping everything it held still. He could see the others being slid around, the same as him, in fast arcs and jerking motions in a way that didn't seem to be an attack, even if it left a sinking feeling in his stomach as the time ticked down. A feeling that was validated when the time came for a new attack without releasing himself or the others, with mana bullets coming in from all angles and passing through the barrier trapping him, forcing Ben to materialize his mana to protect himself as shots rang out against the metal plates he put up to block their paths, leaving him to rely on his senses and mind skills as he pushed them to the limits for the first volley before creating mirrors to see what was coming behind him. Catching glimpses of the others as he did, Thera and Vasta were both still managing fine, the first having the most power of them all, and the latter the most experience with their magic, giving both of them an easy time dealing with incoming attacks and leaving the rest of them in their struggles. Ben was at least semi-confident he'd be able to handle whatever might come based on what he'd seen so far, and even if it looked like Jake was struggling more than the other two non-affinitied mages, he still had the sort of power to deal with what was coming his way. The only problem was Amy. The only one among them without a proper magic. She did have her augmentations, both the one that would let her empower herself and her weapons with any affinity, as well as her non-affinitied one that she was the first in the world to wield, but he didn't know if that would be enough. He could see her straining, trying to block attacks as she changed her weapon to a shield, and doing her best to handle the slack by using her skills to weaken the effect of any strikes that hit her back that she couldn't protect but still clearly the one in most need among them, becoming the one he aimed to help as a result. So what if he was locked behind a barrier? He'd gone through the same thing in the Earth Tower, and on the demon's world by that point, and both times he'd been able to make it out. With his sacrilege, his stronger material manipulation, and his ever-growing mana pool, as soon as he placed a hand against the thing that held him, he was able to feel it shatter under his will, leaving the only issue being to catch up to his friend while she was being thrown around. That was the rub. Each barrier may have seemed still for those within them, but outside that frame of reference, they were moving faster than he could run, leaving him no choice but to continue fending off strikes while waiting for her to come into a range he thought he could manage, and getting it when the attack changed again. Another downward force being created by the tower's magic, he was able to hold it off by collecting the material he already had spinning around him to stop the previous shots, and formed a roof above him to take the magical load. Continuing to hold it there, at the same time, Amy's barrier began moving in his general direction, as the attack they were under knocked her to the ground. He was sure it was stronger than the last time, but didn't have the leeway to wonder what sort of stress she was being placed under. He had to trust her skills would be enough and launched himself forward the second he was sure he could make it, putting all of his speed and strength into the jump in tandem with the enchantment on his shoes, launching himself at her barrier and coming up just short. With a sharp left at the last moment, it left his range, whatever spell they'd face next seconds away. I can do this. With time at a standstill, he spent his mana, using his material manipulation on everything he was wearing to push himself those few extra feet he needed, and felt his fingertips brush against it. His victory claimed as the barrier broke under his touch, freeing his friend. "Hey, looks like you could use a hand," he said, lifting her up as the force pressing down on her vanished once its time was up. "You okay? Looks like mana droplets again, great." The mana was already condensing once more, preparing to drown them, and forced Ben to react, taking the metal he still had floating around him, and more from his ring to make a tight room, and closing the two as he spent his magic to strengthen it under the crushing force pressing in on them. It was a strain compared to having Thera around to handle it, but a manageable one. He had thousands of points available to him, and a regeneration rate in the hundreds. He could spend most of what he had and still be fine so long as some easier options came around after for him to refill his pool, even with his next priority clear. As much as I love being left to try and account for every attack we're going to face with my only real useful option, when this one ends we're breaking Thera out. Now that we're already freed from the barrier, I'm going to guess the trial probably can't account for that, so we shouldn't be forced back in again if we get the rest out. Okay, sounds like a plan, but how are we going to know when it's okay to get out? Being fully enclosed, there was no light for them, no way to see what was going on beyond the wall Ben had created, and the answer he gave her wasn't reassuring. "I'll be able to feel when the walls aren't being crushed, and beyond that, just be on your guard and we'll do our best. Now, 5 seconds. Just a few moments more of the mana around them crushing down before it disappeared, and Ben took the walls he'd built back into his ring, using what was left to block an incoming wall of mana from smashing into them as he got his bearings and found Thera, his girlfriend managing to deal with everything going her way, but on the opposite end of the area from him, as far as she could be. "She's still moving. I could wait for her to be brought back this way, but I don't know how long that's going to go, and me and Amy are going to be the worst off of everyone. Damn, okay, looks like we're trying to get to her. Amy, how would you say your balance is? Better than average. Why? We're trying something." Taking out the same walls he'd just put away, they were reshaped under his power into a flat board that he brought to the ground, hopping on and dragging Amy with him before spending his mana to lift it and make it move, flying through the sky on it the same way Thera would always carry them in their cart, and shot towards her. It was hard on his mana pool. He didn't have an affinity with it lowering the cost, but it was manageable as they flew, aiming right for her, and only falling short as her barrier unexpectedly turned, forcing him to adjust on the fly without throwing himself and Amy off in their chase, trying to account for the random movement the trial was throwing their way until Thera was finally in reach, with a single touch from him being enough to break her barrier and reunite with them. "Gotta say, this section is really more annoying than anything else," she said once they were together. "How much longer do we have? If I'm right, about 55 minutes. Are you able to protect us if we get the other two out?" "Obviously." "Sweet, in that case, let's go." Jake looks like he's struggling a bit. With her power joined in, things got tremendously easier. Carrying the three while handling what the trial kept throwing their way was simple, and with the speed she could move them at, Jake's barrier couldn't escape them, letting them free him and then move on to get Vasta out as well in quick succession, simplifying the rest of the trial tremendously. Ben had been right. It hadn't been designed to account for the participants escaping their confines, and it showed. The speed of the attacks increased, and the time it took for them to change shrunk, but they were never divided again, all of them able to benefit from the strength one held as the minutes wore on, and that floor progressed until the length of each attack had reached 5 seconds. which means it won't be long until we get to see if it's really going to end at 1. He thought as the attack changed once more, pins of crystallized mana trying to pierce through them, and being stopped by Thera's power when the final change hit that level. No more attacks to come, ending a few seconds sooner than Ben had expected. A way out appeared in the sky above them the same instant the floor below fell away, crystalline spikes further down ready to pierce any who were unprepared, but never got to see their use. The second it happened, Ben was speeding up Thera's thoughts, letting her react to catch everyone and carried them from there to the exit, the 3rd floor of the tower completed. CH-803. CH-803. With the 3rd floor finished, they stopped to rest before going to the next. There'd be no break between the 4th and 5th ones, same as any of the affinity towers, and just as importantly, that was the stage that affinitied magics would be blocked as well. While they hadn't come into play too much in the first floors, it was still a loss that would up the coming challenge, and with no way to know what was still left to face, they needed a chance to recuperate. Ben cooked food for the rest of them as they sat around, getting their bearings and emotionally preparing the best they could. Nobody suggested leaving to just claim the blessing and be done with it. By that point in both the tower and the invasion, they were all too invested in getting the strength they could for what was still to come, and eventually, they went to sleep, or at least the rest of them did. Ben alone stayed up with his thoughts, feeling his mithril heart beating in his chest as he reflected on the floors so far and just how far he'd come. They'd been possible, all 3 of them, to a point that he was confident that he could have done them alone if he had to. Barring his injury at the very beginning, he'd come far. He'd reached a point with his skills that left him feeling genuinely powerful. When taking on a place the gods had designed to challenge mortals, he was able to come out on top. Looking at his hands as he sat down, it was easy to see the signs of his efforts. Calluses and a few healed cuts and burns from all of the ways he'd craft, and what wasn't so easily reflected, but still showed its proof in the form of the bands on his arms that were training his mana and vitality any time he put them on. He'd come far in the world. No longer was he the boy that could be ignored for something better. He was skilled in his craft, and powerful in both magic and attributes enough that countries the world over would be happy to take him in if he'd only offer, but still, it wasn't enough. Maybe he already had a world-changing amount of skill. He'd proven as much with any number of inventions he'd made, but he couldn't say the same for power. He wanted to take on a god like no other, but felt no closer to awakening any of his abilities, and as high as his attributes had been growing even after all of the changes to himself, it still didn't feel like enough. But all I can do is keep going. He sighed. Yeah, that's too far away to even dream about. I need to worry about finding other ways to get stronger first, and then I can worry about the rest after. I'm replacing my heart as soon as I get out of here, so we'll see how that goes, and beyond that I'm still finishing my jobs pretty quick, even with the gods getting in the way of me. Maybe I should strain myself just a little more. I've been taking it easy since they already blocked me once, but it gets easier every time my soul source and soul affinity grow. And then if I do awaken one of my skills to the 3rd tier, that will grow my attributes enough that I'll unlock the king jobs for my mana and stamina, at the very least. Hell, awaken 2 skills, and it will get me pretty close to getting those jobs for vitality and strength too, and if I modify my soul after awakening my connect and sacrilege, that should be enough to push me into unlocking them, so I'm going to be getting more fantastic bonuses to me attributes, and other than that, well, I'll figure it out as I go. There were always ways to grow more, to push oneself just a bit farther and pull just a bit of extra from himself, or the system to reap what benefits they'd yield. All that was left was finding them, but with the bit of time he had left before it was time to take on the last floor, he forced himself to retreat into his mind for what little rest he could get. Is everyone ready? Vasta asked, her hand already on the door, ready to go through and just waiting for confirmation from the others for that final push, with Amy pulling out a spear from her ring, since the magic storing her weapons would soon be blocked off, while Ben confirmed everyone had a few potions before finally giving the nods she wanted. All right then, let's finish this. The door to the second last floor opened, and with only a few steps they were all through, ready for the scene beyond and getting nothing but fog, a thick wall of it obscuring their vision and making it hard to see even the others around them. Anything more than a few meters was practically impossible, even if it was enough to make them aware that the thing they were on had a distinct edge. Platform maybe 5 meters across and square in shape, they had no way of knowing what was below or beyond it as it stood, leaving them on an island of uncertainty. Oh man, I really hope this isn't going to be a combat floor, Jake muttered, getting Ben to respond. Whatever it is, we're on a timer again, he told them as he looked up to the sky, with 3 hours clearly marked and being bright enough to pierce through the fog around them, acting as their sole source of light. What are we thinking here? His words were cut off, stopped as he felt the floor beneath them shift, not enough to throw them off but gently lifting and falling, making them all aware that, however slight, they were all moving on it with whatever danger that might imply yet to be seen. I believe, until we get reason to assume otherwise, that we should be treating this floor as one where the point is to find the exit, Vasta suggested. With nothing else to go on and nothing obviously attempting to kill us yet, it's our best option for the time being, at least until we find something to change that assumption. All right then, where do we start? Amy asked, dealing with the fog. Thera, would you be able to try and clear this away the best you can for us to let us get a bit more vision? Yeah, I can try. Similar to the last floor, Thera made a barrier around them, but this time caused it to expand, pushing the fog around them farther and farther away to give a greater view of their surroundings as the environment was slowly revealed, showing that beyond their own platform were more all around them, the same large squares, all of them gently swaying up and down in a way that revealed the depth of each one, raising and lowering meters each time, but never enough to see their bottoms, at least from that vantage point. With more of the scene revealed, Ben walked to the edge of the one they were on and looked down, seeing nothing but a dark pit that went on endlessly and revealed it was giant cubes they were floating on through the void, leaving him to sigh. No matter where I go, I always see his face. The comment was ignored, with Vasta instead focused on Thera. Are you going to be able to keep this barrier up? Yeah, if nothing comes for us, then this much is honestly easy. Think you'll be able to multitask then? Probably. What do you have in mind? If we are looking for the exit, then we need to start moving. It would be a pain to get around a place like this usually with the way it looks like it operates, but if you can carry us all while both keeping the fog away while having the platforms visible, Jake and I can focus on our clairvoyance to search out the areas out of sight for the exit. All right, yeah, I can do that. Good, in that case, no time to waste. Go straight ahead. Jake, you search the left while I search the right, and hopefully this won't be too long. With orders given, they began to move, the world passing by under their feet as Thera carried them, both Ben and Amy having nothing to do while the others worked. As minutes passed by, it became more and more clear that there were no attacks coming for them. What they'd found was what they'd got. An endless sea of platforms, with the only thing missing being the way out. God, I hate feeling like dead weight, Amy muttered. This entire tower's been floors I couldn't help with. Really, man, I love it. Nothing better than an easy time. Yeah, but you've played your part plenty already. All I've been doing has been getting carried along, she sighed. Feels like I've had to do that in a lot of the towers. And is that a bad thing? I mean, I'm now a contender for my augmentation. I'd kind of feel a lot better if I'd actually earned it. Who says you haven't? Towers are about teamwork as much as anything else, right? You can never know what you're going to face, so there's always a chance someone's going to be doing a lot less than others. That's just life. Getting to the top means you've earned it. MMH, easy to say when you've actually helped in all of the towers you've been to. Me? He laughed. Yeah, sure, I've played my parts for this one, and when we did the Earth Tower together, but you want to know my masterful plan when taking on the Life Tower before. Leave it all to Thera and get her to carry us through. Well, also cheating, but that part is less important because it didn't work at the time. And then for the Dark Tower, to make things even easier, you want to know the best bit of help I contributed. I realized the gods hadn't banned the Great Spirits from participating, so I got Fune, the Dark Spirit, to go in with us. My greatest strength is being willing to cheat, that's it. So what is you so self-conscious about this? You know, me and Jake are supposed to be trying to get to the 3rd tier before the next wave, right? Yeah, and you've even got access to a couple soul mages to help. I'm sure you can manage. Except how the hell am I supposed to get through that barrier when I've barely leveled any of my skills outside of what I've been doing in the tower? I haven't exactly been growing through effort. God, I'm so incredibly jealous. I'm being serious. So am I still, not to put too fine a point on it, but I can see your skills. I know you've been raising some of them on your own. My first tier ones, sure, not the ones that actually matter. And actually, a lot of that is going to be because of Yuzu and you. I got a lot of levels both times you helped me go through my jobs. Okay, but I can see your combat and your non-affinitied augmentation are both at their 3rd level, and I know you haven't been getting them from the towers. No, I've been getting them from having a soul mage at my beck and call along with all of the blessings I've been given for basically doing nothing too, she sighed, holding up a hand before he could say anything else. And I know I wouldn't have got them if I hadn't been properly training for them and improving, but it's not really the same. All right, well, whether you've been dead weight or not, there's one easy way to absolutely show you've earned your skills, no matter how you got there. I kind of doubt it. No, there absolutely is. Succeed and reach the 3rd tier. Anyone that gets there deserves it. I think you missed the part where I have a bunch of blessings and a soul mage to help me. Yeah, and it's still a practically impossible goal, he shrugged. Look at me, I've been a contender for years and I still haven't awakened my sacrilege. Getting there is hard. Should you be trying to awaken your sacrilege? Are you particularly religious? We live on a planet with hundreds of very real gods and wait, you're still a freaking apostle. That should really be my main point. Ha, you got me there, but it's fine. Well, not fine. A hell of a lot of them up there don't want me succeeding, and have shown they're more than willing to get in my way to keep it from happening, even if they typically get in trouble for it, but the only one I need to care about seems cool with it. Well, maybe cool with it is a bit of a stretch, but I'd at least say Myriad has come to terms with it. That doesn't sound like you should actually be doing it. Sadly, I can't escape my roots, coming from a reality without gods of its own, at least as far as I know. The agnosticism within me is still strong, but we also got off course. You feel like you're not doing enough. You still have Warrior's Tower to take on. You'll be able to fight to your heart's content there to make up for it, I'm sure. And if you feel like you don't deserve the strength you've got, then work until you do. Nobody on the planet is going to call you out so long as you can play your part killing demons and saving lives. MMH, I guess. The conversation didn't actually help her, but getting the feelings off her chest was nice enough, and with nothing either of them could do in that moment, the two let themselves be carried on as the search continued as the minutes kept passing by. CH804. CH804. MMH, this is beginning to look a bit troubling, Vasta muttered as the clock continued ticking down. It was a sentiment all of them could share. With half of their time used up in their search as they flew across the endless plain of platforms, they hadn't found so much as a glimpse of an exit, despite the fact that they were covering distances that regular parties taking on the challenge couldn't imagine. A distance that would have taken anyone else days to traverse had been examined and explored, but didn't leave them with a drop of hope for getting out. What else can we do then? Jake asked. If we can't find it, then we're missing something. Maybe it's because we haven't been interacting with the trial in a normal way, Ben offered. Most parties wouldn't be flying across all of this. They'd be moving platform to platform. Maybe there's something that we should have activated that we've missed out on. It was an idea that brought a grimace to all of their faces. With half of their time gone, if it was because they'd simply failed to find and interact with some pivotal part of the trial, then all of their searching until that point had been nothing but a waste. Thera, bring us down, Vasta said after grappling with the idea Ben put forth. Better to see if something happens. Giving a nod, his girlfriend brought them down, all of them waiting for a moment on their new platform, but with no change to come. If there were platforms that would activate in some way with their presence, it wasn't that one. That didn't mean the idea was wrong though, and they kept trying. The gaps between the platforms were big enough that anyone could have fallen through if they weren't careful, but with Thera still there to move them, it was easy to jump from one to the next, even if there was still no change, and left them standing in silence after their sixth attempt. Maybe if there was some sort of activation condition, it was around the one we started on, Amy offered. If we skipped whatever it might have been, then maybe nothing further down would activate first. The idea brought a frown to Vasta's face. I'd prefer to think the gods wouldn't be so careless to build a trial where the conditions we'd need to conceivably finish it could be bypassed. I can absolutely believe the gods of this world could freak up on building a core feature of one of their trials. Okay, well, only one way to know for sure, Ben told them. I can remember how many platforms we passed, and if we're not slowing down to search, then Thera can get us back there in 15 minutes easy, unless we have any better ideas. No, I suppose we don't, Vasta sighed. We'll have to keep thinking on the way, I suppose, but for now I vote we'll do as you suggest if everyone else is in agreement. With no other ideas, there was no argument, thereby beginning their journey back. Still nothing, it looks like, Ben muttered as their search went on. They'd gotten back to their original platform, and they'd searched not only everyone around it, but everyone around all of those ones as well, getting no change to hint at wherever they were meant to be going. They were by all accounts stuck. Do we just keep moving then? Jake asked. We're already back, might as well explore the opposite way in case it's as simple as that. I do wonder if the solution could really be so simple, Vasta muttered. There's nothing to give it away, no hint or clue or anything. You'd expect a trial to have some way to actually solve the damnable thing, instead of being forced to wander random directions with the hope we might get it right in some stroke of luck. She's right. As much as the overall designs of trials annoyed him, built to harvest faith in exchange for a blessing and level in a way that left the participants putting their lives on the line, the gods would get nothing from killing their believers, especially not when they were in the middle of the war. There had to have been a way to solve it. Unless this tower is so rarely challenged that we're literally the first people to attempt this floor and discover that it doesn't work. What was that, Ben? Vasta asked him. Oh, nothing. Just thought out loud a bit. Ignore me. The idea may have felt unpleasantly possible as soon as he'd thought of it, but operating on that assumption wasn't useful. If that was the case, then there was nothing they could do, but if he was wrong and everyone started thinking like that, then it wouldn't help anyone, which means we just need to consider other options, which means first. Hey Thera, can you try destroying the platform beside us? I don't think that's something a normal person taking the trial could pull off. Yeah, I honestly agree, but it's something different than what we've been doing. Okay, yeah, sure. It was better than nothing, and she held forth her staff, pouring mana into the attack as she tried to squeeze the cube with her magic as it slowly drifted up and down, finding it more resilient than she'd expected. She'd started casually, but eventually began to strain, a result that should have been an answer in and of itself. If she of all people was struggling to break it, then it wasn't something meant to be broken, but he was still bitter about having his heart destroyed and didn't bother bringing that fact up, seeing that the lack of immediate success had stroked her competitive spirit and motivated her to go on until a loud crack echoed through the floor, the platform splitting down the middle and freezing in place. Well, that did nothing, she sighed, even if there was a small edge of pride to it after proving she could overpower the platform. So what now? It was a question they were all wondering as Ben continued to stare at the broken platform, frozen where it had cracked amidst a sea of movement as a question came to him. All of the platforms were moving at fixed intervals, having high points and low points, but each one was moving in a specific way, keeping one singular feature of them obstructed from view. Oh, freak me, it can't be that easy, can it? There was only one way to find out, and feeling so incredibly dumb, he turned to Jake and Vasta. Guys, you think you could clairvoyance a look on the bottom side of some of these platforms? Wait, you don't think? It's the only reasonable place we haven't checked. There's enough space to fall between them, and with the way they're all moving, nothing gets high enough relative to the others to see if there's anything on their underside. Plus, it's something that a person challenging could be expected to find and reach with their non-affinity magic. It unfortunately makes sense. A part of him wanted to be wrong, if only because that would excuse him for not immediately thinking something so obvious, but it was easy to see from both Jake and Vasta's faces that they'd found it, leaving him to pinch the bridge of his nose in frustration. Okay, how far off is it then? He sighed, with Vasta being the one to answer, even if it was hesitant. It looks like there's an exit under every one of them. Oh jerk, a normal exit then, not something that's going to lead to a second part for this floor. I'd say so. I haven't seen the gods treat doorways as continuations before. They're pretty firmly exits. Yeah, of course they are. Okay, in that case, we have an hour left in here then. I say we use half of that to relax, and then from there we make our way through. He got no arguments, all of them wanting a break after finding the solution right under their noses the entire time. All right, we can't put this off any longer, Vasta told them. Let's finish this. They had a single floor left, one final challenge to face until they were done and free to leave. All that was left was to overcome whatever it might be, and with time in the fourth floor ticking down, Thera picked them all up and carried them between the platforms down below, passing through one of the doorways to find out what remained, with the setup feeling familiar. All of them were lined up, side by side as they went through, each of them trapped within an individual barrier at the edge of a towering ring, the new area falling away to nothingness past it. Kind of set up like that one section of the Earth Tower, he thought as he examined it and everything else it contained. In the floor, he and the others had been forced to battle golems in the past. They'd been released one by one into an arena to fight, and with no obvious timer around, Ben was expecting to get pretty much the same, with that serving as excellent news as far as he was concerned. His hand stretching out to touch the barrier in front of him, he knew he'd be able to break it with ease. Same as he'd done in the past, and same as he'd done for the third floor of their current tower, with him only holding off in the slim chance he was wrong. No need to start breaking the trial without fully understanding it first, even if one other thing was left clear. I'm either first or last then. The way they were lined up, the order looked like it was going to either be himself, Jake, Amy, Thera, and Vasta, or the opposite of that if they really were going to be forced to handle the final challenge in a series of one-on-one fights, with the only way to know being for it to start. Psst, hey Ben, Jake whispered beside him, seeing things in the same light. Think this is going to be like the Earth Tower again? Probably. Think you'll be able to get yourself out of here again? Absolutely. Then what do you say you just break us all out when the first one starts so we can bulldoze the competition? If it's what we're thinking, then that's the plan, don't worry. I'd prefer you didn't, Vasta chimed in from the other side. At least as long as it doesn't look like someone's going to die. The goal may be to claim the rewards, but that doesn't mean any here should neglect to challenge themselves. Gods know, there's going to be enough to struggle through soon enough. Take the practice while you can. He watched Jake slump at his teacher's words while Ben just shrugged. From the looks of it, Amy and Thera felt the same as the older mage, so if they wanted to try things honestly first, he wouldn't get in the way unless it was urgent. It would hopefully be good for his own training too, so with his goal of getting stronger, he'd only step in if it looked like he really needed to. Guess I'll just have to be prepared then, with the answer to their order seeming decided. Only a second later, Vasta's barrier collapsed, letting the mage out to walk to the near center of the stage where a patch of ground began to glow. Stand here, I take it, she muttered, stepping within and bringing forth her opponent as a perfect replica of the world's non-affinity mage took the other end of the stage. Oh, so we're doing copies then. Neat. Maybe it should have felt more surprising, but he dealt with similar enough events before, and despite the risks had enjoyed them both times. Perhaps communicating with a hallucination brought forth by the Dark Tower shouldn't have really counted, but it had been fun to bounce a couple ideas off of the other at the time, and when it came to proper copies, the one he'd found in the Trial of Analia had left an undeniable mark on him. Completing that section of the goddess's trial had gained him both levels and a skill at the time, with his connect and focus raising as well as the acquisition of complex mind, the union of the last two and plenty of other options being what had grown towards his current mental structure. He'd been able to cooperate and reaped a boon as a result, even if chances seemed slim it would happen again. After all, those levels may have come as a natural result of doing the trial, but getting complex mind came from being connected with something I merged with. Plus, we were able to peacefully communicate. Doesn't seem like we have the same options right now. Vasta's copy was already springing to move. The fact that a fight was unavoidable made obvious, even as a different idea scratched at the back of his thoughts. Who was to say he couldn't claim similar rewards for himself, just because whatever copy of himself he was going to have to face was going to be adversarial? It was an idea he let himself explore in the back of his mind as he watched the fight begin, with Vasta's copy wasting no time. Before the mage could fully process what she was seeing, it was already attacking, mana surrounding the original and about to crush down, only being stopped by a quick barrier just barely blocking it. Not enough to stop the copy, though. The other Vasta rushed forward in an instant, propelling herself with her mana and placing her hand on that protective shield, breaking it down as two things happened. The first was the copy's other hand crystallized a spike to drive forward, and the second was that while Vasta was busy reacting to that, more appeared at her back. A sneak attack designed to pull her target's attention away from the true danger. The mage's years of experience shone through, both propelling herself to the side while forcing the duplicate forward, throwing it off its balance and making it cancel its attack, even if her evasion wasn't flawless. A gouge tore through her arm, enough of an injury to be a distraction during the fight as blows continued to be exchanged while Ben watched and evaluated. This isn't just a copy, he finally accepted. On a purely technical level, the fake Vasta is better with her magic. It was subtle but undeniable, with the duplicate spells all coming across as just a bit more technically complex and impressive. More imagination with every attack thrown having multiple components to it, something subtler always mixed in to try and catch the original off guard. So the trial somehow made a better version of Vasta then. How? I can imagine the copy was made by somehow examining her mind and soul to create a replica based on her skills and memories, but how would you make the copy improve from there? A question he continued to fiddle with as the fight went on, with no answer but something else becoming obvious. The trial had left the originals with an advantage as well. Blow for blow, the true Vasta was being forced to keep up with the others' attacks, but strength-wise, when they clashed it was the real one whose spells were winning out in the end. The duplicate had more skill, but the original held superior power. With how things were going, though, who the winner was going to be was clear. She had built up some cuts and bruises as the fight went on, but the true Vasta was slowly turning the tides, growing to understand how both the fake and herself attacked and landing hits of her own, each of them moving as one with the outcome feeling close until a change. For the first time in the fight, her copy spoke. If this is all you're good for, it looks like you'll lose another student. The words were said with casual dismissal, but it was enough to put a stutter in the original's step, perfectly placed to be exploited, as some past trauma was unearthed and created room for a new blow to land, far more severe than any other as a volley of pins were created and cast forth before a barrier could be formed, not tearing her apart only by virtue of other spells strengthening her body, but both leaving her bleeding and holding enough force to throw her back. Leaving her tossed towards the platform's edge, and only being saved from the plummet by a quick manipulation of mana, forcing it to act on herself to hold her in the air as her other followed suit, changing the dynamic of the battle once more as the extra dimension was brought to the fight, dragging it out longer to its conclusion. As far as psychological blows went, it seemed the copy only held the one to use, and while it got a few more good strikes in, it wasn't long until Vasta had a wire of mana around its neck, constricting it down to nothing to sever the head of the other, and leaving it to fade away, finally ending things. Worn out and bleeding, though, the non-affinitied mage hadn't come away unscathed, as she was left panting on the ground as a barrier appeared around her, making her jump at first in wonder of what was coming next, until it became clear it was just moving her back to her original spot, back in her cell to try and heal her wounds while Thera's opened up. It left his stomach in a knot in worry after seeing how the first one went, and with some magic on his fingertips, he was already prepared to break out if she needed it, not that he could be sure it would even do any good. As a rough estimate, he would have put Vasta's attributes at roughly 5% more than her duplicates, maybe even a bit less. For Thera, though, 5% less would still mean hundreds of thousands of points of mana for her replica to wield. Whatever was going to come was going to be violent. Still, she tried to look confident as she went forth, taking her place at the start and knowing what she did from watching Vasta's match, didn't hesitate to attack the second she could, fully prepared for her own duplicate to appear and getting rewarded for it immediately. He couldn't be positive, but Ben felt that the fraction of a second he saw it, it almost looked resigned as a powerful wave of mana went right at it, shattering the barrier it put up and reduced it to nothing, instantly ending the match. More than anything, Thera ended up looking disappointed as the trial forced her back into her confines, not immediately understanding what had happened, even if Ben thought he had an idea of it that brought a small smile to his face. The trial had to be getting the mana for the attacks from somewhere, and while he'd initially been worried about how strong the duplicate would be, it seemed that it hadn't been designed to account for someone like her. She'd gone all out from the start, and been rewarded for it by creating a blow her duplicate hadn't been made with the power to stop, ending things earlier than they could have hoped or the gods could have expected. Well, always nice when their show is ruined. Now that just means it's time to see how Amy's going to do. CH806 Amy's perspective. CH806 Amy's perspective. If this is all you're good for, it looks like you'll lose another student. Did Vasta have a student before Jake? Based on the way she reacted during her fight, it was clear the answer was yes, and that whatever happened, it hadn't ended well, something the woman she'd known since arriving on that world had never touched on in their time together, but apparently still cut deep enough to leave a psychological blow when it was brought up during her fight, nearly bringing things to an early end that left its impact for the rest of their duel. It was something Amy couldn't help but want to ask about, even if she was trying to suppress her feelings. All too soon it would be her turn. She needed her head in the game for what looked certain to be a struggle, with the mage she knew left bleeding and beaten by the end, even if she'd come out on top. But I have until Thera's done at least, just a little more time to prepare. It was what she told herself as the other girl went out, a part of her curious about how such a clash would turn out for someone who held so much power, and getting a non-answer as it ended before it could even start. Amy blinked, and the second match was done, Thera's copy left unseen to her, and Thera herself looking almost disappointed as she was ferried back to her cell. I feel like I should have been able to defend against that, Amy heard her mutter, her friend not seeing why it had been so easy when it was an attack that Thera herself thought her replica should have been able to handle, but there wasn't going to be an answer for her, and there was nothing for Amy to add to whatever complicated feelings may have been left from such an easy victory after what they'd all first witnessed. Her own time was up so much sooner than expected, and with Thera returned, her own cell opened, letting her walk out to face herself. A part of her couldn't help but wonder what would happen if she just didn't step into the glowing patch of the platform, but didn't pursue that curiosity in the end. Even if she held no hope that her own fight would go as smoothly as the last, she wanted to get it over with the best she could, even if it was already going to be harder than it needed to. After seeing how Vasta did, not getting Ben to break out to turn things into a 2-on-1 really does feel like such a bad choice, but well, I can't let someone else carry me through this entire thing. She already accidentally dumped her feelings about how little she'd contributed to the tower on Ben once. She couldn't just immediately try to get someone else's help again for her trial, when it was going to be as much of a place for her to improve as anything else. She'd seen the skill of Vasta's copy, and wanted to know the level her own would hold, so prepared as she could be. She held forth the spear in her hand and waited a beat for her duplicate to arrive, throwing herself into the fight the moment she did. With her weapon held forth, her aim was for a quick kill, but it was obvious from the start that her own battle was going to be more comparable to Vasta's than Thera's, with her duplicate spear expertly parrying her own while continuing forward in her thrust, one hand taken off her weapon to throw a punch empowered by her augmentation that the real Amy only barely dodged, feeling the force of the blow that just barely missed her face, and combined with what she'd seen in the first fight. It was an easy choice to set up her augmentation to behave defensively. A power that used mana in a way that could be considered a limited form of magic, it was able to be applied to her weapons and her body to exhibit various effects, but as the first holder of the non-affinitied version of the skill, there'd been a steep learning curve for figuring out what she could and couldn't do with it, an issue she still struggled with as she'd explore her power, even if then and there she decided to keep it simple. Strengthen her body and weapon, strengthen her defense as well, and she'd hoped that would be enough to deal with the brute of the blows, even as one thing became clear. While it seemed like Vasta's copy was a little better than the original, the gulf Amy was feeling with her own was all the greater as its kicks and punches were mixed into the regular spear arts she'd learned, with what she thought was going to be a jab from the other's weapon turning into an elbow strike and getting her in the ribs after she dodged, leaving a pain in her incomparable to what it should have been with the precautions she'd taken as an answer came to her. Was that magic nullification? It certainly felt like her defense had been broken, but while she and Vasta were both confident that she should have been able to use her skill in such a way, empowering her strikes to break whatever magic they came across, she'd never had success in getting it to work. Combined with the fact that pulling it off would mean stripping the enchantments from whatever weapon she wielded, and it had become a potential aspect, she hadn't tried too hard to perfect either, but to have it so naturally used against her came as a shock that forced her to re-evaluate her strategy. Defense may not have been an option anymore, so she instead went all in on offense, keeping her body strengthening up but aiming to enhance everything else about herself she could as well, her reflexes and reactions improving to help her dodge a few more attacks and limit the damage of the ones that landed while getting a few in herself, making sure her duplicate was left bleeding just as much as her while the fight went on. Her focus fixed solely on her target numbed the sting of each blow she received, though, everything she had devoted to her opponent as she watched where the other was better and did her best to overcome it with power, feeling like she had a chance no matter the beating she was taking. No definitive blow had been struck as they each worked to break the balance, the copy finally opening its mouth to do just that. If this is all you amount to, it's no wonder you're a side character in your own love life. First choice of neither, and who could blame them? It should have been something she could have brushed off, but seeing her own face give voice to some of her insecurities left her to stutter in her attacks, a dumb mistake that her copy was able to capitalize on with a lung, sinking its spear into her arm, tearing through the same bicep she'd already hurt once in the beginning of the trial, and leaving the one who delivered the blow to smile. Nothing cute about insecurity either. A punch to the face followed, breaking Amy's nose, as she did her best to focus on the fight in front of her. Whatever worries she had about her relationships, they were only being pointed out to weaken her. Letting them succeed any more than that would only spell her defeat when she was already trapped there, the spear piercing her arm holding her in place while the duplicate rained down blows, her punches empowered and beating Amy to a bloody pulp as injuries built up, dramatically shifting the direction of the battle and leaving her to move on instinct by the end in one last futile struggle. Increasing her speed and the strength in her jaw, Amy lunged forward when her duplicate got just a little too close, feeling the shaft of the spear slide through her muscles, but also feeling the duplicate's throat under her teeth in an attack it hadn't anticipated as she bit down through it, her enhanced strength, speed, and reflexes making it easy as chucks of blood and sinew filling her mouth until all at once it wasn't. She'd gotten the kill, and with it, everything her copy was disappeared. She almost collapsed to the ground, only stopping as a pair of arms caught her and with a bit of strength looked up through the blood leaking into her eyes. Ben, sorry, looks like I didn't have enough faith in you. I broke out to help, but you'd already won. I did win, didn't I? She laughed, feeling giddy despite it all. That really sucked so much. Yeah, it looked like it. Are you able to heal yourself with your augmentation? Not without my affinitied one, so you and Jake better make your fights fast before I bleed out, or I'll break down the walls for Vasta and Thera to give you whatever treatment they can. Yeah, that could be nice too, she told him before her injuries finally caught up with her. No more adrenaline flooding her veins, she passed out, getting what bits of peace from that fact she could. CH807 Jake's perspective. CH807 Jake's perspective. If this is all you amount to, it's no wonder you're a side character in your own love life. First choice of neither, and who could blame them? Jake felt his stomach drop the second he heard Amy's duplicate say that, the feeling changing into horror when it proved enough of an emotional blow that left an opening to get her stabbed. Amy was the strong one among them, the responsible, dependable one, and it was so easy to think she didn't have any insecurities to her. She was confident, able to handle anything he couldn't, and now there she was, having whatever feelings were hidden in the back of her heart, tossed in her face for them all to hear, and he was at the center of them. Stupid, were you really so happy thinking everything was fine even when you're such a freaking idiot? His inner thoughts scolded himself. Ignore the girl who's been beside you all your life, and agree to marry the first one who happened to be blunt enough in her interest for a freaking idiot like you to understand. And you just thought things are fine because nobody's acting like there's any problems. With it being enough to instantly shift the tide of the battle, the real Amy left taking blow after blow with her loss looking imminent to the point that Ben reacted and broke out of his cell. Coming into Jake's view in the same moment, she managed to end the fight herself, biting through her copy's throat and killing it before falling into Ben's arms, with Jake having been completely powerless to help one of the women he loved. After a moment, she and Ben both were captured by the end barrier and brought back to her original position among them, with Ben breaking down the walls again for both Vasta and Thera to give what help they could with their non-affinitied spells while he began moving back to his original section at the same time Jake's cell opened. "You all right, man?" Ben asked as he passed, able to see the answer was a clear no but let it go when Jake nodded. "Fine, I'm fine. Just want to get this over with." "All right, I'm here for you if you want me to jump in." "All right, good luck." Without another word, Jake walked to his position, spells already forming as a barrier went up around him for what protection it would give before firing crystals of mana, aiming where he knew his copy would appear, and getting them all blocked the instant it did, its own barrier in place defending it with an end product that was indescribably different from his own in a manner he couldn't understand. The way the light passed through, it looked strange in a way he was sure had to mean it was improved, but beyond that, there was no clue to the change that made it worthwhile. Stranger, though, was that unlike in the case of Vasta and Amy, his copy didn't immediately attack. Its defense was solid enough that it had the leeway of observing the area, its eyes locking on to Amy's beaten and unconscious body. "Wow, you really let her down this time, huh?" Words that stabbed him like a knife, his face giving away their effect while his copy just smiled and went on. "But then, what else is new?" the other said with an exaggerated shrug. "Being unreliable is basically your defining trait at this point, isn't it?" "Shut up." Yeah, the truth hurts, doesn't it?" It asked, finally launching an attack with Jake, already riled up enough to get in the way of the fight, as sharp points of magic shattered his barrier before an invisible blow from above slapped him to the ground. "But that's just who you are, half-assed and useless in life and love. Always forcing Amy and Yuzu to deal with your antics and never able to live up to your teacher's expectations, because even if you know how important it is, you have the attention span of a goldfish. So important for the skills you came with through pure luck, so worth investing in, but after 5 years, this is all you have to show for it." It increased the pressure of its magic as it said it, squeezing Jake harder and harder against the ground with everything he was being spelled out to him in obnoxious detail, making it hard to react, his thoughts too consumed by all of his insecurities being picked apart. He knew he wasn't good enough for the attention he'd received and the benefits that came with the power he wielded. He knew that his indecisiveness that had led to the current state of his relationship hadn't been fair to Amy or Yuzu, even if they'd grown to love each other as much as they loved him. Hell, the fact that Amy had secretly been harboring her own insecurity on the topic only made it worse. If he'd just been able to take things more seriously, then she might not have been hurt so badly in her own fight. He knew everything he had was wasted on him, but he just kept failing to change. "But even if I'm bad at it, I still gotta try," he told himself, trying to bring his thoughts back in line. He could feel ribs snap from the force he was under, and he could no longer breathe, but he had gotten the chance to improve, and he was going to use it, running his mana through himself to both heal his wounds and strengthen his flesh while creating a counterforce against the one acting on him, immediately being forced to duck and weave as he felt the mana around him move, aiming to impale him as spikes were created on all sides and leaving some to dig through his flesh despite his efforts. The pain was a whole other type of distraction, but it was one he could force himself to deal with, both healing himself and constructing mind spells to erase the feeling, letting him keep moving despite the injuries to launch his counterattack, throwing himself forward while boosting his strength to punch, and seeing disappointment in the eyes of the false Jake while he tilted his head out of the way. "Is that all you're ever going to be? Nah, I can be a bit of an idiot too when I want to." Dozens of spinning blades of mana came forth in the air, blocked by the copy's superior barrier in a way that left the fake Jake looking almost bored, right until they all broke through at once, digging into his flesh and bringing him to the ground. "What? I don't know if I'm good enough to overcome you by myself." "Honestly, I'm probably not, but then, I don't have to be," he laughed, tapping on the 2 bracelets on his arm he'd gotten from Ben Power of Friendship Baby. "You weren't made with these, and even if Vasta isn't going to be happy about me taking an easy way out, I'm done with listening to you and get freaked." Flipping off his other and feeling nothing but relief at getting to do as much, the blades he'd made and empowered with the tools he'd been given tore through the replica's flesh until it disappeared, leaving the real one alone in the arena. Releasing some of the magic he had acting on himself, he was sore, he was beaten, and he'd had to cheat his way out in the end, but that didn't matter. He'd won, and even more important than that, he'd shut that guy up. The things he'd said continued to circle through his thoughts, but they'd always been there to one extent or another. As bad at it as he was, he just needed to try and improve, doing his best not to let it get to him as he was brought back to his cell to watch the final fight of the day. CH808. CH808. "All right, guess it's finally my turn," Ben said as Jake was carried back to his cell. "Want me to bust you out first so Thera and Vasta can try to treat you?" No, I want them to keep focusing on Amy," Jake groaned as he laid on the ground, feeling every one of his injuries. "Good luck though, hope you have an easier time than us, we'll see." He'd already broken down the barrier containing him when he went to help Amy, and it hadn't reappeared, so Ben simply walked over once. He saw his starting point being marked, taking a step into the light as he tried to anticipate what sort of attack he was going to face. With materialization being the only real option, or at least however the trial might replicate it if it couldn't make a duplicate that was truly capable of the spell. He was working on the assumption that every copy was just a complex mana construct that had been made to replicate them in mind, body, and skill, which would mean it wouldn't actually have anything it could enchant on, and with nothing else around to use material manipulation on, it was going to have to create whatever else it would fight with, unless, of course, the trial's ability to replicate him was going to be to a higher level than he expected. He supposed it might be hypothetically possible that a copy made based off of his mind and skills would be able to actualize, adding another dimension to what attacks might be possible. But in the end, there was no way to know until the fight began, and Ben had no intention of letting it get to that point in the first place. He knew based on the previous matches how many milliseconds it took after standing in place for his duplicate to appear, and he both created and fired a bullet to get the timing, so it would immediately go through the other's head before they'd have a chance to react, only missing because of the position his copy appeared in. Not standing like the rest, it was sitting down, already looking defeated. "All right, let's get this over with," it muttered in a way Ben genuinely didn't know how to react to. All of the other duplicates had said something to get in the minds of their real selves, but his seemed more like it was confronting an inevitable loss than anything else. It could have been a trap, something to distract him for when the real attack came, but as it slowly came to its feet, Ben couldn't help but feel his curiosity get the better of him. You okay?" As I can be, getting sent out to a losing fight, it sighed. "But whatever. I don't have a choice in this but to try and kill you, and you don't have a choice but to stop me, so shall we get this over with already?" Yeah, sure, no. Sorry, what's going on?" The small back and forth had already completely thrown off his expectations of the fight in a way he was struggling to make sense of compared to what the others had dealt with, but it was enough to make him see the other as more than just a thing to be killed, same as he'd found in the very first trial he'd challenged. Perhaps that was a part of its plan, and he did his best to be prepared for any surprises that might come from it, but it hadn't acted on them, yet if that was what it was doing, instead sighing once more. "Look, I'm not exactly in a hurry, but I am being compelled, so we can talk while we fight, all right?" It said, finally acting as an arrow was materialized and shot in one go, being instantly neutralized as Ben himself materialized a plate to deflect it, causing its path to change as it harmlessly flew past him while a barrage of attacks finally began, with Ben choosing to go on the defensive for all of them as they came. He couldn't help it, though. He was curious, extremely so, to the point that he was fine with delaying things a bit for whatever answers he could get. "So, shouldn't you be picking out all of my psychological weaknesses by now?" he asked, getting a hollow laugh in exchange. "What would be the point? You just compartmentalize it away," the false Ben told him, creating a number of shots at all angles to fire in on and getting them all blocked. "What am I supposed to say? You'll never see your family again. You'll never save the world. The fact that you think you even have a shot is a genuinely shocking level of narcissism, or that the idea you might be able to kill who is so dumb that it feels like it should have come from someone with single digits in their intelligence. Did any of that strike a nerve?" Not really," he shrugged, immediately seeing the other's point. All were things he'd gone over enough himself, and the other was right. He could just mentally push it to the side. So what if his goals were ridiculous, narcissistic, and more likely than not a little impossible? He still had to try them. That was just a fact, not some deep-rooted insecurity to be exploited. But then what are you? The others weren't so talkative. "What, are you the last fighter for this floor?" "Yeah, out of curiosity, what floor are we even on?" "What, you don't know, why would I?" Doesn't seem like this lines up with what the front door had implied for the first section, but beyond that, there's no way to tell. Since you, and therefore I, don't have access to any affinity magics, I can't even use that as a clue to tell me if this is the first or second half of this either. So that means that you as a replica of me were made the second I entered the first floor, then instead of right before this one. "Interesting," Ben muttered, "which means, you lucky jerk. I don't think it's fair for the real one to tell the person who knows they're nothing more than a fake that they're lucky. You do know that even if I beat you and win, there's nothing for me beyond this, right?" "Okay, fair, it's just you missed some bullshit I had to deal with on the first floor." Yeah, the gods absolutely sucked at level design. The second I walked in there was already an attack so close to my chest that it wasn't even in my field of view, and long story short, I got my heart destroyed. It took a beat for the other to process it, but once he did, the false Ben couldn't help but laugh as he continued on his attacks. "Wow, Nair really freaked up that one, huh? Yeah, not thrilled. If I get out of this, then he's getting an earful later, which is going to depend on if I beat you or not, though, because to answer your original question, this is the 5th floor. No kidding. I guess there's something a little flattering about being the final challenge, even if that's still going to be the end of me. Okay, but on that note, why are you so talkative compared to the other copies? Did my mines and sacrilege affect whatever process made you in some way? Maybe I never met the others they faced, so I can't say, but if I had to guess, they all probably thought they had a chance of winning and were left more focused on their goal. I have no such illusions. Even if I have to try and kill you, the knowledge that it's impossible is surprisingly freeing. What? Why is it impossible? Sorry, that would be telling. I can't exactly be giving away anything that would give you an advantage, can I? I'm sure you'll notice on your own eventually when you stop stalling and try to fight me for real. Well, just a little then. I really would like to chat longer, so I can't have you dying on me quite yet, Ben said as he began launching his own attacks, watching as his replica continued to fire his own while now managing his defense on top of it, while Ben's number of shots grew until it reached a point where he was seeing the other do something he himself didn't. He could see the copy begin to struggle. Interesting, he muttered. You're a lot worse than you should be. You know what I mean. Even if you didn't get to see the others, it's pretty obvious that you're not on my level, which seems to break the fundamental feature of the trial's structure. And mind sharing what that is for someone who didn't get to see the other fights. You were meant to be a little lower than me stat-wise, but superior in using my skills. The fact that you can't keep up means that somewhere, something went wrong in your creation. Did something about me break the floor again? You're getting warmer. Let's see if you can get it before you decide to just win already. Is it because there's certain skills I have that you can't use, or is it because you have the same ones I have that you can? If you're modeled after my mind, did you get curious and try to give yourself a soul to see what would happen? That would be interesting, but I can't pull that off. Too bad, I wonder how that would have turned out. In that case, something to do with actualizing then. I do it in tandem with my materializing to lower the cost. Are you unable to, leaving your attacks more expensive when you already have less mana than me? Well, yeah, I guess that's part of it. Part of it, huh? He wanted to know, and maybe that could have been a trap in and of itself. Draw his curiosity to such an extreme that he couldn't just end things without being left to wonder at an answer he'd never get for the rest of his life. But if that was what it was, then he'd fallen for it completely. God, if only I could read his mind to just steal the answers. I'd wait. Who says I can't read his mind? Since it seemed the gods couldn't make them, he'd been operating on the assumption his copy didn't have a soul, and while that most likely remained to be true, he'd found himself falling into another clearly false assumption about his own power set. That a target needed one if he was going to connect to them. Considering that as Connect had grown, its features as both an enchanting and a soul skill had become more and more prominent, it had led him to looking past what it had originally been. A mind skill, only needing the target to have a mind and nothing else to be used, something he'd already discovered back when he'd challenged Analia's trial and faced a different replica. That Ben certainly hadn't possessed a soul either, not that he'd ever stopped to consider such a thing, meaning that it wasn't actually a requirement for using his skill, no matter how strange that might have felt, and now that he'd thought it, he couldn't resist seeing if he was correct, lunging forward with both his strength and mana, before reaching out with Connect to see if it would work and feeling as it clicked into place, exposing the artificial mind to his own. Immediately giving him the answers he was looking for and more beyond it. The connection made, one thing was immediately obvious in a way that revealed exactly why his copy was so sure it would lose in the end. Its mind was weaker than his, significantly so. Forget the nearly 5,000 Ben held, his duplicate possessed less than 500, absolutely meager in comparison, in a way that showed exactly where its defeatist attitude was coming from. Combine that with the fact that it was going to be worse at materialization, since it couldn't actualize at the same time to lower the mana cost, and Ben was going to almost certainly be able to handle everything that was thrown at him, even if that wasn't all he got from the look in the other's head. There were memories as well, showing him what the replicas had been doing before being sent out for the trial, and revealing just why they were so much better with their skills. They'd been engaging in a different death match of their own. If what he was seeing had been true for all of them, there hadn't been a single copy made for each of his group but hundreds, all being put up against each other, in a hidden fight that had been running in the background during the rest of the tower. Ben's facing off against Ben's, in a simulation designed to force innovation and improvement from the ones that survived while at the same time grafting the memories of the losers onto the victors to see where they went wrong. Constantly being forced to try and innovate and improve to come out on top until there was only one left. It was why most of the fights he'd seen before him had the replicas performing better, and it was another reason his copy had already felt so defeated. Ben could already see some novel strategies it had developed in all the fights it had been put through, and he was already memorizing them to practice himself to incorporate into his own work, but it had known from the start that it was inherently weaker than the original, almost certainly, because the trial didn't have the power to replicate the true structure of his mind. With what it had, it was more like it was at the 0th level of both his unnatural mind and his unnatural thought speed, not able to think nor react to the same degree the true Ben was, and all the worse for it. If the trial had worked as intended then, it would have given it an edge, but in such an incomplete state, it wouldn't be enough for all that Ben was. Did Connect work then? The duplicate asked, feeling a curiosity of its own. No soul to reach out with, so I couldn't check myself, but seeing as how you broke some distance, without going for the kill, I guess that means you're reading my mind. Yeah, sorry about that. What do I care? This floor seems pretty clearly intended to inspire the originals with whatever their copies were able to figure out. If you've gotten into my head, then you can see which of my strats will work for you when this is done. As things are though, I can't beat you, and you've gotten all you can from me, so just kill me already. His copy sighed. Listen, all you're doing is drawing things out at this point. I'm compelled to fight you with everything I have, but I can see how things are going, so just end it and get out of here. All you're doing is wasting time. If you're really me to any extent, then I don't believe you don't want to live. Obviously, I want to live, but even if I win, it's pretty obvious I don't get to. Even if I win, the trial that's creating me will either cut off power, and I'll cease to exist, or it will dispose of me in some other way. I don't actually get a victory condition. Only you get to have the chance to properly win, and any bit of dawdling is just a waste of time on your part. We both know you have things to do and reasons why you're trying to get stronger. Staying in here is just a waste of time. He was right, plainly so, but it left a sour taste in Ben's mouth. It was a sole requirement for personhood. The gods of the world seemed to think so. They wouldn't have made a section like that if they didn't, but the creation before him was a thinking being, bound by the rules of its creator, but still able to make choices of its own. Something that wanted to live but had no path to get a life, leaving Ben with only a single question. Was he willing to potentially lose out on some power for what felt like a gamble at getting a different path to it? You know, I really am capable of endlessly self-empathizing, he sighed. Every time I meet a copy of myself, I can't help but like them. I wonder what that says about me. I'm sure something that Myriad would have some choice words about, but liking me isn't a reason to not end things. I'm obviously not winning here. All you're doing is embarrassing me at this point. Ben still hadn't let a single attack get through, no matter what the other threw at him, but he just shook his head. You're right, you can't win, but what if I can get you out of here still anyway? I agree, if I was in the same position, then that would be hell, but who says that's what I'm thinking? Then, are you being compelled to win or to not lose? One will make things significantly easier to get what I want from you. Ben grinned, a tie. Even if it was to a weaker extent, his copy shared the same mind as him, and with the hint began to think about just what that meant, putting the pieces together until a grin formed on its own lips and their endless wave of attacks stopped. A tie sounds acceptable. CH809. CH809. The other four didn't understand what was going on throughout Ben's battle. The real one had been on the defensive the entire time, while the fake was repeatedly asking him to just kill it already, but with Ben's proposal, everything changed. Both attacks and defenses stopped. All acts of magic did as they looked to each other in silence, all communication by that point happening in their heads in order to properly transmit the flood of ideas needed to make the original's goal possible, but ending after a handful of minutes of real time when compared against the speeds both of them would perceive the world. Gotta say, this is kind of exciting, the real Ben said. Not often I get to do something like this. I really feel like the apostle of Myriad right now. You sure though, even if it works, which we both know is unlikely, this is going to limit one of two shots you have that would be better spent after getting to the third tier. I'm hopeful the benefits of doing something like this are going to outweigh the drawbacks, and besides, I still have months to go. If the payoff isn't worth the effort, then I'll figure out a way of safely getting a third time. It might even be as easy as getting Yuzu and Elvat's help. True, in that case, I'm still right in what I said before though. Let's get started, and if it fails, well, just give in and kill me. Yeah, won't really have any other choice by then, will I? Still, I'm confident. His copy laughed. You know what? Same. Now let's do this already. Both reaching out, real and fake alike, the two took each other's hands while Ben stretched out with Connect as far as he could go, feeling both the mind his replica held and the mana that made up its body, same as he'd feel any time he created a resistance brace, and acting as one, the two began their unnatural act of ritual magic. Melding the powers one had, and the power the other couldn't quite grasp, as material manipulation was used to make up for any shortcomings of the fake, while mana was expertly controlled and moved. One Ben could already change the world, but two of them. Anything was possible in that moment, as all of the knowledge he'd worked towards in his time on the world was used, mana turning to essence and capturing the form of the replica in its entirety, the replica participating in the ritual to convert its own body into the ethereal substance as well, binding it to the true Ben in a way that combined the two, as the fake was giving a soul and directly incorporated into the original. going beyond his experimentation with the demons and leaving him alone on the stage with its success to take in all of the changes that had come with what they'd accomplished. Acquired skill false Ben. Soul source level increased. Soul affinity level increased. Soul resilience level increased. Unnatural inspiration level increased. Unnatural intelligence enhancement level increased. Hive mind level increased. Levels raised more than he'd honestly expected, but that had been what he'd been looking for from the start. He'd gotten a few the last time he'd been merged with a copy of himself as well, but everything he'd just claimed had been on a different scale, although more interesting was the change that had come without its equivalent notification to back it up. His maximum thought speed had just increased, and there were hundreds of new minds in his head, both changes that felt like the equivalent of any time he'd leveled his unnatural mind and thought speed in the past, but at the current maximum, the only way that they should have been growing more was if they were awakening, something that had clearly not happened no matter how much he would have welcomed it. But I guess I can chalk that up to being part of the effects of false Ben then. The skill, the modification he'd made to his soul had been listed as there was less pain to it than he'd been expecting after what he'd inflicted on the demons, but it still hurt, likely would for a few more days, but that wasn't a concern. What mattered was his success and all that had come from it. His minds were strengthened, but more than that, he'd acquired the memories of what his copy and all the others before it had been through, as they were forced to improve to create a challenge for him. The experience it had gained in the process becoming his own as well in a way he'd need to look at more closely later, leaving the last change that needed to be examined hidden in his card as he pulled it out to take a look at what had happened to his attributes. With results being positive, arguably better than he'd expected going into it. They'd all grown by just shy of 10%, telling him that soul modifications he made on himself would be equivalent to what he'd get from the buff bracelets he'd made instead of only the 5% he would see in both cases when used on others, with the benefit that 3 were above what he'd originally expected to be their upper limits. Both his mana and its recovery rate were closer to a 15% growth, likely due to the unusual process managing to catch some of the power the tower had been providing his duplicate. At least that was what he was telling himself, while his intelligence was closer to 20, with all of the new minds added to his head. A fantastic haul, if not for the trade-off that had come with it. Ben knew he could safely modify his own soul 2 times based on the experiments he'd run on the demons, and he'd just used 1 up. The levels he'd just claimed for it had been nice, but would they be worth the potential he'd just lost? If he'd waited until after he'd awakened the skills he'd wanted to the 3rd tier, then the attributes he would have claimed for himself through that would have been incomparable to what he'd just gotten. Now he only had the 1 shot to do it. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Perhaps it was a worse choice in the long run. He couldn't know for sure, but he didn't regret his decision. He'd been in the mind of his copy and seen himself. He couldn't imagine condemning his other to oblivion without even trying, and no matter what might come of it in the long run, he would make it work, and with the tower finally over, it was time to get their rewards. The rest of his group walked over, all but Thera still looking sore despite what bit of healing she and Vasta had been able to manage with their non-affinitied magic, and all of them looked confused on top of that. From their perspective, he'd somehow made peace with his replica, and after holding hands for a bit it had vanished, ending that final section. Ben, my guy, don't tell me we were actually supposed to find a peaceful solution, Jake asked him, still sounding worn out as he nursed his ribs. Cause that really would have been just so much nicer. No, that wasn't really an option for you guys, don't worry. How is it that you always manage to get along with every version of yourself you meet? Thera wanted to know, shaking her head. You're way too good at it by this point. What can I say? I'm full of self-love. Well, Vasta started, about to ask what exactly had happened, but losing her chance. With the trial over, it was time to get their rewards, and that meant one thing in particular. A god was coming to greet them, but not one Ben recognized. The one who would appear was meant to be a god that represented their particular tower, and none of the ones he knew fit the bill, leaving them with an unfamiliar deity he could only describe as cute. Taking a smaller appearance than any of them, its form resembled what he would compare to a winged hedgehog. An extra set of eyes on it, sure, but it would have fit in with any of the wildlife on the planet, as the rest felt its divinity and prostrated immediately, leaving him alone to stand. Excellent work, all of you. You've taken on the trial, and you've come out on top no matter the hiccups along the way. Does my heart count as a hiccup? Ben asked, the god making the choice to not look at him as it answered. I'll politely ask you to take that up with Nair when you see him next. I played no part in helping design that particular floor. And of course, we'll heal all of your wounds before you get out, but based on what we'd heard, can I assume you'd like to leave that one? Yeah, I still want to try something. I look forward to seeing just what. It laughed before the mana around them grew dense and the others' injuries were treated, with some of the aches Ben had accumulated through all of that leaving him as well. He gave it a nod that it returned before flying down, taking its place on Vasta's shoulder. It's good to finally have you here, Vasta. We've been waiting. Asadasano, it's a pleasure to finally be here. No matter how lacking, I hope my performance has made you proud. You always do, and now it's time you claim the benefits for your efforts. I know one among you prefers to get their blessings first, so let's start with that. One thing, Ben cut in before any notifications could ring out. We're going to need just a quick pause in between that and the level, so don't do the next one immediately. May I ask why? My continued attempts to try and help this doomed planet. Very well, in that case, let's give you what you all deserve first then. Completed the NON-AFFINITIED Tower. Acquired NON-AFFINITIED Pantheon's Blessing. Evil Affinity Level increased. Destruction Affinity Level increased. Defense Inclination Level increased. Bite Enhancement Level increased. Ill Intent Level increased. Balance Enhancement Level increased. Esoteric Actualization Level increased. Material Manipulation Level increased. He felt his eyes light up at the final notification in particular. It's signaling that he'd just become a contender for one of his magics and was about to become one for another soon enough, having only one thing left to try as he looked to Thera. The blessing had been enough to get her levels in her dark magic, magic affinity, and mana enhancement, as well as both her life and dark sense and her mana empowering. All great skills for her to get levels in, leaving him to only see if he might get her one more. All right, Thera, remember what I mentioned before, that you're going to try to somehow get me one more level to my non-affinity magic in the very last possible minute. Bingo, you ready? She looked at him for a moment, waiting for something a bit more that might give away just how he intended to do that, but, seeing he didn't understand the need to be forthcoming himself, eventually just gave in. Okay, sure, what should I do then? Put up with me being all up in your mind and prepare to materialize. When he'd first helped her awaken that particular magic, he'd gotten her to materialize water, but that was structurally simple. Something he was sure anyone could pull off with a bit of practice, so he instead had her attempt something far more complex, giving her the same structure he'd given the plant mages of the world as he provided all she'd need to materialize a seed, leaving her to only provide structure to her mana to make it possible as she focused, straining herself under her efforts and the feeling of his mind on top of it, giving shape to power in a way he hadn't expected. Ben had known from the beginning there was a chance it wouldn't work. When Thera tried to materialize, she'd typically make more than she intended, a lingering effect of her massive mana pool and the control she'd struggled for so long to manage, and there was always a chance the same thing would happen there, with the only issue being that making too many of all of the atoms she was creating would mean she wasn't actually making the complex structure that was a seed. That wasn't what happened, though. It was clear she'd succeeded. He could tell from the notification ringing in her head and the end product he saw, but what she'd made wasn't one seed either. It was thousands of them, all created at once and all matching the schematic he'd provided, left falling to the ground while she was left with a subtle golden blush touching her cheeks, embarrassed despite her success from the mess she'd left around while he left her mind and focused back in on the small god. All right, and now we're officially good to get our levels, if you don't mind. I'm raising my divine enchanting. Divine enchanting level increased. And with that, I am officially a contender for 6 skills. I'm on my way. He heard the others request their rewards as well, the 3 mages claiming their levels and Amy getting her augmentation, and with that they were done, the god giving them one final nod. I hope you all continue to devote your efforts to the world. You've worked hard, continue making us proud. He faded with that, leaving them to make their own way out as Ben took one more look at the group, smiling brightly as he did. Suo, he began, feeling all of their eyes on him. Who wants to come see me getting a new heart? CH810. CH810. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I think that would have actually been the better option than what I went through. Quiet you. Can you imagine how I felt when you wouldn't let Thera grow you a new one? Can you imagine how I felt when my heart was destroyed by some bullshit trial design? Speaking of, where's Nair? I have complaints. Busy right now. How convenient for him. Ben thought dryly, assuming the god had found an excuse to delay his ire with Myriad moving to correct it. The trials sustained more than a little damage. He and the other crafting gods are all already moving to fix it. What damaged how? You mean aside from the platform you got your girlfriend to break? A platform, I might add, that wasn't supposed to be able to be destroyed. Sure then, aside from that. He could hear the god sigh in his head. You weren't the only one whose existence caused some trouble for the final floor. It might not have been able to replicate your mind, but it was doing everything it could to draw the power needed for producing copies of Thera, even if it still wasn't enough in the end. Some systems within it were basically destroyed trying to run as power was being diverted from all over. Huh, cool, good to know. If they're already fixing it, maybe tell them to make it so people can't have their hearts destroyed in the very first millisecond of the tower. I'd like to point out just how improbable that was, and yet that doesn't matter. It's the fact that it was at all possible that's the problem. I'm still pissed. Well, try to temper some of that once you get your new heart, though I honestly don't know why you need to go back home to do it. Just want to make sure no silly gods decide to get in my way. Now, if you don't mind, I'll just need a minute. He was waiting at Thera's family home, his girlfriend off to get some of the people he requested for help while the rest of them stood outside, all of them having tried to ask what he was going to do and all of them being rejected. Nobody would know until it was too late to stop him, even if that did leave other questions coming up. All right, if you won't say then so be it. I can be patient, but in that case, what did you do to your copy? Vasta asked the question she'd wanted to before the trial rewards had interrupted her. How did you end things so smoothly? Oh, that, I gave him a soul and merged it into my own so there'd only be one Ben on the world once again. Worked out well too, I got some decent levels. Not one of the three knew how to react to it and they weren't given the time. Thera had come back to join them, two of her aunts in tow. Ben, Lux greeted. It seems my niece was right when she said you've been walking around without a heart. Did you ask Funa to come along too to try and fix whatever's wrong with your head that made you think that was a good idea? Not exactly, but I appreciate you both sparing me some time to help. I promise this will be quick and probably won't have disastrous consequences for me. Ben, I really hate hearing that, Thera sighed. Was there something else you needed before we get out of here? If you don't mind, I guess it would be good to get a new homunculus made early for the next bit. Fine, make me a knife then. He felt its bite across his arm as she took his blood, giving it new life as he materialized meat and plant matter to feed it instead of destroying the lawn, and ended with a new Ben clone for him to use, materializing it clothing before inhabiting it and speaking in one voice. All right, now if you guys don't mind, let's get back to Stonewall. With the way the trial had worked out, the hour was still early when they got back home, walking through streets empty enough that not much attention was drawn to the great spirits, even as Ben stopped in place, still far from their destination as he remembered something else he needed to do. Hey Vasta, meant to try this earlier, but I got a little distracted by everything. You mind if I test something with you real quick? Is it somehow more important than getting you a real heart again? It'll mean I'm not distracted when I do that, so. He watched the older mage sigh. All right, fine, what do you need? Just gonna merge into your mind a bit. I want to see if I can help you materialize a soul. He was currently the only person in the world capable of it, with neither Mora nor his own copy able to pull it off, with the latter likely coming down to a matter of the number of minds it had held and limits of the trial that made it, but he wanted to see if he could change that if they received his help to do it, along with what payoffs there'd be for such an achievement. He had his hope after all. It was an accomplishment so great that it had unlocked him a third-tier job, and Vasta was officially a contender with her final level the tower had given her. He wanted to see if he could push her beyond that. She seemed to get an inkling of what it was he was thinking as well, making no attempt to stop it as he merged his mind into her own, same as he'd just done for Thera, but giving a vastly different type of information. More complicated than a seed and less substantial in what he could provide. The biggest thing he could make sure she'd have that he didn't was that she'd at least be able to get the sense of how to do it that he'd earned after his first success, and spending her mana she made her attempt, only to fail in the end. It was after a few times more when she gave up, rubbing her head as she did. I don't know how you keep so much information in you to pull that off, but it doesn't look like I can do the same. A shame. It is, he'd wanted to create a new third-tier skill holder, but it seemed that ambition for the day had ended up just a little too grand. There was a reason that neither spirits nor gods had been able to accomplish the same thing, and while he still believed it might be possible, it would be something he'd need to put far more planning into than the random attempt he'd just given. So one more thing to think on. I'll work on it in the back of my head with everything else for now then, but I guess it's time to finish up here. All right, he sighed. In that case this way. By all accounts it looked like they were going home. As they passed street after street, eventually Sonia's house came into view, but that wasn't the final destination, veering instead to a different house, going around the side to its backyard. Oh, infinite hells, Ben, what are you about to do? Nothing anyone up there can stop. It seemed like Thera was also growing in suspicion as she looked between him and what appeared to be their final destination as he opened the door to his greenhouse, letting them all inside. Ben, she began, already feeling worried, but cut off before she could say more. 1 second, just a couple more things to set up to make this as safe as possible for everyone. Let's see, Lux, could I bother you to close a wound in a second? What wound? This one. Jesus Christ, Ben, a warning. Amy yelled at him as he looked between it and her. Yeah, I guess that's my bad. Sorry. In that case, as a warning, we'll be grabbing the heart from that to put in my chest. Lux, if you would close those wounds like I'd asked, please. He'd managed to surprise the light spirit with the act as much as anyone else, but she did as he'd asked, unable to imagine the point of any of that, but curious enough to see where his mind was going. It was obvious he wasn't just replacing his heart with a homunculus. That would be no different from growing a new one, but as she closed the wounds he worked on what remained of it himself, wrapping every inch of the body save for the mouth, neck, and a bit of space for the heart in more abyssal. And then just one more thing and we'll be ready, he muttered as he took off one of his mithril bands before reshaping it around the homunculus' neck. Funar, I'm going to need you to please cast all of the sleep spells you know on it at my mark, Vasta 2. And Lux, since I'm pretty immune to mind spells, if you could apply something to me for pain killing during surgery, then that would be great. I'd appreciate it, seeing as how I technically have to have my chest opened up for this next bit. But first, one final thing before we actually get to the heart surgery. Ben, is this even safe? Thera asked him, having figured out the full picture of what he was going to do, even if nobody else did, while he could only shrug. Honestly, not sure. I doubt anyone else has ever done this before, but well, no risk, no reward. If you die because you decided to experiment on yourself, then I'm going to kill you. Ha, don't worry, I've got a little something called faith. In a second I'll be laying down next to it, but if anything seems dangerous, all of you, be prepared to cut off the homunculus' head. Yet another worrying warning they weren't given time to respond to. Before they had the chance to even fully process what he'd just asked of them, Ben had already gone over to the heart of the giant fruit tree filling the space, ripping the soul crystal that was bound to its trunk, and shoving it into the clone, ensouling the body with an imprisoned god. He was immediately on guard, prepared for the worst, but it seemed his preparations had done their job. The more abyssal covering it was keeping the god in a state of mana exhaustion, and the spells of Funa and Vasta were providing cover in case the magic metal wasn't actually enough, with his clone not stirring, even if its body began to warp from the beastform skill that was acting on it. All right, he said as he laid down next to it. Now I'm just going to close my eyes so I don't have to watch heart surgery be performed on myself, so just let me know when it's done. True to his word, he had no desire to see how it would turn out, instead focusing on the sounds of movement from the others around him until he felt a knife sink into his chest. It was unpleasant, but nowhere near the feeling he'd gone through on the first floor of the tower, telling him that even if not completely, Lux's magic was working, and as they pulled back muscle and broke through his ribs, it wasn't long until he felt hands reaching inside him, removing the artificial heart that had been keeping him alive. Why did I think this was a good idea again? It was too late to stop, but he was left with the distinct feeling of his life counting down, nothing there to shove blood through him as seconds stretched into hours as his minds raced despite himself, forcing them down and hearing the frantic movement around him as more hands went in, attachments made through both Thera and Lux's magic, and a change that left every nerve in his body lighting up in pain until just as fast it was gone, replaced with new notifications going off in his mind. Acquired skill, integrated divine body level 0. Vitality enhancement level increased. Vitality regeneration enhancement level increased. Acquired skill mythril blood. Oh yeah, that'll do. CH811 Mora and the Dryads. CH811 Mora and the Dryads. Mora could tell that Thera was worried even as she dropped him off. She'd done a terrible job of hiding it, but both she and Ben promised they'd be back as fast as they could once they'd finished up what they needed to do, leaving him alone with one person he knew and one he didn't, with Delaire's mother trying to be friendly, while Delaire herself was trying and failing to grab his arm, the spirit keeping it intangible for the time being to spare himself whatever she was going to try and drag him to. Is there anything I can get you while you're with us, Mora? The older woman asked him. I pulled a lot from the garden yesterday. I could put together a nice salad if you'd like, or even if you're just looking for a little snack, we have plenty of different fruit. I'm sure we'll find one that suits your taste. And since he doesn't need to eat, that means I can show him around already, Delaire said, filled to the brim with excitement. Now come on already, Mora, let me grab you. Fine, in the same way as Thera, Ben, and Sonia, he could tell that Delaire was also trying to grow closer to him, which left its own sort of warmth, even if she was far more heavy-handed about it than the other three, but he was trying to learn to reciprocate no matter how unnatural it felt. He didn't dislike her company after all, and they'd already spent days together learning from Ben, while Thera was taking her breaks from healing, so he knew well what she was like by that point as he made himself tangible, feeling as she finally grabbed hold of his arm instead of passing through it, and instantly yanked him through the door of her house, her mother following along with a smile on her face while he examined the village he was being pulled through. Small but full of life, he could sense the souls that filled the land all around him and the bodies holding each one, finding so many to be both strong and in good health to an almost surprising extent. Plants especially were everywhere and they were thriving, No doubt from the magic he could see that every member of the community held, and he couldn't help but like it. It felt natural, it felt right, and it suited everything that he was. What suited him less were some of the looks he was getting from the passing villagers, but they were nothing new. He was exposed to such things any time he went out. Confusion, uncertainty, discomfort. The mortals of the world simply didn't understand what he was, and that separated him from them, a fact Fontesh seemed to pick up on as she moved to his other side and took his hand. "We aren't used to strangers here, so everyone might be a little shy at first," she told him, a small laugh on her lips as she remembered something. "When Ben first came, he had to work himself to the bone to get everyone here to like him, but I don't think you'll have that much trouble, don't worry. I'm not worried." "No, good then. In that case, Delaire, what do you say we show him our grove, can we?" "Sure, grandmother and a few others should be there right now anyway, so this is a good chance for him to meet a few more members of the village while he's here." Everyone there had their work after all, and it didn't take long for them to leave the outskirts of their home to the trees further within, a dozen dryads immediately visible and hard at work, spending their magic on the trees surrounding them, Mora watching them as they strained the skill bound to their souls, pushing to improve and only stopping as Fontesh called out around them. "Everyone, we've come to join for a bit, and Delaire's brought a friend, so make sure to be nice." Again, more looks and uncertainty, with the oldest among them looking away from her work too, briefly frowning before ultimately shaking her head. "Well, I suppose if it's Ben and Thera's child I can allow it," she muttered, leaving Fontesh to chuckle at how the village elder herself had softened, while the rest of the dryads there instantly lost whatever feelings had been holding them back, taking on much brighter looks as they came over to greet him and introduce themselves. Even if Mora was going to make a correction he was sure would ruin it. "I'm not their child, I don't even have blood to share." If anything, he knew he was technically the child of the great life and death spirits, but he already knew what that was supposed to mean. It meant facing expectations he didn't want to live up to and being deemed useless to them for it. It meant being something that could be abandoned, and if that was what it was then, he didn't want to be anyone's, even if the older dryad waved his comment off. "If they're raising you, then it's close enough. Don't make things more complicated than they have to be." "Now are you all here to help or just came to visit?" I wouldn't want to bore Mora while we're looking after him, so maybe another time." "I don't mind," he told them. "Staying for a bit is fine." Whatever they might have thought about his connection to the other two, he couldn't deny the fact that Thera and Ben were acting as his caregivers for the time and seemed to be trying their best at it. And if that fact was enough to have the dryads warm up to him, then he would gladly accept it, already enjoying the change he was seeing in how they viewed him as Delaire dragged him along to the older woman's side as she joined in her own magic. "This forest is the life of the dryads," Delaire told him, wanting to take on the role of teacher now that she'd gotten the chance, but sounding like she was just repeating things she'd been told in the past without considering what they meant. "Without it then, we wouldn't survive as a species, so it's our most precious place, and we do all we can to protect it in return." He understood what she was trying to say, even though his face crinkled at the explanation. He was bound to the system, same as any other living thing, but he was also the great soul spirit, and it fell under his domain as a result, leaving him to subtly ask it questions based on what he was already seeing through his own senses and getting different answers than what Delaire had provided. "You're all capable of a standard form of sexual reproduction, though. Why would you die out without it?" Hentath snorted beside them while Delaire just looked confused. "Sexual what?" It's how the other races in the world reproduce, little flower," her grandmother explained. "And well, Mora, how old are you?" "About 4 months." The answer brought surprise to her eyes, with Hentath turning to Fontesh, who could only shrug, not sure if he was being honest about it or not, before she went on. "Well, to be honest, some of our kind will go for such things. You've met my granddaughter Sashel, and she's only half dryad, and we've been on this world for a while. There's plenty who have bred into the larger population and reached a point where their descendants might not even know they have any dryad blood in their veins. But for us, well, it's not something I'm going to go into details with a 4-month-old about, but we're one of the species that don't necessarily have the nicest history on this world. It's left us more comfortable being by ourselves and keeping to our old ways." Young he might have been, but his mind was developed enough to be curious, leaving him to consult the system again and feeling surprise and disgust as he got his answer. "You were hunted. Heard a bit about our history already then, have you? Still, it's in the past now. More and more I think it might be time to try and get more involved with the broader world, but well, let's just see how the next year or two goes first." It was a comment that got a small giggle from Fontesh, looking at her grandmother in surprise. "I never thought I'd hear you say something like that, of all things, grandmother." "Hush you, I'm not so old yet that I can't try to be a bit more flexible with things, and well, it's something that has to happen eventually." The two adults chatted while Delaire went back to trying to explain the importance of their forest to him, but while that was all happening, Mora was lost in thought. Even if the dryads around him had only done it because of Ben and Thera, They'd opened up to him, and just as importantly, he both sympathized with their history and liked the way they used their magic. No matter how they'd been wronged, their power was being used to build up the world around them, which made the choice easy to use his own, letting out his mana to fill the space and strengthen their souls for whatever benefits they would get from it, passing the day while the dryads he was with and the village as a whole were left hearing the ring of each notification they'd gained. Delaire had his hand as they walked back for the night, swinging their arms almost as wide as the grin on her face for the level she'd finally gotten in her own plant magic, and with it a nice little boost to her job experience as well, with the secret part he'd played in helping her get both and making her so happy feeling nice, just as it had for everyone else who'd gained levels that day. Helping people like that always felt good though, far more than the way his mother had wanted him to live, as the thought instantly put a damper on his mood that, despite how subtle his emotions tended to be presented, was picked up by Fontesh as they finally got back to her home. "Are you all right, Mora? I hope that wasn't all too dull for you. Spending your first day here out in the woods must not have been the most exciting." "No, it was fine," he said, lightly shaking his head before thinking better of what he said and going a bit further with it. "It was nice." "Was it? I'm glad you think so," Fontesh told him with a happy smile. "But it looks like my daughter needs to go to bed soon. Are you feeling tired at all?" He was about to tell her that he didn't sleep but thought better of it. Leaving him to himself for a few hours already worried Ben and Thera enough that it had interfered with their sleep patterns. It wouldn't be good to make the same mistake twice. "I could use some rest." "All right then, in that case, your room is just over there, but if you need anything then don't be afraid to wake me in the night." "All right, okay, good, then sleep well." Night, Mora. Delaire yawned out, her own bit of exhaustion catching up with her as the two went their ways, leaving him to his room to lie down with his thoughts, and with no need for sleep was stuck with one question occupying his mind as the night wore on despite an overall pleasant day. A small nugget of concern that was as surprising as it was inescapable now that he was left alone with the thought while the rest of the village rested. "I wonder if Thera and Ben will really come back for me." CH812. CH812. "All right, you're done. Tell me exactly what happened." This got a lot of eyes and some strong reactions up here. Why did so many gods tune in to watch a bit of surgery? Because my insane apostle rejecting having his heart repaired in the middle of a tower to instead experiment on himself is the sort of thing a lot of gods were always going to hear about, with just as many wanting to know what the ultimate plan was. So, okay, I guess I was never going to be able to keep the results to myself, since I'm going to try and see Verbum soon, and I'll probably see Yuzu again before long too, but try to be cool about this. You're priming me to panic. Mostly it's probably going to just be some extra work for you from the regular suspects up there who seem to hate every little thing I do. I got levels to my vitality enhancement and my vitality regeneration enhancement. When did you get those in the first place? Shortly after my heart was destroyed, but more importantly, 2 new skills. One called Mithril Blood, which you have to admit sounds cool as hell. No level to it, but I'm going to go try to ask Verbum about it tomorrow to see the effects. And as interesting as you claiming yet another new skill for yourself is, it isn't out of the ordinary by this point, and there's nothing inherently bad about the name, which can only make me wonder what the other skill you got is. Integrated Divine Body, which is along the lines of what I was hoping to get out of doing this, even if I didn't know exactly how it would turn out. Actually, it went better than I really expected, considering that with my first organ transplant, the change was originally listed as a partial body skill and had to transition to its current form. Looks like I got to skip that step. Myriad. I cannot begin to guess how everyone up here is going to react to hearing that. His god told him in what sounded like deep exasperation. What does that even mean for you? Not sure. We can discuss it when I get up there later, but for now I've got to handle things down here, so good luck. Focusing back on the people around him and ignoring his god still grumbling in the back of his head, Ben got up and pulled the soul crystal from the dying homunculus while the rest stared at him as he gave them a big smile. "Okay, but do we get an explanation about any of that now?" Amy asked him, with the rest making it clear they wanted one as well and leaving him to shrug. It sounded like the gods were already going to find out what happened from Myriad. No reason to leave his friends in the dark anymore just because some might still be listening. "All right, so this thing happens to be a soul crystal," he explained as he showed it off, moving to put it back in his fruit tree. "Housing the soul of one of the forbidden gods specifically, it's normally a key ingredient in my divine potions, but there's no reason I couldn't force it to inhabit other things, and given that a clone of me would be a perfect donor match for getting my heart replaced, I just wanted to see if there'd be any extra little bonuses from doing this sort of thing." "And were there?" Thera asked him, having guessed what he'd been going to do once they got to the greenhouse, but had no way of knowing the outcome. There was no obvious change in Ben, but his mood gave enough away. He'd gotten results. A couple levels and a couple new skills, he told her happily, You're looking at someone with mithril blood and integrated divine body. What does that mean for you? Vasta asked, breaking the silence as the rest there asked themselves that same question. Probably only good things. I'll worry about figuring out the details of it later. For now, though, I have a heart again and we've beaten one tower. Jake, Amy, seeing as how you're both trying to awaken to the third tier and seeing as how I'm a great friend to have, come with me for the next one in a week so we can snag you guys some blessings and maybe even a level. 2 weeks, Thera told them before turning to her boyfriend. Ben, you just had heart surgery and you've modified your soul. You will be taking time to make sure you're properly recovered from both. Yeah, okay, you're taking at least a couple days off of work too. Fine, he gave in. He knew she was right, but the loss of time was going to hurt, even if properly recovering was important. He didn't know how overfilling his soul might affect him when he just modified his own, and even though he had nothing but faith in both Thera and Lux's ability to heal him, there was no denying that he hadn't made a normal choice when having his heart replaced. There could be waiting consequences he couldn't yet see. I was going to go bother Verbum tomorrow anyway to ask about a few of the changes in my status, so I'll take things a little easier. For now, though, let's get the rest of these guys home. Since we're done with the tower, we need to grab our kid. It was still early enough in the day that even if some people in town were up and about, he needed to pound on Sashel's door to get her to open, with the oracle along with a very tired-looking Raelia answering. Ben, Thera, the half-dryad yawned out. You guys are back already. Benefits of having personal gates, we just need to use yours to grab Mora. Okay, yeah, come on in. It was even earlier in the Dryad village, but most of the residents there got up with the sun, the gate leading to Fontesh's home letting them make way to the kitchen, where the sounds of movement already abounded, the three of them already at the table while two of them ate. We survived again, Ben called out, catching their attention and getting rewarded with the sight of Mora perking up, at least until the young soul spirit viewed him on a deeper level. The only thing that broke the child's confused look was Thera making way to give him a tight hug, speaking as she did. We promised we'd be back for you after all. Did you have a good time here? Yeah, I did, but what happened to Ben? A lot of things, he answered unhelpfully while leaving room for Delaire to speak up. Does this mean we can get back to work today? It doesn't, sorry, Thera answered for him, squashing the bit of hope Delaire was feeling. Not tomorrow either. Ben was a little hurt in a few different ways, so he needs to take it easy first. After that, so long as we don't see any side effects, he can get back to training you. He has a different heart than he left with, though, Mora muttered, getting a laugh from Ben. Yeah, but these things happen, and why's your soul so different? Something came up and I had to merge a new one into it. Mora stared at him for a moment before reacting. Doesn't that hurt? Yeah, but what can you do, right? The young spirit's gaze turned instead to Thera, who was left pinching her brow. Mora, sweetheart, do me a favor and try not to pay too much attention to things Ben puts himself through. It'll be bad for your development. You too, Delaire. While one seemed to take Thera's warning to heart, the other didn't seem to be listening at all, her eyes already gleaming at what she heard. Is your new heart better than your old one? Delaire asked in excitement, not bothering to think too deeply about the implications of such a thing and instead focusing on the results while Ben grinned in response. Got me new levels and skills, so I'd say it was. Cool. Of course he was a pleasure. Wait, Delaire stopped them before anyone could move. I didn't even get to show him the village yesterday. You guys came back so quick. If you're relaxing, then you should stay a while. Both Ben and Thera looked at each other before turning to their charge. Mora, would you like to stay a bit longer to see a bit more of the village? Thera asked him. Will you both stay too? We will. If you don't mind, before either of them could say anything, Delaire already had the boy's arm and was pulling him out the door. Great, there's so much I want to show you still, come on. The three adults left alone in the room, Fontesh gave them a weary smile. I hope my daughter isn't being too much of a handful for you. Oh no, she's fine, don't you worry about it. Making good progress too. She told you she got some levels the other day. And a new one yesterday, Fontesh laughed, instantly drawing both Ben and Thera's attention with the offhand comment. Yesterday, her plant magic, the girl's mother smiled. It seems the gods might have been smiling on us. It sounded like a lot of people got a few, myself included. A silent look passed between Ben and Thera as they said it. Not the work of a god, but neither doubted that a small, godlike being might have played a part in making it happen, with the question of why he was still keeping it a secret on both their minds. CH813. CH813. So Ben asked the god before him, tapping his foot and waiting for a response while they cleared their throat. It's good to see you doing well, Ben, Nair told him, looking as uncomfortable as he felt. Congratulations on clearing a new tower. We built it so many thousands of years ago at this point, who can really say? I'm sure, Ben told him dryly. Myriad tells me you and some of the other crafters had to fix it after our run too. Did you guys at least patch up that little design flaw you built into it? Or are you just going to keep it there to test future participants' luck too? Altering a trial that's already been placed in the mortal realm is no easy thing, but we did our best and added a 10-second delay for the attacks at the start. Since everyone should be going in to face each tower prepared from the beginning, that should give them all more than enough leeway to react if need be. Ben continued to look at the god through narrowed eyes before ultimately shaking his head. God, I hate trials so freaking much. All right, but enough harassing Nair about it. Hellori cut in. We have something a lot more significant to talk about. What are the effects of your new skill already? Mithril blood, he asked back with a grin. Still not sure, I'll hopefully find out when I talk to Verbum tomorrow. Don't be coy, it isn't cute. You know what we're curious about. How did that reveal go up here anyway? Not as bad as I'd thought, Myriad sighed. A few unhappy voices, but honestly, since we don't know what might come of it, it's hard for anyone to be mad on that front. And as for the idea that it should be disrespectful to us as a basic concept, well, it's hard to really say that this is so much worse than how you and we are already using the souls of the forbidden gods for potion making. As a test case though, however you're affected by this is going to dictate both how we'll view this in the future and if we'll try to do the same thing again before the next wave. That reminds me, what did Quox rule over? Ben asked, referring to the one whose soul had been trapped in his greenhouse for so long. I thought he was a magic god since he gave Thera a mana regeneration enhancement before I offed him, but getting his heart raised my vitality enhancements, along with giving me my new blood skill. Growth and gain, Hellori answered. He'd be compatible with any attribute enhancement, probably inclinations too. Honestly, he would have made for such a handy addition to the world if he wasn't such a bastard. Okay, interesting, and tells me I might be able to claim a few more of both, which would be neat, but I'm not immediately seeing where my new blood skill comes in. Who's to say? The goddess shrugged. It could be anything. It could even be mostly unrelated. If we assume the name of the skill is literal, and that the iron in your blood has been converted to mithril, then there's a chance it's more related to your connection to Myriad than the heart. Wait, why? He's the sum of the only known mithril-based life, and the biology of his world was able to convert standard iron into that magic metal without the centuries and millennia of mana exposure to make it happen, and your connection to your god is a fair bit deeper than most. You hold what? 2 titles bearing his name, his blessing, an awakened version of his gift skill, and the destined holder title for being the first to awaken it. Hell, given you spend basically every night with him, even if you can't feel it, you're bathed in his divinity in a way most mortals simply aren't, and it seems like your sacrilege doesn't deny you any potential positives that there might be to that. That alone could be plenty, but when you consider the fact that mana exposure is what alters materials into their magic variety, against both the amount of mithril you wear at all times, along with the fact that all of the blood in your body had briefly been passing through a mithril heart, and it only feels more likely. Okay, an interesting idea, and I see what you're saying, but there's one problem. The skill name can't be literal. Once an element is converted by magic, its physical and chemical properties change. The iron in my blood would stop carrying oxygen, and I'd almost instantly die as a result. Then only some of it has changed. It doesn't need to be all or nothing. More importantly, though, we're getting off topic. Have you found any effects from the skill yet? Ben thought for a second, considering his body throughout the day and how it had felt before shaking his head. Not sure, it might be too soon to tell, and honestly, with the way my soul hurts, it would be hard to say either way, except my soul is beginning to hurt less. He hadn't noticed it at first, but his soul was slowly beginning to feel better since he'd gone to sleep, with the goddess before him shaking her head. The soul spirit you've decided to raise is obviously healing it right now. Stick to the matter at hand. I think the fact that the kid I'm looking after keeps trying to secretly use his magic is also kind of important, but whatever, I guess. The fact that Mora was bad at keeping it a secret was a whole other issue, but he let it pass. He and Thera had already decided to wait until the child was ready to talk about it, but if he was going to keep doing it so plainly, then that was potentially something they'd need to reconsider. For the time being, he focused back on his new skill. Other than that then, as soon as I got it, it felt like I'd been lit on fire for a second. Every nerve I had screamed, and then it was back to normal just as fast. Hellori narrowed her eyes. Are you sure you were just feeling the change in your body? What, you think I might have felt it in my soul too? Impossible, but if I did, it disappeared immediately and didn't fix any of the pain False Ben is causing me. I'm sorry, what? Myriad asked. Oh, False Ben is the name the skill got when I merged the tower copy of me into my soul. It came with a whole host of benefits too, aside from the fact that I remember the freaked up way he was created and trained to be better at my skills. It's a big plus. Even though his copy hadn't been able to materialize souls, the way it had learned to think about materialization in general would reduce the cost of creating matter and essence alike, with a few additional achievements found in improving the way he enchanted a well, but neither of those was the big haul. No, the real reward he'd claimed from his other was that his copies had found a new way of interacting with his alien thought structure. After Ben had forcefully transitioned the skill after it had briefly driven him insane, he'd been content to ignore it from there. Letting it grow as he touched more minds was inescapable, but otherwise, he hadn't seen anything to do with it. His replicas, though, forced into an endless death match until the real him arrived, had. While normally the skill's existence meant that a small part of him within every one of his minds was thinking in a way that combined all of the life forms he'd connected to. Under the pressure of their circumstances, one of his copies had discovered that they could apply the thought patterns of specific species to the totality of his minds, strengthening the way he'd think in certain aspects to make him better at fighting or planning or magic, or whatever he needed to so long as he could find the right aspects. With the small bit of testing he'd done that day showing him just what a valuable strategy it could be. Combining the thought patterns he'd gotten from both Mora as well as the wraith he'd saved from the demon's world, Ben had instantly been able to add yet another reduction to the mana cost creating souls had for him, with the effects only going to multiply once he got his coat back to do it even more. Soon there'd even be a chance that he'd be finishing multiple third tiers in a day as the skill grew as well, and with the new strategy for his mind, there were plenty of places he was going to start trying to apply it in his work, with all areas of crafting and research having the potential to be improved upon as well. As he was thinking all that, though, Hellori could only shake her head. I can't possibly imagine what will happen if you ever awaken a skill named after yourself. It could be interesting, but I don't actually have any hopes doing something like that would do more for me than some better attributes, which would still be great, but whatever. Unless you guys have anything immediately important now, I've got some questions of my own. Yes, I want to hear everything I can about Craftsman's Tower.
CH814. CH814.
The request instantly perked Nair up, pulling him away from thoughts of how some poor trial design had almost just killed Ben and bringing him to the forefront of the conversation, light coming back in his eyes. You're finally going to take it on. I don't have much choice, he shrugged. I want the tower blessing, and more importantly, completing it should let me become a contender for my deep connection too, right? Then I still just have the problem of actually awakening the thing, but that's a whole other issue I have months to try and work out. Months isn't exactly a long time, Hellori muttered. Long enough, I already have an idea or two to make it happen too, but that's a future concern. Right now, all I want to know is everything that you're allowed to tell me about the tower, and hey, if you're feeling cheeky, I'll also take anything you're not allowed to tell me. You won't be getting anything like that, Nair told him. Need I remind you that I nearly died because of some poor design? Aren't I owed a hint or two? This is this and that is that, but as for the things I can tell you, well, I believe I already told you most of it in the past. Unlike the other trials, it would be rather unfair to ask anyone who devotes themselves to crafting skills to put their lives on the line, so you won't be at the same level of risk you have been for any of the other towers, but in exchange, the difficulty is raised all of the higher. More than any other tower, this is built to challenge you. Well, considering the number of injuries I've sustained in the ones I've done, I'll be the judge of that. In that case, is there any major consideration to make for the door I should take? Unlike the magic towers, Craftsman's Tower had 5 different entrances to split across 4 different crafting disciplines, with smithing, woodworking, alchemy, and art being the 4 focuses to choose from, while the final door was a general one that was going to pull from all of the other options, and perhaps even beyond them as well, though it didn't seem like he was going to get an answer confirming that from the gods in his company. Still, with all of those options to choose from, it left the question of which he'd ultimately pick to challenge himself. Originally, when Nair had first started asking him to take it on before the first wave had come, he'd thought he'd take on the general door, if only because it sounded more interesting and suited his qualities as a general craftsman as well, someone who wasn't confined to a single path, but with the third wave on the way, he accepted he couldn't be so frivolous about it. He wanted his level and he wanted the tower blessing, which meant he needed to pick whichever one he had the best chance of completing, with 2 choices feeling more likely right off the bat. Smithing and artistry, the first of which had been one of his stronger focuses since coming to the world, and the second being his passion since long before his arrival, and both being points he was tremendously confident in. It wasn't like he doubted himself when it came to the other 2 options either. It was just that if he was going to be sure to give his best, he couldn't deny it had to be one of those 2. With Nair denying either choice before he could even say them, it has to be the general door. Why? Is it going to be any easier in exchange for being more varied? Well, no. Pass, smithing, or artistry, everyone cast their votes. Wait, Nair rushed to say, trying to stop him from being so hasty. Don't be so quick in choosing here. This is an important decision to make. Yeah, which is why I'm looking at making the right one. If you think the general door is the right choice, then you've got to convince me here, man, because what I'm after is the level and the blessing, and as far as I can judge, you're asking me to take on something that's going to be harder than other options, and for what? To entertain you guys. I think it would be more appropriate to say impress us than to entertain us. Pass, Ben, Myriad told him as his firm rejection only drove Nair deeper and deeper into despair. If you're going to do this, take on the general door. It's the best choice, Helori agreed, with the three of them unanimous in a way that left him looking around the room before shaking his head. Why, I only see drawbacks to it. You all know my goals here. I can't be doing something like that on a whim. None said anything, not one trying to make a compelling point, which managed to be just suspicious enough that he sighed in the end. Okay, I'm going to very politely assume there's going to be a reason for this you guys just can't talk about, so at least tell me this. Compared to doing any of the other doors, will it be worth my while? So long as you perform well it will be, Nair told him, looking a bit better now that it seemed Ben was giving in and only growing more so as the mortal shook his head. Fine, fine, I'll do that stupid door, but if I don't make it to the top because I listen to you guys, none of you are ever hearing the end of it, I'm sure. Still, you won't regret it. Yeah, next question then. What counts as a crafting skill? I've got one more spot available for my team for this tower, and I want to make sure I grab someone who could use it. As it was, Amy didn't seem like she'd be getting to level any of her awakened skills, but getting her the blessing made that small trade-off worth it when his friend was trying to awaken to the third tier in the month she had left, same as he has. But when he asked the question, it brought a thoughtful look to Nair's face. Good question, I suppose, given it's not as clear as the affinity towers where you can just know what an affinity skill is to raise. Our own is less defined, but as for the answer, well, if there's any uncertainty then we will know for sure when we try to raise it. Wow, tremendously not helpful. I could list off all of the skills we either know or assume count as crafting skills if you like, but that would mostly cover skills you're already aware of. What it's ultimately going to come down to, though, to make the difference is if the skill is used for or related to crafting or not. Wait, really? That's simple, largely. In that case, how's everyone's breakdown look? I'm comfortably assuming that Thera and Jake will be able to level their non-affinity magics given everything that can be done with them, but will Thera be able to level her earth magic if she wants to instead? Sure, we've done it in the past. We've even raised someone with water magic before since they specialized in ice sculpting. Interesting. And Amy, I'm sure her augmentations won't count, but what about her weapon skill? I got knife and hammer wielding in the past since it would help with my tool proficiency. Would she be able to get the benefits as well? More up in the air. Her skill is rather general, and she doesn't use it for crafting, so the odds are lower without her having any real experience with it. Okay, very good to know. What that meant to him was that Amy might have the potential to get herself a level so long as he could borrow her to try and raise the odds a bit, even if that left him still unsure about who to grab for his fifth contestant. In that case, for situations where you aren't sure, give me some more details about how that works. I can't imagine you guys just spending your faith when you aren't positive. Well, I suppose you're mostly right about that. What happens when we aren't sure about a skill is we first transmit only a small bit of our faith and feel how it's absorbed. From that, we can judge whether or not the skill qualifies. Interesting, Ben muttered to himself, going over all of the skills he held that he was either sure qualified or thought just might in curiosity, even if his decision was still already made and not going to change. And just for the sake of clarity, the reward is still either 2 levels for unawakened skills, a level to an awakened skill, or awakening a skill with the potential of getting a level as well depending on its original level. Correct. What about awakening an unleveled skill? It was a question that was rewarded with a deep grin. Acceptable if you choose to do so. Interesting. It was an answer that left him curious about a couple other skills he held that had all the more potential to help him in the future if he'd only choose them, but he held himself back despite his curiosity. Raising Connect was the goal. He wasn't going to let himself get distracted just because something else could have potentially been helpful as well, even if that question seemed to have raised expectations in Nair as well. Anyway, Ben started, changing the subject, if only slightly. Marginally related question then, what counts as a combat skill? Infinite Hells, don't tell me you're really considering taking on Warrior's Tower as well, Myriad sighed. Lightly considering, it kind of relates to if you guys think I'd even be qualified to take on that tower as well on top of what benefits you think I'd be able to claim from it if I did. So, combat skills, it's going to be a similar case. If it's not obviously a combat skill, then there will be a small test to confirm whatever skill you'd pick, but I wouldn't worry about that in your case. Defensive skills will count, and you've had more than a few at the 9th level for a while, haven't you? You could easily choose one to awaken, an answer that instantly raised his interest in that particular tower. He'd had defensive skills stuck at the edge for years that he would have loved to awaken, with defense enhancement making the top of the list for the hope it might finally save him from some of his endless pain and suffering, leaving only the question of if he'd even be able to claim it. Okay, very good to know. In that case, what exactly can I do in a tower like that? Is it exclusively things like weapon skills and unarmed combat and weapon skills, or does magic make the cut? Warrior's Tower is probably the most straightforward of all in terms of challenge. All it cares about is your ability to kill and come out on top, not about how you go about doing it. And given that most warrior gods are also gods of a magic, it makes sense they're not going to discriminate. Each floor gets harder than the last, and it doesn't care what skill or magic you use to make it happen. Though similar to Craftsman's tower, it has 2 doors as well, although less choice is involved. Yeah. What's the difference between them? One is for holders of Tier 1 skills, and one is for holders of Tier 2 as a way of dividing up the level of the challenge. Wait, seriously, that feels way more fair than the way the other towers run. Given the simplicity of the challenge compared to the other towers, it was easier to divide up in such a way. So is that one getting added somewhere in your list of goals as well then? Hellori asked him. Not busy enough already. We'll see at least. Craftsman's tower is still my priority, and then if I still can't even awaken a single skill in the next couple months after, well, dying in a tower and dying in the war aren't really that different when it comes right down to it, right? CH815. CH815. When he got up in the morning, he made a point to mention how much better he was feeling over breakfast, getting to see Mora perk up at it, while Thera caught on to the deeper implication of it before they split up for all of the tasks they had, with her back to deal with hospital work while it was time for him to stop putting off a visit be needed to make, passing through the Magic Towers Guild to do it. With a side effect of his activities, they're not going unnoticed. People around recognized him as he walked through the streets, both from all he'd spoken to and helped teach at the library as well as for his work rushing people through jobs, with whispers going up around him and thoughts of awe in more than a few minds he passed, all of which he tried to ignore. There was nothing about fame he particularly cared about getting when there were no real benefits to it to outweigh the expectations it created as well. It left him picking up his pace as he made his way to the library, thoughts of wearing a hood the next time he needed to go that way in his head to save him whatever trouble he could with the bit of anonymity. The attention didn't disappear when he got there either, but at the very least it was quiet, letting him ignore the world around him as he made his way to the top floor where the friend he was looking to see was already waiting with a pile of paperwork in hand as he moved to sit across from him, eventually pulling Verbum's eyes, with the reaction a bit more subdued than it had been in the past. He saw the other's eyes widen in surprise, but that was it, bringing a grin to Ben's face. Been a while, Verbum, you seem surprisingly chill. I don't think I can keep getting shocked every time I see you, but why are you a skill now? Ah, that. Funny story. So I took on the non-affinity tower, and one of the trials created a copy of me, and long story short, I merged it into my soul, so now I'm him and he's me, and here we are. Why, I like every copy of myself I meet. I'm well adjusted like that. Okay, whatever, what are you here for? Trying to look into all of the insane changes it looks like you've gone through. Yes, please, I even brought food as payment. A trade that looked like it had almost managed to capture the other's interest until he shook his head. Well, unfortunately for you, I actually am busy right now. I need to read all these documents by the end of the day and extract whatever information I can. I don't have time to check over all of the insanity it looks like you've gotten yourself into. Interesting. And if I could hypothetically help reduce your workload now and forever, I can't have you read over my shoulder and mind constantly, but I can help you think more and faster if you're willing. Come on and give it a try. He pulled out a circlet as he said it, quickly applying some enchantments even as Verbum looked at it critically. Those things you donated to the library. An improved version, but yeah, you tried them already. I've heard enough people say that suffering through them wasn't worth the benefits of using them. Pass. God, Verbum, that literally hurts so much to hear. Aren't we pals? I worked hard on this thing. You enchanted it in front of me in less than a second. Yeah, but what you didn't see in that second was the years of practice and training that let me get to this point. It's going to be one of the best I've made, man. At least try it before you reject it. He looked at the other summoned with the widest, most innocent eyes he could while Verbum rolled his own, ultimately taking it from his hands. Fine, but if I hate it, I'm throwing it as far as I can. I'd like to point out that's mithril, which you can materialize. Touché. Still looking suspicious, Verbum ever so gently placed the circlet on his head, blinking twice as Ben was left expecting to have to go off to pick it up wherever it was about to land, only to get a different reaction entirely. Oh, this really isn't that bad. Thinking 5 times at once, and with some control over the speed I can think at, it looks like it works in tandem well with my skill, so why do you look like you're about to cry? This is just the first time someone hasn't outright bad-mouthed my circlet effects to me after trying them. This is a special moment. Okay, stop having it. I'll take the tool though. Deal, and I'll look at whatever you want me to now that I have some mental leeway. Verbum side. So what is it? All of my Slayer titles, my current job, integrated divine body, and mithril blood, pretty please. Well, learn anything. That I desperately wish I could understand how the system stores information, he sighed. Like, it's not a god anymore, but with the way it was remade, is this related to thinking and memory and how that changed for it? It feels either insane or alien to a point that I can't understand even with all of the changes to my own thought structure. You know, I was talking about your status information. Yeah, loads. Plenty pretty interesting too. Fun fact about Slayer titles that I missed before since they never seemed interesting enough to look into until now. It looks like I get experience for killing the things they apply to on top of the built-in experience everyone already gets from killing demons. Oh wow, that's bad. Strongly disagree, just not particularly handy to me either. I don't get enough chances to kill gods, demigods, outsiders, or worlds to really take advantage of it, so all it actually means is I'm getting more job experience from the demons I kill than usual, although that might explain that last boost I got after killing that crappy time demon. It became a god too, so I was already double or triple dipping. Just don't let me hear you suggesting killing gods you don't like more frequently because of it. Myriad, you really shouldn't bother asking things you know you can't stop. It's gotta be a depressing habit. Yeah, whatever, so what else did you learn? That the main unlock condition for my beneficiary job was having both Defiler of Ambrosia and Modifier compatibility, which is pretty cool. Not only am I the first person to get it, I might be the only person to ever get it, seeing as how I'm definitely the first to get both of those skills. Definitely a win for me, even if it didn't exactly give me anything when I took it. I can only imagine it would help you gain another one along those lines though. It's not like the first isn't helpful, but what's the second? Hillary chimed in, making her presence known while Ben prepared a lie. When he'd first revealed the effect of the skill to his god, strengthening all of his jobs, titles, blessings, and inclinations, Myriad had asked him to keep it a secret from everyone, and he'd been doing just that, giving a far simpler answer. Oh, that strengthens my inclinations, so it's handy but nothing crazy. PFFF, considering how they're growing in you, I don't think you can say that. You have a lot of good synergies going on. She laughed, having no idea just how true that was. And what about your skills? Well, for mithril blood it does in fact look like there's literally some mithril being made in my blood cells now, and it's going to be boosting my mana and recovery growth rates a bit, which is cool but not the best part. I'm now going to get a bit of passive growth to my mana. Again, not positive how much, but seeing as how the amount before was none, I'll happily take it for all it's worth. And that's nice and all, but what about the big one? The last skill's implications were on both of their minds, but again Ben was low on answers, even if he'd gotten something. I'm definitely getting attribute growth, which is pretty nice to know. Sounds like from everything too, but other than that, the system's info was somehow messier than usual. I'm half convinced I checked it while it was still trying to figure out the changes I'd be going through itself. A shame, that really was what I was most curious about. Myriad sighed while Hillary spoke. It's not like there's no theories to be made though. Yeah, hit me, I love theories. Nothing I want to say without being able to back it up. Ben, are you sure you haven't noticed anything yet? Changes to your attributes or skills, maybe even some feeling from your sacrilege considering what you've done to yourself. I don't know what to tell you, Hillary. It's only been a day since I did this, and it's not like it's the only thing that's changed in me either. Annoyingly true, she muttered to herself before falling silent for a moment, thinking it over. I suppose waiting is always an option, but I'm not so patient, and if what I suspect is right. Hillary, you're worrying me here. What do you think my insane apostle has gone and done to himself? There's a simpler way to test than just waiting, isn't there? She asked herself before turning her attention back to Ben. No reason not to do it when I've done it so often before. Ben, come up to the realm. I'm going to take a look at your soul. Her hands plunged deep into his chest once Ben had made it back to the shop to safely close his eyes. Hillary's brow was crinkled in concentration the moment she'd reached within him, muttering to herself as she did. How can a single soul look more and more freakish every time it's checked? Wow, super offensive. You don't get me commenting on how your arms feel every time you shove them in there, you know, because I've got a little something called class. Ben, shut up for a minute. Myriad, the good news is that nobody else on the planet is going to be able to tell this as things currently stand, but if the skill grows, that might change. And the bad news, not exactly bad news. In fact, I think it qualifies as good news too. It's just this is going to be complicated, she said, her own excitement hidden by how much of a headache it was sure to be when word got out. The boys turned himself into a demigod. CH816. CH816. The realm went quiet as soon as she'd said it, all of them taking it in and working through the implications of just what that meant, with Ben being the one to break it. Woo, he yelled out, shattering the atmosphere between the two gods. Oh hell yeah, look at me go. Ben, please, Myriad sighed, already imagining how the other gods of the world would react when the news spread. When word gets out about this, it's going to be a brand new complicated thing to deal with. Excuse you, defying the natural order is absolutely something to get excited about. Defying or defiling, the cube muttered while Ben instead turned his focus to the goddess in his midst. Let's go with deifying and Hillary. Ignore him. He's being a real hater about my very cool achievement. Now, what does this mean for me? It means a whole new boost to your attributes, and likely one to skills that align with the trickle of divinity now held in your blood and soul, she told him, not removing her hands. But trickle is certainly the right word here. It's less than what I'd expect from a proper demigod, closer to Nair's granddaughter, although she by all accounts was born with a surprising amount considering she's second generation. And it will give me help getting to the third tier, right? That depends. Are you looking at getting to the third tier for any of your skills that fall under Quox's categories? Growth or gain? I mean, not exactly, but if I get the chance, I'm not going to say no to anything like that reaching the third tier. But nothing you currently care about qualifies. Okay, a slight damper on the news, but I'm still going to take any attribute bonuses I can get. Plus, other good news. This means we can mass-produce demigods. Myriad crashed to the ground as he said it, but Ben was already imagining. There was no reason that the process couldn't be repeated again and again for all of the stronger fighters of the world, or even just anyone who wanted it, permanently altering the landscape for god and mortal alike, and leaving the cube to look at Hellori for any hope it might be a one-time thing, only for her to shake her head. It's repeatable, it just might be a bit more unpleasant for anyone else than what Ben went through. It seems like his sacrilege suppressed some of the divinity, until it became a part of him, and his defiler skill may have played a part as well. Plus there's the issue that the soul crystals are housing demon souls as well as God, so that might have helped smooth things too considering the other body skill he has. But there's no reason this can't be done again. We have to call a meeting about this, and then we'll have to get in contact with the Great Life Spirit as well. She'd be the best for running this in a way that would be both fast and safe for everyone. Ben, you bastard, things are already busy enough. How are you creating more work? By doing me part to save this doomed planet. Seriously, stop always calling it that. The real question is what souls to use for it, Hellori spoke, bringing the conversation back on track. Of all the forbidden gods, which would be the best to take advantage of? Should we try to align each one to the people they'd suit best, or just use a single one, and just accept giving out the same divine bloodline for everyone? We also need to keep producing potions with them, so it's not like we can just take them all either. Sounds like a lot to think about. Let me know how it turns out, he laughed, already letting the news get to his head. A demigod, and with other dead and Natty not really counted despite sharing some blood with Nair, he was the third one living on the planet while also the only current terrestrial one. Maybe not for much longer, but still, it felt good. A whole new accomplishment to his name to be proud of, a whole new success, and a whole new bit of growth to benefit from for every level attached to it, while his mind went back to something Hellori had said earlier. But wait, if I already qualify, what will I be if I level the skill? Well, like I said, you're currently below average. A few levels and you'll probably meet average. A few more and you'll exceed it. At least that's my guess. And if I awaken it, she fell silent for a moment, thinking it over before shaking her head. I don't know, Ben, what would happen if you awaken your demon body skill either. Will you become even more of the things you're hybridized with? Will you become a demon in proper and some sort of living god? This is an unknown area to a shocking degree. You're already technically a demigod, but a normal demigod can't strengthen the divine aspect of themselves. And while I suppose we can't actually say for sure that you will either, considering that it's a leveled skill, I can't imagine what else might change as it grows, to the point that we're actually going to have to do some testing on it to see whatever we can learn, even if all of us here can agree to start offering the surgery to any who want it. It's going to be a hectic time figuring all of this out the best we can when we don't even know if there's going to be any sort of long-term effects to this. Okay, fair, but we're not operating on a long-term timescale. Not to sound too careless, but if there is an issue with doing it that won't appear until sometime after the third wave, does it matter? This sounds like easy growth so far, and it's a lot less horrific than the way Vividus is already modifying people. Well, I suppose that's hard to deny, but still, the mass creation of demigods, she muttered, trailing off while Myriad took over. Something we already tried and failed. Even if the results are going to be a bit different, I suppose we can't really deny that this is what we were looking for. But this, all of the awakening you've helped with, your divine potions, the modifications you're planning on placing on people's souls when you grow a bit more, and then your mana and buff bracelets on top of all of that. If we win, the landscape of the world is going to be severely changed. The average level of power across the planet for any mortal is going to be leagues higher than any time in the past. There's going to be far-reaching consequences that will be felt for centuries to come, which would mean we're all alive still to feel it, Ben pointed out. I know there's no putting a genie back in the bottle, but would you really rather I didn't help discover all of that? No, I wouldn't, his god sighed. Ignore me, I think the two of us are just feeling the weight of change, but if there's problems that have to be faced down the line because of this, then so be it. It's the role of gods to help solve those problems. The old days when any of us could rule our own worlds and stop what we saw fit to stop are gone. For what it's worth, from what I've seen of my own world and what I know the Grey have seen in the wider galaxy, it really does seem for the better. Maybe it is, Myriad told him with a tired chuckle. But it still leaves its growing pains all of these millennia later. But that's enough for now, I think. Ben, we've checked what we wanted to. Is there anything else you need while you're up here before we go to call for what's sure to be another long, exhausting meeting? Just a small thing when you get the time, but if you could have Amy sent my way as soon as you can. With her clones, too. I want to get her whatever crafting practice I can with her skills to bump the odds of her getting that level for it, too. All right, we will, but if that's all, we'll be on our way. Don't expect to be hearing from me for a few hours at least. Gotcha, good luck. He went back down with that, and with plenty of day left slid on his coat, getting to work. With the way Mora tried to secretly repair his soul, he was feeling a lot better, more than enough to get back to claiming all of the experience he could with what day was left, while the gods dealt with just what it meant to be immortal in their changing world. Soul resilience level increased. Max level of the beneficiary job achieved. CH8710. CH8710. The god's talk had run long enough that he hadn't been able to schedule his next job run until early in the morning, leaving Ben to walk through his gate soon after waking Thera up, with her insisting on getting up for Mora so he wouldn't be left to himself in the early hours, no matter how much the boy denied it. He'd had the option of just coming along with him for it, of course, but they could both tell over dinner that the child hadn't been interested, even less so than his usual gentle demeanor suggested, and since they didn't want to push, he went by himself, with only his god to keep him company. Oog, you don't sleep. Why do you always sound tired? Because even if I don't sleep, rest is still appreciated, and that's been in short supply for years, made all the worse for my apostle's antics. I think you need to throw the word brilliant in there somewhere. Your brilliant apostle's antics or your apostle's brilliant antics. Hell, I think your brilliant apostle's brilliant antics is probably exactly what you're looking for, not in the mood. You know, plenty of gods aren't happy with you getting more power and now you're a demigod. How do you think that went over, with cooler heads prevailing? Yes, but it was still a long, painful conversation. When all of this is over, I'm taking a vacation. I'm sitting in my realm and you're not allowed to come bother me for at least a couple days. As long as when this is over, you mean the war, then sure. If not, then unfortunately, I need pretty constant access to you. Oog. Come on, cheer up. We still have months before we all die. Don't spend them being a downer. Not helpful. Maybe not, but it looks like it's time to start the show, so chin up. His job run wasn't happening in the guild that time, but on the coast, with the adventurers and parties he'd be joining largely hailing from the aquatic half of the planet, all of them already lined up at a dock in waiting when he arrived, letting himself be led to the first group, even as he saw one familiar face at the end of the line. The last party he'd been in had one of the aquatic third tiers, and this time, despite the half of the world most of them would be residing in, it seemed his third tier would be terrestrial again, with Killy sparing some words with the group she was near at the end. Well, however the gods are choosing to organize this is their business. For now, let's get started. Available JOBS. Trap user. Craftsman alchemy path. Craftsman artistic path. Craftsman blacksmith path. Craftsman cooking path. Craftsman stonecrafts path. Craftsman sewing path. Mathematician. High tank. High marksman. High destruction main. Beginner puppeteer. Multiversal material main. Outsider. Body user. Assassin. Cycler. Beginner dancer. Entree. King of intelligence. Soul creator. God defiling gardener. Expert. Master actualizer. Divine kin. Only a single new option, but it instantly stopped him in his tracks, completely changing his plans as he took it. Divine kin. How could he resist? According to the gods, he'd managed to turn himself into a demigod and would be able to grow faster for that fact. Why not strengthen the characteristic that made him one, and with immediate results too? Acquired job Divine kin LV0. Major bonuses granted to improving all attributes. All divine skills will receive a major growth bonus. Integrated divine body level increased. Acquired title demigod of growth and gain. A new level so soon after acquiring the skill and major bonuses to go with it. Maybe it wasn't the massive ones he thought he might get for claiming the heart of a god, but it was good to pull on its own, with the new title almost certainly adding to its effects. A part of him wondered how much that new one was from the system, and how much was whatever conversations the gods had spent the last day going over, but it was a handy little bonus he wasn't going to turn his nose up at when it was sure to be a good one, with only one other change he could see that had come with the level. Ever since he'd had the skill's complex mind and mental expansion, they'd played a not insignificant part in how he'd see the world, and it had only grown as they'd awakened and continued to level, with the state of his mind making it easy to see something that would have been so minor otherwise as to go unnoticed. He was taller. It has to only be by a millimeter, but still demigod of growth and gain. I guess those aspects might pop up in other places I'm not expecting to. He didn't feel anything else different in his body, but it was something to try and be aware of at the very least, keeping conscious of it as he made his souls and finished his job, leaving him to make his choice for the next one. With it all the harder now that he'd taken one he hadn't expected to show up as an option, forcing him to re-evaluate his thoughts for a bit before making his choice. I'm making one of the few things that exists across the entire multiverse, so I might have gotten experience for this anyway if I'd just taken it by myself, but I want the mana bonuses. Okay, give me multiversal material mage. Acquired job multiversal material mage LV0. Massive bonuses granted to mana recovery rate, and intelligence. All magic and multiversal skills will receive a major growth bonus. Unnatural intelligence enhancement level increased. Soul affinity level increased. Acquired skill mana enhancement level 0. Acquired skill mana regeneration enhancement level 0. Yes. As things stood, without his coat there to power him, he expected it to take an hour to finish that job through soul production alone, with the experience needed to get through it looking like it was raised for the bonuses he'd received. Major to his skills and massive to his attributes, placing it somewhere between a second and third tier job. But considering I'm gaining experience at all when I'm only using my normal mana pool, this puts it closer to second tier still in my eyes, although there was one more interesting thing tucked into those notifications, wasn't there? Multiversal skills, wonder what exactly qualifies. If I think about it the next time I see Verbum, I'll have to get him to check for me. It was a small curiosity, but not exactly pressing as he moved to speed things up, reaching out with Connect to take mana from those around them, to boost his production rate with it still ending at what felt like an eternity to him, and 10 minutes to the rest of them before he finally got the notification telling him he was done. With one job left, he made his way to the last two, giving Killy a nod as he did. Hey, how have you been, Killy? As good as anyone, and I see you've only made yourself more important since I've seen you last, she laughed. Will you really be finishing my job in less than a month? Unless anything comes up on my end or your job takes an unusual amount of experience, I'd say it's more likely to be less than a week. Definitely before I take on Craftsman's tower. That got a raise of her eyebrow. Decided to take it on then. There's a skill I really want to be a contender for, and finishing that tower is the easiest way to get it. Nothing to worry about though, I'm super duper confident. Considering it's the safest, I don't blame you. Much better than any of the other suicidal options at least. Oh man, don't get me started, he sighed. I just challenged the non-affinity tower and have some choice words about its design. Tough, I take it. She chuckled, giving no reaction otherwise to such a surprising claim until he went on. You don't know the half of it. I had to get a new heart after it destroyed my old one. Pardon, is your race particularly good at regrowing vital organs, or does your species have some backup systems? Neither. It's a long story, I won't bore you with the details. For now, let's pick my last job and get on with this. She looked at him quietly for a moment before shaking her head, assuming she wouldn't get any more from him, since trial takers were typically bound by covenants to keep what they held a secret from the rest of the world, and leaving her to let the matter drop even as her curiosity festered, all while Ben made his final choice of the day. I still have a couple other good ones to choose from, but my list really is starting to get smaller here. As things stand though, when I look at how taking my title-related job before went, the results really were good, so this time let's take what's presumably my job-related job, I guess. I'm choosing Expert. Acquired job Expert LV0. Bonuses granted to job experience acquisition. Name Ben Hef. Race human. Titles: Apostle of Myriad, the Forgotten One, Miracle Maker, Skill Learner, Enemy of Enith, Trial Defier, Trial Breaker, Godslayer, Monster, Madman, God Killer, Threat, the Mad Apostle, Destined Holder of Connect, God of Destruction, Creator of Life, Awakener, Maniac, Brutal Blacksmith, Defier of Gods, Title Holder, Enemy of Olencia, Great Teacher, Student of Helori, Myriad's Monster, Outsider, Slayer, Demigod Slayer, Transgressor, Destined Holder of Mental Symbiosis. Destined Holder of Alien Thought Structure, Destined Holder of Soul Production, Job Holder, Destined Holder of Actualization, Enemy of Duna, Demon Slayer, World Slayer, Demigod of Growth and Gain. Jobs Expert LV0. Previous jobs: apprentice craftsman, priest, enchanter, mind user, magic item maker, magic weapon maker, high enchanter, fractured mind user, tree tamer, high craftsman, apprentice mage, true mage, tank, heretic, adventurer, divine heretic, kin, master craftsman, master enchanter, scholar, connected enchanter, infernal craftsman, marksman, destruction mage, material mage, high material mage, profane enchanter, master material mage, impious creator, mind master. Master Adventurer, Otherworldly Craftsman, Material Creator, Master of All, Ritual Enchanter, Holy Craftsman, Cursed Item Maker, Actualizer, Summoned Enchanter, Destructive Craftsman, Soul Mage, Freak Mind User, Unholy Thinker, Polymath, Alien Mind, Soul User, Soul Master, Evil Soul User, Soul Defiling Gardener, High Actualizer, World Killer, Connect Master, Abysmal Connector, Master of Destiny, Hive Brain, Divine Enchanter, Inclination Master, Slayer, Judge. Holy Adversary, Title Master, Beneficiary, Divine Kin, Multiversal Material Mage. Attributes: Vitality, 3213. Vitality Recovery Rate, 77 HR. Mana 8201. Mana Recovery Rate, 680 min. Strength 2596. Agility 694. Stamina 5588. Intelligence 27,046. Affinities: Light 3. Life 2. Fire 4. Water 3. Air 4. Earth 2. Death 3. Dark 1. Space 4. Time 5. Resistances: Light 68. Life 72. Fire 75. Water 69. Air 66. Earth 81. Death 78. Dark 85. Space 63. Time 61. Blessed Skills: Unending Crafting, LV8. Divine Enchanting, LV9. Unnatural Mind, LV9. Passive Skills: King of Sacrilege, LV9. Bind, Integrated Demonic Body, LV9. Defense Enhancement, LV9. Absorption Resistance, LV9. Knowledge, LV9. All Affinity Resistance Enhancement, LV9. Unnatural Inspiration, LV8. Bite Enhancement, LV8. Piercing Resistance, LV9. Artisan's Touch. Unnatural Intelligence Enhancement, LV6. Reconstructed Alien Thought Structure. Blood Regeneration, LV6. Extraction Enhancement, LV9. Soul Affinity, LV5. Modifier Compatibility. Material Sense, LV9. Flavor Enhancement, LV3. Ill Intent, LV6. Balance Enhancement, LV5. Soul Expansion, LV8. Defiler of Ambrosia. Destruction Affinity, LV7. Evil Affinity, LV7. Soul Resilience, LV7. Defense Inclination, LV1. Vitality Enhancement, LV1. Vitality Regeneration Enhancement, LV1. False Ben. Integrated Divine Body, LV1. Mithril Blood. Mana Enhancement, LV0. Mana Regeneration Enhancement, LV0. Active Skills: Stealth, LV. Deep Connection, LV8. Cycling, LV2. Marksmanship, LV9. Material Manipulation, LV9. Swimming, LV2. Dance, LV1. Unnatural Thought Speed, LV9. Hive Mind, LV8. Rule Bender, LV1. Aim, LV9. Esoteric Actualization, LV6. Soul Source, LV6. Lucid Dreaming. Condemnation, LV9. Blessings Myriad's Blessing. Analia's Blessing. Helori's Blessing. Galwax's Blessing. Elvet's Mana Regeneration Blessing. Eneth's Blessing. Earth Pantheon's Blessing. Life Pantheon's Blessing. Dark Pantheon's Blessing. Olencia's Blessing. Nair's Blessing. Yuzu's Mana Regeneration Blessing. Witness of Chaos. Owen's Blessing. Vix's blessing. Passive Pantheon's blessing. Duna's blessing. Jagal's blessing. Non-affinity Pantheon's blessing. Trials Trial of Analia and Telona. Trial of the Dead God. Earth Tower. Life Tower. Dark Tower. Non-affinity Tower. Ben, are you all right? Killy asked him, his hands completely hiding his face the instant he'd claimed the final job for himself. He couldn't help it, though. It felt like the grin he was wearing was about to split his head. I'm better than okay. This may actually be the single most useful job I've ever taken. Oh my God, I wish I'd taken this one sooner, but no, this is fine. Friendly piece of advice: when you finish your third tier 1, do your absolute best to get 50 jobs completed as fast as possible. You won't regret it. I doubt I even have that many options, although it has been a good many years since I've had the chance to check. Even as they spoke, his mind was going over those 2 small notifications he'd heard again and again. No attribute bonuses, no skill bonuses, and no levels, but none of that mattered. The system had just told him for the first time that he'd be getting bonuses to his job experience in general, a bonus that would become permanent so long as he finished it, and there was no way he wasn't going to now that he had it. It may have just been the standard bonus, but what did that matter? He didn't even know what it meant to get a standard bonus to experience, and no matter how much or little it would be, that meant all jobs were going to be easier from there on out, including when he was helping the third tiers with their own. His heart was left pounding in excitement as he considered both it and some of the other options he'd been able to take recently that had given him some surprising effects, with Slayer granting him titles and Title Master strengthening title effects, all of it rolling together to bring one thought to the front of his mind. I wonder what other uncommon job effects the system might be holding on to, he wanted to know. He wanted to find every bit of creativity and growth potential it held, and he wanted to take them for himself once he did, and he couldn't help but look at the jobs he had left in wonder as he considered if there were still any surprising to be had in any of his remaining options, already eager to find out. Ch8 Ch8 He made a small detour when he got back, the day still earlier enough that he didn't need to wait for Delaire in the shop as he first ran to the Church of Myriad, looking under the statue of his god and taking what had been slowly piling up there before going back to work, with all of the stopstone that had been materializing in hand. Since he'd first turned his god's church into a stopstone factory, slowly producing grains of the stuff while the days passed, half of a bucket had been filled up, and while he didn't yet have enough to begin all of his ideas, he had more than enough to start experimenting a bit as he created a mold to hold the powder before putting it in the forge and watching as it heated up until it slowly started to melt together. So a slightly higher melting point than iron, neat. He thought as he let it cool down, wanting it solid enough to work before taking a hammer to it to see how it felt. Surprisingly hard too, all the more so since I can't do any shaping with magic. The only material in the world that he had no choice but to work entirely with raw strength. Despite the inconvenience of it, the fact couldn't help but bring a smile to his face. It reminded him of the first few years he'd been working as a smith, no magic to help him with the process, with the only tool he had to use being his own body. Still, he was far stronger than he'd been then. No matter how much harder that magic material may have been, each of his strikes had a powerful effect as it was slowly turned into ingots, while questions of what to do with it came to his mind when he looked at the final product. A lot less of it when it's not in a powdered form. He thought with a sigh, seeing how the volume had shrunk once he got it all together. Not really a lot to do anything with. I could make some armor or a shield. Both would be the best options for something like this. But if I was doing something like that, then it would be a lot less wasteful if I made a normal one of either and created a surface layer of stopstone on it. But this is going to keep being in small supply, and even if I am going to use plenty by the next wave, it wouldn't hurt to let it build up a bit more to keep my options open, and to do that. Maybe I should be focusing on making more soul tiles instead, so I can convert a few more churches into factories. Why are you trying to industrialize everything I own? Convenience. He had a materializer set up to create rainbow mana crystal, so he went to gather it, shaping it into tiles with his power as the souls he'd created stopped going to his god and instead went into the crystal, building them up more and more for the power they'd hold and only stopping as he remembered something else he needed to test, making a new one with only a single soul before taking the mana from it, feeling his brow crinkle as he did. Weird. What? I'm still making it with half of my total mana supply, but I was expecting it to be less since part of what I currently have came from modifying my soul. I didn't expect the new total to be counted, but this means the rules or soul production haven't changed even though my soul has. With that being the case, that means that I'll need to modify my soul a second time before I start modifying anyone else's for them to get the best effect. And don't get me wrong, that's obviously great. I just wish I understood the rules my skill operates on a little better. Soul Source continued to be one of his stranger skills, but he had no way to learn more other than to experiment with the countless ones he'd create each day, feeling what worked and what didn't as he hoped for any sort of breakthrough while finding countless configurations that just didn't want to exist. Well, maybe I'll get some answers eventually. He sighed to himself, just in time for the door to open as everyone arrived, Sonia and Thera showing up and Delaire with them, already tugging on Mora's arm. Off to work then, yeah, back to it, Thera sighed while looking at him in curiosity. So how'd it go this time? Oh, so incredibly good. Small suggestion for everyone present, do your best to finish 50 jobs. The job you unlock for doing that is incredible. How incredible. Permanently increased how much job experience I get. Incredible, he said with a grin, getting to see some surprise in her and Sonia's eyes as a reward with the latter shaking her head. You really have been finding the strangest aspects of the system, Sonia sighed. You really should make sure you record the details of some of your stranger jobs, for future posterity if for nothing else. You're probably right, but I'll leave that on the to-do list until I take a couple more. For now though, Delaire, gotta let go of Mora, we need to get you started. Isn't he going to work too? He's always welcome if he wants, but I was under the impression he was going back with Thera. Mora, you joining us today? The boy shook his head. I'll go with Thera. It was an answer that got a pout from Delaire, warming his heart that she seemed to have grown fond of the boy right until she opened her mouth. But now I don't have an underling. He heard Sonia laugh while Thera just shook her head, giving him a look as she did. You've definitely been a bad influence. I'd like to try and deny that. But I don't know if I can. It's probably fine. He took a quick peek in his apprentice's mind and found that she liked the young spirit's company. She was just being cheeky, so he let it slide. Kids were allowed to figure out how to act with others, and Mora seemed accepting enough of the attention he was getting. At the very least, Ben knew he had the strength to get away from her if he'd wanted to, and while whatever he might have gone through in the first few months of his life with Vividus and Nox could have potentially warped the child's ability to deny others, he didn't feel like he'd seen any of that in their time together. Well, it wouldn't hurt to check with him later how he feels about what Delaire said or about her company in general. Man, lot to think about for child rearing. Think you'll be home at a decent hour tonight then, Ben? Sonia asked him, still chuckling at the little exchange while he nodded. Yeah, I should be there to cook dinner tonight. I'll come home whenever one of you two gets back, so have a good day until then. We'll try. Both women were already imagining the level of work ahead, with Thera especially finding herself dreading the work more than she had dreaded the idea of taking on the tower, but didn't have the mental leeway to reflect on how her priorities and sense of danger were both slowly warping as the war went on. But having no choice than to face the day, she and the other two set out, leaving him and his apprentice to start their own work as well. All right, let's see how you're coming along. CH8 910. CH8 910. While his clones were hard at work, his real body was devoting its attention to his student as she trained, watching her technique and pointing out areas she could improve while at the same time giving her lessons in her head, helping her absorb more information on the subject of crafting and magic than anyone would expect of a child her age, and feeling his chest tighten a bit as they did. Knowledge was power, and a healthy foundation would make for a far easier time when it came to her leveling her skills, but what he was giving her already went far beyond giving her just a healthy foundation. With how much he'd be able to help her learn by the time the third wave came around, he was certain that even if anything happened to him, so long as the world went on, she'd have no issue improving without him there to guide her. Although I should also ask Falk to take over her training if anything happens to me. I'm his cute little apprentice, there's no way he'd turn me down. Ben, are you all right? She asked him, picking up on something he was giving away in either his face or mind while he just smiled at her and ruffled her hair. I'm doing fine, kiddo, and you're doing excellent, showing you're really absorbing everything I'm teaching. I'm proud of you. She blushed and laughed when he said it, loving the praise while he went on. Now why don't we take a break to work on your enchanting a bit? You ready? Ready. Great, come on, and I'll give a look at how you're doing with the 3 systems. Of everything he was passing on to his student, his personal system was what he considered the most valuable, but unlike with Thera and Jake, he cared far more about ensuring that she had the basics down to the best of her ability from the start, and he watched from the side as she went through them, one by one while he guided where he could, making suggestions as her magic was placed down for her to work on or retry. Watching her eyebrows bunch up in concentration as she did her best to live up to her own expectations, even if he could feel some disappointment in her thoughts. Plant magic was making it into her lessons, since that was the main thing she had to enchant with, but she was going to be limited in options for what she could do with the magic, which didn't have many alternatives. She would in theory be able to use some spells of the three affinities that made that magic up, but it wouldn't be anywhere near as easy as it would for people who held those magics in the natural form, even if it would be just as hard for them to manage any plant spells, unless they had something like the spell unification skill to make it easier for them. But as far as I know, there's no skill like spell separation, or something to give her an easier time breaking up the magic she is, so she's stuck with what she's got. Unless of course she learns some non-affinitied options, which wouldn't be a terrible idea, even if that's going to be hard for her. But what the hell, I'm already teaching her plenty of spells and skills outside of her affinity, since getting her connect eventually is a goal. It wouldn't hurt to focus a bit more on non-affinitied options, so she could try to get one or two herself, just in case something goes wrong and I can't get her what I actually want her having. The lessons in her mind subtly shifted as a result, going over what he knew of the world's non-affinitied options, and seeing which ones caught her interest the most before he began going over how one might hypothetically acquire them if they so desired, and how they might be used in enchanting, feeling her consider them herself as the day went on. Whether she chose to attempt them herself or not was ultimately up to her, even if he couldn't deny some curiosity on his part as well. He'd really only attempted to gain a single non-affinitied magic himself, and even then, that had been more of a coincidence than anything else when he'd acquired soul production through an attempt to apply his material manipulation. When it came to enchanting, material user, and destruction though, the first he'd been lucky enough to arrive on the world with, and the others had been bonus skills from his awakenings. He'd never had to put in the effort of trying to gain a normal magic himself. So I'll be very interested in seeing how you manage. The rest of the day went smoothly enough as work and lessons progressed, slowly getting to the time he expected either Thera or Sonia to pop through one of his gates, only for someone else to come through first as his own teacher made his appearance, freezing the instant he saw Ben. "Hey Falk, it's been weeks since I've seen you. Where have you been? Busy, not important. What in all the hell's happened here? Huh, oh yeah, I guess I should tell you. I started officially training Delaire, so she's going to be around, but we won't get in your hair, don't worry. You'll barely notice me," she added, getting a confused look from the Yeti while he shook his head. "Boy, I don't care who you want to take in, I'm talking about all of the nonsense on your soul." "Oh that, long story short, I turned myself into a demigod." "Really?" Delaire asked while his teacher was left at a loss. "How can I become one too? It's a long story and maybe. We'll talk to your mom about it later." "Gods above, you really have, haven't you?" his teacher muttered, a title saying as much an integrated divine body. "You get that the same way you got your other body skill." "Mostly, yeah. Okay, I was more talking about the number of jobs you've taken, but you're a contender for your enchanting," the Yeti noticed as he went over all of the changes his student had gone through, getting a smile for the comment. "A couple days ago, we challenged the non-affinity tower. That was my reward, show me." "Sure, you've got it." He wanted to show off to his teacher anyway, wanted him to see how far he'd come, and he got to work, going slow to let Delaire watch what he was doing as he created his delicate strands of mana on a bracelet he'd materialized before watching his teacher look it over, a look of concentration on his face. "Well, your divine enchanting is livin' up to its name," the Yeti told him. "It's official, you're a better enchanter than me." "Wait, seriously?" "Barely, but I'd say so, give it a look." Falk broke the enchantments Ben had placed, replacing them with his own to let Ben look them over, examining the subtle differences and being left with no choice but to agree. It was slim, but on a purely technical level, his work had surpassed his teacher's, a result that left him in stunned silence, frozen in a way where he couldn't react. Falk himself had told Ben this was likely to happen long ago, his teacher having seen the potential of his skill before he himself had, but getting there didn't actually feel real. He wasn't a third-tier enchanter, but he was as good as one. It was Falk who broke him from his thoughts, his calloused hand reaching out to ruffle his apprentice's hair. "You've been working hard, boy, be proud." Yeah, I am," he said, a soft laugh coming out as he said it. "Not to upset your apprentice beat you out. Yeah, no need to worry on that front, Falk. That was always the plan." CH820. CH820. It looked like the Yeti was about to say more, only stopped as two more passed through the gate. Thera returned with Mora in tow, his teacher glancing their way before doing a double take at the young spirit, shaking his head in the end. He could see exactly what the boy was, but before he could comment, Thera cleared her throat, shooting her uncle a look that screamed her expectations from behind Mora's back while she put on a far lighter voice for her explanation. "Uncle Falk, so nice to have you back. I guess this is your first time meeting him, but this is Mora. We've recently taken him in, so I hope you'll make him feel welcome." His teacher shot him a questioning look, but Ben just nodded as the Yeti turned back. "Ah, well, nice to meet you, I suppose. You heard my niece, the name's Falk. Can I ask?" Later, Thera cut him off. "We had a long day and we're just about to head home." I need to get Delaire home too," Ben added with his teacher stopping him. "Not so fast, I need to talk to you both and I don't know when I'm going to have the time again." Spare me a few minutes here. I can go back by myself, Ben, Delaire chimed in. I came without Satchel today anyway. I can go back too. MMH, you're in my care right now. I don't really like the thought of that. I can walk with her, Mora told them, looking at them while Ben and Thera looked between themselves. He'd put out the offer himself, something he still didn't do often, which seemed like a positive step forward, but he was still a child, with Ben ultimately sighing in the end. Nothing here should be able to hurt either of them while he's around, right? I mean, I guess, but Thera hesitated, still not liking the idea of leaving him to walk through town by himself, but at the same time not wanting to get in his way when it seemed like he wanted to, especially if it was because he was trying on his own to build a friendship, which was the ultimate factor that caused her to relent. Okay, but if anything at all happens, call any spirit you see to find me, and I'll come as fast as I can. And will you wait with Delaire and Fontesh until we come to pick you up, or would you go back home after? Will you be long? They both looked at Falk, who for his part looked like he didn't understand what he was seeing or how it had happened in the past few weeks before he answered. The boy might be. It's gonna depend. Mora stopped to think for a moment, nothing in his expression to give it away as he looked to Delaire. Would it be okay to stay with you while I wait? Sure, then I'll do that. With Delaire already tugging on his arm as soon as he'd said it, the two were off on their own, left to get home and already leaving Thera to fret while Falk finally asked what he'd been wanting to. So that's the great soul spirit, huh? It's a long story, but Vividus and Nox were able to have a child together, Ben explained. And it seems like he's actually a kid. Doesn't just look like that. Nope. And you two are looking after him. Yeah, because my garbage, idiot aunt dropped him at our doorstep, Thera sighed. But none of this matters. Mora's a sweet kid and he's in our care right now and we're doing the best we can. And parenthood is stressing Thera out to no end. Guardianship, not parenthood. What's the meaningful difference between the two? She didn't have an answer for that, so she didn't even try, instead turning to her uncle. So what was it you needed to talk to me about? Well, he's actually the topic. I've been asked to ask you to try and get the kid to work. Before he could say another word, the ground was shaking beneath their feet, rattling them in the shop while Thera shot daggers at him with her eyes, sounding nothing but cold as she spoke. Uncle, think very carefully before you go on. Infinite Hell's girl, you could just say no. I was asked to ask you. Now that I've done it, it's officially no longer my business. And who was it that asked you? Not many people know who or what Mora is, at least as far as I know. One of the soul gods. I still get lessons from them on occasion, and it was brought up. Now will you quit shaking the hell out of my shop? The building came still as she looked to Ben, the person she knew with the most contact with the gods, perhaps on the entire planet. Have you heard anything about this? No, and if there's something going on, I'm going to assume the gods didn't mention it to me because they already knew what I would say, he told her before turning to Falk to give him some context. Mora doesn't want to use his magic. At least that's what Vividus said when she left him, but he'll do it in secret. We don't know why and we're not going to push him on it. We're still in the hole, trying to get him to open up to us, part of the relationship. Falk nodded as he explained, looking deep in thought before turning to his niece. The boy's right, you are his parents. You aren't helping yourself right now, uncle. Well, don't go destroying my shop's foundation about it. I plan on coming back here a hell of a lot more regularly when the war ends. Anyway, that can be one more thing for you to talk to the gods about later, boy. Why, what else do I have to talk to them about? You're enchanting. The skill you've shown me with it. It doesn't matter that it's not at the 3rd tier. You should be able to create an enchanting factory with it. Enchanting factories. The same thing that kept Falk so busy, and the same thing that the first soulsmith had made to create the cards everyone used to see the system information on themselves. Arguably the pinnacle of enchanting, creating a magical structure that itself was able to place an enchantment, and according to his teacher, he had the level of skill needed to pull it off. Which is what I was told to tell you, Ben said to Nair once night had come, practically vibrating with the idea. So what do you think? The god's focus was deep, staring at Ben intently before shaking his head. Managing it at the 9th level is unheard of, but at the same time, Falk wouldn't be wrong about this, and he's in a far better position to judge your work than I am. Divine enchanting, is it? I can't say for sure that you're the first one to hold that variant, but the fact I'm not aware of others means it's rather likely. No wonder it ended up named as such. It's not like he gets any normal awakenings, Myriad sighed. Divine enchanting, unending crafting, esoteric actualization, and a whole host of rightfully named unnatural skills. My apostle doesn't seem to want to do things in half measures. Hey, I have my knowledge skill, that's a normal variant. True, but if you gained it a month or two later, I'd bet it would have gotten the unnatural prefix too. No point betting on things that are impossible to know. Now Nair, Falk said you'd help set me up for this. We'll have to, however valuable you think an enchanting factory is. It's more so, and all the more given that you'll be the one creating it. I'll have multiple spots set up for you by the morning in my lands, and I'll talk to the other crafting gods about getting you staffed. What matters is going to be what you'll make in the end. Well, I'm going to need to do some experiments first to see how it goes, and if the structure can be made to work with my system, but otherwise, what do you think I should be making? It's not like I have limited options. Unlike any other enchanter who'd reached such a level, Ben wasn't bound by the skills he held alone and left his options limitless as a result, with Nair looking deep in thought at the question. The obvious answer was more weapons, but then, Falk had that well in hand with his own factory, and while Ben could potentially make different kinds with a greater variety of options, the weapons of a soul mage were nothing to turn one's nose up at. They were certain to have a nearly overwhelming effect on the vitality of their targets, and while it was possible, some demons could potentially resist them like Ben could to an extent with his absorption resistance and other defensive skills, those would surely still be in the minority. This is something I'll discuss with the others and get back to you about tomorrow. For now though, do you already know how to construct the enchantment? Of course. That was fifth floor information, something he'd devoured when he got to it, but at that point hadn't expected to be able to pull off himself, at least not so soon. With the structure in his head already though, he was eager to start, with the morning feeling like ages away. That part of the talk done though, he shoved his excitement to the side for a different conversation, looking at the two with him that night. Okay, cool, but now that that's done, quick question for you. Why did a god try to go through Falk to get Mora to do some work? Is it just a single soul god whose church I need to burn down, or are there more? No, arson, Myriad sighed. But as for if there's more, he is the third powerful soul entity on the planet, and you've said it yourself. He can and will use his magic. He's just trying to hide it for whatever reason. Plenty think it would be extremely beneficial if he were to help. And can I get the names of the particular gods trying to force this matter? Absolutely not, you little sociopath. No looking for more gods to try and use to awaken your sacrilege. Excuse you, Myriad, I'm acting as one of this kid's guardians, and I have a close personal relationship with you guys. No god should have been coming in such a roundabout way to try and get that done. Do me a favor and next meeting you guys have, make it clear that Mora isn't doing anything he doesn't want to, and if anyone wants to argue that, they'll do it with me. Most would say it should be through your lover, Nair pointed out. She's acting as his primary guardian. Yeah, and you know what? They'd probably even be right if she didn't have the same built-in reverence for you guys that all of the mortals of this reality have instilled in them from their gods. I'm still sure she'd say no, but it wouldn't be comfortable, and I don't want her to have to deal with that. Myself, on the other hand, I can tell anyone up here to go to hell without batting an eye. As we're all very aware, Myriad sighed, but yes, I will make that clear. Of course, but with that out of the way, there's one other thing we need to discuss. As I'm sure you can imagine, the way you've changed yourself has drawn a lot of attention. I'm sure all of the demigods get a lot of attention, he said innocently, getting a tired look in exchange. We were left discussing the implications of it for hours, and I'm sure that private conversations on the topic are going to be going on for years to come, but that's not what matters. You're right, the fact that this can be done is important, which means we want to make more, for whatever good or ill may come of it, which means we need more of the tools you made that allowed it to happen. Rings and bands and collars enchanted with the beast form skill to warp the flesh under the soul of a god. It would be impossible to replicate Ben's results otherwise, and since he was the only one who could make them, he was the only one who could allow for the process to be repeated, with him grinning at the result. Yeah, that's simple enough, so can do. You guys just have to make sure I get access to all of the results of this as payment. Agreed. I want to know any and all changes that come from this. Simpler than anything you'd usually ask for. I'll make sure I get them done. Cool, in that case, I'll make sure I bring them with me tomorrow. And oh, one more thing. Yes, Nair, since I'm going to be back in your city tomorrow, send Natty and Zilly my way. I got them to their 9th level the last time I was there, so tomorrow I'll make sure I awaken their skills. CH821. CH821. Can we go up there? Delaire asked, pointing at the volcano in the heart of Nair's lands with her eyes alight, completely oblivious to how Ben's stomach sank with the question. Sorry kiddo, but we're here for work, so not this time. Maybe in the future, he told her, praying that she'd forget if the opportunity ever came up. For now, just take in the sights, we should be there soon. Nair had given him directions already, and they were easy to follow. With the new warehouse he was being given not far from the gate network, and already coming into sight as they made their way over, letting themselves in and finding only Natty and Zilly waiting. Workers would be arriving eventually. He'd been assured of that, but that would only be once it was confirmed that he could in fact make an enchanting factory, with materials left there for him to manage the construction needed himself, and he began spending his mana to move and shape the metals and other substances around him. At the same time, he greeted the other two. Natty, Zilly, hey. Hope you two are both ready for a fun day. He laughed, getting to watch as both did their best to hide what horror they were feeling as he went on. Oh, and just as importantly, this is my first official student, Delaire. Delaire, these are my second and third students, Natty and Zilly. Same with Jake, you have seniority, so even though they're going to be busy today, if you ever see them again, you have full rights to boss them around, and if they don't listen, tell me, and I'll make sure they regret it, okay? Okay. The girl was glowing with excitement, while the other two stopped trying to hide their discomfort, but he didn't bother giving them a chance to say anything about it. Before either could react, they were in his mind, facing far more complicated configurations of his thoughts than he'd ever made them deal with in the past, while at the same time bringing part of Delaire in for her own lessons, while getting her to focus on enchanting out in the real world, all as he directed his focus on what he had to do. Which started with pulling one end of a mini gate from one of his rings, having the spare from the experiments he'd done out in the untamed lands that let him conveniently drop it in his new work area before activating it and reaching through, pulling out his coat from the other end to slip on as he began overfilling his soul. Now that he had this factory, it was by all accounts an extension of the shop for him, free to train in as mana was directed under his power, finishing the basic configuration of the large structure and leaving him with the main goal from there as he went to enchant it. Similar to enchanting a gate, it was a task that by all accounts should have taken days to weeks to finish, but with the mana he could use and the speed he could think at, he was already reducing it, taking half an hour the first time since he'd never constructed an enchantment like that before, while large parts of his thoughts were already considering how he could change and improve it. The factory enchantment was a unique enchanting spell that in essence looked at an example enchantment and reproduced it, able to copy what already existed within it onto other things so long as there was power running through it, and while it was different from anything else he'd done, once shaped, the only way to see if it worked was to test it, and holding a breath he did exactly that. Since it was a test, the enchantment he was getting it to work with was simple, placing a fire enchantment on a small rod that could be inserted into part of the factory itself to create a lighter. And as he ran his mana through the factory, he watched as power flowed through the magical structures he'd placed, his mana sense alight with its activation, and his excitement only growing as he pulled out the end product, getting to see a perfectly placed enchantment for his efforts. He was grinning from ear to ear with the results, his sheer joy not to be contained. His teacher was right, he had the skill to do it, but now that he knew it, that wasn't enough. He wanted to see if he could improve upon that ancient spell's design. The original factory design used the weave system, but he already had ideas to test to change it, wanting to have it operating on his personal system before the day was up, as the next few hours were lost to experimentation, seeing what would work and what wouldn't as aspects were changed again and again until he had something he was happy with. As things currently stand, it looks like by applying my system, I can get it down to 1/8 of the size it had been, which means I can fit 8 times more factories in here than expected, which is a huge plus, but can I push this further? As things stood, what he had was one of the more complex arrangements of mana that could be made before him, but there were areas he still wanted to grow and applications of skill that could cross more into his other goals if he just practiced them more. And with that frame of mind, he took a serious look at what he'd created before asking himself how to incorporate mana modifiers into it. He already had a few, their touches were showing in most of his work by that point, but he couldn't just keep doing touches. Understanding them was pivotal to his goal of both comprehending and improving the summoning spell. They had to become things he was comfortable using, and with that he began experimenting anew, breaking down what he had and building them back up again and again, feeling what worked and what didn't as more time passed, while he did his best to apply everything he knew, having the size once more after a few more hours of work. Better, but I need to get a lot more practice with these things, he muttered to himself. Still, it's a start. Now ne'er you around. What sort of enchantments do you want being made for this? You reduced the size a lot more than we were expecting. With Falk having a handle on weapons though, we've decided it would be best to have you focused on quality of life. You've made tools in the past that were designed to help plants grow, as well as items enchanted with barrier magic for defense as well. Those were the 2 we were hoping to get you to start with, though since that won't take you long, I'd add on a few more. You'll obviously have to add the souls yourself, but if you get the configurations set up for your mana and buff bracelets, I'm sure that would be tremendously helpful, even with all of the ones you've already spread into the world, as well as one of your mind circlet designs too, you mean. Something that would let them control how much the wearer would speed up their thoughts while also giving control of how much their minds would split up to thrice. Nair clarified, seeing how excited Ben had gotten at the suggestion in a way that rushed him to squash some of it. Let the wielder determine to what degree they're going to be affected. Boring but fine. In that case, I'll get started. It shouldn't take long. CH822. CH822. Even if they took a bit longer to set up given they were all different from the enchantments he'd been making, until that point, Ben still made quick work of them, finishing up after an hour while at the same time creating models and blueprints to show how shapes and sizes could be placed in the factory to be properly enchanted on for the people who would be creating them at first, until thinking better of it. There was an easier and better option all around, as he shaped some of the leftover materials he'd been given and pulled some rainbow mana crystal from one of his rings, creating materializers for each one to create each item in their entirety, needing only to be placed in the factories to finish them off. Except for the ones that need souls, of course, but I'm not sure if I'm even going to be needed here anymore, am I? Depending on how things go, we might ask you to set up more, but honesty, given you went so far as to build materializers to go with it as well, there shouldn't be too much you personally need to check on. Still, if there's any issues, we'll make you aware. Okay, cool, but as for now, nothing more you want me to try to make. Resistance amulets of all sorts, or maybe enchanting factories for mini gates or even regular gates. Well, the first would certainly be helpful, and we will be getting you to make more factories in the future, so I'm sure those will make the list. But as for the second, is that something you think you could actually manage? Nair asked, genuine curiosity in his voice as Ben thought it over. The more complex the enchantment was, the more complex the factory that would be making it needed to be, and gate enchantments were no simple thing no matter the size. He was certain he could do it, but the scale such a thing would end up, it would tower above anything he'd currently made, unless he was able to refine the design further. I'll at least fiddle with the design in the back of my mind for a bit to see if I can reduce it more, and I'll let you know. As things currently stand though, it looks like I just have one more thing to finish. Gotta say, I'm pretty disappointed. I was expecting more from them. Awakenings are no simple thing, sure, but still. It doesn't matter though, I'd been going kind of easy on them since I had the time. Now, I'm just going to awaken them the way I did Valeria. Just do your best not to harm them. Nair sighed in his head, getting a thumbs up for it. You got it, I'm pretty sure this will be mostly safe, and if it isn't, well, Zilly is a blessing mage on top of everything else, she'll make it work out. In the hours he'd been training the two, trying to get them both to awaken, neither had succeeded, and Ben was officially out of patience. He'd finished the main thing he'd gone to do there, and he had other tasks to get to, so the gentler configurations of his mind were being dropped, instead going for something he was sure would leave both with powerful migraines, but no real injury to go with it as he flashed between those configurations, finally getting results one after another as Natty and then Zilly finally awakened connect, leaving Ben privy to what they'd received from it. Both of them got the same advanced variant as Valeria, and both of them got bonus skills for it. Interesting. Natty was left claiming parallel thought for her awakening, while Zilly got mental expansion, two skills he had before. In the same way, Valeria had gained mental expansion from her awakening as well, making him wonder if the help he gave them all really was the driving force behind it. Something to think about later, I suppose. For now, let's see how they're feeling. Neither awakening had been lost on Delaire. The girl eyeing the two after flashes of mana had filled the room but now released from his mind. Both Natty and Zilly's first moves were to flop to the ground, both of them groaning in pain. Don't be dramatic. If it's that unpleasant, then Zilly, start healing already. I just need a second not to vomit first, she groaned out. Nope, get to it or you're back in my head. A powerful motivator that immediately put her back to work, instantly training her new mental expansion as she began to heal both herself and her friend, gradually easing the pain that they'd been put under, even as they continued to groan. Okay, stop being so over the top. You both got your awakenings and all the benefits that come with it, so congrats, but for now, I need to go. Keep working hard, and the next time I'm in town, I'll see if I can squeeze another level out of you. Another groan he ignored, instead leading Delaire through the gate with him, back to Stonewall to end the day, with his student's mood not going unnoticed. You want to talk about it? He asked her, getting a shake of her head for his efforts. It's fine, she told him, the pout on her face speaking of a different story while he lightly patted her head. Delaire, I'm your teacher. If there's something bothering you, I'd like you to tell me. He'd seen it in her head while he'd been giving her lessons, but that wasn't how he wanted to bring it up. He wanted to hear it from her, and after a few moments of hesitation, she finally brought it up. Am I your worst student? Now, why would you think something silly like that? Because they just awakened skills right there, and you said Jake was a non-affinitied mage, and I'm not as good with the enchanting system as he and Thera were, even though I've been doing it long, and I'm just not there. He crouched down to meet her eyes. Delaire, their skills might be higher than yours, but that's not because you're worse. You guys just had different starting places. Natty's the granddaughter of a god, and Zilly and Jake are both from the Summon group, which means they came to this world with awakened skills already and incredible power, and all of them have been getting resources poured into them. You haven't. The explanation didn't help though, only bringing her face down further. So that means I am your worst one. It means you didn't have any of the advantages they had, but none of that matters. You want to know why? Why? Because you've got me, he laughed. They only get a little bit of my time here and there, but you get as much as I can give, and that's going to make all of the difference in the world for you. Yeah, your skills might not be at their level right now, but who cares? Anything you want to learn, I'll teach, and as far as you want to grow, I'll help you get there. You've got the greatest resource in the world right here, so don't let how well others are doing get you down. I'll make sure you blow past them all. He understood the insecurity all too well. He'd gone through his fair share himself, but it was because of that he felt confident telling her as much. She was his main student, and as much as she wanted to grow, he'd worked to help her achieve it, be it in the skills she was currently working on or more beyond too, with his declaration being rewarded with a smile. Really, really, really. It's still going to take work on your part, and it's going to take time too, but you're already learning way more than anyone would expect for your level. You'll easily grow a hell of a lot more in the next few months. You've just got to do your best to live up to your own expectations as well. I will. Good, he laughed before picking her up to carry her on his shoulders to take her back home. I already know you can do it, and I'm here with you the entire way. If there's ever anything you want to improve on or skill you want to get, just ask and we'll figure out how to make it happen. Of course, kiddo, now come on, it's another early day tomorrow. CH823. CH823. The muscles of every body he held were left sore after the long day, so he stretched out at the end of it, trying to rub some life back into them while he cleaned up and began packing away his clones, his student following suit. Their talk still lingered in Delaire's thoughts in the days since, pushing her to work all the harder in her efforts to train and learn, and with it, Ben himself was thinking about how best to help her grow. His original goal had been to get her to the 4th levels in both her crafting and enchanting after all, but since she'd already reached the 3rd and 2nd, there was no reason not to try and up the goal a bit more if that was what she herself wanted. It would pose no challenge to increase the speed she could think it more than he was already doing to let her enchant faster, and when he reached a certain point in her lessons as well, they could easily change to having her work more at once if he got Thera to make her a few clones of her own. That sort of thing was certainly an advantage most people wouldn't get after all, and would easily reduce her leveling time significantly if she even only got 2 to use. And she did ask if she could be turned into a demigod the other day, but as for that, definitely waiting for the results. The gods get testing it first before I let anyone perform surgery on my little student. It was all things he needed to think about and consider. After all, with all of the knowledge he was making sure to give her, he was creating a foundation that would help her continue to grow, even if he wasn't around, an all too real possibility for the future. But even if that did come to pass, he wanted to help her do her best while he knew he'd be there to do it too. We'll start on getting her to enchant faster tomorrow, and then all of the rest will leave for a bit later, for now. His thoughts were broken with 2 coming through one of his gates, Thera and Mora back from their day with one looking extra exhausted for it. Bad one, I take it. An entire legion of soldiers managed to be ambushed in an expedition and half of them came to me, Thera explained, practically collapsing against him. It was a very, very long day, but at least a few of the others got levels from it. With Mora looking light beside her, neither of them had to guess if he'd contributed, but Ben focused on rubbing Thera's back for what comfort it would bring. Her work at the hospital she would go to had slowly been getting easier, but days like that would still pop up to make every healer's time worse as they were forced to tear others from the jaws of death, leaving one of the greater resources on the planet perpetually stressed. But it's not like the day is over yet, and it's been a while since we've had a nice outing. Okay, why not? Well, wanna come with me for a bit and take your mind off it? What did you have in mind? Seeing as how we have all of these conveniently placed mini gates just lying around the shop, what say we go through one and find a nice market? Stay in sight, you two, Ben called out while Delaire and Mora ran around. Really, it was more Delaire dragging Mora with her as she explored, but he didn't want either getting lost. They'd chosen a market in Nair's lands by virtue of the fact that it was the newest location he could access from the shop, but there was plenty to enjoy about it. Back when he'd first come to train Natty and Zilly, he hadn't taken the time to give it a look, but the environment created options for foods and ingredients he'd never normally get access to as he stopped at a stall to look at spice blends. Thera's arm linked with his as he picked out everything he wanted before tapping cards to exchange funds and storing bag after bag in his rings as he went. More ingredients meant more to experiment with as he cooked, only growing his range of recipes and what he could do with them while at the same time, adding to what he could teach Delaire as well. Cooking fell under the umbrella of crafting after all, and teaching her how to use a broader range of ingredients would only help her in the future. Which reminds me, I've been content to just give her some theory lessons on the topic, but I really should add some more hands-on lessons into the rotation for her. Man, so much to consider with having a student. I've definitely gotta thank Falk again sometime. With the student in question having her eyes glued to a stall she'd found, Mora looking at her in curiosity more than what was being sold, while he and Thera made their way over to see what exactly had claimed Delaire's attention, Ben giving a small laugh once he knew. "We'll take 3, please," he said to the person there, being handed 3 confections as money was exchanged, as he looked at what seemed like a small pastry that itself had been candied, taking a bite to get an explosion of fruit flavor from it after, as he snuck glances at the other two to see both Thera and Delaire's eyes lighting up. If they both like it so much, I should be able to replicate it pretty easily. I'll have to think about what could make some other decent filling options later. Is that really so enjoyable? Mora asked them, still looking curious, with Delaire being the one to answer. It's so good, Mora, I could eat another 10. She glanced at Ben as she said it, the hint there, but he just laughed and ruffled her hair. No can do, kiddo. You'll make yourself sick and ruin your appetite for whatever meal your mom is going to have waiting for you. If you like them so much, then we'll work on figuring out how we can make them ourselves later, okay? MMH, okay. Mora still looked curious, though, in a way that Ben couldn't help but feel bad for. His nature meant the boy was both freed from the chore of eating, but also denied the pleasure of it, while the unique nature of his birth that had mingled the thought structures of both spirit and succubus meant he might have felt some impulse for it, even if he wasn't biologically equipped to carry it out. But if he'd let me, I could let him experience what tasting things was like, Ben thought. Connect to him and let him share my senses as I eat something, and then know. No, I suppose that's not actually a good idea. He didn't know if the boy would like that or not, but if he did, then that would be a curse more than anything else. Mora was immortal by his very nature, only destined to die if he either somehow expended all of the mana that made up his body, or else had his soul damaged to an extent where it couldn't be repaired, while Ben himself could only potentially have a few more centuries on the planet, so long as nothing killed him, and he got the 2/3 tier awakenings he wanted to expand his lifespan. Still, though, however long he might live would be a blink of the eye against eternity, and if he showed Mora the joys of food, but was the only one who could safely do so then, that meant the boy would have no way of re-experiencing it once Ben was gone, something he couldn't help but think was a far sadder option than never getting to enjoy it at all. So many things to think about when raising a kid, and only more when you aren't even the same species, I guess. He thought with a sigh, wanting to give the boy what he could, but knowing he needed to consider the child's future as well. Just one more thing to worry about. Once shopping was done, the 3 took Delaire back home before returning themselves, finding Sonia already there with a book in hand, while Ben went to prepare dinner with his new ingredients, tasting and testing as he went until he had something he was happy enough with to call the rest over to eat and talk about their days, indulging in each other's companies as the evening wore on until the meal was done, with Sonia turning to Mora once it was. "Sweetheart, what do you say you join me for a few games until it's time for bed, All right, what do you want to play? You decide, I'll be with you in a second," she told him, letting the young spirit walk off to the living room as she turned back to the other 2, giving them a wink. "And I don't think you both have had time to relax together for a while. I can look after him for a few hours if you want to spend some time together." The 2 looked at each other when she said it. It was true that they'd both been busy, with the closest they'd got to spending quality time together, other than the little bit they had before falling asleep each night being their time in the last tower, and when he'd been training her in enchanting, with neither event exactly being pleasant. They were both important enough to the world by that point, which meant they were both busy, and now with him having taken on an apprentice and Mora in their lives too, they were all the more so. But if Sonia's going to offer. "We could go for a walk for a bit," he said, putting the idea out there. "Stroll through town and enjoy the night for an hour or 2. Of course, you 2 kids have fun now." The setting sun left Stonewall quiet as they went, making their way through empty streets with only a few others out and about to be seen along the way, with Thera giving a content size they did. "You know, I really wish we could get a bit more time like this," she told him as she leaned her head against his arm. "When did life get so busy?" Was it ever not busy? Maybe not for you, you workaholic. I, on the other hand, feel like I used to get a lot more free time. Wonder how long it will be before I ever get regular days off again. Well, the war needs to end, and whatever demons do make it onto the world would still need to be dealt with, Sue. Don't say never, some indeterminate time in the future. Just as bad. If things ever do get better, I'm quitting everything. I'll materialize magic materials like Dad and live off that. Sounds like it would get dull. That's the thing about being able to make money out of thin air. If I get bored of it, I can just find something else to fill my time after I've filled my accounts. What about you? So bound and determined to get some heroic sacrifice, have you considered what you might want to do after? She sounded sad as she said it, the mood slipping through despite her intentions, as she once more considered that Ben wanted to throw himself up against a god incomparable to any the world held while he moved to change it, picking her up in his arms and spinning around. What I want for the future, Easy, he laughed. You and me enjoying the hell out of life, figuring out this whole, raising a spirit, thing and helping Delaire get to a point where she can awaken her skills, spending time with friends and family and making stuff the gods of this world never dreamed of. Nice and easy, humble dreams. I don't think much of that was really humble. No, I think it all seems pretty manageable to me. Hell, it's mostly stuff I've done before anyway. I've shocked the gods, I've awakened people, and I've had a great time with you and everyone else I love. All that leaves is childrearing to figure out, but we're kind of getting the hang of that, right? Maybe. Gods above, I sure hope so. Ha, well, I say we are. He's more talkative than when he first joined us, even if only a bit, and even if it's subtle, he lets us know how he feels. Just wait, before you know it, he'll be as open as a book. Well, I hope, she smiled, continuing to walk until the edge of town came into view, an exit within the very wall that gave the place its name that led to her taking his hand to tug him along. Thera, you know, I've known you since you only had your first few levels, before you had any sort of magic, and now here you are, she laughed. But you know what I don't know right now? Most of what you do with your mana is materializing. What can you do when you're not burning it all away? He looked at where they were and then back to her, the public training ground right there to be used and empty of anyone else. If you're asking to end this romantic little walk with a spar, then is there any chance I can politely decline? Ha, just show me something cool, you dolt. Cool, huh? Well, if that's all, then you've got it. She was right, most of his mana went to materializing or else shaping his work. He didn't often use spells to manipulate the environment around him, unless he had to, but as a contender for his material manipulation, and over 8,000 points of mana, he wanted to know too, so he poured his power into the ground, combining it with both his material sense and his extraction enhancement as the earth itself was torn apart and remade while it rose. The training ground being left with a fully stocked house in its center. Only one story, but it was enough. Thera's eyes gleamed while he caught his breath, dragging him along with her to look it over as she examined not only the building itself but appliances within, testing some lights and finding they worked with everything in their being enchanted. Okay, color me impressed. Not my best work though. The enchantments are basic and the items are too. Nothing in here is above lower uncommon. Not your best work is going to be enough to leave everyone else in your field in tears, she laughed. Hell, my field too, unless you think other mages would somehow be unimpressed by this level of control and power. Well, I suppose when you put it that way. So want to see me try my best too? She asked playfully. I could try to see if I could carry the entire town for a bit, or maybe add a mountain range to the skyline. It would be good to mix things up every now and then. Nothing but trees and a few hills gets stale. Ha, I'd comment on the environmental impact, but since the planet's ecosystem is already messed up beyond repair, I'll say go for it. If you do, there'll be new things living on it before the end of the week. True, but then I'd have to deal with all of the heart attacks seeing that would cause in the morning. This, however, should be perfectly fine. Her look turned mischievous as she pulled him close before the ground beneath their feet blasted up, leaving them at the top of a growing pillar as it shot into the sky above while he grabbed her back, taken completely off guard by the same speed she was reveling in until it finally slowed to a stop, giving them a view of everything around. There were lights to be seen down below, both Stonewall as well as some of the surrounding towns and villages, but the dark had fallen in full enough force that it wasn't much of a view, at least not that way. Looking up, though, the stars were out in full force, filling the sky as they stared up. You know, at least for humans on Earth, traveling through space was still basically impossible, Ben said. There was no way we'd get to another star in my lifetime, but here they're so in reach. Sounds like your world was better off then. Having everything so easy to reach is basically all of this planet's problems. Ha, you aren't wrong. Still, Quillith told me something similar before too. We have the whole galaxy open to us here, maybe even the whole universe beyond. Makes me wonder about what else is out there is all, especially more spells. The gods of this galaxy had their hands on two powerful ones, but I don't even know what one does. There's gotta be more out there too, and all of the other little mysteries this place has. I don't need a galaxy of ruined worlds, plenty enough on the planet to enjoy, Thera told him. But for now, wanna head back down. Yes, sure, I guess it's a good time. And wanna take the quick way? She asked him, looking playful again, but without Ben understanding what she meant until she nodded downwards. You have an incredible amount of mana now, Ben, and the skill to go with it. There's no reason you couldn't fly down under your own power. Is that accurate? When he thought about how much he could do with his magic, the mana and region rates he held, and the skill he wielded it with, he realized she was actually almost certainly right, not that it changed his answer. Even if I can, trying to learn to fly going down instead of up feels like it might be bad for my long-term survival. Ha, all right, I'll bring us down, but one of these days you should see how far you can take us by cart if you can. Save me the trouble driving for once. Well, let's wait for my mana to rise just a little more before we get to that point. As the demigod of growth and gain, I'm sure it won't be long. Gods above, I knew that was going to go to your head, she told him, shaking hers as she brought them down and taking the pillar she'd pulled up with them. You aren't humble enough to be able to handle a title like that. What are you talking about? Not only am I humble, I might be the most humble person on the planet. Why, I deserve titles calling me as much, and maybe even a job or two to go with it. Keep dreaming, she laughed, taking his arm as they touched down. Now come on, we shouldn't keep Auntie waiting much longer. I'm going to need you first. Myriad, what's up, and is it really so important that it needs to interrupt my first little date in ages? Unfortunately, I have no one else I can turn to, and you conveniently have your overpowered lover. It's an emergency, Ben. The Demidmans are all going to die. CH824 told Ho's perspective. CH824 told Ho's perspective. How many today? Tolto asked, trying to keep the weariness from his face as he asked his kin. 45 so far, but there's still hunters out. An answer he was expecting, even if it still left him with a headache. 45 today, 32 the one prior, a high of 67 before that, with sightings and attacks working out to within that range consistently, since their god had told them that the second wave had started, with the demons they once raised and corralled flooding the whole of the world along with their small part of it too. They killed all they'd see. With what they'd learned, both of what those beasts truly were as well as their own relation to them, they could do nothing else, but days of endless battle had them wearing thin. There was always more to find, always more to kill, and now that they knew just how little their home was compared to the wider world, the implications of it were staggering considering just how many they'd see. It was to the point that hunting felt almost wasteful. They tried to eat what they could, but it left more meat than they needed to go around, and while the flesh of those beasts made for a decent enough lure for hungry members of their own insatiable kind, disposing of all of the rest was burdensome in its own way. But it has to be done, he thought with a tinge of exhaustion, sending up a small prayer to his god, and looking forward to the next chance he'd get to speak with the cube for all the ways it would ease his mind. For all the changes that had come with it when the dark truth of their existence had been revealed, Myriad had been the most blessed one, showing them the love and compassion that they never realized a god should have been giving from any of their old ones, those evil deities who had both created the Demidmans as a whole for their own selfish desires, and through that act, helped doom the world. No, unlike them, Myriad was truly worthy of faith, giving generously and strengthening them all in the process with both his blessing and his skill, granting them all a new way to experience the world and deepen their interactions with each other too. The treatment was incomparable and the greatest gift they could have hoped to receive, building the faith he received on trust and love instead of the fear that powered what they used to give. But as his mind wandered to their revered deity, the one with him lingered, taking an apologetic tone. And there's one more thing. Yes, the four were the ones to discover and take on the largest group we saw today of 20. All lived, but there were injuries again. With a small nod, the other left, giving Tolto just a moment of peace to breathe before getting up. No matter how he felt about it, he was the acting leader of his people, which left him with responsibilities to bear, so leaving his home, he went out into the village to find a few of the bigger points of stress it housed. Looking around as he did, he tried to take it in for what good it held. Their village wasn't large by any stretch, but it had changed completely in the last few years, with sturdy homes to live in now that they weren't being moved constantly to escape the eyes of the world's gods, and a field where they farmed crops for themselves instead of just gathering. But more than any of that was the people within it. In the past, the direction of their lives was simple. They lived for the sake of their gods, doing what they could to sustain themselves so that they might give all the faith they were able with every hour they had, only stopping to hunt and sleep, with the ones they'd worshipped feeling like they tolerated that fact more than they actually understood it. Now, though, things were different. Despite the dangers of the world around them, children were at play and some adults were even joined in, with the sounds of music coming from others who practiced in their leisure. The skills any one of them would hold had grown too, being shown that so many more existed than any of them had thought too, which made different forms of training easier. With access to the cards, it was no longer a matter of fumbling in the dark to find which magics any of them were suited for, and with books on topics they never had before, it was easy for their talents to blossom as they worked, making surviving just that little bit easier for everyone there. Well, almost everyone. He told himself as he led himself into another building, where the ones who'd decided to devote themselves to the healing arts were at work, treating the injured who'd returned after facing down the biggest crowd of the day by themselves. Those who'd once stood by his side as the leading figures of the villages, brought down by their gods and their faith with the orders they'd been given in the past. The other four who, like himself, had once acted as representatives of the forbidden gods who'd created their race. Neither he nor them said anything at first, with the others waiting for him to talk while he inspected their wounds. None would die, but the scars were building up. The limits of their healers' abilities meant that the process wasn't perfect, though with how much those patients were putting their bodies through, they were certainly getting the practice. Guilt and shame weren't things easily fixed. Under their god's orders, they'd begun the slaughter of their own kind, which was enough to separate them from the other villagers, but the anger and hate of the rest of their kind had faded with time. After all, what was the point? They had been as misled as anyone else, and it was all the more clear that nothing that anyone else felt for them was a drop compared to the hatred they felt for themselves, leaving them to travel their self-destructive road to repentance. "You all can't keep this up," he finally said, getting an empty smile from Plate in exchange. "Ah, but we all know it's for the best. Someone needs to be culling any that come too close, and it makes such good practice for the healers too. Why, I think it was just yesterday one got a new level, a blessing for the village all around." Tolto just shook his head. "I can't make you forgive yourselves, but at least understand that you're all more useful to the rest of us alive. If you really want to help, then do it by living as long as you can and contributing all you can. Whatever lingering feelings there might be in others, I hold nothing against you, and neither does our God. You know, that's all that truly matters." None of them responded. None of them cared. Their new God was not a judgmental one, but that still left the judgment they placed on themselves once the truth of their existence had come out, leaving only the reality of what they'd done and the weight of their sin that no amount of forgiveness from others could lift from their shoulders. They'd nearly slaughtered their people because the ones they'd worshipped demanded it, and that was something that would never be forgotten. "What matters to him and to yous are two different things," Plate said as he looked away. "Pay us no mind, Tolto. We won't die so easily. I'd believe that if you'd put in the slightest amount of effort to preserving yourselves. You were all dragged here again, I take it, not going to use your own life magics to heal yourselves. Of the original priests, he alone was the only one who wielded death magic, with the other four holding life, but each and every time he saw them, not one used that power for themselves despite their skill in it. Every time it was up to the others to find them when they got back and force them to be healed, when it only ever became more and more clear that they had no desire for it themselves. With it being a question none of them wanted to answer either, the group fell to silence, leaving him to wonder if there even was anything they could do until a distant sound changed things. A scream, off in the distance but still clearly close enough to be from the village, had him and the other four on their feet and running without a word being spoken as they tore through the streets where the sounds of movement came from, letting them see that their day still wasn't yet over with a new group of at least 20 demons attacking the village proper, to the best of their abilities, but with limited success. Nearly every member of the village had experience hunting, and even as some of the more powerful among them, the rest of their people weren't weak with the ones who'd gotten their first already drawing blood, bringing one demon down at the same group of old priests joined the fray, not needing to say a word after all of those years as they all moved as one. While three went to help in areas that looked like they were struggling, Tolto and Plate went to the biggest, seeing a beast that towered twice their size that didn't seem to have any magic to attack with, instead just swinging its arms in powerful blows to throw anything that came close enough away that made it harder for others to deal with as it shrugged off the magic attacks it fell under with ease, looking to be the greatest challenge there. Plate took the front, drawing its eye as he ran forward to challenge it head-on, ducking under one swing to getting close to attack while Tolto moved to the monster's back, staying hidden with his invisibility with an attack of his own, and at the same time, it reacted to the one before it. Squeezing down on Plate instead of lashing out, Tolto struck, his claws gouging out chunks of flesh at the beast's neck and forced it to lash out in reaction, barely clipping him as he tried to dodge and leaving a cut running down his chest as blood leaked out. One injury given though, Plate got another, reaching up with his own hand to slash the other side of the demon's throat and having far more success with his own escape, no matter how rough rushing in had left him. The Demidman was left with broken ribs and a wet cough, but it was their victory in the end, as the giant they felled took a single, intimidating step forward before collapsing, the blood loss too great for its large body as it died with a single word on its lips. Abominations. Wise ones are always a pain to deal with, Plate spat, a glob of blood splashing against the ground when he did, as the two observed the surroundings. The rest of them had been killed, while they'd fought as more villagers had gathered to come and help, ending that small invasion. Looks like we didn't do a good enough job clearing the area today. We'll go back and... He trailed off as Tolto raised a hand, his eyes closed in concentration as he listened to the world around him, past the celebration of his people to experience something farther. A pounding. A sound in the distance that had started off small but only grew with every passing second until he could feel the tremors in the earth beneath his feet, making his eyes shoot open as he yelled out around him. On guard, we aren't done yet, a warning that was barely even needed by that point. The fastest of what was to come was already running through the trees, with another dozen demons coming into sight, but they all knew it wasn't going to be all of them. A dozen wouldn't shake the earth itself, and with his senses telling him there were hundreds more following, he knew it was about to become a very long day. CH-825. CH-825. Ben was linked to Thera's mind as they flew, increasing the rate she'd think to let them go even faster than the insane speeds she would normally take them at as the ground below passed by in a blur, breaking the hours it should have taken them to get so far out into the untamed lands to merely half of one, with only a couple minutes left until their destination would be in sight, all while Ben's heart twisting in worry as they went. Myriad had told him that the attacking demons could be measured in the hundreds, as more and more came out through the woods to the small settlement, forcing everyone there to fight to survive as they desperately held on, their shared God-promising reinforcements if they could only live a little longer, with Ben and Thera being the only ones he could call on so quickly to know there'd be any hope of them arriving in time to save some lives, with a scene of carnage left down below when they finally made it. What had once been a village was now a ruin, with nothing much of what they or the Demidemons had made left to be seen. The houses were flattened and the fields were destroyed, with the trees surrounding them knocked down as well, leaving a grand view of the blood and destruction that replaced it. All around were bodies. Most of them demons, but plenty of Demidemons too. With the few of Myriad's believers he could see still standing looking on their last legs as they circled their young, elderly, and injured for what protection they could give from the surrounding horde of monsters, each ready to fight to their last breath to protect what they could for as long as they could in the hope that the help their God promised would come soon, with Ben making a request to ensure that would happen. Thera, petrify them. She felt the details of what he wanted in his thoughts as she did what he asked, not just casting her spell on the demons below but the Demidemons too. The two groups were both too close and intermingled for her to pick out which ones to attack in any selective manner, and it held the dual benefit of freezing the injured in stasis, giving a chance they might be saved after. Under her power, flesh turned to stone in an instant, but it was focused enough at its center that the demons closer to the edges weren't turned, which was where Ben directed his attention next, and with his minds moving at their maximum potential, bringing the world to a standstill, he attacked as well. He had more space in his rings than he could ever hope to efficiently fill, which left more than enough room for something simple as thousands of iron balls were all brought out at once, and shot off with enough force behind them to drain his mana reserves at a speed that made reacting to them an impossibility, as every demon in his sight had their skulls pierced at once, killing them before they even realized they'd been attacked as they collapsed to the ground, letting him turn his focus to the heavens above. Is there any more I'm not seeing? A few dozen back in the trees who haven't moved yet. Got it. Thera, can you draw anything else out? Can do. Mana already moving, her dark magic came out, charmed to her will as every other demon still in the area was drawn to it, pulling them into the clearing despite what happened before she altered the ground beneath their feet, leaving it thin for them to sink in before crushing each one, breaking them under her power and leaving the forest empty as the two of them dropped to the ground to survey the damage. It was clear that in the small village of roughly 200, 15 of the Demidemons were dead with far more critically injured, and the sight left him to curse himself. He and the gods had decided it would be better to leave them to live in the untamed lands, after they'd been found for all of the troubles that could have been caused by introducing them to the wider world right when the invasion points had been revealed. But with the second wave past, it was clear it was long past the time when that might have been the safer option for them. Even if still dangerous, the inhabited lands were patrolled and protected, with the emptier parts of the world being left to employ the patrols and expeditions that would be sent out to cull the numbers there, meaning it was where the greatest volume of demons still lived. A stupid decision. He scorned himself. A stupid, irreversible decision. One more bit of guilt to contend with, but not one that would help. He took a deep breath before turning to Thera. Let's unpetrify them one by one to start treating. I'll prepare some biomass. The fact that he couldn't do more than create something for them all to eat only made his guilt dig deeper, but no matter how small the part, it would help, and with the plan made they got started, doing what little they could. Under Thera's power, none of the injured were lost, even if the deaths couldn't be undone. No matter the severity, by taking things slow and working with care, every life that could have been saved had been, with the survivors huddling together after the event while Tolto stood by those who were lost, Ben walking to his side. I'm sorry, if we'd done things differently then it never would have come to this. The words felt meaningless compared to the loss of life, but Tolto just gave him a sad smile. Ben, the two of you have saved us all again. There's nothing to apologize for. Death is a fact, but all who survived owe you our lives. It didn't feel like it as he looked down to those who were lost, all people he'd seen and exchanged a few words with before, with two of them standing out more than others. The former priests, Kaz and Plate. All four of them have been in such a hurry to die, but it was those two who finally had their wish granted, the Demidman said, shaking his head. Still, they can go proud. Whatever guilt they felt, their sacrifice saved lives. Would they have found some peace right at the end? I doubt it, dying without even knowing if the people you were dying for would even be saved. He felt the negativity of it all claw at him, but he did his best to control it. There would be a time and place, but there were other matters to deal with first, with the main one being what to do now. Sure, the Demidmans could rebuild their homes, but he didn't actually think that was the best choice. It would just leave them where they currently were, alone and vulnerable. No, it's time for them to come out to join the rest of the world. Myriad, you're around, right? Of course, I wouldn't be anywhere else. Okay, cool, because there's something we need to figure out right now. Tolto, it's clear it's too dangerous to leave you all here so right now. What we need to do is figure out how to safely move you all to the wider world. I'm specifically thinking my home in Stonewall. Tolto looked back at the rest of his people, hesitating as he asked the obvious question to him. And will that be safe? Kind of. More than out here at least, Ben sighed. There will be some minor problems. Like the very nature of our very existence. Honestly, yeah, but I can think of a way to make it work. Frankly, you only have a couple traits that resemble demons. Other races in the world have purple eyes and red scales too, and the fact that the second is only on your limbs is a big plus since there's no furry demons as far as I've seen, so it's just a matter of making sure nobody here reveals it. A task easier said than done. Even the children know what we are. All it might take is a few careless words, and then what sort of trouble will we face? I honestly don't know, Tolto, but I at least have an idea for that. Myriad, this is where you come in, buddy. The only way I can really see to make this work is to place a covenant on them. Can you do it? The same sort of restriction that every trial and tower held to keep mortals from sharing the challenges they contained. It was the only thing he could think of to ensure the secret of their nature stayed hidden no matter what, with Myriad being in agreement. Something to keep them from speaking of what they are and their relationship to the demons. I can. Not the most elegant solution, but it should work. It's the best I can come up with right now, but it's not just that either. We'd need them to not be able to reveal their race on their cards either, and on that note, I know the Adventurers Guild can read some card information. Can it give away a person's race, or can any other governing bodies detect that in some way? No, they can just get some basic skill information in terms of levels, but not even the skill names themselves. Some law enforcement bodies can tell specific skills as well but not species. Okay, then this works. We're covered. If the Demidemons accept this, Myriad clarified, this is a rather large restriction we're talking about here, but you both believe it should be done? Tolto asked. I do. It's the best option we have. Then I will do it and I will tell the others as well. All right, we'll have to prepare to set up then. Myriad, since Sashel and her party are aware of what the Demidemons are, make it abundantly clear that if any of them mention a word of it, then I'm breaking Sko's legs, but it would be preferable if you could get his and Ralia's gods to place covenants on them too. I guess maybe try that angle before threatening them for me. Nice to see you're trying to have violence as the second choice for once, I suppose. And also wake Sashel up too, because we're putting her to work. I'm going to need Cecily for sure, and it's probably time I finally meet Stonewall's mayor too, so get your oracle to go explain that there's going to be almost 200 new residents in town soon, and that will be there in a few short hours. CH826. CH826. It was when they were all told the details and had given their consent that Myriad began placing restrictions on them, creating a small bit of room for him and Thera to do what they'd need to next, manage the transportation. The way there had been quick and messy, with Thera basically making a giant stone cup to carry the two of them, but the way back would need more care, considering how many they were taking along with a sizable group being both children and elders, and with that in mind, they worked together to create a solution. While Thera felt the earth around her and ripped what she needed from it, Ben gave her a design to build, something both long and sleek to hold so many while gently gliding through the air and ending with something that almost looked like a plane, only missing a roof to leave a view as they went on their way out of the woods around them. You going to be okay flying all of us for so long? Ben asked her. This is a lot more than usual. I should be fine. If it starts feeling risky at all, I'll just take us down and get you to top up my mana for a bit. Okay, sounds like a plan. In that case, everyone. If there's anything you want to grab, get it quickly, but otherwise come on in. With how their village had been left in ruins, there really wasn't much to take, but with some taking a few minutes to look around first, it wasn't long until they parted that land, up in the air and on the way home. The Demidemons watched in awe as they flew, getting to see the forest below pass by so quickly when up, until then they'd always been limited by the strength of their own 2 feet, and that feeling didn't disappear as the hours passed, only growing as they reached the edge of the gate city they'd need, being brought down and carefully led through it under both Ben and Thera's watchful eyes, getting to see them gawk at the strange new sights, but mainly making sure none got lost as they went from there to the magic towers. Passing through to the guild and finally arriving in Stonewall. They'd gotten looks along the way, but none that had caught on to their heritage, only curiosity at the large group passing through of a race no one immediately recognized, with the dark streets of Stonewall being the final step. It was so late that the rising sun had to be no more than an hour away, but that didn't mean they'd get any rest soon with work still to do as they made it to the edge of town where Sashel and Cecily waited, the latter letting out a low whistle. So you really did bring an entire village with you, huh? Yeah, it's a long story, but shouldn't there be one more person here? Pretty sure I asked to meet the mayor too, given we're about to alter the town and all. At that, she only shrugged. Not like you haven't done it before, and when I tried to get him, he just delegated to me again. Seriously feels like this guy just doesn't want to meet me at this point. You do have a rather unique reputation, don't mind it. For now, what are you going to do? God, so much, he sighed. To start, I'm going to mark out the area. Cecily, these are the demis, worshippers of Myriad. Mingle a bit while I do this. While Thera would be doing most of the heavy lifting magically, there was planning that needed to be done for where things would be placed while he walked away to mark it out, pulling mithril from his rings and enchanting pieces of it with different colored lights to begin showing what all needed to be done. Stonewall's wall needed to be partially torn down and rebuilt, which was the most obvious issue, but the ground in the surrounding area needed to be packed down and leveled too, and roads needed to be added and marked. Add in the houses that needed to be built at the end of it all for each family, and what that meant was that there was plenty of work still to do. Once he was finished, though, Thera's turn was up as she reached out, extending her magic all around before pressing down evenly on everything, changing the landscape as hills vanished in an instant and continued down further until Ben waved her to stop. They couldn't have it fall so deep that it would flood when it rained, and if any issues popped up then, they'd work to solve them later. Next came the roads themselves, being made as she felt the stones hidden within the dirt and gathered them into the marked places, smoothing them out to create walking paths. With those made, the tasks turned to housing as more stone and earth were pulled from regions beyond where she'd already worked, letting Ben create models of buildings in her mind that she put together, leaving only the final task that would be in her domain as she took the town wall and brought it to life, the stone structure breaking free of itself to slither across the land and wrap around the new portion of land before she once more grabbed from the world around her to extend the rest. Reconnecting with the rest of town with the extension completed, letting her slump on Ben's shoulder. Other than the time I actually fell into mana exhaustion, I think this is the closest I've ever come. It feels like you have tens of thousands of points left. Your point, incredible jealousy, I guess. MMH, well now it's my turn to feel some of that, so go show off your own strong suits already. Ha, you got it. I guess I have the benefit of being able to take things a bit slow in comparison. There was plenty he needed to make them all, but given what every one of the Demidmans had just been put through, he focused on helping them get the main thing they'd need. Namely rest, as he used what he knew of plant biology to materialize fibers woven into thick bedding, giving them all something they could use to sleep in for the time as he moved from house to house to make sure there was enough for all of them, stealing mana when he had to, but getting it done just before the sun rose, letting him turn back to address them all. All right, everyone, you've all been through a lot, and there's plenty still to do, but for now, take an hour or two to try and sleep. I'll be back then myself to help out more, but there's some things I need to set up first, so until then please try not to go off exploring. I don't think any of you will be in any danger, but this is a new environment, and I want to help you all get settled a bit first. Now, Sashel, could you do me the favor of hanging out in the area until I'm back to help if they need anything and to make sure everyone here is safe? Of course, you can count on me. All right, I could use a small nap first too, so I'll come back when I wake up. Fantastic, which means all I have to do is talk with the gods, make a whole bunch, figure out how I'm going to incorporate Delaire's lessons into everything I have to do today on top of all of my other tasks, and I'll figure out the rest as I go. For now, you all heard me. Try to get what sleep you can, but otherwise, you all know Sashel, so if you have any emergency, come out and ask her. She's here to help. He got nods as he said it, with many feeling the exhaustion catching up with them from the long day that not even the experience of watching a village grow around them could rid them of, and after a few bows from the group, they slowly moved to their new homes, with Tolto staying last. If it's all the same, I'd like to stay to talk with the Oracle for a bit. I won't stop you, but are you sure? Today's going to be busy too. It would be better to get whatever rest you can while you can, I'm sure. There's plenty of time to sleep tomorrow. For now, it's better I try and get a head start on learning to help the rest wherever I can. All right, you heard him, Sashel. Looks like you've got some company. With that done, though, he felt his own exhaustion catching up to him while he and Thera walked home, looking forward to the brief bit of time he'd have to close his eyes and talk to the gods. CH827. CH827. With the first rays of the sun out once they were at their doorstep, Ben's mind was still full of all he'd have to do before he stopped, banging his head against the door with the new problem that came to his thoughts. You okay there, Ben? Just realized we have a young little resident in town who will be able to see the system info for the demis if he ever runs into one. Thera's face fell as he said it, with the new issues obvious once it was pointed out. Mora would be able to see the Demidmans race through the system information bound to their souls, which meant it wasn't something they could just ignore. Even if he was being secretive in his use of magic, if he thought they were a threat and acted on it discreetly, with the power he held it was all but certain they'd die, leaving Ben to sigh. We'll have to talk to him before anything else then. Their particular struggles with guardianship were enough to almost make him laugh, having no choice but to consider the potential whims of what might as well have been a child god for all the power Mora held. But in the end, what it came down to was as simple as trying to explain and instill a sense of right and wrong. And after the long night they'd been through, neither of them wanted to wait as they let themselves in before knocking on the boy's door. Getting a small surprise as he came to open it himself instead of calling them in. "Welcome back. Sorry we were so late," Thera told him, wrapping him in a hug. "We had a bit of an emergency that we need to talk to you about. Mind if we come in?" "All right." They moved to sit on the edge of his bed, Mora squeezed between the two with Thera taking the lead. So Mora, you are aware of the demons and the invasion going on, aren't you?" They had never outright asked, but given that the boy's age could be measured in months, they had to be sure. Neither doubted that Vividus had been clear about it in whatever sort of education she'd given him, of course, but the extent mattered, with Mora tensing up before nodding as Ben took over. "Well, the thing is, there's a few complications about it that the average person might not know, but there's a pretty good chance you'll stumble into a bit of it when you go through town. It's the reason we were so late getting back, but if you see something, we'd really like you to keep it a secret with us, okay?" The boy's tension melted just a little, traded for curiosity as he perked up. "What is it?" Meeting each other's eyes, Ben couldn't help but sigh as he covered the explanation, feeling the weight of the need to properly convey it all. On this world, deep in the untamed lands, a group called the Forbidden Gods created a hybrid race between demons and one of the native animals to make themselves a new species to get faith from called demidmans. We're not going to go into why those gods did it. They shouldn't have, and they've been punished for it, but what matters is the demidmans themselves. They aren't like demons, they're people who have been mistreated and just want to live, but there's no guarantee that everyone will understand that if word gets out, so that's why we're bringing this up now. Whenever you see any, don't bring up their name to anyone, okay? As far as we and everyone else in town is going to be concerned, their species is called the Demis, and they're a group of believers of Myriad who have been evacuated here after their village was destroyed. Heck, that last part is absolutely true. It's what kept us so long, but what's important is not saying anything that might put them in danger. Can you do that, so you aren't killing them?" Mora asked, looking surprised while Thera waved her hands. No, absolutely not. I'll take you to meet some today, Mora. I don't think we're going to do a long one at the hospital since this popped up and they're all nice people. I'm sure you'll be able to get along." "What about demons then?" "Incomparable," Ben told him. "Demidmans are people, but real demons are basically monsters with intelligence. They don't have mercy or empathy or anything that would let us reason with them. Whatever blood the two share, they couldn't be more different." "I see." The answer seemed to make him slip back further into himself, and again Ben and Thera shared a look, with her taking the initiative that time. "Mora, is there something about that answer that bothered you?" He shook his head. "No, it's fine. If you just got back though, don't you both need to sleep?" "Well, yes, but we can talk a bit longer if there's anything you're worried about. We can talk later. Get some rest, I'll be fine." "Okay, well, we're just going to have a small nap. We'll be out in an hour, okay?" "Okay." Picking up that he wanted to be alone, the two went to their own room and laid down, Thera saying what they were both thinking. "Something about that seems like it could have gone a lot better. Yeah, maybe we'll have to try and push that a little bit soon." They'd been trying to give him space to open up to them on their own, but the boy seemed bothered when they'd left. Whatever was on his mind, not a concern he was going to openly share, but that was one more concern among many, and to start easing a few of them. Ben closed his eyes, forcing his mind to his god's realm. "All right, I've let down the demidmans, and I'm struggling to connect to the kid I'm trying to raise, which means today is the perfect day for bad news in general, so hit me. 15 are dead. Instead of all of them, I should have thought to move them to Stonewall before something like this could happen. No, I should have. I'm their god, and I'm their apostle, and just one man, ignoring the thousands of things I can think at the same time. Nobody can think of everything. You have your priorities, and neither I nor they hold anything against you for not moving them sooner. We made the best choice we could when their existence was discovered, and now we're trying to make the best choice we can again. Feel good about those you helped save. It matters just as much as the ones you couldn't." "How healthy of you," the cube sighed, the sarcasm thick in his voice. And given that, Ben went on, ignoring his god. "I have a question for you. How are things going? Aside from what my believers just went through, I suppose I'm doing fairly well, all things considered." "Okay, that's nice, but I was more talking about with the war. It's been a few months since the points opened up. How are things going now that we've passed the second wave?" "Ah, that. Well, all things considered, I'd say better than we'd hoped. Genuinely, there's positives and negatives, but honestly more positives than I'd say any of us have dared to dream. For one, civilization as we know it hasn't collapsed, yet which is a big win as far as how the majority of known worlds ended up, which is really the biggest plus any of us could have hoped for, and our people are powerful enough to continue facing the challenges that crop up. Hell, it was recently that it was confirmed that another one of the demon contenders was found and handled before they could become a problem. I'm comfortable saying that hope is alive and well. Okay, and as nice as that is, I'm not feeling positive enough to want to hear anything so cheery. What's the bad news? You really can be such a downer, you know that. I think being a downer is kind of the natural state of this world. We're all lucky I don't give in to my defeatist attitude more often. So what is there to worry about out there? Nothing you can't expect. No matter how well we're doing, the gods who witnessed the start of the third wave still aren't confident it's enough, and people are still dying every day. There's been more than a few occasions that villages have been found completely eradicated too, with how it's happening seeming like it might be the work of another contender. Yeah, why? It's clear it's just one doing it. The damage to the ones I'm talking about is basically non-existent, and the bodies look untouched when they're found, like they've had the vitality ripped out of them and nothing else. There's probably a couple others too, but we have groups looking for them to the best of our abilities, but no matter how far we've come and how well we do, I'm still not confident. Ben sat down on the floor when his god said it, staring up above, lost in his thoughts with the world's fate circling his head. Am I doing enough? He wondered, with his god giving a small laugh at the idle thought. You're doing more than 99% of the world. Hell, maybe even more than 100%. When I watch you work, it sure feels like it sometimes. But am I really directing my efforts in the right places? He sighed. I've become a pretty good mage. Describing yourself like that would be a psychological blow to every other mage on the planet. So maybe I should be focusing that way instead. Maybe I should be going out, overfilling my soul to hunt whatever demons I can to kill, all I can on top of everything else. You don't have enough hours in the day to add that unless you're going to stop giving your time to the people you love. No, I still have to live, he muttered before flopping over to his stomach. It's just hard. You're only one person. There was only ever going to be so much you could do, Ben, and if you'll give my opinion any weight, no matter how powerful you may now be, the things you're making are changing the world. What you're doing is plenty. Yeah, I just wish I could do more. They sat in silence for a moment, Ben finally breaking it for what he really wanted to know. Myriad. Yes, Ben, I have a question for you. Can you be honest with me? Of course. How many of the Demidemons chose to merge into you when they died? It was 13, more than I expected. Despite the differences in how I treated them compared to the forbidden gods, they were raised and bred to be devout. Getting an option like that was an honor in their eyes. Good, and the two who didn't, the two former priests, Kaz and Plate. They wanted to, but in the end, they couldn't forgive themselves for what their old gods made them do. I see. Myriad. Yes, how did the other 13 feel when they died? Ben, I can say this as one who became them. They harbored no animosity. Not to me and not to you. I see. CH828. CH828. Adding the last item to one of his rings before the shop's door flew open, Delaire finally arrived for the day, looking bright and cheery as she did. Morning, Ben. Morning, kiddo. We've got something a little different on the agenda today, so we won't be in the shop this time. No, where are we going? She asked him, her eyes alight with curiosity as she looked to the many gates he kept there, getting a laugh as he went over to ruffle her hair. Not anywhere so far. Some new people moved into town today. We're going to help them get set up. Come on. He lifted her up onto his shoulders before walking through the still quiet streets, plenty of the town still asleep when they arrived to see the new extension, with Tolto and Sashel both there and both of them already at work. In and around each house, Sashel was using her magic, creating small gardens for the Demidemons to pull from and enjoy, with both flowers and food crops growing in the areas she'd already worked, leaving Ben to wonder if she'd gone back to grab the seeds she'd need when he'd originally called for her before shaking his head. It was just as possible she always kept some on her. It didn't matter. What did was the work she was putting in for their new townsfolk as he joined their side, putting Delaire down. Looks like you've kept busy since I've been gone. It looks nice. Not sure how I feel about getting him to be a poison taster so soon into moving. Someone had to do it, the man in question said, giving Delaire a curious look with Ben taking note. Tolto, this is Delaire, my apprentice. Delaire, this is Tolto, the leader of a village that was dedicated to my god. Today, we're going to help his people set up a bit, and on that note, is anyone else awake already? Doesn't seem to be. I thought they'd all have a lot more trouble getting some rest after all that happened, but I suppose yesterday just took more out of everyone than we'd expected. All right, that makes things simple. We'll start with your home. Sashel, you good to keep on keeping an eye out here for anyone who wanders out? Can do. Awesome, in that case, let's get started. He led both the Demidemon and his apprentice to the one empty home that had been built, finding it to be as barren as when it had been made only a few hours before, since Tolto had yet to use it, but quickly changed that as Ben pulled materials and items out of his rings, already making a mess of the space as he handed Delaire some tools. All right, kiddo, I've already got things cut to size to make a bed frame so you're on assembly, while I work out here on some other stuff. If you need me, then just let me know. Okay. She was already working at it, screwing and joining pieces so they'd fit together while Ben covered the rest of the house to do what work he could as things were built up and assembled, creating seating and tables where they would fit by shaping what he'd brought with his magic to make quick work of it, adding magic items from there as cold boxes and cookware and lights were created for amenities, and then rugs and mats and more as well. There were 1,000 little things a home needed, but at the very least, he could help create the more important stuff for one, with any gaps being a problem that could be filled in the future whenever they were noticed. What mattered then was really one thing only: making sure each home was comfortable. It didn't take long for him to finish, but when he did, he found Tolto looking in awe at him before the others spoke up. "I knew you were powerful, Ben, but I didn't realize it was so much so. Are my people really so weak in comparison to the rest of the world we've been hiding from? You're not, don't worry. I'm just, well, maybe a little obsessive about self-improvement at times and very dedicated to my passions. Actually, since you hold a second-tier skill, Tolto, by the standards of the world, you can consider yourself exceptional. All the more so since you achieved it without taking a job. You should be proud. If you say so, I do. You'll understand more when you start interacting with the rest of the town, a bit more, but actually, if nobody else is awake yet, let's talk about that. How we're going to integrate you all with the rest of the town. Ben, you've got company," Satchel called out as he worked, finishing up his 10th house now that the others had begun waking up as he walked out, finding Cecily waiting off to the side while Thera and Mora had arrived, letting Ben go over to his girlfriend. "You're here sooner than expected." After all of that, working today was a write-off, and luckily, it wasn't so bad when I went to tell them that to guilt me into staying. So now that I'm here, what should I do? Okay, just gotta gather everyone, but first, Mora, Delaire's taking a break to meet and play with some of the other kids. Think you could do me a favor and help her out? Try and make them feel comfortable. All right, I will, just a moment. It didn't take long until he was surrounded by a crowd, letting him call out to all of those around him. "All right, everyone, I know this is still all new to you, but in an effort to get you all accustomed to life here in the town itself, you actually need to become a part of it, so that's what we're going to try and sort out here and now. I know you all had your own tasks you'd do in your village. You'll find things here to be largely the same as well. We just need to figure out where you'll all fit in, but for now we'll make it simple. Any of you with life or light magic, you'll be going with Thera. We have a clinic in town, a place for healers to meet, but they can always use more hands, and that will be a great way for you to meet the other townsfolk and get along. Thera, you think you can make that work if you introduce them all? There's going to be over 70 of them, which I know is a lot, but I have a few other ideas to make that work. I think Drari is going to cry with joy at the idea they could be overstaffed for once. That work. As for everyone among you all who'd act as hunters and gatherers, you'll all be going along with Cecily to join the Adventurers Guild, an institution that's pretty devoted to those two tasks. Cecily, if you could help them through the process, divide them into groups based on where their skills lie, and get some veteran adventurers to join each party for the first couple weeks to help teach them about the role and area and what's expected of them. I'd appreciate that too. All right, but how many of them are we talking about here? Over 100. This really was a village of hunter-gatherers. It was an answer that left her frowning as she thought. Usually the issue is having too few adventurers, which is why it's so easy to join, but you're talking about a huge amount here. I don't think there's enough quests to keep them all busy, and I'll solve that too, but later. With those groups done, the rest are going to be with me as we walk through town today. The goal for you guys is going to be getting you all acquainted with how things work here, and to try and figure out a place you might fit yourselves. But once everyone is done, you should all come back and talk together about how you're going to live your lives here. It was a lot, there was no denying that, but that sort of thing was never going to be easy. He'd just need to work on the population problem when he finished helping for the day, and from there they split, the three groups going off to figure out how to fit the Demidmans into the wider world. CH829. CH829. Ben, what exactly are you doing to my guild? Cecily asked as she came out near the day's end, after all of the work that he'd already dropped on her to find him building supports at the building's side, with him looking innocent as he answered. Just some simple renovations. You know, you should typically ask about doing those sorts of things first. But if I did that, I would have been in some trouble if you'd said no. She looked at him blankly for a moment after that answer before shaking her head. Why are you renovating the guild? It just needs a new room if I'm going to solve the population problem is all, he explained as he spent his mana, bringing down part of the old wall to the surprise of everyone inside before creating the new space it was attached to. Speaking of, come on and give me a hand. Has anyone ever told you that not properly explaining your thoughts can be pretty obnoxious? Once or twice, but if I had to explain everything that went through my head, I'd never be able to shut up. Now don't worry, I'll make this quick, and it will be good for everyone, even if it takes some getting used to. He was already off before she could say any more, back to the shop and forcing her to follow as materials began moving the second he entered, flying through the air and being shaped under his power while he moved to enchant them, activating them all and forming a dozen new mini-gates to be used, feeling Cecily's eyes on him once he was done. I feel like I shouldn't have just seen that. It's fine. I was kind of keeping the fact I make these things private, but to be honest I've shown and told plenty of people, and all of the gods of the world know, which means there's going to be a lot of their believers who do too, and they all already know not to bother me. Anyway, mini-gates. Set up 12 ends in the guild, and the other ends I'll get Thera to drop off in the surrounding towns and villages. This way, the overabundance of demis can help with healing and adventure work in multiple towns, instead of everyone being centered right here. Good idea, right? So you're turning our guild into a miniature gate network. Yeah, kind of, but hey, it's efficient. Plus, now if any of them have an emergency or we do too, there's a way to evacuate. Also, the benefits of trade and commerce should be a little easier too, but well, I'll let you worry about the finer details. I kind of wish you'd worry about them before dumping them on me. Nah, you got this. Anyway, I'll help you carry the ends to the guild, and then after I'll go with Thera to start dropping these off. It will be great. She looked at each gate silently for a moment, torn between not wanting to deal with what a headache making so many places a single step away was sure to be with how useful they'd be to have around before sighing and accepting the truth of it, grabbing 4 of them in her arms to carry along. Next time, just make sure to give me any amount of notice before you do something like this again. Okay, yeah, I can maybe manage that. With one end of each left in the new wing of the guild, he found Thera after, and the 2 of them went off, flying to the surrounding communities and dropping them off close to each guild or clinic they held, giving a few words of explanation to whatever relevant party they could find before flying to the next until it was all done, letting him close his eyes after such a busy day to go to see his god, with Myriad and Nair both waiting. All right, the Demidmans are rehomed, somewhat employed, and won't be impeding on the livelihoods of the other Stonewall residents, so I'd say all's well that ends well. I have 1 or 2 comments about how forceful you were getting some of that done. They will be ignored. Anyway, I've given them all some money too, and they can always come to me for more if they need it, but there's still a few who we didn't find work immediately, so I have an idea for that I want to float with you. And now I'm worried. Don't be dramatic, you're going to like it. Let's get a couple of them to act as priests for your church in Stonewall, and then once they're all more accustomed to that, I can put a mini gate between there, and you're one in all faith for them to serve in your church there too. You're right, I actually do like that idea. The church would get visitors from time to time, but most of the time anyone went, the building was empty. Both he and Sashel had their own tasks, so neither of them would manage it, leaving it instead for those who wanted to pray or read any of the books Ben had filled it with to take care of themselves. But given the role of the building, having someone actually in there to act as a spiritual figure would only help the god, leaving Ben to nod in the end. They're all devout, any one of them would be a good choice, but we can discuss that later. For now, anything else I need to worry about? The world about to fall apart around us yet? No, but I was going to talk to you about the fact that Amy was going to be free to come in 3 days. Do you think the Demis will be in a good enough space by then for you to work with her? 3 days, huh? Yeah, I'll make that happen. I don't want to be held up too long, and now that I've gotten both the guild and the clinic to help them adapt as well, things will be easier on me. Which means that once I'm done with her, I can move on to the tower and then okay, yeah, we need to do that. Modifying people's souls. How long after I'm paid for my work can I hold off until I actually have to start? Why? Nair asked. I thought you were going to hold off a bit longer. When I'm done with the tower, I'll begin some more attempts to reach the 3rd tier, but if I'm getting them to pay me in attributes, I really should get that before my awakening bonuses to reap the maximum benefits. So, how long would you say I can manage? Both gods thought for a moment, but it was Nair who answered, sounding hesitant. Many aren't going to believe you'd succeed, and others won't want to spend their faith to raise your attributes until you're ready to begin raising other people's as well in case you somehow die first and their efforts are left to waste. But considering that risk and reward go hand in hand, it will be tough, but you have a proven track record with your work. I'm sure we can get you your payment a month before you begin modifying the souls of the world. Fantastic, I'm sure all of the gods are going to argue about payment too, but can I leave sorting that out to you guys? Considering that whatever you get is going to affect everyone you help, we'll get you a good deal, no need to worry about that. Which only leaves the question of if you can actually get to the 3rd tier in the next month. I have an idea or 2 to try, and they are. Ben smiled, knowing how deeply his god would be against the main thing he could think of to try and raise his connect to the 3rd tier. You'll have to wait and see. Pain in the ass. Everyone's gotta have their secrets. Besides, I'm still working out some of the finer details. Succeed or fail, you'll know eventually. But since you'll be attempting the tower first, Nair cut in between their bickering. Any idea for who you'll be bringing as your last party member? I've been thinking about it. Since Delaire was his apprentice, she wouldn't be a bad choice, and getting a tower blessing would be a tremendous benefit for the young girl, but it wouldn't be an immediate benefit for the wider world itself, with the third wave feeling all too close, and of the others he could think of who might benefit from the skill level, he didn't actually want to bring them. No offense to Nair meant, but he didn't like his granddaughter, or Zilly, enough to want to help carry either to the top, leaving the question still on his mind. But even if it would be better to get someone who could take advantage of the level rewards for one of their awakened skills, it's not like that's mandatory. I've done enough towers where I was only able to level one of my unawakened skills by this point too, so. Could you guys get in touch with Will for me? He asked them. He's got a few awakened skills and is currently my only close friend without a tower blessing. He should be the best choice. Are you sure? Yeah, he's strong, and if I'm going to help someone, it should be someone I want to help, which means all there is left is helping Amy, finishing this job and getting set up for the tower.
CH830. CH830.
With the Demidemons mostly settled, or at least to a point where it had grown to be the realm of the healers and adventurers they were working with along with their own efforts to help finish their adjustment to the new environment, Ben was once more able to focus on his various work, slipping on his coat to do exactly that as he began overfilling his soul. Helping them had put him behind, leaving him to still work through a job he should have already finished with ease, and that led him to pushing himself more than he'd planned, the pain it put him under making him appreciate the unexpected break all of the more now that it was done. Just a little longer of this, though. I've been making good progress getting through everyone's jobs. I'll be done before I know it. It was what he was trying to tell himself, at least, the ache demanding some promise of completion if he was going to keep working through it, and he just needed to remind himself that the pain was just another chore to help him grow, and that it at least had some side benefits as well in the form of skills that would raise with it and maybe even the acquisition of new ones too. Because one day I'm getting pain resistance. Mark my freaking words. Who exactly are you swearing that to? I don't know. The collective universe, myself, whatever garbage force has been keeping me from getting it after all I've been through on this garbage planet. Well, hope springs eternal, I suppose. I don't need any of that negativity so early in the morning. You just seem rather incompatible with the skill is all. Nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. This isn't shame, this is indignation. If I'm going to be incompatible with every affinitied skill, then I shouldn't be incompatible with any of the non-affinitied ones. It's a little something called fairness. Yes, you're free to hope that the skill you crave is only a stubbed toe away. For now, though, your guests are waiting. MMH, all right. One of his many tasks to finish, he walked over to one of his mini gates and activated it, finding not only Amy waiting on the other side to receive his lessons, but Yuzu as well, the young soul mage practically wrapped around the other girl, holding her tight while he looked on. I'm just going to point out that it's not going to be the easiest to learn like that. Do I look like I have any choice in this? Amy asked him, torn between looking for help and coming across as deeply embarrassed. She's stronger than me, there's literally nothing I can do. Don't be like that, I'm just making sure you know I love you, Yuzu told her, making the girl trapped in her arms blush all the harder with Ben nodding in understanding. So this is the reaction from what happened in the tower then. A reaction in particular to the final floor where some of her insecurities about her place in her own relationship were outed by her copy, Ben hitting the nail on the head in a way that only made her want to slink all the deeper into herself. Let's not mention that, please. Those two have been like, well, this ever since. Because we love you, Yuzu told her, squeezing tighter before taking her first proper look at Ben. And besides, Ben, I hate seeing you. Wow, rude. I thought we were pals. We are, but I feel like I go insane every time I get my eyes on you. I was already told the insane thing you did to yourself after the tower, but it turned you into a demigod. Wait, what? Yeah, it's a whole thing. Ben laughed as he waved them in deeper through the shop. Sounds like the gods are going to start trying to offer the surgery to others in the world too, so it's a good discovery. I'm once again showing my worth. Maybe you could do that without experimenting on yourself. The soul mage pointed out, getting a shrug for her efforts. I would if I could, but it was just convenient timing. Ben, please don't describe your heart being destroyed as convenient. You're making me feel bad for Thera. All right, but everything worked out. Now, since you're conveniently here too, can I get some help as well while you're around? What help making sure you don't destroy your soul? Don't think I didn't notice that the amount of them appearing around you immediately increased the second you noticed me here. Teehee. The comment got him a silent look before Yuzu sighed. I'm genuinely, constantly shocked that you don't damage your soul more with the way you use it. I can't imagine what the long-term effects of the things you do are going to be. Well, if I live long enough to see what the long term has in store for me, I'll consider myself lucky, but for now, we've got to get you to work. Amy, you'll be on the forge at first today working on some simple projects to see how it benefits your hammer skills, and then we'll end the day with some woodworking for knife practice. I don't actually expect you to struggle much in either place, but what matters for both is having an artistic eye for these things, so try and grab whatever creativity you can for it. All right, should be a fun change of pace beyond hunting every day at least, she said, looking interested. But will this really be enough for the gods to raise my weapon skill? No clue, but it's better than nothing. Now come on, let's get started. He led her through a series of projects when they began, making simple J-hooks at first in the same way he himself had begun, as well as how he'd started Delaire's training, before moving on to other projects that could help her work on different techniques that a hammer could apply to. Not only making a pot and a knife since they were more straightforward projects, but also more artistic options as he forced her to work with care. Shaping a piece of iron into a delicate flower, and getting a surprise when she finished with the notification going through her head as she unlocked blacksmithing as a skill. And if it was that easy in the past, Falk made me gain both knife and hammer wielder since they would add to my overall tool proficiency, but is there any reason the opposite won't work too? Get her some different crafting disciplines for whatever boost the shared coverage might give her weapon skill. Only one way to find out. Okay, change of plans, he told her. I wasn't expecting you to get the skill at all today, but since you did, we're moving straight to woodworking, and if you manage to get that as well, then we'll move on to other crafting disciplines as well. Stoneworking, cooking, art. I'll think of everything I can teach which might have some joint coverage for you, and we'll see just how many skills I can squeeze into you before the day ends. Ben, you look uncomfortably excited right now, am I? Ah, well, what can I say? Love an interesting project. He was going to work her all the harder for the day he had her, but she'd be fine. What mattered was what her success with gaining the skills meant as his hope for her being able to level her weapon skill in the tower, ballooned with the sounds of notifications filling the shop, both hers and his, as the day went on. Soul affinity level increased, soul resilience level increased, soul expansion level increased, max level of the expert job achieved. Available JOBS, trap user, craftsman alchemy path, craftsman artistic path, craftsman blacksmith path, craftsman cooking path, craftsman stonecrafts path, craftsman sewing path, mathematician, high tank, high marksman, high destruction mage, beginner puppeteer, outsider, body user, assassin, cycler, beginner dancer, entree, king of intelligence. Soul creator, god defiling gardener, master actualizer. Well, what to go with this time? If it makes any difference, won't be able to join you for a few more days, so you aren't going to be able to immediately take on the tower. Which is fine, I was prepared for that. And the third tier you're helping this time is Elvat again. Wait, seriously. So he got an advanced soul mage variant, and you guys didn't immediately make me help him with it after I finished him off the first time. We'd already had your next few third tiers lined up. This was the next available space. It worked out though, he didn't get the level we were hoping for when he took the job, which is a shame, but it helped him with plenty of his other levels, and it gave us room to get a few of the other third tiers done. Any luck with them getting advanced jobs? I can't say about Killy yet, but otherwise no, it's just been Elvat. Okay, hopefully there won't be too many more so I can focus on myself a little sooner. May I remind you that stronger third tiers are better for the world. May I remind you that this is only happening because the gods decided to get in my way. Anyway, this will only maybe affect my choices for the last option. I think I know what I want to take for the first two. While he only had a handful of options still that would be second-tier jobs, for that run he decided he wanted to take some different choices, gaining some more bonuses to some of his less boosted skills before he'd get whatever additional benefits would come from a new tower blessing, and with that he made his first choice, hoping for some luck. I'll take body user. Acquired job body user LV0. Bonuses granted to strength, agility, and stamina. All body skills will receive a growth bonus. Blood regeneration level increased. Flavor enhancement level increased. Bite enhancement level increased. Balance enhancement level increased. Acquired skill strength enhancement level 0. Acquired skill stamina enhancement level 0. Why does flavor enhancement grow so freaking easily? Okay, no, whatever. This is probably maybe fine as long as nothing gets a taste of me. Let's focus on the good instead. Being a demigod keeps paying off, just need agility enhancement at this point to round out the set, even if that's the one I'm least likely to get. Either way, next job and next bit of growth. High tank. Acquired job high tank LV0. Bonuses granted to vitality, vitality recovery, strength, and stamina. All defensive skills will receive a growth bonus. Defense inclination level increased. Acquired skill bludgeoning resistance level 0. God, that would have been so nice to have before my heart was destroyed. What's that? A member of the party he was with asked, clicking her claws in curiosity that he waved off. Ignore me, got distracted, but with that taken, I'll finish up here, leaving just the choice of the last one. It had been ages since his list of choices had been so slim, but while there were still a few decent options, he needed to look to the future. Since he was helping Elvat again, that meant the job he was helping with was one that was going to be even harder to finish than a typical third-tier job, meaning he needed to pick something good. Something he'd be able to get additional mountains of experience to on top of what he was already claiming from the way he'd think, and the souls he'd make, and even if it wasn't perfect, one choice stood out more than any others. An option that, even if it might be long, would be finished instantly if he could succeed in awakening his connect after the tower. A big if to be sure, but one he was already depending on. Why not dare to feel a bit of hope something might work out? God, I'm practically going to be killing myself trying to awaken this stupid skill. The least it can do is finish my job on the way. Okay, decision made, I'm taking King of Intelligence. Acquired job King of Intelligence LV0. Massive bonuses granted to intelligence. Job that only needed a few thousand points to finish, at least when it wasn't linked to second and third tiers to carry them along too. He was gaining almost 2,000 points a week by that point, and if he really did succeed in awakening his skill, his attributes doubling would do the job to give him whatever else he'd need. At least that was the hope, and trying to keep a positive mind, he let himself enjoy all he'd claimed from the jobs he'd taken so far, ending the day with a successful harvest. Man, I hate the gods of this world so freaking much. Might I point out you're talking to one of them? No, I'm having an idle thought that you walked in on, and besides, you know I'm not talking about you, mostly at least, just not exactly pleased about how my payment worked out this time. Why, 500 points to your attributes is nothing to turn your nose up at. In exchange for the work you'll be doing modifying people's souls, I'd say it seems pretty reasonable. Except at the rate I'll be able to raise people's attributes, I'd be able to cover that in a single one if you combine all of the points any person is going to get from me, but that's not the point. I got 500 points to my attributes. Why were 300 of those put in my agility? Because it's the one you're most lacking in, obviously. Just because it's not one you care about doesn't mean it isn't one other people don't as well, and being able to run away is a pretty valuable skill. Besides, you have to admit it feels good. I admit nothing. At least the other 200 were better spent, with 100 each going to both of his regeneration rates, two values he actually cared about. With that, his mana regeneration was standing at just above 10 minutes to refill from empty, and his vitality had more than doubled, meaning it was time to remake his Deathstone band for training that particular attribute while he continued to grumble. It's not like I don't get it, but come on, all of those points to that one stupid attribute is just so wasteful. It would have been infinitely better to split that 500 between the two region rates and be done with it. Agree to disagree. You aren't the only person with an uneven stat coverage. It's more common than not, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't be evened out a little bit when it's going to be affecting others. Empty skies were already guaranteed to see some sort of effect, considering that even if you don't reach the third tier in the next month, everyone whose soul you modify is going to feel their intelligence increase by 1,500. My greatest gift to the world. He grinned. It'll be a planet of geniuses by the time I'm done. I can only imagine this is going to lead to a rapid increase in mind skills throughout the population, which means more mind users for me to take advantage of too. You're right, Myriad, this really did work out pretty well. Yeah, just keep focusing on what you can get out of it. Myriad sighed. At the rate you're going, you'll be done with the third tier soon enough. Soon enough doesn't exactly feel like soon enough. I'll have still lost 1 or 2 months on raising them, not if you keep raising your soul source even higher. Ha, you got me there. Fingers crossed for another level or 2 soon. Still 7 left to go through after this so long as nobody else gets an advanced variant. I really thought I'd be getting more job options as I went through all of this, but as things stand I really am going to run out of all of my choices if I don't get some more. It's gonna feel weird to be left with an empty list. You can't expect new options to show up endlessly, especially with how you're going through them. Maybe if you awaken a couple of the skills you've had stuck at the 9th level you'll unlock something, and if you complete your insane goal then you definitely will. True. I'll worry a bit more when I get closer to the end I guess. Still a few others to get through before I need to start thinking about how to flesh out my list. Ben, Delaire spoke up, pulling him from his thoughts as she swirled a beaker in her hand, looking disappointed. I think I messed this one up. Alchemy was the task for the day, trying to get the girl plenty of experience on that front, as well with both successes and failures going hand in hand as she learned, Ben reaching out to take what she'd made and looked it over. Looks like it, kiddo, but don't worry, these things happen. What matters in these cases is if it's still a usable potion that's just going to be of a worse quality, or if it's going to be completely ineffective. But well, based on the coloration you ended up with, and the smell I'm not actually positive, so I'm going to do something you are not allowed to repeat, understood. Okay, what? Instead of answering, he tipped it back and swirled it around in his mouth before swallowing, nodding when he was done. Oh boy, yeah, we need to go over how you made that because this is definitely poison. What? Spit it out then. Ha, it's okay, you don't need to worry about me, he reassured. I've got a fair bit of innate poison resistance, my mouth barely tingles. You, on the other hand, should absolutely not do any taste testing on anything you're unsure of, understood? I think this is one time you didn't need to bother telling me that. Better safe than sorry. Now let's see where you went wrong and try to figure out how to make sure it doesn't happen again. It had been a while since he'd had to troubleshoot anything he'd made, but doing it for Delaire was fun in its own way, with Ben finding the answer quickly enough but wanting her to investigate it herself without being given the solution, the girl's eyes crinkling in concentration as she looked over her process and materials before pulling out a single leaf. Did I grab the wrong one? She asked more to herself than him, but was still given her answer as he patted her head. Yep, gotta be careful when going through storage. Even if it looks close to the ones you needed, that one there has an entirely different preparation method, and it looks like it had a negative reaction with a few of the other ingredients on top of it. Do I need to tell your mom and grandma that our little dryad can't tell the difference between different dried leaves? He teased, watching as her cheeks puffed out at the provocation. Give me another recipe, I won't mess up this time. Ha, all right then, kiddo, this time you're trying your hand at a lifeblood potion, one of my personal favorites. Why, are they easy? Nope, they're actually a challenge for your level, but they sell well and are expensive, two of any salesman's favorite words. If you open up your own shop one day, you're going to want to keep these in stock, but we can go over what to consider in sales a bit more in the future. If you're planning on working out of your village, that's probably going to change how you'd set things up a fair bit. He went over the details of selling just a bit longer, an aspect she had yet to really experience with the shop perpetually closed now that its owner was off dealing with the tasks and expectations that came with reaching the third tier, but otherwise went on with the day of lessons, Ben guiding where he could until it reached its end, signaled by Thera and Mora walking through one of the gates. Hey, you guys are back a bit sooner than expected. It looks like the world managed to go a day without anyone getting hurt from either disaster or their own overwhelming stupidity, Thera said, looking cheerful. It was a pretty relaxed one compared to usual. Ha, glad to hear it. Delaire, why don't we end things here? I can handle cleanup if you walk her home, Mora. I will, the spirit nodded, getting a smile in exchange. Even if still withdrawn, he could see the boy was enjoying the company of someone closer to his age, at least mentally, and Delaire was still enough of a bundle of energy to be happy to have another friend, with the two of them leave himself and Thera alone in the shop as he tidied up now that the day was through. So, all of your coworkers feeling ready for you to disappear for another couple days soon, he joked while she sighed. You'd think they were going to die without me there to help out. Well, people do die from overwork, you know. When you're doing enough by yourself to be making most of the difference, they're probably feeling the strain. It's so messed up that I need to count taking on a tower as a break for me. You've warped my sense of normalcy. Excuse you, this is definitely the demon's fault. I couldn't be more innocent. No, I think you could be a bit more innocent. Literally the most innocent guy you know. Besides, it really will be a break for you. I'm sure not expecting you or anyone else to do anything in this one. Let me carry you through the tower for a change after all the times you've brought me to the top. Ha, when you put it that way it does sound nice, she said, already imagining the thought of being able to sit down and relax while he covered all of the difficult bits himself. And Fontesh knows when we're going again. Yeah, she's good for looking after Mora, but I'm hoping she won't even have to. Not to brag, but I'm pretty damn good at what I do. There's a chance I'll finish up on the same day. That confident are you? It's just a chance. I was told that this tower is harder than others since it lacks the whole constant threat of death thing, and for some stupid reason the gods were insistent I take on the hardest option for the floor. It's just as likely that I won't be able to finish it at all. Well, being positive, if it is as easy as you're hoping, don't be afraid to stretch things out just a little longer if you need to. Better to try too hard than too little, right? You just don't want to go back to work immediately. Nobody in their right mind would, she groaned, dramatically flopping over his shoulder and putting a stop to his sweeping. I used to have so much free time, Ben, and it's all vanished in the blink of an eye. I barely train my other magics anymore either. It's misery, perils of a planetary emergency and newfound motherhood. You know, even if I'm not as strong as you, I'm not particularly weak either. Don't be in a hurry to see how far I can throw you. Ha, well, his words were cut off as the ground beneath him rumbled and kept shaking, leaving him to raise his hands in his defense as it went on. All right, you win guardianhood then. Don't break the shop over it. Thera shook her head. This isn't me. I've never felt an earthquake in Stonewall. Think you're strong enough to try and stop it then? Maybe, but... Her thought was broken by another sound coming through, with screams filling the air, and without another word the two were out the door, off to see just what had happened. Delaire was humming as she pulled him through the streets, the young dryad as full of energy as ever while Mora looked at her, filled with his own curiosity from the bits in her soul that were standing out, forcing a question to the front of his mind. Just what is Ben doing to her? He'd been there for all of her last levels, crafting and enchanting and plant magic as well, and while he'd helped her along a bit with each of them, he could already see she was getting close to getting new ones again at a speed that couldn't be chalked up to his own involvement meddling with her soul. Compared to the people he'd see walking through town, or at any of the places Thera would bring him while she worked, the growth benefits she'd get from working under a master seemed incomparable. Not just making her better faster, but also building her foundation for the future. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. He liked Delaire almost as much as he liked Thera and Ben. It had taken a bit to understand that, and he was well aware he wasn't doing the best job of showing it, but despite that, all three of them had been doing their best to shower him with nothing but kindness, talking to and playing with him, and trying to make sure he felt comfortable in everything he did, and it all felt just so nice. Incomparable to the life he'd had when he'd first been born. His mind flashed to it against his will, memories of orders he didn't want to follow, and expectations he didn't want to meet. Day after day after day of feeling the crushing disappointment of both the great life and death spirits, two he understood to be his parents who themselves didn't see each other as such. Spirits weren't parental beings, their race held no such instinct, so he didn't blame them either, but at the same time, he knew he was different from a normal spirit too. He hadn't even realized he'd been craving that sort of love until he'd actually started to get it. He hadn't meant to give any of that away either, but just the thought had brought a lull to his step, enough that it made Delaire stop dragging him and turn back to make sure he was okay. Sorry, was I too fast? No, you're fine. Despite what he'd said though, she slowed down, walking more his speed even if she didn't let go of his arm. Young but empathetic enough to see there was something in his thoughts, she tried to actually talk instead of just dragging him off as fast as she could to play. So what have you been doing with Thera when you go out anyway? Nothing really. I'm just with her while she works so I'm not left alone at home. I guess she and Ben aren't comfortable with the idea, even if I'd be fine. That wasn't all entirely true. He wouldn't just do nothing, even if that was what he wanted them all to think. He liked healers. He enjoyed the very concept of them. People who spent their time and energy helping others. Could there be anything more valuable in that or any other world? And feeling that, how could he not help them in turn? Everyone he could see was constantly putting in their full efforts, but it never seemed to be enough, which was where he came in, discreetly giving them the benefits of his own power where he could, even if every bit of growth they got from it typically just meant they had more work to do. Still, they were all happy each time they got a level, and that couldn't help but make him feel good as well, knowing that he could be more than what his creators had wanted of him. It was all a secret, of course. He didn't want people to know and start placing their expectations of what else he should be doing on them, but more and more he was wondering if it was something he could talk about, at least a little. He knew Ben would try to do the same, and he liked that, even if that particular guardian of his seemed to be a lot less efficient at it. Transferring knowledge to make it happen was always going to be harder on the recipient than just building up their souls with mana, but despite the differences in technique, Mora found himself wanting to talk about it, and more, if he was being honest with himself, he wanted to be praised. Every time he had been before had been wonderful, and he wanted it again. He wanted him and Thera to be proud of him. Maybe one day, he still wasn't sure. He didn't know what sort of expectations would be placed on him if he revealed himself like that, and he wasn't so ready to find out. As things where he loved his life, he didn't want to risk losing the happiness he'd found. Well, if you're not doing anything, you should work with me some more, Delaire told him, oblivious to all of the thoughts he had swirling inside of him. It was fun before, wasn't it? It was, so you should come back sometime and learn more. It will be even more fun. Maybe, but there's only so much I can get from it. Huh, what do you mean? I can't enchant. When it came to the crafting, Ben would teach there were no real issues. He could memorize instructions and had no problem when it came to perfectly moving his body to his will, but he couldn't bind any magic to his creations, which seemed like one of the bigger parts of the work there, even if it just made Delaire laugh. So what? I couldn't either when I started trying to learn this stuff. Yeah, but I'll never be able to. It was a limit within himself he didn't expect to bother him, and it never would have before he had been left there, but now it felt like a sore spot. He wanted to be able to do more things, unbound by the limits of what he was, but for all of his strength there were some things he couldn't escape, even if Delaire just laughed and patted his back. So you can't use magic then. So what? You can rely on me, she said confidently. Enchanting and plant magic, I'm great at both. Even if you can't do anything, I can do plenty. It's not like I can't do anything, he muttered, getting another laugh from her. But can you do this? She asked him as she walked over to a nearby garden at a passing house and, holding out a hand and concentrating deeply, made the flowers there bloom while looking both tired and smug. Betcha can't. He knew she just wanted to show off, but despite any maturity he might have had, he was still young, and the display combined with her attitude made him feel only one thing, a sense of provocation that made him want to boast and brag a bit too, when he normally would have been able to squash if it was with any of the adults around but not with her. He knew she wouldn't have the same expectation of his power, and he wanted to show that even if he couldn't do the same things she could, he could still do plenty. And I can just make her promise not to tell anyone after, he told himself as he looked at the flower bed before shaking his head. As the holder of a power that combined life and death, he did have some power over the physical forms that held souls as well, even if they were weaker compared to the soul spells he could do. But if he was going to show off, he wanted to do it in a way that aligned with who he was, so he instead directed his focus to the world around him beyond the purely physical, speaking out as he did. "Can all of you help me for a minute?" He called out, not with his voice but with his mana, getting a particular mix of spirits to join him when he did, with one speaking up for the rest. "What is it, Great One?" it asked, sounding as unsure as it said it as any of them did. They understood that he was a great spirit, but they were unable to understand him beyond that, his nature a mystery to him. Not only was he something that existed beyond the regular bounds of their kind, but he was alone, no normal soul spirits in existence for him to represent. It was yet another thing that separated him, but one he could mostly ignore, instead focusing on the ones around him. "I'm going to help you all get a bit stronger, so after I'm going to get you to cast a spell for me in exchange, okay?" We don't understand." "That's okay, you will." He may have been limited in flexibility, but when it came to the domain under which he ruled, he was practically a god, and reaching out with his mana, he touched the souls of the spirits around him, feeling the locks that existed within each, and opening them in a way that no other being could have done, thinking little of that choice until it was too late to undo it. The mana filling the world carried a scream as the earth shook beneath their feet. The garden they were by exploding in its growth to unnatural proportions, with all of the other plant life around it with it, in a way that forced everyone else walking the streets to flee in themselves as well, with Mora scooping up Delaire to rush back to the shop, terrified of what he'd done and what consequences it would bring. Where the heart of Stonewall had once stood, there was now a forest, the streets filled with plants towering higher in the sky than anything outside of their walls and only growing still, up and out as the stalks and branches spread, while Ben struggled to take in just what he was seeing, examining it for all it was worth to try and make sense of it. While there were a few trees mixed in among the dense mass of plants, they weren't the only things reaching into the sky, with flowers and grasses and fruit bushes towering at unnatural scales, with leaves and petals as big as him visible even from where he stood while as he watched. The few grasses cropping up in the cracks in the streets around him were feeling the same effect as whatever was causing the insane growth farther out, growing under whatever power was filling the land at unnatural speeds. Even if where he was standing seemed to mean it was changing at a pace of centimeters per second instead of feet, it was enough to freeze both of them in their tracks, even as others ran away, with a question clear on each of their minds, Thera being the one to actually ask it. What the hell could be doing this? It had to be plant magic, but the amount of power and skill that sort of thing would take was simply outrageous, with that pointing to only two options as far as Ben was concerned. Either it was some bit of ritual magic gone wrong, an improbability considering how few experts there were in the world, and that with the amount he poked around the heads of the other townsfolk, he would have known if there was anyone in Stonewall who understood it well enough to pull that sort of thing off, with the other option being something much worse, a demon contender. If there was one who had managed to achieve both the 9th level of a high plant magic, or else some other advanced variant of the skill, and the same for an awakened mana enhancement, it was possible to imagine a demon like that being capable of such a thing, even if that left the question of how such a beast could have gone unnoticed for so long. Those were his thoughts at least, but it seemed the reality was quite different, with Mora shooting back through the streets with Delaire in his arms, a look of panic painting his usually inexpressive face as he reached them and spoke. "I didn't mean to." Thera and Ben's eyes met briefly before he shook his head. Whatever the boy had done, it wasn't the time, and he instead crouched down while the child continued to sputter, trying to get too many words out at once to make any sense of it. "Whatever happened, Mora, it's okay, we'll sort it out. Thera, watch the kids, I'll be right back." It was at a level that was warping the world around it, but he had no choice but to push through, stopping only as he heard a yell that forced him to look up to find a man stuck in one of the still growing branches, and leaving him to spend his mana to test something Thera had suggested he should do, pulling himself to the sky to make himself fly. It was the sort of thing that seemed like it should have taken more practice, and he was definitely burning more mana than he should have had to make it work, but by forcing a series of micro-adjustments, he kept himself stable as he went, grabbing the trapped man and bringing him down safely below. "Run that way," he yelled as soon as their feet touched the ground, pointing back to where he'd come and watching as the other darted off, leaving Ben to continue deeper in, keeping an eye out for more people the entire way. He didn't find anyone else, whatever small blessing that might have been, but it was getting harder and harder to progress on foot, leaving him to question just how much mana he might need when he found whatever was causing everything before deciding he could sort that out when he got there. and once more lifted himself into the air again, gaining the experience with flying he needed as he went, carefully avoiding the trees and branches while trying to keep a good speed. With how fast everything was growing, if he took too long, there wouldn't be a town left to try and save. Every minute counted, and as he got closer, he could feel the force of the plant mana tingling against his skin and setting his mana sense alight with its density, proving enough of a distraction for him to fall victim to an unexpected threat. With everything growing to such a scale, even trivial matters could become catastrophic, and that was exactly what happened when a single leaf came loose above him, falling down with the weight that came with a structure bigger than his body that smacked down squarely on his back, knocking him out of the air and down the ground below, winding him as he felt his body bruise but not break under the weight of it, and used his magic to turn it to dust. Freeing himself to keep going deeper and finally finding the cause of it all, or at least what contained it, with a pulsing sphere of plant matter at the center of the disaster, all of the mana powering the calamity around him coming from that one single point, and he took a step closer to it, almost meeting his end. A wooden spike grew out of it and shot at him, the giant thorn inches from impaling him, as he forced his body to the side before being made to dodge again as a new one grew from the core to try its luck once more, missing yet again now that he was prepared for it as he took a step farther, materializing a knife once the next one shot out and cutting it down, slashing at each new thorn with each step he took until the volume increased, making him pull out more contained within his rings and swinging them with his magic, feeling the pulsing mana only grow stronger around him once he was within reach, and using all of the strength he had and the knife still in hand, slashed through the plant matter to reveal the thing hidden within, taking his breath away and setting his mind alight. A mass of mana, the likes of which he'd seen only a few times before, at least in that state. Impossible even as he took the thing in for what it was. Living plant magic the likes of which couldn't have existed but now hovered before him, a creature that managed to defy his expectations despite all he'd seen and been through since arriving on that world. He stood in the presence of a great plant spirit as its mana went wild, destroying the town around it. I didn't mean to. The boy's words echoed through Ben's head while worry filled his heart, a question coming to the front of his mind that he couldn't escape as all of his concerns about the difficulties that would come with trying to raise such a god like being came to a head. "Oh Mora, what did you do here?" It was going to have to be a question for later. As things stood, he needed to focus on the problem in front of him, and with his mind moving in a flash, he did the only thing he could, connecting to the creature to try and access its thoughts for whatever it was worth. It was enough to almost make him break the connection as the depth of what spirit was feeling sunk in while his own minds moved in a blur, trying to examine it. Was it insane? Maybe. He definitely felt a certain edge to its thoughts that was reminiscent of the more troubled minds he'd brought back from the demon world, but he felt more than just that as well. It's like what? A panic attack, an identity crisis. Maybe a bit of a mental breakdown too, but something that all wraps together into one main issue, a problem with its sense of self. Diving into its memories, Ben was able to see perfectly what had been done to it, Mora for some reason calling for what had once been a group of individual spirits before doing something to them to change that, going against their inherent nature to bring them together into something more. Something that not one of the individual spirits that had gone into it had been prepared for or understood, leading to the present issue that was about to sort itself out in the worst way possible. Spirits were made of the same mana they'd use, and while he couldn't perfectly judge the volumes of others, he could still feel it enough to see what was about to happen. The one he was with was about to exhaust its supply, killing itself in the process, an outcome he rejected. He couldn't just let it die, and he couldn't let the consequences of what was happening be left on Mora's consciousness, any more than they were already going to be, so he reached deeper into the new spirit's mind, touching every part of it with what he was while at the same time reaching through the gap he'd made to grab it tight with his hands, speaking with his voice and thoughts as he did. "What are you? You are Bloom." Putting all of the meaning behind it, he could through the thoughts connecting them, he did his best to give the spirit what it had lacked, the same thing that was throwing it into its disarray. He gave it an identity, filling what had once been a collection of life and earth, and water spirits all of the knowledge he had of plants, and the magics that could be used on them as well as the feeling of using them, he remembered from any time he'd connected with the Dryads, and he felt it work, the system saying as much as the name was accepted, a notification going off in the other's head as it calmed down while a new one went off in his own. Hive mind level increased. "I am Bloom." It said after a beat, the unsustainable growth that had been filling the town stopping with the bit of stability that came to its mind, with Ben letting out a relieved sigh as he slumped to the ground, the great spirit still in his arms. "That's right, you are. Now, why don't the two of us go to figure out just what that means?" He tried to keep from looking injured as he rushed back, acting like he hadn't just been briefly crushed by the time he reached the shop door, the new Great Spirit held in his arms, making for a good distraction to keep Thera from seeing any bit of pain when he got in, her eyes locking onto it instead. Wait, is that a great plant spirit? Its name is Bloom. Hello, princess, it greeted, catching her off guard as the first Great Spirit to refer to her as such and made her stumble. What, hello, please hold that thought for a minute. Ben, what, you're hurt? I'm just exhausted, he lied. I ran pretty hard and well, you know how I feel about that sort of thing. You're bleeding, am I? He rubbed at his face, feeling a gash along his forehead that must have come when he was knocked down that he did his best to dismiss. It must have happened while I was running. A few branches scratched me along the way. It's nothing, he told her, wanting to drop the matter given who else was in the room and how things looked for them. Mora was curled up in a ball, looking like the only thing keeping him from bursting into tears was the structural impossibility of it, while Delaire sat by his side, doing her best to comfort him, even without knowing what happened and not wanting to put more pressure on the child. He pulled Thera into his mind and increased her thinking speed to explain what happened. So Mora was able to turn a group of regular spirits into a plant spirit, he told her, seeing the shock in her eyes from the very thought of such a thing as he went on. I saw it in their memories. I don't know why he did it, they don't either, but the change, well, it was sudden and unexpected for them, and as a result, its mana went wild and caused all of this. And you were hurt. It's fine. I was knocked down, neither of them meant to cause all of this, and I'll live so it doesn't matter. What matters is what we're going to do now. Oh, gods above, what even should we do? Thera asked him. Destroying a large part of town isn't going to be the easiest thing to come back from. We'll have to. Thera, he said, cutting her off when it looked like the thought of it all was going to make her panic. I'll handle the town. That's less important right now. We now have not one, but two new types of great spirits that your paternal race never expected to exist. We've been doing our best with Mora, and we'll keep doing our best, but we need to talk to someone about this too. Your relatives need to meet them, him and Bloom. She took a deep breath, trying to calm down before resting her head on his shoulder. I really should have made the time to talk to them about Mora by now. It'll be fine. It'll be maybe a bit uncomfortable and awkward depending on how things go, but it will be fine. I'll do my best to sort things out in town, and then we can. I'll go with them now. I shouldn't have put this off as long as I have. I'm not going to put it off anymore. Do what you need to do and then come find me when you're done. You sure? Yeah, the sooner I get this over with, the better. He released her from his mind when she said it, leaving her to try and put on the most comforting face she could before turning to her ward, still sitting to the side, still completely withdrawn into himself, while she crouched down and reached out a hand. Mora, it's like Ben's told you. Everything's okay. We're here for you, but now we need to go talk about all of this. Can you do that for me, sweetheart? Okay, all right, we're going to meet a bit more of your extended family as well. It might be uncomfortable at first, but they'll all love you just like we do, don't worry. He took her hand as she said it, a smile being his reward as she turned back to Ben. And are you going to manage Delaire right now, or want to make her an amulet so I can take her with me? I'll make sure she gets home, don't worry. All right, in that case, Bloom, come with me too, she told the new spirit, offering her other hand for it to fly over to, out of Ben's grasp, and with one final look at him, she stepped through the gate to her family home, leaving Ben to get a handle on the aftermath. Myriad, 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 myriad. It's not exactly a code red anymore, but I need your help for a bit to sort some things out. What is it? It's barely been an hour since we'd last talked. The god said at a loss as it surveyed the surrounding town. Yeah, well, it's been a hectic hour. I'm going to deal with it, and I'll explain later, but for now, call all of the demis both in and out of town that have any healing magic, and get the ones out of town in particular to grab any spare hands they can to come back with them to help for any injured there might be around. Also, reach out to Analia and get her to find wherever Sonia is working to send her back. An awakened life mage is only going to help right now. All right, I can, and anything else. Yeah, find me Satchel and send her my way as fast as possible. I want her to get Delaire home while I deal with this. She's already nearby. She'll be there in a minute or two. Yeah, I will, but is Mora going to be okay? She asked in concern, bringing a small smile to his lips. He's going to be fine, kiddo, don't you worry. As an adult, it's my job to clean up after him, which means it looks like I'm going to be breaking one of my rules to do it. Walking back, he pulled the Church of Myriad from where it had been hung up before putting it on and filling up his soul to go out to face the world with it, feeling the millions of points of mana stretch him out and empower him as all of the minds in his head began casting with it in different ways, trimming the closest bits of growth around him while he walked the streets to the bigger areas of it while the people of the town slowly returned. He ignored them, though. Anyone who had run away was safe. Instead, as he moved farther in, his attention was focused on the treetops, wanting to be sure there was nobody within them once he materialized saws to cut each one down, tearing away bigger and bigger plants but not letting them fall. The closer he got to the heart of it, all the more disastrous it would be if they were left to collapse, so instead he held them in the sky above with his power, looking like a god to any who saw. Oof, oh yeah, definitely damaging my soul a bit with all of this. Part of him thought, ignorant of the impression he was giving to all who could see, while his god commented, "It seems like you're finally trying to awaken your soul expansion. I suppose it will be interesting to see how it turns out in a sort of horrifying academic way. This isn't going to be enough to awaken it, no matter how much I want to." He thought back with a sigh, continuing to cut everything away as he moved through the streets until the sun above was blotted out by the sheer mass of it all. With how much my mana pool has grown, the total volume I can squeeze into me has as well. It's just going to hurt the entire time. I don't think anyone in reality has experienced as much soul pain as you, which is why it's such complete and total bullshit that I can't get my freaking pain resistance. Womp womp, maybe one day. He kept walking till he reached the other end of town, having a field to safely drop it all in, and was content to leave it up for grabs for whoever might want it. He didn't have time to worry about anything else. His work wasn't done. Myriad, has anyone died? It was a question he wanted to avoid. It was what he was most afraid of, but in a small mercy, his god gave him the answer he'd wanted. No, plenty of injuries, but the demidmans and healers you sent for are covering them. Thank freaking God, that makes things easier for sure. In that case, I can focus on repairs. Plenty of buildings had been damaged, if not outright collapsed from Bloom's magic. A tree's roots could split mountains, and the town had felt the full weight of that, with the destruction being no simple thing to repair. For anyone else that was, but as Ben pulled soul-breaking volumes of mana through himself to work, the lack of respect he had for the privacy of those around him showed its worth as well. As he looked at all of the memories of the townsfolk he'd ever seen, taking bits and pieces from everyone to create a mental model of the town itself inside of his head, to let him repair what he could within the rubble and materialize what he couldn't. Building up the destroyed areas to be better than new, with the millions of points of power flowing through him as structures were remade and reinforced, while enchanted items got the full benefits of his skill, instead of whatever paltry ability their original makers had. Without knowing how he'd done it, what he'd shown was a pure display of power in proportions none there had got to witness before, with the world itself seeming to bend to Ben's whims. It felt like looking at a god in the height of their power in action instead of their local blacksmith, instantly altering the opinions of those around him and warping them all the more so as he bowed down before them. "I'm sorry," he yelled out for all to hear, happy to take advantage of the crowd he'd gathered. "This was my fault. Something I was testing went drastically wrong, and this is how it turned out. I've done my best to fix everything I've damaged, but for all costs I haven't been able to cover, please go to the Adventurers Guild and I'll make sure you're all compensated," which meant he was going to have to go to the guild and leave a large sum of money with them on top of compensating them as well for what work that would bring, but that was a minor problem in the face of everything else, with his god speaking up at his declaration. "Are you sure about this, Ben?" his god asked. "Taking all of the blame on yourself. I'm one of his guardians, Myriad. If this was a smaller thing, then I'd go around and apologize with him to everyone, but this wasn't just a small thing. I can't let the hatred and anger of an entire town be directed at a child, and besides, this is at least partially my fault too. I'd been waiting for him to open up to us about why he doesn't want to use his magic instead of trying to talk to him, because I thought it would be fine, but that's my mistake. If there's any anger about it, I can cover the cost." She tried to keep the headache from touching her face as she left Ben, taking her first step through the gate to her old room and trying to seem positive for Mora and Bloom both as she went, even if she was expecting things to instantly become a mess. When Ben had brought Ogult back with him, all of the nearby great spirits had reacted almost immediately. She was sure the same thing was going to happen there, but for whatever bit of mercy it held, they didn't rush to her side, instead letting her lead the two through her home, trying to make sure they were both comfortable while she did. "So this is where I grew up," she told them. "My old home and homeland. A bit bigger than what we've got in Stonewall, huh?" "I remember it," Bloom said, bearing the histories of all of the original spirits that had made it up while Mora stayed quiet, still withdrawn from it all like the child he was, scared of what he'd done and what was going to come from it, with Thera trying to provide a bit of comfort by giving his hand a squeeze. "It's going to be fine, sweetie. A bit awkward at first, maybe, but fine in the end. All it is introducing my family to two new types of spirits that have never existed before in the history of the universe, and explaining that one of them created the other. How hard could that be? I really hope I haven't accidentally been screaming with my mana and just not noticed." She tried her best to steel herself. It would be fine in the end, she would make sure of it. She just needed to get through one long conversation first, and trying to put it off no longer, let her mana sense guide her, feeling the point where it was practically screaming as it led her to the lounge and all who waited within. With the crowd there making it clear they were trying to show some level of tact. The fact that her father, Lux, Funa, Ogult, and Insetis were all gathered and waited certainly showed they had all known when she'd arrived, and had made the choice to not just swarm her room, but now there they were, face to face as all of the original spirits subtly shifted their attention between the two with her father speaking first. So this is the end product of Vividus's experiments. Comment with no emotion behind it, but a sentiment cold enough that Mora took a step closer to her, with Thera not only shooting her father a glare, but a small magic nullification spell, as well to really drive home her displeasure. No, this is her son Mora. Me and Ben have been raising him, but something came up so I've come here so he can meet the rest of his family, but if you can't have any manners around your new nephew, we'll go back. And is the other one in your arms the issue in question? Funa asked. I can't imagine a Bruise and Salenoth contributing anything of themselves to her to make something like that happen. I'm Bloom, the new spirit added, seeing they were talking about it while Thera extended her glare to the rest of them. And it doesn't matter if the rest of you don't shape up right now, we're going back. I just told you, this child is Mora. If you have the slightest inclination of acting like family, there's something else you should all be doing right now. Lux was the first one to understand what she meant, seeming like the most open of them all as she spoke up, even if she herself still didn't sound confident as she went. Hello Mora, my name is Lux, the Great Light Spirit. You can call me either Lux or Auntie if you'd like, whatever you're comfortable with. And Bloom, we can take some time later to figure out how to think of each other. With her introduction made, it was enough for everyone else to catch on too as the others spoke up, one by one. I'm Funa, the Great Fire Spirit in Sedes. Ogult, I'm Thera's father, a Bruise now. We can talk a bit more about Mora, Thera said, cutting her dad off. We can focus on all of the more relevant stuff for now. If any of you had any doubts, he is a genuine great spirit, and he has power over souls, so he's the first mixed spirit, but he's not like any of you with all of your years in history. He's been shaped by his birth. You can think of him as being like a 10-year-old incubus, but without 10 years of experience behind him. And are you sure he's not just acting like that? Insetis asked, flinching back as Thera shot another nullification spell his way. Ben was able to confirm it, she told him coldly. Now, since we've established that you're talking to and about a child here, all of you think long and hard about just how you're going to act with him, understood? All right, her father said. But there's not just one new spirit here. Where did Bloom come from? Mara made him. I see how, same way all of you were supposedly born, a bunch of regular spirits merging together. In their case, it was just the 3 affinities that typically go into plant magic. It was a little surprising when it happened, which is why we're here. I handled existing poorly, Bloom said brightly, the contrast between the words and the sentiment bringing subtle looks between it and Ogult as they were forced to wonder if they had an insane great spirit as an issue now to add to their depressed one. He's better now, Ben's dealing with it. I can give you the details later. Yes, later in general feels like it will be for the best. Thera, we need a little to talk about all of this. Would you all mind giving us just a bit of time? All right, we'll find another room to relax in then. Well, that could have gone better. Could have gone a lot worse too, but us. Her family hadn't been outright welcoming, but other than the very start, they hadn't been hostile either, and she knew that this had to be a shock to them that was on par with or maybe even greater than her own birth. After all of the eons of their existence, what a spirit was had just fundamentally changed. But that's not what's important right now, she thought with a sigh as she walked into one of the other living rooms to be found in her family's massive home. There's a whole other conversation I need to get ahead of before they're done for whatever questions they have. Taking a seat and leading Mora and Bloom to sit with her, her focus was directed on the spirit she was raising, trying to be comforting as she spoke up. Well, that wasn't the best first meeting, sweetheart. I'm sorry about that. They're normally a lot nicer, but well, I'm going to say they were surprised. It's okay. It's my fault. No, it isn't, Mora. They're just, well, despite that introduction. If you could try to give them all a chance to show you their nicer sides later, I'd appreciate it. But if it still seems like you won't be able to get along after that, then you don't have to see them again. It's fine, they weren't that bad. Well, all right, but now there's one more thing we need to talk about, she told him, watching him shrink back into himself with the full knowledge of where the conversation was going to go. Mora, why did you make Bloom? He didn't answer, curling up instead and making Thera crouch down in front of him, sounding gentle and keeping a comforting look on her face. Mora, I'm not mad at you, but this is something we need to talk about. Can you please tell me? I was trying to show off. She did her best to hide the surprise the answer caused her, even if it left a small pause in her before she went on. I see, and why were you trying to show off? Mora, Delaire was teasing me, so I was going to show that even if I couldn't use plant magic, I could make someone who could. Such a simple answer left Thera almost biting a hole through her cheek. It was so easy to forget the power a great spirit held, and here it was, being wielded by a child for childish reasons, fundamentally altering a group of people on a whim to try and impress a friend. It wasn't something either she or Ben could have expected. There was no way for either of them to know spirits could be altered in such a way, but that wasn't an excuse. They knew how strong he was, even if he'd done his best until that point to hide it, which meant there was always the potential for something on that scale to happen. They'd just been leaving it be since it hadn't been affecting them until then. All issues she'd need to work through and talk to Ben about later, but as things where he was dealing with the fallout of it all, she'd need to do her best to deal with things on that side of the gate by herself, as she tried to figure out just what to say. All right, I understand, she eventually settled on. But Mora, it's important to consider how you use the magic you hold. There's times it's acceptable and times it's not. Altering what a person is like isn't something you can do without talking to them and making sure they absolutely understand before you do it, even if smaller things like, say, helping people raise their levels is fine. If you're ever not sure if something is okay to do to someone, wait and ask me or Ben, all right? You knew that you were helping the people around you level up their skills in the clinics and hospitals we'd go to as well as when you stayed with Fontesh. She asked with a smile. You didn't do the best job of hiding it. Can you tell me why you've been trying to keep it secret? I didn't want anyone to expect me to. To what? Help level people. She could see why he wouldn't want to. That was a lot of expectations to place on a child, and she could only imagine that Vividus must have been heaping them on him before she'd given up. But he shook his head, the issue coming from a different angle. I don't want to hurt people. Hurt people, sweetheart, she asked, trying to keep the edge from her voice. What exactly did Vividus want you to do? Mora, she wanted me to hunt demons. Ah. Calling demons the enemy of the world was really thinking too small by that point. They'd destroyed and conquered countless worlds and shown no inclination to stop. Even Ben, a mind reader with no preconceived notions about them when he'd arrived, had looked in their souls and found nothing redeemable. The universe was something for them to kill their way across before they'd set their sights on each other, and there wasn't a single part of her that viewed reality as better for their existence. And yet, like it or not, by the way the system measured things, those same creatures were people, able to think and learn and grow, all to an extent that anything lacking sapience would fail at, with that fact leaving a definitive mark on reality as well. Demons were monsters, sapience or not, and their existence was a blight upon the universe. No matter how much she disagreed with and disliked her aunt, she could agree that their existence wasn't something to be tolerated, but that was a concern for adults. No matter what the outcome, she and the planet as a whole hadn't fallen so far that they'd throw children on the battlefields for whatever little they could do. But he's not just a child, came a whisper from the back of her mind. He's a great spirit, someone who can handle an invasion point by himself. More than one even. If he had access to some minigates, then he'd be able to lessen the strain on some of the other points too. He's powerful enough that. She took a deep breath, cutting that thought off. It didn't matter how powerful he was a child. She wasn't going to look at just the numbers of it, and if any part of her was in agreement with Vividus then, that was a good enough indicator that that part was in the wrong, no matter the benefits there may have been to get, leaving the only problem being what to even say to that as her thoughts flashed to what she would have needed at his age, settling the matter easily. Reaching out, she pulled him close, into a tight hug as she spoke. Mora, you don't have to do anything you don't want to, at least nothing like that. If anyone tries to make you then, you just tell me or Ben, and we'll make sure they can't ask you again, okay? Okay, she felt him hug her back and didn't let go, wanting to give all the comfort she could without worrying about if she was right or not. It didn't matter in the end. What was right for the world was a problem for the gods. She only needed to worry about what was right for him. She rubbed her eyes after he let go, feeling a bit overwhelmed herself before clearing her throat. All right, now there's one more thing you do need to do, okay? All right, what? No matter what you meant to do, you did something wrong to Bloom. You have to apologize and then together, we'll try to figure out how to make up for it, okay? Okay, he said, nodding slightly before turning to the other spirit who'd been quietly watching the entire time, bringing his head down as he spoke. I'm sorry, I didn't think about what I was doing, but I can't undo this. Is there any way I can make this right? The plant spirit was quiet for a moment, its thoughts a mystery before it spoke. I understand you didn't mean anything and I can forgive you for that, it said, sounding confused and unsure of itself. But what I am is a great spirit. You are, Mora nodded, but I am alone. You are, Mora nodded, a small shift in his mood catching Thera's eye but was something to bring up once that was done. Can you change that? Mora looked to Thera, looking for something but she didn't know what until she asked. Mora, you said I should ask you if you weren't sure about if something is okay. I did. What is it you're looking to do then? Can I make regular plant spirits then? Are you going to need to use any other spirits to do it? Yes. Then as long as you get their permission after explaining exactly how you'd need to do it, okay. Okay. It wasn't long for the life, water, and earth spirits to arrive. It was their beloved princess who called for them after all, along with not one, but two great spirits. The fact that those two in particular didn't fit in with their understanding of their race was strange, but not insurmountable, and once they took the time to explain what they wanted to do, it felt the same. Strange, but in its own way. Something they couldn't fully understand as they began, the mana making them up mixing while Mora stared on in concentration for what he was about to do. Mora, Thera asked him, If you can't, it's okay, sweetheart, just do your best. I can, the soul's spirit told her, not with confidence but with certainty. There's no reason I can't, it's just manipulating different locks than before. It'll just take a second to make sure I get right. She had no clue what he meant by that, her spiritual sight giving nothing away, even if she was sure there was something going on within their souls that Ben probably would have wanted to get a look at, but it didn't matter. Even if she couldn't see it working, she could feel it. The mana in the room changing from just the 3 pure affinities to something new as the first dozen plant spirits to exist came into being. Not changed the way Bloom had been, but instead born in an interaction that normally never would have been possible. The original spirits who'd contributed their mana were not changed for the experience as they went on. Thera reaching out with her mana, empowering to make up for what they'd lost, and to keep replacing it as that small starting group only grew as a dozen plant spirits changed to 100, and then more beyond. The room growing thick with them, and the sounds of their chatter and Bloom lighting up to have them, becoming more whole for their existence. A great spirit needs regular ones as much as they need their greats. Thera thought as they went on, her eyes turning to Mora and feeling her own sense of understanding. He was alone in that sense, the only one of the soul spirits, but if he could do that then there was no reason he had to be. But later. It was going to be his choice if he wanted other soul spirits to exist in the end, but for the moment her focus was directed to the new spirits around them, hearing them chatter to each other in curiosity, and to their great one too, seeming collectively positive overall, and letting her breath a small sigh of relief. At least they all didn't react to their newfound existence like Bloom did. That would have been a nightmare. I think they handled it better because they were born like this, Mora said, seeing right through her. With Bloom, I combined things that shouldn't have been combined, forcing each conflicting individual into one. That was a mistake. When you've made up for, she said, rubbing his head before turning to the other great spirit in the room. Bloom, are you satisfied? Has Mora done enough to make up to you? If the boy could have blushed, he would have, settling for a small bow instead. I'm still sorry, I won't make a mistake like that again. Everyone makes mistakes, Mora, Thera told him. What matters is learning from them. I think you did that. I did. Good now. A knock on the door cut her off. Her expectations about who it was betrayed as when it opened. The other great spirits weren't revealed, but instead her mother, looking far too interested in what she'd walked in on and leaving Thera to sigh. Don't you still have work to do for the day? I don't think that's any way to greet your mother, Pelenia tusked. But it's lovely to see you too, sweetheart. I found your father a bit earlier and he filled me in. Is this little cutie Mora? He is. Mora, this is my mother, Pelenia. Feel free to think of her as your aunt. Hello, he greeted, withdrawing once more now that there was a new face in the room which Pelenia ignored, rushing over and pulling him in for a hug. Well, what a handsome little guy. I hope my husband wasn't too grouchy when he met you. It's fine, I've dealt with worse. I really do need to murder Vividus if I can one of these days. The world could use a new great life spirit with some actual morality. How I see, Pelenia told him, able to hide her own feelings on the thought far better than Thera. I hope worse isn't my daughter. Mom, what the hell, it's not. Mora shook his head, getting a smile from the queen. Well, good, but if you don't mind, I'd like to borrow her for a bit. Would you be okay here with, was it Bloom? It was. Hello. I'll be fine, Mora nodded, with Thera left looking between the three before getting up. Okay, I'll be right back, but if you need anything, come find me. Okay. She followed her mother from there. Any number of thoughts about what she might have wanted filled her head as they moved to her bedroom for some privacy, Pelenia cutting to the heart of things when they got it. So how's trying to raise a child? I don't know, stressful. Even more so because of what he is. Dad told you what happened. He did. How long have you been looking after him now? Vividus dropped him on my doorstep a few weeks ago. Me and Ben have been looking after him ever since. It was an answer that brought a small smile to the queen's face. Acting as a couple of proper parents then. Don't get on that. I'm acting as his guardian. MMH, you were always just as firm about not wanting kids as you were about romance, her mother laughed. Already caved on that second bit though, didn't you? Ben's different. Now, what's this all about? A conversation about what you want between mother and daughter. I don't think that should be so shocking. Okay, but is this going somewhere or can we head back? So impatient, her mother sighed. I wonder where you get that from, mother. If it's too much, you can leave Mora with us. What? You said it yourself. You don't want children and that boy isn't just a child. You've just seen firsthand the difficulties that sort of power can bring in the hands of someone without the experience to know how to use it, but here, I'd say we'd be uniquely suited to raising him. A house full of spirits, great and small, 4 parents living here with Insetti's only a gate away, well, more his partner than him, but you get the point, and a whole host of staff too. It would be significantly better for the boy. What you can't seriously think getting rid of him would be for the best, after his own parents just did. Better sooner than later if it's going to happen. Children are clever, Thera. If you don't want them, then they're going to pick up on it. If you don't want him, then he's going to realize eventually, and you have no idea how long it will take a boy like that to grow up too, if he ever will. Just how long are you willing to spend raising him? As long as I have to, I'm not just giving him away like he's nothing. She felt herself getting heated, but in the face of that, her mother just grinned. Is that so? All right then, let's head back. Let's head back, that's it. What more do you want? If you're insisting on looking after him, then there's nothing I can do about it, so just make sure to bring him by from time to time, if you need help or even if you don't. Why do I feel like you just played me? I have no idea what you're talking about. Her mother laughed as they made their way back to the two they'd left, with Pelinia rushing back over to scoop up Mora once again. All right, Mora, sweetheart, ignore what Thera told you before. You can call me Grandma, I'll accept nothing else. Mom, what are you doing? Making sure he knows what to call me. Now try it out once, would you? All right, Mora said, looking between her and Thera in confusion. All right, what? All right, Grandma. Thera could only hold back a groan at her mother's antics, while her mother only beamed, looking on top of the world for getting what she wanted, and for seeing a new side of her daughter too, leaving her to laugh in the end. All right, well, I can't let anything make my cute little grandson unhappy, so I'll go beat the rest of them into shape, so they'll finish up whatever silly things they're talking about. Sit tight, I'll be right back. It was only as he finished up as much as he could in Stonewall that he passed through the gate to Analia, relying on Bind to tell him where to find Thera as he navigated the halls of her home to find far more than he'd expected, with the room holding not only her, Mora and Bloom, but a variety of spirits as well, with connecting to them revealed them to be plant spirits. Well, looks like things have been interesting here, he said, pulling their attention to him and forcing both Thera and Mora up. You're hurt, Mora said, racing to his side and getting a small chuckle for the unexpected level of energy as Ben rubbed his head. I'm fine, don't worry too much. Your soul's all torn up. Happens from time to time, such is life. Well, I'll fix it, so stay still. That got him to raise an eyebrow as he looked at Thera, his girlfriend, shaking her head. Looked like Mora wasn't going to hide the way he'd use his magic anymore, at least not from them, but he'd have to wait to ask how things got to that point, with Thera taking his face in her hands to look him over. Did you stop at a healer before coming here? Now, why bother when anything less than an awakened one is going to do basically nothing? The answer was unexpected, her face scrunching up in surprise. Your wounds are already a lot better, and it looks like you're easier to heal now too. Am I? I guess this is the first time I've needed to be healed since I became a demigod. Neat. I'd say that's a little more than neat. You might even manage to see a decent effect if you tried to get help from a regular healer. And that's very cool, just not crazy unexpected. My healing rate did go up when I got my integrated demonic body too. Yeah, but your healing enhancement merged into it to make it happen. Well, yeah, but if becoming part god doesn't have any positive effects on my body, then really, what's the point? She just sighed and kept healing him. Her and Mora, both as his body and soul, were slowly repaired from the damage they'd been put through, a silent agreement to talk about everything that had happened, but later. The day had been long and they each needed their rest, even if it seemed like one more thing was coming to break it as the door opened up, letting Pelinia and the rest of the great spirits inside. All but the queen looked beaten down and tired in a way that defied their species. Whatever they were already feeling only amplified as they went inside and saw all of the new plant spirits filling the room, but with a swift elbow from his wife, Abruz bowed down as he spoke. Mora, we did not greet you properly when you arrived, and for that we're sorry, same to you, Bloom. For better or worse among us, we great ones choose to view each other as siblings of sorts, and before anything else, we should have remembered that. You're both our kin now before anything else. We just need to adapt to this changing world. Of course, Mora, given your own circumstances, whether you want to think of yourself as our brother or our nephew is completely up to you. In the case of the rest of them, Pelinia cut in, practically glowing. Since I'm married to this oaf, you can call him Grandpa. You can think of me however you're most comfortable and we'll all accept it, but for now, we'd like to hear what happened before you arrived if you please. We promise we'll listen until you're done. Mora looked to Thera, feeling unsure until she took his hand. It's okay, Mora. Me and Ben are here for you. All right, with the two by his side, Mora told them what had happened and what he'd done, with Thera, Ben, and Bloom all adding details where they could while the other spirits listened, all of them looking conflicted by the end of it all. Who would have thought a change in our souls could alter our nature to such an extent? Funa muttered as Lux thought aloud. What else do we have to change, though? Mana is normally stored in the soul, but we ourselves are mana. It always had to be our souls dictating our nature, but who would have thought a change like that could happen? Abruz sighed. No soul mage nor god we've ever met has ever implied that they thought something like this would be possible. But no matter how powerful they may be, they'd never be as attuned to their magic as one of our kin, Lux pointed out. And it's something that would have never been discovered in the first place if we hadn't been bound to the system. True, but now that we know well, I'm not going to advocate for bringing it up to the other three right now, all things considered, but we should at least get Salenoth here to fill him in and discuss where to go from here. Considering the implications, there's still going to be a lot to talk about. But it's getting late, Funa pointed out. Thera and Ben both need their rest, especially with all they'd been through. Bloom, Mora, would you both want to join us for a bit while those two get some sleep? I will, Bloom agreed while Mora shook his head, grabbing Thera's hand tighter. I want to stay with them. If that's what you'd like, it's fine, the dark spirit told him. But won't that be boring? I can entertain myself. All right, if you're sure. And I won't sleep long anyway, Ben added. Give me 2 hours and I'll be fine. Ben, that doesn't sound healthy. It's fine, I can make it up later. And I'll wake up early too then, Thera added. And then you can all fill us in on whatever you need to in the morning, okay? All right then, in that case, sleep well. The day had been exhausting with all that happened, and despite how much more there still felt like there was to do, they trudged back up to Thera's room, looking at the gate it held before flopping on her bed instead, Mora choosing to sit on the edge of it while Ben materialized a few things to keep the boy entertained. With him covered, though, they both needed some rest, with only one final thing to do as he pulled Thera into his head for the privacy it would give. So I finally learned why Mora doesn't want to use his magic, she sighed, leaning into him while he waited for more. I guess the issue is morality, and I have no clue if I handled it well. Meaning, he doesn't want to use his magic to hurt people, with demons being included. I guess my stupid aunt was trying to make him. Hell, since she said he wouldn't use his magic in general, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the only thing she tried to get him to do without even touching all of those little aspects of soul magic we've already seen him doing. Damn, okay then what did you tell him? I told him that if he didn't want to then he didn't have to, and I think that was the right choice, but I don't know, so I'd sure like some reassurance, please. It was the right choice, he told her, rubbing her head as he did. Yeah, if he was willing to, then maybe that would have been better for everyone, but he's a kid. He shouldn't be forced to kill if he doesn't want to, and I don't know about you, but considering how powerful great spirits are, I'm a lot more comfortable with the idea that he be against killing than super into it. I also believe it if that's worth anything too. I know you do. So enough about that now. How did things go in town then? She asked, having noted one area that had yet to really come up in all of their talks while he just shrugged. I rebuilt it, but a lot of people aren't going to be happy with me, I'm sure. I made sure to tell everyone that everything that happened was because of an experiment I messed up on. On the plus side, though, I cut down all of the plants, rebuilt the houses and items, and left some compensation at the guild, so hopefully that makes plenty feel forgiving. Or terrified, she laughed. You did all of that with your jacket, used millions of points of mana. Yeah, I feel like the bigger concern then would be whether you're secretly a god. No way. I mean, I did get a few looks, and the thoughts I looked at were kind of focused on replaying everything they'd seen happen across the day, so I couldn't really get many reactions beyond that by the time I left, but I think I'll just be happy if nobody tries to run me out of town. Who would be insane enough to try and do anything like that? Sashel, Cecily's requested your immediate presence, Ankh said as soon as she opened the door, the knocking ensuring she got up when all she'd wanted was an early night, leaving her rubbing her eyes as she answered. Ankh, what is it and why couldn't it wait until tomorrow? An impromptu town meeting where some are suggesting trying to kick Ben out of town. Seeing as how you and him devote yourselves to the same god, she was hoping you'd come to try and help calm things down. Wait, what? Why? I'm sure you're already well aware of what happened today. That's a result that made her well aware of all of the earth, water, and life spirits constantly in town, and the few elementals who'd make their way there as well, but just as importantly, had given her a far better idea of what had happened, letting her feel the plant mana that filled the land that Ben himself would never have been able to produce, and being enough for her to ask their shared god for the real story, learning that he was just covering for the child in his care in the process. It was something that he decided for himself, and she wasn't going to correct anyone on it either, but that didn't mean he should be exiled for it, least of all when he'd done everything he could to put things right as well. But that would obviously be terrible for the town, wouldn't it? She tried instead. I mean, his weird research center alone, doesn't he pay it out of pocket? I'm not sure why, because he's loaded and pays well, and all of that's going to go back into the local economy, isn't it? An excellent point, one of many I hope you'll bring up with the more reactionary members of town. Now, if you don't mind hurrying, the guild master is doing her best to keep things under control. Right. With nothing else to be said, she ran off, following Ankh to the town square and finding it far more crowded than she'd ever expected, with it looking like nearly a quarter of the residents were there, facing Cecily and even the mayor beside her who were doing their best to keep things calm. I know plenty of you are unhappy, Cecily said, trying to sound calm and reasonable. Some of you have been hurt and the experience must have been horrifying, but he did his best to make up for it. Everything's been rebuilt, and he's compensated enough money to more than cover any lost food and emotional harm. I'm not saying that has to be enough, but that doesn't have to mean kicking him out of the town itself. We can all discuss an appropriate way to try and make this right. The mayor beside her opened his mouth to say his own piece but didn't get the chance as one in the crowd. Someone Sashel recognized from the guild as fifth-ranked adventurer, yelled out instead. And we're just supposed to take that, the man yelled out. Toss a bit of money at us and act like it isn't a problem. Yeah, this is one big thing, but it's been one damn thing after another since he moved here, hasn't it? People trying to kill him and cause chaos, or testing his inventions out in the streets, or drawing ridiculous crowds, and disrupting all of our lives, and then just moving hundreds of people here without a word. Why should we have to put up with his antics when it would be easier on all of us to just kick him out? While not everyone, there was a murmur of agreement that went up. What had been a bit of occasional dissatisfaction, escalated by both the events of the day and the mob mentality as Sashel pushed her way to the front to take the guild master's side. If Bai moved hundreds of people here without a word, you mean did everything he could to save a group that was going to be wiped out by the demons, then you're correct, she said, focusing on the easier point to deal with while noticing the distinct lack of Demidmans in the crowd, all of them too new to be made aware of such things when they'd only just come to town and had only started to integrate. A group that's immediately started helping, I might add, in case you didn't notice just how well-staffed the clinic currently is. That doesn't change the point, another lower-ranked adventurer yelled, leaving Sashel to wonder if that was going to be a trend. He's dangerous and he's careless. We shouldn't have to live like this, wondering if he's going to cause some other chaos like that again, when maybe we won't be so lucky to get away with just a few injuries. In case none of you noticed, the whole world is dangerous right now, the guild master side, and let's clarify something here. In Ben's case, dangerous means powerful. I'd much rather have that same strength you all saw around town to help out when it can, and I'd view that as worth a bit of risk. And kicking out Ben doesn't end things there either, Sashel pointed out. If Ben leaves, Thera will as well. Good, she's caused enough problems of her own here too. We could lose the both of them. An answer that brought a frown to her face, all the more so from the looks of agreement a few others gave. Thera's position in town was far better than it had been in the past, all of the more so for the work she'd done in the clinic and the surrounding area too, but there were still a few holding on to the fear and blame that should have never been directed her way in the first place, and it made Sashel wonder if that was a part of all that was happening. And until that afternoon, his own scorn was a minor thing compared to the godlike power Thera held, as they all could comfortably reassure themselves that if he at least tried to make it an issue, then they could have handled it, but now no longer. Before, they'd seen him dominate in a fight against someone who tried to woo his lover, but that could be explained away by the one he'd fought's overconfidence. When going up against someone with the sorts of attributes that came with awakened skills, something that would be challenging, but surely overcomable by any who'd actually properly trained in their weapons and techniques, but that was something they couldn't delude themselves about anymore. If Thera's powers could seem godlike, then what Ben had shown was a display fit for convincing people he really was a genuine deity who descended to the world. He'd rebuilt the town like it was nothing, and blotted out the sun with the forest he'd carried above him. If that wasn't worthy of worship, then what could be? It wasn't something either she or Cecily were going to let slide, though, both preparing to say something, until someone else from the other side of the crowd spoke first with even more people behind him. "Oh no, why are you freaking?" the clinic head Drari screamed, the heads turning to him, making it clear to all that the people with him weren't just coincidentally by his side, but his various staff trying to hold him back from outright attacking the crowd. "You want to get rid of our best healer? Just freaking try it. I'll close the clinic for good, and next time any of you try to get any help, I'll sit back and watch you die. You hear me? I'll watch you freaking die." It was a scene that managed to silence everyone there. No whispers amongst the lot from either side, while the Dragonoot continued to scream as a few of the healers managed to drag him away, the ones that were left letting his daughter talk in his place as Aso took the front. What my dad meant to say far more politely than that is that we've only recently stopped feeling constantly worked to death, and if the town feels inclined to change that for us, then you can expect us to close our doors permanently, she explained with a small bow, trying to sound professional and doing her best to squash the embarrassment left from her father's outburst. There's plenty of work for healers, no need to stay in a place that's going to insist on making our lives harder. It's not like you don't have other hands, one tried, immediately drawing a laugh from the girl, one filled with scorn. What, do you mean the only other awakened healer we have around? I'm sure Sonya's going to just love the idea of helping if her niece and Ben are run out of town. Or you may be talking about all of the new healers we've got, because if you are, you really need to try socializing with them a bit more. The Demis adore Ben, every single one of them. If he leaves, then I doubt any one of them will stay. That can't be true. You're right, she mocked. Adore isn't a strong enough word. It would be more accurate to say they revere him. It's not like they've been here long enough to settle. If he leaves, then they'll follow. It's as simple as that. Mutterings of a response went up, but Sashel herself answered, not giving anyone else the chance. She wasn't sure what got to them, from the clinic closing down to losing all of their second tiers, or the reveal of a whole invisible race living there and giving a helping hand here and there, but whether it was any one thing or all three on top of everything else, it was enough. few people quietly broke away and more followed until all that was left were the ones who genuinely wanted them both gone, forced to see the writing on the wall and accept their loss as they quietly left too, letting Satchel slump back once they were gone and breathe a sigh of relief. Only some of them seemed angry. Well, yeah, but cooler heads don't seem to prevail when everyone around loses their composure. You did good. It looks like Ben and Thera owe you one. Satchel shook her head. No, they've both done way more for me by this point. It doesn't even begin to tip the scales. Still, it feels just a little good that I was able to help. You owe Satchel, the first words his god told him when he went up to the realm for the night, leaving Ben to give the cube a confused look. Why? She helped make sure no angry mob would try to kick you out of town. Wait, seriously? I mean, I know what happened and all, but come on, I'm such a sweet little guy. I'd say they had some valid points, apparently not valid enough. Well, if we're being serious, it was just a few dissatisfied voices trying to raise trouble for you and Thera, Myriad explained. But lucky you, my oracle managed to quiet them down, with a bit of help from Cecily and Aso too. Okay, got it. I'll make sure I make it up to them all when I get back. So everything's good there now then. I'd say as good as anyone could hope. You dealt with the majority of the issues yourself, and any dissatisfaction has been squashed. All that leaves is whatever lingering trauma there might be, but given how things are as a whole, that's not exactly outside of the norm right now. All right, good enough, I guess. He'd need to give some thought to if there was anything else in town he could do to smooth things over a bit more, but that was a future problem, when he didn't even care that much about it that. He'd done his best to handle the situation, but by taking the blame on himself, things were guaranteed to be left a little awkward when he got back, but there wasn't much he could do to change that fact. But it might be better to keep my distance for now to let things cool down anyway. The tower's supposed to be a couple days away at this point. It wouldn't hurt to stay here until then to let Mora get to know some of his extended family a bit more, and then the tower will take me. Hey, how long does Craftsman's tower take to finish up? That was a bit of a non sequitur. It's called Curiosity, now come up. Okay, fine. It's a couple days of constant work, although for a normal person it would be grueling. Not a fan of the implication behind that. Please, I'd bet a lot of faith that you're going to end up having fun with it, no matter the workload. Plus, given your talent at materialization, there's plenty of potential floors that you'll basically have the chance to bypass. If luck is on your side for what ones you end up with, this could be your fastest trial yet. Alright, I love hearing that. Fast and easy are the name of the game. So as per usual then, his god commented, and then once you're done this tower and have your level, what's then? A contender for how many skills? 8. Once I get Connected's level. I just leveled Hive Mind trying to make Bloom sane enough that he wouldn't accidentally kill himself. Empty skies, you're a monster, Myriad muttered. I know you have your plans for trying to awaken them. What are they already? Well, you know, sacrilege has been so annoyingly difficult for me for all the years I've had it, he shrugged. Not to completely incriminate myself or anything, but if it comes down to it, there's a couple ideas I still have to test out, all of which you'll be happier not knowing about, but don't worry. I'll make sure I look properly justified before I try any of them, and I'll only be resorting to that point if nothing else gets me there once we're a fair bit closer to the last wave. Wow, and as much as I hated hearing about that, I'm talking about Connect. I know you have your plans, but don't think I haven't noticed you constantly avoiding the topic every time it comes up. They do say ignorance is bliss. People who don't know you said that, the cube told him with a shake. In your case, I've learned over the years that ignorance and knowledge are both equally as stressful, so stop beating around the bush and tell me. Sira's beloved by the spirits, and I get on well with most of the great ones in the world, he said. It might take a week or two to set up, but I don't have a doubt that every one of them across the planet could be gathered for me, and considering they don't actually take up space. You're thinking of fitting the entire spirit population of the planet within your range and connecting to all of them at once, Myriad finished. Wow, I do hate that. I know you do, but it's not like it's going to destroy my brain. Sure, maybe, but that doesn't mean you won't be under a different level of strain. You're thinking of connecting on a scale you never have before. That's going to be, well, hopefully it will just be intense. But it's a good idea, isn't it? Well, it's not a bad idea at the very least, his god admitted after a moment's hesitation. If you're trying to break through to the third tier without the years and decades of experience behind you to make it happen, you are always going to need to do something big. I can't say if it will work or not, but as far as attempts go, it won't be a bad one. Yeah, a pretty good idea for something I came up with off the top of my head. Now that he'd said it, it was genuinely something worth considering if all else failed, but it wasn't what he really had planned for his real attempt. No, if Myriad knew what he was really thinking, then his god would try to stop him at all costs, something he couldn't allow to happen. He already had the issue with trying to balance all of the ways he might awaken his sacrilege without becoming the enemy of every god in the world. He didn't need to be stopped from taking advantage of the one he actually thought he'd be able to pull off. And as for the consequences of succeeding at that, well, it will probably be fine. As long as I take the proper precautions, I don't think I'll die. It wasn't long after that he forced himself to get up, spending a couple hours with Mora before waking Thera as well, letting the three of them go off together to see her family and whatever had come from the talks that they'd had throughout the night. Salenoth had appeared at some point, the great water spirit giving a friendly nod to them as they entered, not blinking at Mora's existence, but likely not needing to if he'd been properly filled in, and Thera looked at them all. So, what did you all end up spending the night talking about then? A request, and whether we should even make it in the first place, her father said, looking at the three but focusing on the young soul spirit holding their hands. Mora, we've already said that we'll accept you as our family, and will respect the choices you want to make about how you use the power you hold, at least so long as you don't do anything outrageously unethical, but both Ben and my daughter should be able to help guide you on that front, so we're not too worried about that, don't worry. Where is this going, Dad? Great spirits. As the only one with the power to do such things, we'd like to ask you to create more. No one said anything at first, no one could. What possible response could there be for such a request? The fact that Bloom and all of the other plant spirits now existed implied that any combined affinity could be made if Mora wanted to, with only the issue of the request being the reason behind it. There was no reason to create new types of spirits, not really. Sure, Ben himself was for it, if only to satisfy his curiosity at what alterations within a soul would even allow for such a thing, and what levels of power would be held for types of magic that had either never grown to such a height or hadn't in centuries. But that same curiosity wasn't why the other spirits would want to do it. The greatest thing the creation of new types of spirits would bring was power for one purpose: killing the demons infesting that world. Something Mora had already said that he himself didn't want to participate in. Ben wasn't sure if the boy was an outright pacifist, but at the very least he had no interest in killing anything that was a person, something that he would indirectly be contributing to if he used his magic in such a way, a fact that left both his and Thera's eyes turning to the child. Why? Mora asked, too young and inexperienced to see the reason behind it that seemed so clear, even if the answer Abruz gave was different than what either of them expected. There's a few reasons, the Earth Spirit admitted, trying to look gently for the child he was asking this task. There's no denying that our existence living among mortals has the potential to cause trouble from time to time on this planet, but we also work to help them too, and more of us with different varieties of power will mean we're more equipped to do it, with more strength to protect all of the fragile lives we've grown to love, but there's more to it than just that. Mora, you haven't made any new soul spirits, have you? I haven't, I thought so. Whether you choose to or not is your decision, but without them you might not fully understand this. We and them are connected in ways other races simply aren't, and there's a mutual love between us. It is the nature of the great ones to care for and protect the small ones, but there's more beyond that too. The way we all think and all see the world, it can be hard for the regular spirits to understand us, and the role we have as we would understand each other. And while the connections we form with the morals of this world are close and will leave permanent marks on our eternal lives, they are just that, eternal. When the people we've learned to love grow old and die as time goes on, we'll once more be left with each other for whatever good or ill that holds, but we started as 10 and then dropped to 8 for so long, and it's only now that we've seen that we can grow to even more beyond just us. Our own fates can't be guaranteed. Even if we could live forever, we'll still have the potential to die, but in whatever long years there may still be for us ahead, given the chance, we'd enjoy having more by our side to face it. The longing for companionship seemed true as Ben invaded their thoughts, even if there was still a strong undercurrent of desire for more power to kill the demons and protect the world. But Abruz had implied as much at the beginning of his small speech. There was nothing that needed to be spelled out for Mora, and Ben had to admit, it might be good for the boy too. Even if he and Thera succeeded in reaching the 3rd tier in any of their skills, one day their mortal bodies would die. Still able to interact with that plane, but no longer a part of it, even if they'd be able to talk to Mora, he'd be alone, and what small bit of company they'd be able to give them was only if they really did manage to transcend their limits like that. No, the boy needed something more, and while he was now getting to know a bit of his extended family, considering that of the 10 other spirits living in the world, 2 of them had abandoned him so soon after he'd been born, there was no escaping the idea that it would be good for him to have more options. The chance to have peers to mingle with and grow to love him as well for whatever eons awaited them. And you'll all accept them, Mora asked. They'll be your family. No, they'll be our family, Abruz told him. For better or for worse, whatever sorts of people they might grow into, they'll be great spirits, and that's enough. All right, I'll do it, but I can't just do it. When I made Bloom, I'd already seen plant magic and the skill through people's souls, he explained. I needed that too. He began miming with his hands, trying to use them to get a point across, but failing on that front too until Ben spoke up. You just need to see holders of any combined affinity you'd be trying to make. Is that it? Yeah, I won't be able to do anything unless I see them first. With his agreement given, it wasn't long before the other spirits went off to begin organizing things on their end, off to find and collect the holders of any combined affinity they could get or back to their other tasks for the day, leaving the three of them alone once more, with Thera focusing back on the child in her care. Now, are you sure about this, Mora? She asked him. It doesn't matter what you told them, you can always change your mind. I won't, I'll do it. But sweetheart, you do understand, if more great spirits are born, they will be killing demons too, she explained, just wanting to be sure he understood that completely. You've already told me you don't want to. Will that make you uncomfortable? I don't get to decide what others do with the lives they're given, the boy said, Ben thinking the child was considering his relationship with his own creators as he said it. I'm not going to ask either of you to stop either. You wouldn't if I tried, would you? No, Ben responded, not going to try and soften that truth. That's something we can't stop. But you aren't asking me to either, even if I could help. You're letting me make my own choice. I appreciate that. Well, if he's all right with all of this, then that's all that matters. No matter the strength the boy held, Ben stood by the idea that he was much happier that Mora wasn't comfortable with killing than the thought that he'd get used to it. And if he wasn't going to let the fact that both Ben and Thera were going to keep doing what they believed they had to affect their relationship, then that was the best they could hope for, leaving only one last question on Ben's mind. Well then, with everything sorted out here, I think that means there's only one last thing that I'm sure we're all curious about here. A statement that left some curious eyes on him, only growing more so with the way his were practically glowing. You get different types of spirits to combine into great ones, but what about the ones that already exist? He asked. Could you get more earth spirits together to create a new great earth spirit who could stand beside a bruise and so on and so forth for every other type of spirit too? It was a question that harkened back to an earlier conversation he'd had with Hellori, theorizing what might happen if Vividus and Nox decided to try and birth more great soul spirits. The potential to convert large swaths of the spirits of the world into powerful new variants of themselves, creating hundreds of beings that were just short of gods themselves. How could he not be curious, especially when another idea both he and she had batted around still rang out in his head? What if that would let them combine again? If regular spirits could be considered first-tier life forms, and a group of them would merge together into second-tier life in the form of the great spirits, could enough matching affinities of them merge into a being that would hold magics at the far end of the third tier? Beings who could potentially be the holders of 100 million points of mana and the sort of strength to reshape the world. Thera couldn't see that particular thought bobbing around in his head, but the thought that Mora might be able to create more of the original great spirits was enough to make her eyes go wide, the idea sure to draw all of them back for another long day of discussions, and was only stopped by Mora shaking his head. I can't, the boy told them. What I do to the locks on their souls, He trailed off, once more doing his best to get a certain idea across with his hands, but this time failing completely, ultimately letting them fall to his side before finishing. It would be impossible, their souls wouldn't allow it. I see. Well, no worries, kiddo, I was just curious. And there goes the dream of an endless army of great spirits on our side then, along with the idea of some sort of super great spirit that would be able to ascend to godhood when they die. Oh well, whatever we get from all of the combined affinities of the world is going to be a big help with so much. Just gotta look forward to seeing that. 2 days later, a small crowd had gathered in the yard of Pelinia's home, the guests all wearing amulets to protect themselves with few really understanding why they were there. The only thing they knew was they were all being paid for only a little bit of time to stand there as a ghostly child walked around them, staring deeply into their souls and watching as they cast some simple spells before calling out once he was done. All right, I got everything I needed. For what they were going to be doing, having too many other bodies there would only put them at risk given how Bloom's birth had turned out, the spirit nearly insane from the unexpected altering of its very nature, even if he had become more and more stable with each passing day. Ben's eyes turned to that very one, having joined the rest of them with a body he'd created for himself. Made of living wood with a green surface layer of photosynthetic cells, he'd created himself a form that was undeniably male, with 2 arms and legs. A shape that was familiar without being the general form of an incubus. The body Bloom had made was modeled after Ben's own, the second spirit in the world to use him for inspiration. Well, I guess that even if I die, I've left my mark now that 2 different immortals have decided they want to look like me. He noticed Thera glancing that way too, her eyes shifting between Bloom, Ogle, and Ben before shaking her head, whispering at his side. Try not to let this go to your head too much. All right, as long as you try not to get distracted by just how handsome a couple of your newer uncles are. She gave him a look, not one chuckle coming from the joke. Should I even be thinking of Bloom as an uncle? He's younger than me. Why would he be younger than you? None of the spirits who went into him are. Okay, sure, but he himself was only born from them a couple days ago. I mean, if he's not your uncle, then I think he's your grandson then, which means Pelinia gets to enjoy being a great-grandmother now too. Think she'll get a kick out of that. I know I don't. Okay, you win. He's my uncle now because we are not about to say everyone Moore is about to change are his children. Anyway, just be ready so we don't get any repeats. Yeah, you got it. The great spirits had been careful in selecting the regular spirits they'd be changing, making sure they were all fully informed of what would happen and what they could expect from it, with Ben having checked all of their minds to be sure they really understood things and were prepared for what was to come, with him still standing by to assist with whatever issues might still come once the change happened. They'd all prepared the best they could. All that was left was beginning. So what should I start with? Mora asked them with Lux stepping forward, blessing magic. If there's any issues, at the very least it's not a destructive affinity. It will be a good test case. Mora nodded as light and life spirits came forward, all of them abuzz with the idea of a change, even if it was from curiosity more than excitement. They weren't against it, they were interested and curious, but in a far more muted way than he would have expected from any mortal gaining the level of power they were about to. Of course, on the one hand, any mortal might be a lot less excited if they knew they were only going to be getting that power after being merged with a bunch of others. But on the other hand, the spirits don't seem to care about that fact at all. Oh well, let's see how this goes. Ben in particular was watching with wide eyes, not wanting to blink and miss a second of what was about to happen when he'd already missed out on witnessing both the birth of Bloom and the other plant spirits. Souls were one of his many topics of research, something he alone in the universe held the power to create too. How could he not want to see whatever change would take place in the souls of the spirits around him to let them grow into something more? With the soul sight he held giving him the perfect view as he tried to work out exactly what was happening once Mora began, watching as some structures within them were shifted and changed. His connect stretched out to observe the minds of the spirits themselves too while it was happening before it was done, the alteration snapping into place as the spirits Mora had worked on collapsed to a central point and immediately began to scream. Oh, that's not good. He felt the new great spirit's mind thrashing, rejected and confused by its new nature just as Bloom had been, but before any of the other great ones could react, Ben was already prepared, grabbing hold of its new, singular mind as the first waves of mana came off it while he repeated the exact thing he'd done with the plant spirit. Merging into its deepest levels while it was being driven mad by the nature of its existence, he gave it all he knew of blessing magic and the experience using it of the two holders of it he was aware of while trying to cement its identity with a name, speaking it in both thought and voice. Your Grace, he said firmly, feeling it calm down as it drifted over to his arms, letting itself be held for what comfort it could bring. And that did not go as well as we'd hoped. How bad was it then? Bruce asked him whatever problem there was fixed before any of the others could react. About as bad as with Bloom, it looks like even if they think they're prepared for it, having their nature changed in such a way is just too much of a shock. It was an answer that got some frowns from the others, but the biggest reaction from Mora, the boy slipping back to take Thera's hand while she turned to him. If it's that bad, then we should stop, she told them. Even if Ben's dealing with it, hurting them like that, even if it's only going to be briefly, isn't going to be good for Mora. You're not wrong, Ben agreed, seeing the conflicted faces of the other spirits while he kept comforting Grace with his thoughts. But before we give up completely, Mora, would you be willing to try just one more thing for me? If the outcome is just as bad, then we'll stop. We don't want you doing anything that's going to make you feel guilty. All right, what? The boy asked, trusting Ben and looking curious about wherever his thoughts were going. We still need to make Grace more regular spirits as well, but I'd like to put that idea on hold for a couple minutes while we test another way of creating a new great spirit first. Another way? Funa asked him. Watching once and you found a second method already. Nothing that exciting. Anyone could have thought of this. If there's no great spirit for them, then a group of the available spirits will merge together into one, and we've already seen that when Mora helps a group of combined affinitied spirits be born, then they don't have any issues. To me at least, that would imply that if he helps create new regular spirits, the lack of a great spirit for them will make them merge together, hopefully in a way that will be less traumatic for them. It was an idea that perked the rest up with interest now that their first attempt had gone no better, even with all of the planning behind it, but there was only one opinion that really mattered as all eyes turned to Mora to see what he had to say, with the boy nodding in the end. We'll try it. What magic this time then? I say we balance out the birth of a blessing spirit with a curse one, Ben suggested. Nothing else is going to be as harmless now, that blessing magic's been taken anyway, so it's not like there's a right choice, but if things do go wrong again, that's probably going to be one of the slightly less destructive options we could end with. There was no disagreement to that, and the death and dark spirits needed came forward, this time spending their mana while Mora used his magic and Thera empowered them as Ben watched. At first thinking he was wrong as the first few cursed spirits were born, but finding all of that changed only moments after, their numbers grown enough to reach the tipping point, and their newfound existence instantly changed as they collapsed into each other, the first great cursed spirit being born as a result. With Ben instantly in its mind and breathing a small sigh of relief as a result, it wasn't scared, panicked, or confused. It wasn't suffering from an identity crisis, and it certainly wasn't insane. It was a cursed spirit, born from those who had been made before it, and only lacking in experience as to what that would mean it could do. "We've got a success," Ben sighed, losing some tension he hadn't noticed he'd been carrying as all of the others breathed their own sighs of relief, with Thera turning to him now that it was done. "Looks like you're not getting to name every new great spirit then. Ha, hey, you never know. Maybe they'll realize they like my naming sense. Ha, or maybe the others can help them think of something a bit more creative," she teased. "Bloom for a plant spirit and grace for a blessing one." "You didn't exactly put loads of thought into that. Hey now, it's descriptive. Considering I was trying to make sure they understood what they were when I named them too, I'd say I did a pretty good job of it. And that means we can continue, so long as Mora is all right with it," Abruz said, getting a nod from the soul spirit. "Yeah, we can continue." With no disaster accompanying that attempt, he sounded almost excited, looking forward to seeing what his powers could do, and with nothing else to slow them down the process went on, once more changing the shape of the world. The blessing and curse spirits, lightning, fungal and magma spirits, decay spirits, mud spirits, and more. If the great spirits were able to find holders of a given magic, then they had brought them, no matter how obscure the combined affinity might have been, and ended with more combined great spirits than pure ones by the end as the yard was filled with them, and the smaller spirits they'd rule over, the very nature of their race and their status within the world permanently changed. They had been the most powerful beings on the planet since the moment they'd arrived, and now their numbers had grown like never before. It was a change that was certain to have some sort of fallout, but whatever it ended up being, Ben felt confident that the world would still be better for it. He'd look in all of their thoughts and the minds of the spirits who'd parented them in Abruz, and the others had done a good job in their selection. Their natures had transferred over enough that, even if they'd all still grow and change as time went on like any living being, he felt confident that the odds of any of them growing to be as callous as Vividus could be were low. A feeling that he only needed to look to the side to confirm, with many of the new great spirits already surrounding Thera to give their greetings or to just talk. The love for their princess carried down their family line, which means there's only one more thing to do. Sit down and have a nice long think about the potential long-term consequences of this. What? No, obviously not. What he did instead was reach out around him, trying to push connect in a slightly different way by copying the skills of each spirit onto his rings. While each magic was the equivalent of a 9th-leveled awakened magic, the power of the spirits themselves was unleveled, and while he had Ulil's archmagic already, having better individual variants at his fingertips would only help him when it came time to build up whatever enchantments he'd need, smiling at the end as they all went down. And done. Perfect. Please tell me you didn't go along with radically altering the power structure of the planet just so you could add to your rings. What? Come on, none of this was even my idea. If I just happened to find a little benefit for myself after, then what's the harm? I'm just trying my best to be a good guardian for Mora, and speaking of. He crouched down beside the boy, watching as he looked around at all he'd helped create with interest before Ben pulled him from his thoughts. So, still feeling okay about all of this, it's too late not to be. Ha, sure, but that's not what I asked. I am, he said after a moment's thought. This is the first time I've pushed myself like that. It felt good. Good, but that leaves us one more thing to talk about, kiddo. What? You made sure that every great spirit got their own regular spirits, and you know I'm a mind reader. I could tell that even the perfectly sane ones didn't feel right or complete until they had some to look after themselves, but now what about you? How do you feel? You know I'm different from other great spirits. Sure, but that has nothing to do with my question, buddy. Even if the way you were born has left its marks on who you are, that doesn't mean you're so different from them either, which is why I'm asking. If you don't want any other soul spirits to exist, then that's fine, but if there's another reason you aren't making any, then I hope you'll talk to me about it. Great spirits don't need me to look after them. He started as he looked around at all he'd helped bring into the world. They're independent, and because they weren't born the same way as me, they're, I don't know, mature. I know it's unnatural for me to be a child. You've got all the time in the world to grow up. Try not to worry about it. Mora didn't respond to his comment, his mind focused on trying to put his own thoughts together. And all of the new regular spirits I've made, even if they might need someone to take care of them, they have their great spirits too, and they can all handle it. I'm sure they can, yeah, but I can't handle it, he said in the end, a touch of frustration reaching his voice. If I make them and they have any problems, I don't think I can help. I know I'm powerful, but I'm just a kid and things worked out, but I made a really wrong choice when I created Bloom. Great spirits have to be better than that. So what I'm hearing is you would like there to be soul spirits. You just don't think you can fill the role of their great spirit, is that right? Yeah. Well then, the solution's simple, he said with a grin before scooping Mora up and placing him on his shoulders, spinning around. Look around you, Mora. Who do you all see? Spirits. Family. Ben corrected before calling out in a louder voice for all to hear. Hey everyone. You all know Mora's still young. If he makes some soul spirits, can you all help with managing them until he's ready to act as their great spirit himself? The question was asked, and instantly they were flooded with agreement, everyone saying yes in their own way so loudly that their voices all muddled together until a bruise waved them down and stepped forward for them all. Of course, the Earth Spirit said, even if we primarily focus on our own element, all of the spirits are our collective responsibility. If they need help, then we will give it to them until the day you feel ready to step into the role yourself. But what if I'm never ready? Mora asked. Then we'll look after them forever while you live your life. Do not worry, Mora, if you make them, they will be protected and they will be loved. You can count on that. With everyone behind a bruise showing their agreement, what was there to fear? His newfound family had told them he could count on them. He just needed to trust them, and with one more look to both Ben and Thera, he called over the life and death spirits of the world, trying to create something different. While soul magic wasn't a combined affinity, but instead the endpoint of two separate ones, Mora already knew from his own existence that he could treat it as such to get the outcome he wanted, bringing one final group into the world with the power he held, the great soul spirit no longer alone. Princess, doesn't the morning mist make for such a lovely greeting? Not as nice as the smell of smoke, why not indulge? I hear mortals tend to find comfort in such things. Better to start the day energized, another voice said. I'm pretty sure the subtle signals in your biochemistry. Her family, the original members of it at least, were the 8 great spirits who'd come to that new planet after the fall of their old one, and for good or ill, their opinions of her hadn't shifted anywhere near as radically as the regular spirits had when they'd changed how they viewed her. Now, though, that was no longer true. Swarmed by the new great spirits who'd been born of those who loved her and inherited those feelings as well, it seemed that she wouldn't be losing her place as their princess anytime soon. But with a place of ruling came the occasional need to be stern as she looked at all of them who surrounded her, keeping their original forms for the moment with nothing else picked like her father had and leaving her to speak up. All of you, I know you're excited, but you each have a lot to do, don't you? Great spirits don't get to rest so easily. Not just looking after the small ones, they had to figure out what part, if any, they wanted to play in the planet's defense, all of them being given the same freedom of choice as Mora so long as what they wanted wasn't going to actively hinder the others. And on top of that, they needed to devote time to understanding who they were as well. Great spirits were less defined by their element than the regular ones could be, but that didn't mean it had no effect on them at all, and they were each just so new. Even in the normal case where a great spirit would die and be replaced, the ones who would combine into a new one each had an eternity behind them to make up what they were, but not so here. Except for Bloom and Grace, every combined great spirit had spent at most only seconds as the regular ones after they'd been born. The mana that made them up would carry some of the memories and information of the spirits who'd created them, but they didn't have experience as beings of their new combined affinities, and all of them needed to put time into learning just who and what they were. With the comment of their princess having the weight to make them go to start figuring it out, leaving one by one, just as cheerful as when they'd arrived with only a few parting words before giving her some breathing room. I wonder if I'm ever going to get any downtime again after all of this. She couldn't help but ask herself. Even then, her mana empowering was as stretched out as it could be with all of the new spirits taking advantage of it to help grow their numbers, and while she had no issue with any of them seeking her out for help or even to chat, it felt like it was going to be coming a lot more. Still, it's for the best. She told herself, feeling a genuine smile touch her lips as she opened a door to the packed room beyond, with Lux watching over Saren and Mora, the toddler sitting comfortably on his technically younger cousin's lap, while Mora did his best to talk to a few of the soul spirits who were hanging around him, with none of them being the ones to notice her enter. No, that privilege was reserved for both the fairy and the earth spirit among them, with the first darting forward to plant herself squarely on Thera's face. Thera, it's been too long. Inja yelled out, her flames warm and muffling as Thera tried to reply. Sorry I haven't been able to come by in a bit, Inja. Work's been a lot and I've been avoiding walking through here since I didn't want to discuss Mora with my parents, and anyway, I'll be popping through a bit more often again, so I'll make sure I stop to see you when I do, okay? Okay. And it's good to see you too, Rocky. Have you been doing well, as always? Good, and I see you've both met Mora now. The family only ever gets bigger, huh? Yeah, it's great, Inja laughed before flying over to her newest cousin. The baby of the family. I'm not a baby, Mora said, still speaking with his mana to the spirits in the room as he answered. You're not even a year old yet, so that means you're a baby. Not to worry though, if you have any issues, just come to your big cousin, Inja told him, puffing out her chest proudly. I'll help you out. Thera chuckled at the small exchange, enjoying it for all it was worth. Even if Mora was being a bit quiet with Inja for now, she was comfortable chalking it up to shyness compared to what things had been like in the past. Even just yesterday, he'd been a lot more talkative with both her and Ben, finally feeling like he was really opening up to them. It's nice. While they had their little back and forth, her aunt patted the seat beside her, the invitation clear for Thera as she went to sit down, resting her head on Lux's shoulder. Nice, isn't it? The light spirit asked. It is. I should have brought him sooner. Oh, don't worry about such things too much. Parenthood is something you figure out as you go along. MMH. She still stood by that she was acting as his guardian, but when it came down to it, it didn't feel like there was really a difference, so she held her tongue for Mora's sake too. She didn't know how he'd feel personally if she kept insisting she wasn't his parent, and with things going so well, she didn't want to risk ruining the progress they'd made with a thoughtless comment either. And I guess it doesn't really matter in the end, she told herself. The roles are the same, it would just be nice to know what he thinks about it too. The boy's relationship with his actual parents was a whole other issue they hadn't spoken about, nor did she know if she should. There were levels of complications to it that she didn't have any idea how to begin to address. How did one talk to a child about his abandonment, or for that matter, about the expectations behind his birth and how the two were connected? But I didn't ask him about why he didn't want to use his magic either, and look at all that happened. She thought with a heavy sigh. But this and that aren't necessarily the same things either, but there's no way to know if it will cause issues down the line if I don't try to talk to him about it, but maybe it will just make things worse for him if I do when it seems like he's moving on from it, and maybe Lux is right. Parenthood is something you figure out as you go along. Perhaps it wasn't perfect advice, and she didn't know if she could really be a parent to Mora, but she could be his family and she'd do her best, with it clear she wasn't going to be alone in it either. She had her family, all of them both new and old, and that wasn't all she had as the door opened once more. Both her mother and Ben coming through. Sorry that took a while, he said. Needed to give Valeria a bit more help than expected, and she asked if I could try to help her raise her connecta level before I left. Everything good here. Fantastic, she told him, this time patting the seat beside her as he squeezed onto the couch with them while her mother took her place beside Mora. Anything else happen? Not really. I spoke with the smoke and mist spirits a bit while I passed them. The two seemed to be in a pretty heated debate about their affinities, and wanted some outside opinions, but lucky for them, they happened to ask probably the only guy who knows entire books of spells for such obscure branches. Ha, it feels like you've won from this as much as anyone, she teased. Mr. Magic Expert right here now has swarms of people who are going to be figuring out all of the finer details of every weird and obscure combined affinity. Well, not exactly everyone, he sighed. What I wouldn't have given for just a handful of time spirits to have stuck around. What's so good about the end of the universe anyway? If they'd stayed, forget all of the time branches, Mora should have been able to, in theory, create a general magic spirit. The loss of potential right there. It's gonna drive me insane to think about. Now there was an idea that would never get to see its full worth. They already knew Uriel, who'd started with a general magic skill, one that combined all of the affinity magics of the world, but it was a path the spirits would never be able to replicate, with Lux laughing at the thought. It would have been far nicer if they never went at all, but sadly, our nature as we know it means not a single time spirit could have stayed behind. The paradox of it trapped them all here unless they all left together. Paradox? Only one great spirit of any affinity can exist. It seems that's true of the combined affinities too, Lux said, nodding Mora's way, and seemed to have asked him a similar question that Ben had while she'd been alone with him. But if the great time spirit moved himself to the future then in the present, there'd be no great time spirit, and a new one would be born. Then once time caught up to whatever future they sent themselves to, there'd be two of them and they could just repeat the process again and again, creating an endless supply, but it seems there's no way to cheat that one bit of our nature. Interest, Ben muttered, the idea driving him deep into his thoughts at a fact that Thera couldn't help but regard with only mild interest. Even if they hadn't known what would happen to their race and their world as a whole, the time spirits had in essence abandoned the rest of their kind to whatever fate they'd hold. It wasn't something she held against them. She didn't really feel anything for them one way or another. She just couldn't help to think that if she'd been driven by some desire to do the same thing that they had, then she would have at least broken the trip up into fragments. Jumps of 100 or even 1,000 years at a time, what did it matter? For beings with an infinite lifespan, why be in such a rush to reach its end? Well, it doesn't matter anymore. They'd made their choice, and if by some chance they ever did reappear before the end of everything, they were sure to be in for quite the surprise. A lost world, and if they managed to find that new one, so many new members of their kind, the likes of which they'd never before imagined. Well, speaking of going, her mother spoke up, having managed to get Mora, Inja, and Saren all tight in her arms during the brief distraction the conversation had provided. You're taking on another tower in a day or two, aren't you? We are, Mom. Don't worry though, it'll be fine. Who's worried? I just thought you'd need someone to babysit for you. Mora, sweetheart, wouldn't you like to have a day or two to be spoiled by Grandma? I think I just want to stay with Delaire, please. Boo, but fine. I suppose I need to put in some more work making sure you'll choose me next time then, which means my mean daughter needs to make sure you visit more. I'll be bringing him by plenty from now on so he can see everyone in the family. And what do you mean by mean? I'm basically a saint for putting up with your antics for as long as I did. You are literally a saintess though, Ben muttered, getting his nose flicked as a result and making Pelinia's mock sadness slip for just a moment before she put it back on and started to play it up. You didn't introduce me to my first grandchild for what, weeks? I wasn't able to properly bond. I wanted a little grandma's boy. Mara, if she's too much then you can come sit with me and Ben. It's okay, she means well, he said before flinching at the naked joy his answer gave. Right. When she isn't trying to entertain herself, then she does, Thera relented. But that doesn't mean you should just let her get away with everything. If she makes you uncomfortable at all then just let me know, I'll make sure she doesn't do it again. She watched her mom mouth the word, parent, at her with a playful grin that she ignored, not wanting Mora to mistake who her glare was meant for. And no matter what she can be like, she doesn't hesitate to show people she loves them at least. She admitted, giving her mother the smallest of passes. After all, she herself didn't think she was great at it, but she wanted Mora to feel loved. The more who could help with that, the better. Mana empowering level increased. Mana enhancement level increased. Spirit comprehension level increased. Life sense level increased. Dark sense level increased. Hey, any chance you know where Bloom went off to? Ben asked at the start of the day, getting a nod from Lux while her focus remained on playing with her son. He's out helping in the fields right now. What, like farming? I suppose you could say that. You put the country in charge of your god crystals, and they're seeing some good use. We already had a handful of awakened dryads hired to look after them, and since his magic is still new to him, getting him to help was a good way to add some experience to that power. We've been trying to set that up for all of the new great spirits, although since finding mortals with awakened versions of every obscure magic is going to be impossible, some of them are going to have to make do by interacting with those who hold the skills in their first-tier state. All right, cool, but darn, he muttered, making the light spirit chuckle. If you need him for a bit, then we can call him back for you. There'll be no harm in giving him a break. I need him for a bit more than just a break is all, he explained, rubbing his head as he did. We're dropping Mora off today at a small dryad village to watch him while we take on the tower. And you wanted him to help out around there, maybe meet a few plant magic users. Well, yeah, but no. I did think it would be a good experience for him, but my main concern was having someone with Mora while we're away, just in case anything happens. Isn't that exactly what your babysitters are for? Okay, again yeah, but I was thinking more about something above their pay grade. Mora has made a whole lot of new spirits. I'm worried that word might make it back to his mother and make her try to see him while we aren't around to deal with it. The explanation brought both a thoughtful and concerned look to Lux's face though, the great spirit thinking before she spoke. While I would doubt she'd go out of her way to find him, I suppose it's not impossible either. I know she's been working on her Chimera project, but she has her whims once something catches her interest. Still, even if Bloom might have benefited from some time around some more plant magic users, theirs is a better option. Let me grab Augult. He's not still here all of the time, is he? A lot less. He goes out to hunt demons every now and then, but he always winds up back here when he's done. Still, even if he's improved a bit, he doesn't have any real work in the world. He can spare a few days to watch his nephew and do some chores in the village to help out, and if by some chance Vividus does come by, he can bring Mora back here in a snap, and the rest of us can have some words with her. Of course, I have to make sure I improve my impression with my first nephew after all. Walking through Stonewall once everyone was gathered, Thera didn't comment on the looks they got going through the streets, but it was clear all eyes were on Ben, a fact he himself was easily ignoring, even if it was obvious his standing in town had changed. Fear and awe were both openly displayed in equal parts, but that was the choice he'd made, taking on the blame for everything and working to repair it, something he had known back when he'd done it. But at least nobody decided to run me out of town as soon as I arrived. I'm pretty sure that counts as a win. Just remember who you owe for that. Yeah, I know. It wasn't long until they were going to knock on that very person's door, with Satchel answering when they did, looking curiously at the unexpected addition of Augult standing by their side. Hey Satchel, we're just here to drop the kiddo off, he said brightly. Mind letting the others through first? I want to talk to you just a bit. Yeah, go ahead. She stepped by for the other three to pass, giving Ben the chance to speak once they were alone. What, no, not at all, she rushed to say. You and Thera have both helped me out plenty. That was nothing, and besides, most of it was Cecily and Asso anyway. And I'll make sure I thank them too, but here you are in front of me, so let me just know if you ever need anything. Items, knowledge, wealth, whatever. I don't want to be the sort who doesn't pay off their debts. Ben, there's no debt. We're friends. I wouldn't just stand by and let you be run out of town. No debt, huh? He didn't like the thought of leaving a favor unpaid, but if there was nothing she wanted then, there was nothing he could do but keep an eye out for any time in the future he could make up for it. But with all that needed saying said, he went through to the rest of the Dryads, to say hello to Fontesh and his little apprentice before he'd need to take on a whole new tower. So things went well with Sashel. Thera asked as they made their way through the magic towers, that not being their final destination, but instead just a close stop to get to the World's Gate network. Yeah, she said she didn't need anything, and she just did it because we're friends, but I'll still try and keep an eye out for where I can make it up to her. There's always room to try and upgrade her equipment some more, maybe Raelia's too if I get the chance, although shapeshifting would make things a bit harder on that front. Actually, how would I MMH? I'll have to workshop that a bit. I think that might just stress her out more in the end. I'm pretty sure she's humble enough that she's never going to get used to receiving ultra-rare and legendary items. Well, maybe I'll have to change that, he laughed back. Either way, I'll keep an eye out for anything she might need. No rush. And are you okay? She finally asked. Even if nobody said anything, the reaction you got in town. Doesn't matter to me, he shrugged. The people who know me don't seem to care, and if the ones who don't aren't going to raise any problems, then that's fine too. They'll get over it eventually. Until someone spreads word that there's a guy hidden in Stonewall with unbelievable godlike power, she teased. Well, if anyone tries, they're being sent straight on their way. I am so not putting up with a whole new recruitment drive after what I dealt with awakening my crafting, and I think I've already made that clear. There is a reason so many of my orders started coming through from the gods instead of individual nations. I guess you do always have the option of just throwing anyone who bothers you as far as you can. Okay, I'm not that strong yet. What, don't think you could throw someone into orbit if you had your jacket on? Could I? He hadn't exactly tested his combat capabilities for when he'd overfill his soul. He had no doubt they'd be impressive given that, if it came down to it, and he didn't worry about the damage he would sustain, he could materialize an entire building. But when applying all of that power to a single, direct act, like seeing how far or high he could throw something with magic. I haven't bothered to calculate my new mana maximum after I escaped the demon world, but with the new skills I've gotten it's going to be crazy high. Maybe I really could throw someone into space. Not exactly something I could test, even if I tried it on a rock that was just about a person's weight and had Myriad watch it. If it came back down, that might end up pretty bad, but well, I suppose I really do need to start looking a bit more into my combat potential. One of many tasks still to get done, but he needed to focus on his first one as they finally left the streets and reached the gate, stepping through the network and beyond to the one they needed to see what laid in wait, with the answer still largely being devastation. The city surrounding the tower itself was still destroyed by the wrath of the spirits after they'd learned just what had been done to their kin, and given was a low priority it was now that the invasion point that had been there had been permanently closed. There wasn't even a purely defensive reason to try and clean it up. There were at most a few adventurer parties out there patrolling the area, not wanting to leave the space entirely unattended to make way for any demons or other beasts to slip through the gate, with signs of some scavenging clear in the ruins too, either people coming back to look for personal items after that destruction or else anyone who came through to find anything that might have survived and still carried any value. Still, those few touches weren't enough to keep nature from doing what it would, with plants growing through the rubble while other, smaller creatures made themselves at home. Nature showing that through all of that, it would win in the end. It was enough to bring his mind to the demon worlds as the two of them walked through it. It looked like they'd done their best to clear out the planets they'd conquered in their entirety of all other life, but there still had to be some scraps remaining, no matter how slim those would be. Bugs to be found here and there, some grasses too. Hell, the oceans had to be filled with algae still at the very least, and maybe a few more minuscule fish that might go unnoticed. While he could easily imagine some of the aquatic demons taking on filter feeder roles, it would be a hard environment to truly sterilize. But would all of that be enough, he wondered. If we could clear every world of the demons living on them, would that be enough for them to recover? He supposed the answer was yes, so long as the scale for such a thing was in the millions of years, letting bigger, more diverse plants grow from any of the simpler ones that might remain, while whatever animal life still existed would have to go through the same, but at that timescale it didn't matter. The galaxy had basically been cleansed, and if the solution for that was waiting for millions of years to pass after all of the demons died off, then they didn't have a solution. It was as simple as that. And I'm being a downer, he sighed, Chin up already, I'm about to take on Craftsman's tower, the one that relates to me more than any other I've challenged. This is an exciting moment. He tried to force some cheer back into his minds because that was the truth of it. He was excited. It was the tower that matched him the most, and more important than any of that, it was one that wouldn't kill him. Finally, a tower that he could fully enjoy for the challenge it presented without having to worry about the harm it might hold. After all, this one isn't going to destroy my freaking heart, and being positive here. Not going to think about the last one we took on. Before they'd left Stonewall, they'd gone through his workshops and fully loaded up his rings, wanting to be prepared for anything, and now they were finally there. After getting through the rubble, they stood in front of the door they'd be challenging, seeing it marked with the various crafting disciplines it would hold, and left only to wait for the other three to arrive, with it not being long for the next to show up as we'll trudge through the wreckage to meet them. "Hey, been a while," was all he said as he made his way to them, looking worn out and tired on closer inspection, with signs of all the work he'd been given evident. Will, like so many of the other summoned, had been promised riches and status in exchange for his work, and with the war in full swing it was time to pay it off. The signs of how much he'd been doing leaving its mark in a way that even taking on a tower could be considered a break for him. Jake and Amy managed to escape some of it themselves, since leveling their skills, and hopefully even awakening, was being treated as a priority, but even they would almost certainly be worked like dogs once the third wave arrived, whether they succeeded in reaching the third tier or not. Really, given how soon the demons had invaded after the humans and other summoned arrived on the world, Ben might have been the biggest winner despite how things had started for him. He didn't get to be spoiled for the first few years, but now, despite how hard he was working for it anyway, he had no obligations to help either, freeing him to direct his focus where he wanted to rather than being tied to the whims of others. When they had all been told that the invasion could have been up to 20 years away, it had surely seemed like an excellent deal, but now, he couldn't help but wonder at how many would have chosen to strike out on their own like Pato had if they'd been aware that they'd need to fight not even 5. Well, still probably plenty of them, I guess. If everyone was going to die anyway, might as well enjoy the few years of riches first, and I'm being negative again. It could be so inescapable, but that was what thinking about the world brought, leaving a constant need for distraction, with his friend being the perfect thing as he slapped Will's shoulder and gave him a grin. "Been a while, man. How you holding up?" So constantly tired," he said, trying to smile back. "It's felt like a long, long time since I've gotten a break. You wouldn't believe how jealous Steph is." Well, as my only human buddy without a tower blessing, I figured this would be as good a way as any to correct that. If you need a nap, though, feel free while we go through this if you see the chance. I don't expect you to do anything. God, Ben, keep trying to seduce me with those sweet little words and Steph is going to get jealous," he joked, a bit more energy coming back to him with the conversation as Thera joined in too. "And she didn't come to see you off then?" "It's too bad. It would have been nice to see her. Just because I get this as a break doesn't mean she does. Still, since she's mainly dealing with transport and healing, she's been getting it a bit easier, especially recently. I guess we got a few new awakened healers." No kidding," Ben chimed in, his recent work with Mora coming to mind. "Yeah, she's still been pretty swamped, but it's been getting easier on her." "Gods above, I get that," Thera sighed. "Even if things are getting easier, everyone is still getting hurt all of the time, just constantly. Anytime I have to treat the same person twice in one day, I just wanna." She trailed off, but her clenched fists were a good enough sign of the feelings behind the thought for the both of them, leaving a pang of pity for anyone who managed to get hurt badly enough that they needed the help of an awakened life mage twice in one day. On top of the injuries themselves, they were surely getting some rather pointed comments to go along with it. "Anyway," Thera went on, "I think every healer I know understands just how nice it is for things to ease up on all of us a bit, and the good news is that it should be easing up even more soon. Yeah, you guys have some crazy way to help awaken life or light mages now too." "Nah, not really," Ben shrugged. "But our kid was able to make a bunch of new types of spirits, one of which is a blessing spirit, so when they get a bit more comfortable with existing, that'll be some more powerful help around." "I'm missing context. We adopted," Ben clarified, with Thera chiming in. "I don't think being dropped on our doorstep counts as adoption. It kind of does when you don't fight it. Besides, you've even stopped arguing anytime anyone calls you his parent." That's not fair. I'm just afraid that he'll take it the wrong way if I keep insisting I'm not. Besides, we don't even know if he thinks of us as his parents, but I doubt it. We aren't even that far apart in age." "You do remember he's not even half a year old, right? Mental age, you know what I mean." "I'm still missing context," Will said again at the back and forth, with Ben taking mercy on him to give him the backstory while they waited for the last two to arrive. "So anyway, that's the story of how we got a kid. What do you think?" "I think Steph is going to lose her mind when I fill her in," he sighed. "That all sounds insane. That's parenthood for you. I really don't think it is, but whatever, it looks like our wait is up." with Amy and Jake arriving in the distance, one looking far more excited than the other, with Jake basically bouncing with energy. The tower loomed above them and reached into the sky, waiting in that devastating landscape for its next challengers. "Oh yeah, here we go," Jake yelled while Ben pressed his hands against the doors, preparing to walk through. "Second last tower and second last tower blessing, here we come." "Jake, we're not even doing anything to earn this one," Amy sighed. "Considering we're about to be carried through, maybe take it down a notch." "Hey, in group projects, as long as your name's on the assignment, then that's all that matters. And you don't need to remind me how much being grouped with you in school always sucked." Guys," Ben cut in. "We're a second away from going in, and I know this is supposed to be safe and all, but please consider the fact that I had my heart destroyed on my first step in the first floor of the last one, and try to be at least a little focused until we've actually confirmed things are as safe as they're supposed to be." "Wait, what was that about your heart?" Will asked, each new tidbit that came out of Ben's mouth only sounding more insane than the last, with his question being brushed off. "I'll tell you about it when we're done the tower," he said, hoping the other would manage to forget so word wouldn't get back to Steph about it either. He could only imagine how that would go if he let it, and since he didn't particularly want to be left prostrating on the ground and promising to be a little safer when he had no real intention of holding true to that, the best option had become distraction, so not letting anyone else get a word in, he threw open the door and stepped inside to see what it held. His body was instantly tense for it too, a reflexive reaction after the last tower, but he didn't suffer any immediate harm, instead finding what was by all accounts a simple room. A furnace and some tools at one end and a table at the other. A few things placed on it he couldn't perfectly see from where he stood that he'd examine later, along with a few open boxes lined up against the walls, as well as a fountain at the other side of it, constantly letting water flow, and finishing with a small pedestal waiting in the center of it, all that he walked to first. Using the ingredients in the room, concoct a general healing potion, he read aloud, feeling his brow crinkle as he continued. "Place here when complete to be judged." "Well, hey, that doesn't sound too bad, does it?" Jake laughed. "We've got the guy who made the most important potions in the world. Sounds easy peasy." "It's definitely a lot harder than that sounds," Ben said as he walked around, looking at the rest that was there. "What's the issue then?" Will asked, feeling his own interest pick up at whatever sort of challenge the room held that the rest of them were blind to, and seeing no time limit to go with it, Ben explained. "The first issue is that a general healing potion is a bit of a misnomer," he explained. "There are certainly potions in the world that can heal the majority of races, but there's nothing that can heal all of them. I don't think the gods would intend for me to manage to make some sort of pancreas that doesn't exist in the outside world, so the real intent here has to be to make something that would heal as many people as possible." "Okay, that still doesn't sound terrible." "Sure, but we then have the second issue. Limited ingredients. If I'm using the herbs on the table, then I only have one chance to get this right. If I treat them the wrong way, then I have no way to correct it, and this floor is basically done." "Do you have to use it all?" Amy asked as she walked over to them. "You've got 2 of each. Doesn't that mean you could at least do the wrong thing with each one once, or are you going to need to use up the full quantity? It's not like the gods asked for a specific volume of potion." "A good point about the volume, but as for how much of each ingredient I have, that brings us to the third issue. The table is a trap. What, how? At first glance, it looks like I have 30 herbs to use, but that's wrong. I might have up to 60. I can already say with certainty that a few of those plants are lookalikes from different species, with some being known to be outright poisonous, and others having both medical and toxic uses, along with a few more that are going to be used in the next issue, not this one." "Which is?" Thera asked, playing along with the question she knew he wanted to ask because, despite how many issues there supposedly were, she could see Ben was enjoying himself. At that question, though, he spread his arms wide, gesturing all around him. "Look around you. Alchemy isn't as simple as absent-mindedly tossing things together to get an end product. I'm going to need to powder some of these herbs, and I'm going to need bowls for storing them. I'm going to need to make extractions as well to do that too, and then I'm going to need to mix the right ratios. Test tubes, beakers, flasks, and more. I'm going to need plenty of tools to do this, but do you see any of them around?" No, now that he'd pointed it out, the amount of equipment was noticeably bare. He'd been given a large scoop that could act as a container if it had to, a few spoons, some tongs, and what looked like a metal tube as well, but none of the obvious stuff any normal alchemist would have needed to take advantage of. Exactly. The gods didn't leave anything here for potion making beyond some raw ingredients, and even then, I'm going to have to make some other chemicals first, since just water isn't going to work for a lot of the things I'm going to need to make. You know what they did leave me, though? Everything I need to make glass. The gods expected him to make his own equipment as a prerequisite for the actual main part of that floor, adding a whole new dimension to what it meant to make a potion in what he couldn't help but think was a charming application of a floor that was meant to cover crafting as a whole, raising his excitement all the higher, even if the others mostly looked confused. Okay, but so? Thera asked, waiting for more in a way that brought confusion forth to his own face. What do you mean so? This is a really interesting challenge, isn't it? A lot more than plenty of floors we've taken on in other towers. It's got parts, it's got layers, it's something you can just materialize, she finished for him. You can make all of the equipment you need in a snap, can't you? Probably some of those other chemicals too. Okay, so on the one hand you're right, but on the other, I really want to try it the way it was intended first. Why? Funsies. Sure, he could make things significantly easier by materializing as much as he could, but unlike other trials where he would have happily cheated his way through, their lives weren't on the line. All it was a challenge, plain and simple, something he'd love to get the chance to test himself on to see just how well he could manage, and left Thera to shake her head, even if she was smiling. All right, suit yourself. In that case, we'll stay out of your way, but still not as quick as I can. Of the many things stored in his rings, he had his clones as well, but he didn't want to take them out, at least not yet. Despite all he'd just said, a floor like that wasn't going to end up a struggle, it was a game. One he very much wanted to play to his heart's content as he got started, grabbing the scoop and a few of the spoons before getting a pile of sand from one box and mixing other add-ins to it with the few measurements available before pouring it all into the furnace, feeling the intense heat and leaving it to melt as he went to the table. The other real issue he faced that he hadn't brought up was that none of the ingredients he'd been left matched any pre-existing recipe he was aware of, meaning he needed to rely entirely on his own knowledge of each one and how they were used as he began mentally putting them together in different ways, trying to figure out the perfect combination that would have the least reactions among the population as possible while not only having the best healing effect, but also did what the plaque said. Use the ingredients in the room. He wasn't sure if he was correct to interpret it the way he was, but he took that to mean to use all of them in one way or another, and he was sure he could, feeling things come together by the time he went back to the furnace and found everything melting nicely, leaving a thick molten mass that he began working with the tongs he'd been given. Even there, he'd been left only the bare minimum of supplies, but he looked at that as part of the challenge, happy to take it on as he got the consistency he believed he'd wanted, and broke off a piece of it before adhering it to one end of the thin pipe he'd been provided and blowing, being rewarded with the sight of the glass ballooning out while he continued to work to shape it, bringing it in and out of the heat as need be as the first of his test tubes were made. Okay, I got one out of my system. Now I should actually do the more important bit. What he really needed to make first were two pieces to act as a mortar and pestle, a bit more of a challenge since glass would be their medium instead of wood or stone, but he delayed himself just a little for the simple reason that he had never had the chance to try glass blowing before. Having the option at his fingertips was simply too exciting to pass up. With that attempt out of his system, though, he was able to treat the rest more seriously, shaping the rest of the glass he'd started carefully with the tongs alone. Sure, there were better tools that could be used, but sticking true to what he'd been given until it was formed to his desires and left to cool, allowing him to work on the other pieces he believed he'd need while he waited. It was only once he had everything set up, the mortar and enough bowls for each herb he'd been given, that he began, breaking down each herb into fine dusts to be used for his alchemy, and transferred some into the same containers, while others were left to wait as he ran around the room, adding water to the ones that would ultimately need it before going back to get more glasses of it in a pure form. Measuring out some of the other box powders, he'd been left to create both different acids and bases when they dissolved at varying concentrations to prepare for some other extractions as well. With that first step ready, he brought them all closer to the furnace to heat them, all of them at different distances depending on the temperature required, but most being placed beyond the reach of his comfort, leaving him to rely on the tongs to swirl them or pull them back each time a new one required a new step, with him keeping an eye on all of them once different solutions were done. When it came to a few of the plants that would normally be seen as poisons, time after time they were used as just one step in the processes. The solution using them created would be mixed with something else to pull more specific compounds before another would be used to neutralize the most toxic effects, with everything he'd been given working in tandem as different ratios were taken and mixed together, being heated again at specific times until he was finally done. Left with a potion unlike any other, its inky black look would leave many hesitant to trust it, but Ben had complete faith in his work, swirling it in its jar and watching the thick liquid stir. It lacked the comforts of many other potions. He didn't try to make something that would be at least somewhat palatable, nor did he make something that looked trustworthy to an uneducated eye. Neither step mattered for that floor. He'd been told to make a general healing potion, and to the best of his ability, that was what he'd done, leaving only the question of if the gods would accept it. Feeling himself tense up in both worry and excitement, he walked back over to the pedestal, a sure sign for the rest of them that he was finished as he placed it down and watched as it disappeared, not sure if that was a good or bad sign until a doorway appeared, bringing a bright grin to his face. "All right, looks like floor 1 has been successfully completed," he said proudly, feeling great about just what he'd accomplished. "Now, who's ready for floor 2? He was already pushing the next door open, as he asked, and rushing through to the one beyond it, barely even noting the lack of a rest area that all of the magic towers had given them with his curiosity, not able to be contained. The first floor had been both fun and a challenge, certainly something he could have completed in a far easier manner if he'd let himself, but that would have cut down on some of the entertainment he'd gotten from it, something he was already hoping he'd get again as he passed through to the next stage, with that one looking like it might be a bit easier at first glance. All around him were raw materials, metals and woods and stones and clay, with the tools to use them too, all just waiting for him to get his hands on them, with a new plaque waiting in it all to tell him the rules, including walls and a roof. "Build your ideal kitchen. Floor ends in 5 hours," he read aloud, feeling his brow crease as he did. Unlike the last floor, this one's wind condition seemed murky. Hell, all it had said he needed to make was the walls and ceiling. If his ideal kitchen was just an empty room where he stored fresh fruits and vegetables to snack on, would that be enough to finish that section? He supposed it was possible, but he didn't want to risk it when there were other factors he didn't know about. What if it asked him to use it after, and he was left missing a pivotal tool, making whatever dish it would want him to cook impossible to make? Or worse, what if it forced the others with him to do some cooking to satisfy the second floor of the trial? In both of those situations, he was sure he'd be able to make it work, but it was better to try and do things right the first time, and immediately got started, this time employing his magic now that there was a time limit as he looked at what he'd been given to use and began shaping it to his desires, wood being reshaped into a knife block with the knives following soon after, pots and pans and cutting boards being next, along with shelves to hold them all and a few other storage bits too. And then what was a kitchen without dishware? Plates and bowls were all easy and cutlery no worse, leaving him to only have the bigger items to focus on soon after. A stove, an oven, a cooler, and a freezer, all necessities to make a proper kitchen, and all things that needed enchantments placed. The gods hadn't seen fit to grace him with any magic materials for power among what he'd been provided, and while anything he made could be powered entirely through one's own personal mana supply, there was no rule stating he couldn't use anything he'd brought himself, and if he was supposed to be making his own ideal kitchen, then a part of that ideal included something with a power source. It was a conveniences he just couldn't give up on. Then, with magic materials out anyway, he thought of more he'd like, thinking back to the conveniences of Earth that weren't so commonly found on his new world, and finding plenty of inspiration in that as he built and shaped a mixer and blender to give himself some more variety, and continued on, adding whatever little touches he felt were missing before equipment-wise, he was complete. Once that was finished though, all that left was containing it, putting some of the remaining materials to create counter spaces, walls, and a roof for his ideal kitchen, making sure it was plenty spacious to move around in, but otherwise being done, only an hour being spent. Did you do something wrong?" Jake asked him as he looked around. "Doesn't look like we got an exit. The sign said the floor ends in 5 hours. I'm taking that as both the time limit and the soonest we can leave. And if you're wrong?" Amy asked him, not seeing how he could feel so sure of that while he just shrugged. "I've done exactly what it asked me to. I've made everything I'd want for a kitchen. Technically, I could add more, but at a certain point that just becomes clutter that I wouldn't want. I can't make it much better than it already is. Still, gotta say I'm happy with it. I really should make a few of these things for home too when we finish up here. But are things supposed to go this smoothly?" Will asked, the only one among them who hadn't yet challenged a tower. "I was kind of under the assumption that not having a real team with you would be a handicap. Hush now, don't go wishing any evil like that on me. If it seems like it's easy, that's just because I've got the advantages of high levels, an extra relevant magic in the form of my material manipulation, and the ability to think 1,000 things at once. Trust me, without that last one especially, we'd still be in the first floor and probably stuck there for a couple days while I worked through every possible recipe I could think of before finding the best one. I may have made it look easy, but that thing was hard. Like from a technical standpoint, that might have actually been the hardest first floor I've seen yet." "Sure didn't feel like it though," Jake chimed in. "That's because all of my efforts haven't been completely useless. If you go out of your way to learn the medical and chemical properties of every studied plant on the world, while also studying enough alchemy to put that knowledge to use, you'd be able to finish it just as easily." "Pass you sure," Ben teased, We could use the rest of the time on that for you, here and now, if I just pull you into my head and make a new circlet. Nope, no, sorry. I'll watch this foolish mouth of mine and make sure it doesn't say anything so dumb again. Jake still remembered the lessons he'd gotten on both non-affinity magic and general chemistry. He wasn't going to let himself go through the same again if he could help it, especially not for a subject he'd literally never use. The reaction left Ben laughing though, slapping his friend's back before getting up. All right, well, since we have a while to kill, and now happen to have a fully stocked kitchen on top of it, I'm going to start getting lunch sorted so all of you sit tight. It will be ready before you know it. Having a floor that was going to force them to wait there, the full time was a bit of a shame since it meant they were on its schedule instead of their own, but it also meant it was a break to be enjoyed until whatever would come next, and since he didn't know how bad it might get, he made sure to enjoy it for all it was worth until the clock finished ticking down, granting them a door and access to whatever they'd have to deal with next. All right, guess it's time to see if I passed or not, Ben muttered once the time limit ran out and a new doorway appeared, with the reassurance that failure wouldn't mean his death like in so many other towers and trials. That meant the only way to know if he'd succeed or not was to step through and see where it would leave him, with a bit of fear inescapable as he stared at it. It was something he couldn't help. That floor had seemed so simple, it was practically forcing him to overthink, questioning if there was some trick to it he'd just missed that was going to dictate if he'd pass or fail beyond just making his kitchen. But if there was, it's too late to worry about that now. He sighed. All I can do is see how my efforts turned out. Based on the directions he'd been given, he could only believe he'd done as asked to the best of his abilities, leaving only to step through and see if he was right. So putting it off no longer, he pushed open the door and let himself go beyond, freezing in place the second he did. Well, that's interesting. Again, he was given no rest area, not that he needed one since he'd been waiting hours for the last floor to end, but he'd been left completely unprepared for the new floor he'd found himself on, walking through the door only to reappear in the kitchen he'd just made, the only difference being there was now a doorway in one of the walls he'd built. The others with him were looking around in surprise as well, but he ignored them, instead walking over to the pedestal where the previous instructions had been, hoping for some guidance and getting it as he read the new goal, muttering as he did. Interesting. What? Thera asked, the first to peek over his shoulder to see the new challenge for herself before reading it aloud for the rest of them. Using the tools and ingredients provided, build a dining room with a pleasing aesthetic and prepare the best 3-course meal you can for all participants to be eaten before the time is up, with a time limit of 4 hours. The goals here seem subjective. They do, but at least I'm seeing the benefit of the kitchen I just made. Having one floor lead into another, I like it. Forcing me to live with the consequences of my last floor is a neat little gimmick. As far as trials go, I'm giving these 2 floors together 5 out of 5 stars. I don't think the gods are going to care about your ratings, Ben. They should, considering how many towers have floors that get 0. A perfect score from a certified trial hater. That's gotta feel a little good for anyone who helped make this that's watching. Okay, but maybe don't waste your time being impressed like this. All right, yeah, you got it. I'll get this over with, so everyone just sit tight. She was right, he was on a time limit, so wasting no more, he hurried over to the door and let himself through to see just what he was going to be dealing with, finding a small hallway beyond with 2 more doors each as he opened the closest and looked around the small room it contained. So an ingredient storage then, he said as he examined what he'd been given, with an overall reasonable selection. He was seeing fruits and vegetables, and a few cuts of meat as well, along with other staples such as eggs, grains, and seasonings across a spectrum of flavors, but a good selection was only as good as the quality he'd been given, with him testing exactly that as he sprinkled a pinch of the first spice he could reach on his tongue and carried on from there to the others, eventually moving on to try one of the fruits before he finally stopped, with one fact inescapable. Bland, he sighed, seeing exactly where the challenge was going to lie. The flavor in all of this is so much weaker than it should be. It's like the spices are all old, and the fruits were all picked at the wrong times, but this is still manageable. For now, I'll sort out the other part of this floor and come back to this when I'm done. With the second part sure to be far quicker considering how the last floor had gone, with him making his way through the next door to find the same empty expanse he'd been in before he'd made his kitchen, only with piles and piles of materials to be used, and the tools to do it waiting at the side for him to ignore. Since he needed to focus on cooking, he wasn't going to waste time playing around, and instead spent his mana to reshape everything he'd been left as wood was bent, and warped to create a large table and chairs for each person before the rest was broken down into fiber, and woven in the air at his side, available dyes adding subtle touches of color, as a tablecloth and placemats were made and set down. All of it with consideration for how they'd match the plates he'd made on the previous floor, since he'd been told the overall aesthetic was important. even if he didn't know how the trial was going to judge it. He began building the walls at the same time that was all going on as well, again focusing on the overall appearance he was creating as he did by turning the stone he'd been provided into polished tiles to contain the area, and considered what would be needed, while a ceiling was added at the same time. Namely, lighting. The simple answer, of course, was to just make some enchanted lights to illuminate the space while they ate. He was certain he could have created some that would do the job while being pleasant in both their glow and appearance, but that felt too simple. He was in a trial for crafting of all things. He could get far more creative than that, so what he instead made were windows, creating a view into the void beyond before he changed that. On the other side of the panes of glass ended up being metal plates that he'd enchanted one by one with light magic, carefully creating a peaceful scene beyond as he replicated something from his memories, making it look like what waited on the other side was the park he used to like to draw in before he died, showing a broad grassy field with a few benches in it and a row of houses farther back. A scene of a few children at play that was consistent from one window to another as they chased each other around, and leaving him more than satisfied with the job he'd done by the time he was finished. Which means now on to cooking. Over 3 hours left for 3 courses, easy peasy. Course, gotta make sure we all have time to eat everything too from the sounds of it, but I can make this work. In the back of his head, while he'd been constructing the dining room, he'd been thinking about the flavors he'd tasted and how he might use them throughout the entire process, feeling the pressure there more than anywhere else. The instructions had told him to prepare the best meal he could for all of the participants, but everyone had their own tastes. He was confident in his cooking skills, and he'd been in all of their minds on more than one occasion, so it wasn't hard figuring out where their preferred flavors aligned, but then it was also a matter of matching it all to what he had to use. But before his thoughts could spiral, he slapped his cheeks, trying to get his mind in order. He was a good cook, one of the best in the world by that point, and so long as he kept away from flavors that he knew any one of them actively disliked, then he was certain he'd be able to pull together something delicious. All that there was left to do was make it happen, and with that goal firm in his thoughts, he went back to the pantry and filled his arms, carrying everything he needed back to the kitchen to finally put that room to use. All right, 3 courses, nice and simple. Appetizer, main, and dessert, the classic trifecta, so let's get this started. Even without pulling out his extra bodies, he was doing multiple things at once, pulling out pots, pans, and cutting boards with his magic, while knives seemed to do their job by themselves, peeling and chopping ingredients for future use, while spices and seasonings were measured out into different bowls at the same time, with his first task being focused entirely on preparing everything he was going to need for when the cooking itself actually started. In the kitchen, timing was everything. Food couldn't just be made in the order it was going to be served. The temperature each dish was eaten was going to be just as important as the flavors themselves, leading him to focus on the final course first as he got started on the dessert. While pots boiled in the background, concentrating some of the weaker flavors of the ingredients he'd been provided, he used his magic on the ones he was going to need sooner than later to speed it along, applying his extraction enhancement to rip away some of the water of various juices to create thicker, more flavorful syrups before mixing them together, and letting it fill the base of a large, thin sheet tray before carefully placing them in the freezer to be worked more once they cooled down. Part of the goal for the last course being to make a sorbet. Since he'd be able to keep it frozen, it made for a perfect dessert to add some flavor to the other part, a dish he'd be able to leave at room temperature, as his hands and magic had already begun making a cake to go with it. The destructive aspects of his material manipulation, turning the various grains he'd been provided into an instant flour with the recipe from their simple sweetener, oil, a few seasonings to complement the sorbet when the two would go together. None of it was a challenge, with the only minor issue he had on that front being a matter of leaveners. One solved just as easily by breaking up the eggs he'd been given and using every point of strength, speed, and stamina he held to whisk as much air into them as possible before folding them into the rest of the batter, and then into the oven from there, letting it cook while he moved on to the next dish. With that spot going to the main course with another meal that would keep well on the heat until it was time for everyone to eat, the target that time being a rich stew. Ordinarily a dish that would take the better part of a day if he wanted to really impress. Once more, the magics he held created options for him that would have the cooks of his old world shaking with envy as he first directed his power to the meat he'd been provided, using his destruction once more, but in a far softer touch than the last as he used that magic to tenderize it first. Instantly reducing the cooking time of the tough cuts he'd been given and moving to brown them a bit in a pan while at the same time building up the broth they'd be cooking in, making sure the flavor profiles of the fruit and vegetable juices he'd been reducing matched what he'd expected, and adding more seasoning when he deemed it appropriate before leaving them on the heat for only a few moments longer, while he went to work on the final vessel it would all be cooked in. Even though he would be able to get the time it would take to make down by employing his magic while he cooked it, he still wasn't sure that would be enough, and to make sure he had every second he could get, he modified the pot, applying some complex enchantments to it to speed up the time within it to make sure it would be perfect once they needed to eat. Considering that the previous floor had been for designing his kitchen, perhaps modifying it on the next was cheating, but he didn't care. He'd been told to make his ideal kitchen, but nowhere in that ideal was there a time limit for how long he'd get to use it, and what good was a cook if they couldn't adapt? Sure, usually adapting meant substituting an ingredient or two, but he was fairly comfortable saying that making a new appliance applied as well, and with that sorted, he added all of the ingredients to the vessel and placed it over the heat, next moving to prepare a new dough, wanting a flatbread to have with the main once it was ready and leaving it to the side to cook closer to the end, with that drawing ever nearer. He had well over 2 hours left, but he was going to let the stew cook under the power of his enchantments for one of them, and then they still needed time to eat, but that was plenty to work with as he began what would be his first course, wanting a flavor bomb to start the meal off and deciding to match his own cravings while he started making it, with the appetizer being a round of dumplings. Gyoza to be specific, or at least his otherworldly equivalent, with more flour being made to start the wrappers for it, flattening and rounding them out quickly before putting them in the fridge under a damp cloth to wait while he focused on the filling, with plenty he could make use of. The juices he'd extracted for the last 2 dishes had left him with plenty of fruit and vegetable pulp he could use and skins still to zest that he started cooking down together into a jammy paste before turning to another cut of meat, grinding and seasoning it, and given him time to work on a sauce once that part was done. He didn't want the meat cooking yet, so he needed to let his paste cool first, creating the chance for him to consider what flavors would complement the end product the best. A selection of them, he ultimately decided. As far as things go, we'll keep it simple though. Something sweet, something salty, and something tangy. That should work for choices. Not one of those was particularly difficult either, with the only matter being deciding just what flavors to put into each and how thick any sauce would be. But once they were all done, he was able to move back to finish up the core of the dish itself, mixing the fruit and vegetable paste into the meat before taking out the wrappers and spooning some into each one, crimping them closed and leaving them to the side until they too were finished. Only needing to be fried for a few minutes for them to be ready to eat, with plenty of time still to spare. He grinned to himself while he started cleaning up, throwing the waste into the garbage and wiping down the counters, only for Jake to speak up. "Man, if you're done early then take a load off. The sign didn't say anything about cleaning." It's a good habit though. Plus, now that I've had one floor connect to the previous one, I need to be prepared for the next one to connect to these two. Don't want to risk coming back into a messy kitchen. Ignore him, Ben, Amy sighed. He could stand to learn a thing or two about cleaning up after himself. We literally have maids and butlers at home. If I clean up after myself too much, then they'll be out of work. They really won't be, but whatever. It's a bit late asking, but is there really nothing we can do to help at all? Just sitting here watching is kind of. It's fine, he told them. It's not like I haven't sat back and watched for plenty of tower floors myself. All I need you guys to do is enjoy the meal in about an hour's time. True, Jake laughed, plenty happy with the thought as he joked around. But you sure you have it tasty enough for us? Can't make it any better. It was said in jest, but it sealed his and the other three's fates as Ben's mind flashed to that floor's instructions with questions springing to his mind now that he wasn't entirely focused on getting it done. Taste is about as subjective as it comes, isn't it? Same with aesthetic too, both things this floor is supposedly measuring, but if the contestants themselves are eating the meals they've made, then doesn't that mean it might be judging through them? I know the trials can interact with challengers' minds. Is whether we win or lose going to be based off of how much any of them like it? He had no clue if he was right in thinking that, and no way to test it either, but now that he'd had the thought, he couldn't not try to make sure things worked in his favor if that was the case, with a way to do that bringing a happy grin to his face that sent shivers down everyone else's spines. That's a really good point, he said. And while at this point I don't think there's anything I can do to make the meal taste better, all of you actually can. How's that? Will asked, as worried as anyone else about where Ben was going with it, but too trapped in that tower to get away before chunks of steel flew from his rings and reshaped themselves around everyone's bodies to make heavy metal vests. Exercise, Ben explained, having no thoughts about their comfort when the priority was finishing the trial. Food does taste better when you're hungry, and we've got plenty of time to kill. Push-ups, sit-ups, jumping jacks, whatever. You all have attributes above 1,000, so it might be hard, but do your best to work yourselves to exhaustion for me and build up those appetites. I'll make sure it feels all the more worth it once we sit down to eat. Ben, buddy, Jake asked. You're not being serious right now, are you? He didn't need to answer for everyone to see that he was, and considering it, was the only bit of work they'd been asked to do until that point. None of them found themselves about to turn him down, so, with a few glares sent Jake's way for opening his mouth in the first place, all of them got to it, exhausting themselves for the meal to come. Sweating and panting, Ben alone looked fine as he watched from the side, while the other four moved their bodies for whatever workout they could get, suffering through it for the vague hope it might help ensure that they'd get through that floor of the tower, but finally getting it to end once Ben called out, "All right, guys, I'm going to take the dishes out in 10 minutes, so you call all stop for now." "Oh, thank God," Jake sighed as he collapsed to the ground. "That sucked so much. Jake, I know your attributes. That should have been a light workout. I'm a mage, I don't do light workouts. Well, anyway, you're not exactly done either." "Boo, Will, did you just boo me? When I saw you outside the tower, you told me I could sleep through this." "Yeah, and don't think I didn't notice you having a couple naps on the first and second floors. Now, what I was going to suggest was that, Thera, could you use some life spells on everyone to enhance their digestion rates? We'll get you all just a bit hungrier, and then we'll get to eat, promise." "Well, this is still far from the worst trial we've done," she told herself as she did what he'd asked, feeling her body grow hungrier on top of the effort she'd just finished putting it through while the others groaned and their stomachs rumbled. Perfect. They were officially in peak eating condition, which meant he just needed to add the finishing touches, pulling his frozen syrup from the freezer and turning it into a fine powder before placing it back and putting the dumplings in a pan to cook with a bit of water and oil, sending the rest of them to take their seats while he started plating everything, carrying the appetizers out for everyone, and being rewarded with hungry eyes as a result, placing a dish in front of each person before taking a seat himself. "All right, everyone, dig in." They needed no prompting as the first morsels were shoveled into each mouth, with one change coming to that floor as they did. As the four of them bit down, a mark appeared above each of their heads, forcing Ben to look above his own in surprise, but finding nothing there. What does that mean, though? He could only guess that they were either a positive or negative mark. At the very least, they didn't seem to be doing anything other than existing, but he had to assume that the absence of one for himself meant he wasn't getting a perfect score. Either he alone had satisfied the floor's conditions or everyone else had. But that doesn't make sense because I think this is delicious, and it's obvious they all do too, and another freaking tower's broken for me, hasn't it? If this stupid thing is supposed to be gauging my mind, then it might not be reading it right, and oh my god, Nair, fix these freaking things for people who think like me. Seriously, why am I constantly being discriminated against for my mental structure? But this is a genuine problem. I don't know if I need a perfect score or not, but if I do, then I've already lost, and even if I don't, 3 courses probably means 3 marks each. Failing every single one is not going to be a good look, so is there any way I can turn this around? He still had food left, so he did his best to control his mind. Mediation was one of the skills that unnatural mind had grown from, so in an attempt to try and trick the trial and make his thought structure seem more normal, he quieted all but one of them and ate another gyoza, with no change coming for it. With only one other option he could think of, he then went the opposite route by placing his very first mind skill in charge, the focus that had grown so far beyond its initial limits being directed at all of his minds to hone in on experiencing the dish he'd made, tasting it with all he was, and finally getting marked for it as a result. Oh, thank God. It wasn't how he liked to think, but he could make the trial work for him. That was all that mattered, so he let the others finish eating before he got up, their hunger having their eyes glued to their plates in a way that none of them had even noticed the small problem he'd just gone through. "All right, stew next, so in the meantime, Thera, enhance their digestion as much as you can while I'm gone." "You're a monster," Jake whimpered, with Thera seeming to fall into agreement. "Did you get a level of your evil affinity for that?" "No, you should've." "Ha, maybe I will when I get you to do the same thing before dessert," he teased. "Now sit tight, I'll be right back." He dished out the stew into separate bowls and heated up the flatbreads he'd made in a warmed pan before carrying them all back, seeing hungry enough faces on the rest of them for him to know that Thera had given in to his request, no matter how she may have felt about it, and was rewarded with the sight of them devouring what he'd made once more, each of them being marked and getting his own as well now that he knew the trick of it, leaving only dessert last to give. Thera was increasing their digestion again while he left to get it, cutting thick slices of cake for everyone and scooping a healthy amount of sorbet on the side and carrying it back, not even getting to take his own seat before they were digging in, the 4 of them marked and left only waiting for his own to join them as he took his first bite, sinking into the delicate flavors and texture of his cake against the sharper, fruitier ones of his sorbet, and not needing to see his own mark to know he'd passed. When his food touched his lips, he saw the door he'd come in through change, a sure enough sign they'd gotten their exit, but not something they needed to immediately take. Their time limit was far from over, and with food still in front of him, it would have been a shame to waste it, so he and the rest first finished up, all of them looking content by the end. Ben, I gotta say, even if you're an evil bastard, you're still one hell of a cook, Jake sighed. Sure, I can't hire you. Not when your way of asking starts with calling me an evil bastard. I'm literally the sweetest little guy. I'm still having chemistry nightmares. Just learn how to shove your mind somewhere else. It's a handy talent to have and gives you a lot more time to get things done. You still need a therapist, Amy told him, shaking her head at the thought that anyone should develop a coping mechanism quite like that. Plenty of people do, it's fine. Now, if everyone is done saying rude things to the guy carrying you all through the tower, and who just cooked you one of the best meals of your lives, let's go see what's next for us already. He was already excited for whatever it would be, curious if the next floor would build on the last two again, or if there'd be some new, fun challenge comparable to the first one, but pushing his way through he got none of that, leaving his face to fall even as the others rejoiced. So we're getting one rest area at least, Thera said, obviously happy to have it since it meant a place to sleep without being on a time limit, and even if Ben wanted to skip it, he had to admit it was probably for the best. While his current tower was supposed to be harder than any of the magic ones, by that point any other team who challenged it was sure to be sore from how much work and running around needed to be done. If he assumed that the rest areas in the magic towers were to mainly let people regenerate their mana for whatever would come next, Craftsman's tower had to be to give an ordinary team's bodies a break. Not that I really need one, but I guess I don't know what's coming in the next two. A nap might do me some good, just in case. It looked like that was what everyone else was going for too, with the others starting to lie down, taking out what bedding they had in their rings as he did the same, grabbing his spot beside Thera and retreating into his mind for what rest it would bring, letting a few hours go by before they'd have to move on.